Remember, this is just fictional. Your likes and subscriptions help the continuous work. Thanks. Also, let me know if you want the next part of this video in the comments section. I'll definitely update it if there's a demand. Now, let's get it started. 1. Chapter 1, Let's Get a Divorce. Gu Yan arrived at the villa gate, panting. The party inside the villa was already coming to an end. Gu Yan, what brings you here? The people in the lobby clearly didn't expect him to come. He threw a celebration party for his wife, but forgot to bring her, his nominal husband, along. No one even notified him. Gu Yan forced a smile, nodded, and walked into the villa. Xiaoran, what gift did Brother Chen give you? You just glanced at it and couldn't stop smiling. Why don't you tell us? The woman seated in the center wore a wine-red long dress with a v-neck that perfectly showcased her stunning figure with a high nose and red lips. Her exquisite face exuded a subtle, alluring charm, yet her eyes held a haughty and aloof expression. The woman took a sip of red wine, her gaze slightly fixed on the man beside her, but she did not respond. Alright, Xiaoran doesn't want to talk about it, so don't be curious. Xiaoran hasn't even said anything yet, and you're already protecting her. Brother Chen, you're spoiling her too much. If you ask me, Sister Xiaoran should just divorce Gu Yan. Only Brother Chen is good enough for Sister Xiaoran. That's right. If he hadn't drugged Sister Xiaoran back then, she wouldn't have married him to protect her reputation. Sister Xiaoran, when are you and Brother Chen planning to have your wedding? It would be better to dump the jerk Gu Yan sooner rather than later, so that everyone won't be unhappy. Lin Xiaoran gently swirled the wine glass in her hand with her long, beautiful right hand. No rush. It's been 3 years already, and I've been so worried about you, Xiaoran. He did so many bad things back then. We wanted to kill him a long time ago, if it weren't for. The words stopped abruptly, and everyone followed the man's gaze to the doorway. Only then did they realize that Gu Yan had been standing there all along. Why is he here? Who told him? Someone whispered. No one responded. The people present looked at Gu Yan with disdain and disgust. Clearly, he came uninvited. Gu Yan lowered his eyes. His face was fair and smooth like jade, and between his sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, there seemed to be endless tenderness. Just by looking at his appearance, no one would think he could do those disgusting things. But Gu Yan knew in his heart that he had indeed done those things. Holding the gift in her hand, she looked up at Lin Xiaoran sitting in the middle and felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if she were being stabbed with needles. The pain spread from his chest throughout his body, causing him to clench his fists involuntarily. He walked up to Lin Xiaoran, but hadn't yet handed her the gift he had carefully prepared. Then she saw Lin Xiaoran's delicate eyebrows furrow slightly, her eyes fixed on the wineglass in her hand, and she asked with a light sneer, "What are you doing here?" A mocking laugh rang in his ears, like his face being repeatedly rubbed against the ground. Upon hearing this, Ningchen gently patted Lin Xiaoran's shoulder, his eyes filled with a mixture of doting and helplessness. She walked over to Gu Yan and pulled him to sit down. He's still your husband, so it's only right that he comes to the celebration banquet to give you a gift. Gu Yan, please sit down. You know Xiaoran is just like that. Gu Yan pursed her lips and remained silent. He is her husband. But her ex-boyfriend had to smooth things over. No one present welcomed him, in fact, some even disliked him. But he still came. It was simply because she had once said that she would celebrate with him whenever she made a new breakthrough in her career. Gu Yan sat down directly next to Lin Xiaoran, separating Ning Chen from her. Ning Chen's expression froze, turning somewhat grim. Then he asked, "What gift did you prepare for Xiaoran?" Someone present simply reached out and snatched the bag from Gu Yan's hand. Upon opening it, I found a scarf without a tag, which looked like it was hand-knitted. Ning Chen's voice rang out again. Hey, we're thinking the same thing. I also gave Xiaoran a scarf. Ning Chen reached out and took out the gift she had prepared. The two scarves placed together drew gasps of surprise from those around them. Oh, isn't this a new Hermes scarf? It's not in stock in China yet, is it? Needless to say, Brother Chen must have bought it specially from abroad. I remember this scarf wasn't cheap. Ning Chen waved his hand. A gift is just a token of affection. Xiaoran isn't short of money. She can buy it herself if she wants it. I just think this scarf suits her very well. Ning Chen's words once again aroused the envy of those around her. The new product was just released yesterday, and I received it today. That's quite a thoughtful gesture. That's right. When it comes to thoughtfulness, Brother Chen's scarf is much better than those tattered scarves made by who knows who. Someone accidentally bumped the table, and the open bottle of wine suddenly tipped over. The liquor instantly spilled onto the two scarves. Lin Xiaoran's gaze sharpened, and she reached out to pick up one. The other one was soaked in alcohol and reeked of it. She picked up the one Ning Chen had given her. Gu Yan felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the scarf he had been knitting for months, now soaking in alcohol. The pricking pain returned, but it was also cold and somewhat numb. Ning Chen sighed softly and put his arm around her shoulder in a comforting gesture. Xiaoran, don't be angry. You can take this back, wash it, and it'll still be usable. Lin Xiaoran didn't speak, but only glanced at Gu Yan. Gu Yan lowered his eyes, trying to hide the emotions in them. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Gu Yan, like an uninvited guest, brought this originally lively celebration banquet to an abrupt end. One by one, the people attending the party greeted Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen before leaving. No one cared about him, Lin Xiaoran's nominal husband. Gu Yan sat there, looking at the discarded scarf, which had become cold and indifferent after being soaked in alcohol. Just like him. As Lin Xiaoran slowly stood up, preparing to leave, Gu Yan said softly, "Congratulations." Lin Xiaoran seemed not to hear. Those present here today are all her friends from the entertainment industry. She was only 20 years old when the Lin family found her, and she was already a self-made business tycoon. At that time, the person by her side was Gu Yan, who was 21 years old. In 5 years, the up-and-coming businesswoman has become a renowned and beautiful CEO among the powerful and wealthy, but the feelings between the two have long since vanished. Those times we worked hard together, enduring hardship in cramped rented rooms, seem like a thing of the past. Xiaoran, I'm going back now. You two should talk things out. You're a married couple, don't keep arguing. Someone scoffed, Brother Chen, it's precisely because you have such a good temper that some shameless people are getting in the way. It's not that I have a good temper, and I don't think Gu Yan did it on purpose back then. After all, we were both young and naive at the time. Don't you know anything? You ruined someone else's career, then used some underhanded methods to steal your position, and now you still dare to show your face here. The sound was utterly repulsive, with an undisguised volume. Gu Yan's face grew paler and paler, and he felt completely cold all over, sitting there stiffly like a corpse. Xiaoran, after a long while, he finally spoke softly. Lin Xiaoran tightened the suit jacket Ning Chen had draped over her shoulders, her brows visibly furrowed with annoyance. His eyes, however, were still fixed on the direction Ning Chen had left in. What are you trying to say now? Gu Yan's lips curled into a grimace, and a slightly hoarse voice came from her bloodless lips, let's get a divorce. Chapter 2, I'll be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Xiaoran's eyes, and a shadow crossed her gaze. What new trick are you trying to pull this time? You were the one who drugged me, and now you're the one saying you want a divorce. Gu Yan, do you think this is funny? I'm sorry, I've held you back these past few years. Let's get a divorce, I'm serious. Lin Xiaoran's pupils widened slightly. She walked up to Gu Yan, grabbed his collar, and pulled him in front of her. Seeing him stumble as she pulled him, forced to bend over, the pent-up emotions in her chest eased considerably, and a faint hint of irony flashed in her eyes. Apologizing now, why didn't you say so 3 years ago? Gu Yan, let me tell you, if you want a divorce, I won't give you a single penny. I don't intend to take it. What? I will leave with nothing. Gu Yan lowered his head slightly, avoiding eye contact with Lin Xiaoran, but his voice sounded unusually calm. When Lin Xiaoran was found by the Lin family, someone had approached him. Everyone knows that the Lin family doesn't want someone like him with an ordinary background to have too much to do with Miss Lin. If it weren't for protecting Lin Xiaoran's reputation, how could he have married the Lin family's daughter and given her the status of a godson, all to shut everyone up? Lin Xiaoran stared at Gu Yan's calm face, her eyes filled with gloom. As he let go and turned around, Gu Yan couldn't help but stumble again. You can't go back on your word. As I stepped out of the villa, a light drizzle began to fall. Everyone who came to the celebration banquet left. All that remained was the black Rolls-Royce parked in front of the villa. Lin Xiaoran sat there and glanced at him. Drive. The icy voice sent a chill down the spine of the assistant who was driving. Mr. Lin, are you not going to let the gentleman get in the car? Lin Xiaoran frowned slightly. Since he's lost his mind, let's give him a good soaking. Hearing Lin Xiaoran's increasingly cold tone, the assistant became nervous, fearing that she might be implicated. He stepped on the gas and drove away. Gu Yan watched the car drive away. The drizzle had turned into a downpour. The rain was heavy, and it stung his shoulders slightly. But it was nothing compared to the sting in his heart. 18-year-old Lin Xiaoran looks forward to working together to create a bright future. Lin Xiaoran, who was already successful at the age of 25, felt disgusted even looking at him. In the years since they got married, she has never touched him, and she has hardly ever even gone home. People in the industry say he's the most ridiculous of all the men who married into wealthy families and lived off their wives. In everyone's eyes, he was the culprit who caused Ning Chen's sister Ning Meng to be paralyzed in a car accident, and also the villain who stole Ning Chen's fiancée by despicable means. He was an absolute scoundrel. But nobody remembers. He was there for her from 15 to 20. He accompanied her through her most difficult times, helping her to rise to prominence. Everyone says that the Lin family gave him the status of a godson, but he is still not satisfied. They insisted on using several years of companionship to morally blackmail Lin Xiaoran for the rest of her life. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and he has been by Lin Xiaoran's side for 10 years. Gu Yan slowly raised his head, looking somewhat blankly at the outside of the villa. This place is very remote, and it's impossible to get a taxi here. He could only walk back to that home that was only in name. It was already past midnight when we got back to Yulon Lake. The cold autumn wind lashed against Gu Yan's soaked clothes, which clung tightly to his body, like icy blades, making Gu Yan shiver. The lights were still on inside the villa as he changed his soaking wet shoes in the entryway. Lin Xiaoran was working on the sofa. Lin Xiaoran is extremely beautiful, whether she was young or now, she is still stunning and captivating. He sat there, like an unapproachable iceberg. It is icy and beautiful beyond compare. Although somewhat surprised by Lin Xiaoran's appearance. But Gu Yan didn't think she was waiting for him. The two had completely broken up 3 years ago. I looked up and glanced at myself in the mirror. The once sunny and cheerful man is now just a pale and weak face. I dragged my soaking wet body back to my room. She changed out of her clothes, put them in a bag, and turned around to start packing her luggage. Despite being married for several years, he owns very few things in the master bedroom. Apart from some clothes I usually wear, I couldn't find anything else. He didn't even have a well-fitting suit. Lin Xiaoran said he didn't need it. He is even less qualified to accompany her to important occasions. In her eyes, she was a despicable person who would stop at nothing to marry into a wealthy family. If that's the case, marrying into a wealthy family but not being able to enjoy a luxurious life, and not being able to appear in public as the Lin family's son-in-law, is a kind of torture for him. Gu Yan carried the suitcase downstairs and placed the signed divorce agreement on the coffee table in front of Lin Xiaoran. I've already signed it. In recent years, the two have argued every time they meet. To be precise, it was his one-sided attempts to please that were met with disgust and contempt. When he was driven to the brink of madness by those disgusted and contemptuous looks, Lin Xiaoran stood there quietly, looking at him with indifferent eyes. It was a detached indifference, like watching a fire from across the river, a mockery of a joke. Lin Xiaoran shifted her gaze from the contract in her hand to his suitcase. Her delicate brows furrowed, and she let out a sneer. Is that all? What, you plan to come back every now and then, using the excuse of getting things to make up the difference? Back when you were able to become the Lin family's son-in-law and drug me at my engagement banquet with Ning Chen, your methods weren't this low-level. I was wrong. Gu Yan gripped the handle of his suitcase tightly, his face growing paler. Rain was still dripping from his hair, and he was swaying precariously, as if he was about to collapse. Lin Xiaoran, can you tell me why you suddenly stopped loving me? Guyan's voice was low, but very clear. He had been thinking about this problem for 3 years. We couldn't find the answer. The two of them once huddled together in a cramped rented room, embracing each other to keep warm. The 12-meter single bed became warm because of the body heat of the two people. At that time, she said she would love Guyan for the rest of her life. It is incredibly warm, both physically and emotionally. Later, he was brought back by the Lin family. The Lin family sent someone to give him a sum of money and tell him to disappear. The Lin family would not allow their young lady to marry someone of his background. He didn't believe it. He held on to that promise and waited for Lin Xiaoran's answer. But what she received was the news that she was getting engaged to Ning Chen. She said she didn't love him anymore. But how could I suddenly stop loving you? You're not worthy. The 3 words struck Guyan like a heavy hammer, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. That heart, riddled with countless holes, seemed to have been utterly pierced. The blood has all been drained. When you love him, tell him he is the best man in the world. When you don't love someone, you just coldly tell them they don't deserve you. Perhaps, these 3 words also carry a hint of sarcasm. He couldn't describe the pain. She wanted to use her ordinary and unremarkable background to defend her love in front of those high and mighty scions of wealthy families. He did this as a clown for 3 years. I originally thought her engagement was due to some kind of hardship. In retrospect, it was just wishful thinking on my part. The dream is over, the lie has been exposed. Guyan carried the suitcase and walked unsteadily toward the entrance. After you sign, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at noon. 3, Chapter 3, Finally, I'm free. Lin Xiaoran's hand holding the contract trembled, her fingers crumpling the contract as if she were about to pierce through the paper. By this time, Guyan had already changed his shoes. I'm sorry, I've held you back these past few years. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's breath hitched, and she gritted her teeth. Finally, she whispered, yes, I'm finally free. Upon hearing this, Guyan tried to force a smile, but couldn't manage to. How could I not feel sad upon hearing this? He carried his suitcase out of the villa. The clean clothes I had just changed into were soaked again by the rain. The assistant, nervous, stepped forward and held up an umbrella, looking somewhat embarrassed. Sir, isn't Ms. Lin tonight? Before he could finish speaking, Guyan strode back into the rain. It was as if they didn't want to stay here a moment longer. After taking a few steps, he stopped again. She turned to look at Lin Zhe, who was standing at the door. Who lives in Fontainebleau, can you tell me? Lin Zhe's eyes widened, then he quickly lowered his head. It seemed they hadn't expected Guyan to know about that place. Seeing Lin Zhe's reaction, Guyan sighed softly. She's been keeping a man there for 3 years, hasn't she? I'm sorry, sir, I'm not quite sure. How could he not know? He was Lin Xiaoran's most trusted assistant. Guyan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and forced a smile. If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Gentlemen. Guyan had already walked away into the distance. Giving up Lin Xiaoran felt like tearing half of one's own heart. But he really didn't want it anymore. When he arrived at his friend Lin Zhe's house with his luggage, he found it difficult to speak. When he left the villa, he had nothing with him except a few clothes and not much cash on him. For the past few years since his marriage, Lin's family has prevented him from finding a job. They were afraid that as a son-in-law of the Lin family, he would bring shame to the Lin family if he went out to work. Guyan could only stay in the villa every day to hone his culinary skills. It's okay if your hands are covered in blisters from the heat. He still fantasized about having dinner with Lin Xiaoran, just like before. But the food eventually went cold. Lin Xiaoran had never eaten it before. Lin Zhe was a friend he made while he was in the orphanage. Lin Zhe was later adopted by a family and is now married. They lived in a small apartment of a few dozen square meters with their partner, and their lives were simple yet warm. Later, Guyan met Lin Xiaoran and offered her a helping hand when she was at her lowest point. Lin Xiaoran became attached to him and started working with him to earn money. Guyan took a deep breath, wiped his face, and rang the doorbell. Lin Zhe was quite surprised when he opened the door and saw that he was still dripping water on his body. "Honey, who is it?" A somewhat disgruntled voice came from inside the house from Lin Zhe's wife. Lin Zhe pulled him inside and quickly grabbed a clean towel from the bathroom and handed it to him. "Guyan, why are you here so late, and why are you in the rain?" After a pause, Lin Zhe pursed his lips and asked, "Did you have a fight with Lin Xiaoran?" Guyan shook her head gently and said softly, "Lin Zhe, can I stay here for the night?" "Sure, but the second bedroom is a bit small, just don't mind." Lin Zhe gave him one of his own pajamas, and after making the bed, he also gave him a set of toiletries. Guyan quickly took a shower in the bathroom and then went straight into the second bedroom. The bedroom was indeed small. Besides a 12-meter bed, there was only a small table. It was about the same size as the rented room he and Lin Xiaoran used to live in. The house is small and the soundproofing isn't very good. You can hear the voices of Mrs. Lin Zhe in the master bedroom. "Honey, who's here?" "Guyan, he probably had a fight with Lin Xiaoran. He's a son-in-law of a wealthy family. What's he doing here? You don't know, Lin Xiaoran is the daughter of the Lin family. I've worked at the Lin Group for so many years, and I've never even met the vice president, let alone the daughter of the Lin family." "Alright, that's enough. Guyan is my friend, go to sleep." The whispers stopped, and the room became unusually quiet. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sounds of pots and pans clattering could be heard outside. Even after taking a hot shower, Guyan still felt a headache. I forced myself to leave the room. Several side dishes, along with freshly bought soy milk and steamed buns, were laid out on the living room table. When his sister-in-law Su Ting saw him, she immediately greeted him warmly. "Guyan, come and sit down. I just bought breakfast this morning. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought a little bit of everything." Both of them are office workers, and their breakfasts are usually very simple, or they even eat them at the company. So much was prepared because he was there. Lin Zixing brought over 3 bowls of porridge and said with a smile, "Eat first. Your sister-in-law got up early this morning to cook porridge for you. You got caught in the rain last night, so drinking some porridge this morning will make you feel better." Upon hearing this, Guyan lowered his head slightly. His complexion was not good because of his headache. Su Ting warmly handed him a peeled egg. "Guyan, you should try it. It's definitely not as good as your usual breakfast, but don't be disgusted by it." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe glanced at his wife with some displeasure. Su Ting acted as if she hadn't seen it. She continued, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, "Guyan, do you know I work at the Lin Group? My supervisor is all he does is flatter the higher-ups and make things difficult for us subordinates all the time. I heard he got this job through connections. The other day he even found an excuse to cut my salary. Could you help me talk to Miss Lin about it?" "Alright." Lin Zhe interrupted his wife, clearly annoyed. He pushed a bowl of porridge toward Guyan. "Don't listen to your sister-in-law. You got soaked in the rain yesterday. Have some porridge to warm your stomach first. I'll find some medicine for you to take in a bit, so you don't get a fever." Guyan looked up, her pale face tinged with a hint of despair. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry I've divorced Lin Xiaoran." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. A look of surprise flashed across Su Ting's face, then she asked in a startled voice, "Doesn't that mean she'll give you half of the inheritance? Didn't you two get married right after graduation? You've never worked before, it's not easy for you to get so much money all at once. Don't get scammed, or else." "Su Ting!" Lin Zhe sternly rebuked him. Su Ting then stopped talking, pursed her lips, and picked up a piece of pork rib to eat. Lin Zhe and Guyan have known each other since childhood. They supported each other in the orphanage, which prevented them from being bullied by the older children. After being adopted, Guyan was left all alone. Later, he met Lin Xiao, and the two became each other's only support. Lin Zhe took a deep breath. "Keep the money safe if you want to buy a house, your sister-in-law, and I can give you some advice. Your sister-in-law has some friends in the real estate business. I will leave with nothing." Guyan picked up the porridge and took a small sip. "She didn't give me any money." Upon hearing this, Su Ting's face darkened, and she slammed her chopsticks heavily on the table. He picked up the meat dishes from the table and took them into the kitchen. After leaving the kitchen, he said coldly, "I'm full." After putting on her shoes at the door, she seemed to remember something else. Turning to Lindsay, she said, "By the way, I need to take Mom for a checkup in a couple of days. Let's clean up the second bedroom and let our family stay there for now." After saying that, he slammed the door shut. The food on the table was still steaming, but the atmosphere had become somewhat cold and quiet. For, where is Lin Xiaoran in Chapter 4? "I'm sorry to have put you in such a difficult position." Lindsay sighed, "I'm not in a difficult position, it's just how did things turn out like this? I remember she used to treat you so well back then, you two worked several jobs every day, and you used all your first earnings to buy you gifts after your car accident. She took care of you day and night at the hospital. How come she's become like this now that she has money?" Gu Yan's throat trembled slightly. He wanted to say something but couldn't open his mouth. Perhaps it was because of the beauty of the past that he persisted like a clown, desperately guarding those distant memories. "I only convinced myself to give up when I was completely wounded and could no longer hold on. Tool, go find a job this afternoon. They say men don't cry easily, but I can see you've been holding back a lot of emotions. If you want to cry, just let it out." Gu Yan couldn't cry. In the years since they got married, he has also had times when he couldn't help but shed tears alone at night. But now that things have come to this, the greatest sorrow is the heartbreak. After the meal, Gu Yan took the initiative to tidy up the table and wash the dishes. Seeing Gu Yan's somewhat clumsy movements, Lindsay took a deep breath. "These hands are for playing the piano, not for housework. Even when we were poor, she never let you use them to wash dishes." Gu Yan paused slightly, and that familiar stinging pain surged into his heart again, making it hard for him to breathe. Lindsay had to go to work, so he left in a hurry. Gu Yan sat alone for a long time, until noon, when she finally picked up her documents and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Xiaoran didn't show up even after waiting for a long time in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. I picked up my phone and called her. Just like every other call in the past 3 years, she didn't answer. Gu Yan had no choice but to call Lin Xiaoran's assistant, He Cheng. "Assistant He, where is Lin Xiaoran? Keep your voice down. Mr. Lin is away on a business trip and won't be back for a few days." In recent years, he could only learn about her whereabouts from He Cheng. Gu Yan sat in the chair, his headache getting worse. "Can you tell me when she'll be back? I'd like to know when she'll have time." He Cheng glanced at the woman sitting in front of her with some embarrassment. The woman exuded a suffocating aura, carrying a chilling coldness. "Sir, Mr. Lin has been very busy lately. The company's new project has just started, and there are still many things to handle. I can say when Mr. Lin will have time." Gu Yan fell silent. He actually knew that He Cheng wouldn't tell him these things. Lin Xiaoran has been very busy for the past 3 years. He was so busy that he spent every birthday of his own, their wedding anniversary, and even the Lunar New Year alone at home. He understood that He Cheng was Lin Xiaoran's assistant, and it was already difficult enough for her to tell him some vague information without Lin Xiaoran's authorization. "If she comes back, could you please let me know?" "Yes, sir." After hanging up the phone, Gu Yan looked at the crowds coming and going at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau with some confusion. The newlyweds were all smiling and kissing. Those who part ways as soon as they step out the door, as if the other person were some kind of monster, and avoid them like the plague, are the people who have obtained a divorce certificate. I took out my phone and started looking at job postings from nearby companies. He had prepared his resume long ago. "Since you're planning to get a divorce, you should at least find a job." He studied music in college, but due to some events, he developed a fear of the piano, and now he doesn't even dare to touch sheet music. So this major is no longer of any use to him. I contacted several companies and sent out my resume. Only one company called back and asked him to come for an interview that afternoon. Other companies didn't even give me a chance to interview. Gu Yan carefully reviewed the job requirements. The president's personal assistant has certain requirements regarding appearance and physique. To put it bluntly, I just want to find a more attractive private nanny. The salary level is not low. Gu Yan had never worked before and didn't know much about what an interview required. When he stood in front of the interviewer, waiting for her to ask him a question, the woman glanced at his appearance and then said, "Stand up and turn around." Gu Yan was somewhat puzzled, but still got up and turned around. "When can you start work?" He was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "I passed?" "Right. That's simple?" The interviewer chuckled softly. "This position involves doing odd jobs. Basically, you do whatever the boss tells you to do. The only requirements are good looks and a good physique. If you meet those requirements, the interview process will be straightforward. Although this job is one that young people rarely get, the salary is quite good. Think it over carefully." "Good." Gu Yan nodded in agreement without thinking for long. Given his current situation, it would be difficult for him to find a better paying job than this one. After being led by HR to complete the onboarding procedures, he finally met his boss. Unexpectedly, it was someone I knew. He had met this woman 3 years ago, shortly after he married Lin Xiaoran. At a party, the woman didn't recognize him and thought he was some good-looking but unknown starlet. She acted arrogantly and asked him to go out for drinks with her that night in front of everyone, which Lin Xiaoran witnessed. Later, I heard that the project she had her eye on at that party was also part of the Lin Group's plans, but the Lin Group snatched it away. This created a grudge between her and Lin Xiaoran. The woman's name was Zhao Yuyan, and the tablet in front of her was displaying his resume. Gu Yan, Lin Xiaoran's man? The woman wore a disdainful smile, as haughty as she had been back then. "I never expected the Lin family's son-in-law to come to our Zhao family looking for work. What, did the Lin family kick you out?" Zhao Yuyan's gaze swept over Gu Yan from head to toe, her eyes growing increasingly intense. With her hands on her tablet and her right hand supporting her chin, she looked at Gu Yan with a hint of amusement. "I heard that Lin Xiaoran hasn't been home much these past few years. She's not interested in you. That can't be right." Gu Yan is very handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes that seem to hold a galaxy of stars. He also has a gentle and refined temperament that makes it hard to look away. Gu Yan was almost unable to stand. This was the second time he had been startled by the intense gaze in the woman's eyes. "Mr. Zhao. If Zhao Yuyan still harbors any other thoughts about him, just like she did back then he will have no choice but to give up this job." Zhao Yuyan's expression changed. She snorted coldly, leaned back in her chair, picked up her tablet, and spoke in a cold voice. "A monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, working hours are not fixed, and I guarantee to be available whenever needed." Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Can you drive?" "Meeting. Okay, I'll also be a driver. I'll have the Lin family heiress's husband be my driver. TSK. Lin Xiaoran and I are divorced." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuyan's eyes lit up, but she quickly regained her composure. That makes sense. Otherwise, would the prestigious Lin Group allow Lin Xiaoran's husband to go out and find a job? Chapter 5, he was clearly the Lin family's husband. "Starting work today, come with me to a party later." Gu Yan was taken aback when she heard this. She wanted to say something, but her throat hurt so much that she couldn't make a sound. "I got caught in the rain last night, so I probably have a fever." "I can pay you your salary in advance this month, is that alright?" I don't know where Zhao Yuyan got the idea that he's short of money. Anyway, she was right. Gu Yan couldn't refuse, so he could only lower his head and agree. Good. The acquaintance guided him through the remaining procedures and arranged a workstation outside Zhao Yuyan's office. Not long after, Zhao Yuyan walked out of the office and tossed him the car keys. "Let's go, I'll send you the location in a bit." Gu Yan took the car keys and followed Zhao Yuyan to the parking lot. He found the car, opened the door for her, and then got into the driver's seat himself. Zhao Yuyan was on the phone with someone. She had already sent the address to Gu Yan. "It's okay to be late, I'll give you a surprise later." "What surprise? Do you remember Lin Xiaoran?" When Lin Xiaoran was found by the Lin family, it caused quite a stir in the entire capital. Lin Xiaoran, who had already achieved considerable success, naturally attracted countless people's attention with her stunning looks. With stunning good looks, the ability to build a business from scratch, and an exceptional family background. Even if you want to keep a low profile, it's very difficult. Even though Lin Xiaoran has tried her best to stay out of the public eye over the years, everyone in Kyoto knows her. The car stopped in front of a very secluded club, and Gu Yan opened the car door for Zhao Yuyan. She kept her word, and her first month's salary had already been deposited into his bank account. It's just being displayed like a monkey. Over the years, I've played the clown in Lin Xiaoran's circle for so many years. The current situation is really nothing. He followed Zhao Yuyan into the club. This club is very secluded and is one of the most upscale clubs in Kyoto. Not many people can come here. Unexpectedly, they saw two people in the lobby of the club. It was Lin Xiaoran and He Qing. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Yan's eyes. He glanced at Lin Xiao and then quickly looked away without saying a word. Lin Xiaoran didn't take the initiative to greet her. Instead, Zhao Yuyan stepped forward and said, "President Lin, what a coincidence." Lin Xiaoran had a strong aura. She remained silent with a cold face, yet it seemed to freeze the air in the hall. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yuyan smiled inexplicably and walked inside first. Turning to Gu Yan, she chuckled, "Assistant Gu, keep up. Do I have to ask you to come?" Gu Yan didn't say anything, but lowered his head slightly and quickly followed. Just as Gu Yan was about to reach the end of the corridor and turn the corner, he heard Lin Xiaoran's cold voice, "He Qing." He Qing froze, awaiting instructions. But Lin Xiaoran seemed to have only called her name once. Gu Yan slowed his pace for a moment before catching up with Zhao Yuyan again. He Qing broke out in a cold sweat, feeling an immense pressure bearing down on him. He swallowed hard. "I'll check right away. Find out how Mr. Name ended up here, and why he was following Zhao Yuyan." Back then, Zhao Yuyan mistook Mer for a minor celebrity and planned to forcibly take him away. At that time, the president was furious and forcibly seized the project that was not originally in the Lin Group's plans. Lin Xiaoran's expression did not change after a pause. She walked towards the other side of the corridor in the club. No need, let him demean himself if he wants to. Anyway, he's done such despicable things before. He Qing didn't dare to speak and hurriedly followed Lin Xiaoran's footsteps. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuyan pushed open the door to the private room and greeted the people inside. "Everyone, I've arrived, so there's no need to call me again to urge me, right?" As she spoke, Zhao Yuyan held up her phone with her right hand and waved it. The incoming call notification was still displayed on the screen. These people are all her close friends in her own circle, and their families are all in business. Although they haven't developed as well as the Zhao family in recent years, they have all established themselves in Kyoto. The group of friends had played together since childhood and had collaborated on many projects as they grew up. Isn't it because I'm eager to see what the surprise Miss Zhao was talking about is? When someone saw Gu Yan, they couldn't help but tease him. "The handsome guy our Miss Zhao brought today is quite something. I think you didn't bring any surprises, but rather came to show off to us." "Exactly, I wonder what this handsome guy does. Is he a singer or an actor? It's rare to see someone so handsome not being famous." Zhao Yuyan smiled and said, "He's not in the entertainment industry, he wouldn't even look at him." A group of women got together and talked about topics that were even more exciting than those of the men. The conversation became increasingly explicit, and their gazes lingered unabashedly on Gu Yan's body. Gu Yan lowered her head, pretending not to hear, but her earlobes still couldn't help but turn red. Zhao Yuyan seemed to remember him, and raised her chin. "Go pour Susu a glass of wine. She's been staring at you for ages. She's practically lost her soul to you." Gu Yan got up, went to Miss Su's side, and poured her a glass of wine. Miss Su's gaze gradually slid down his face, reaching towards his neck, almost touching him. Gu Yan handed over the wine glass, using it to block the restless hand. "Miss Su, this is for you." Miss Su wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, she looked at Gu Yan with great interest and then drank the wine in her glass in one gulp. Gu Yan retreated to Zhao Yuyan's side, lowered his head, and tried to make his presence less noticeable. The women seemed to have stopped paying attention to him and started talking about their recent collaborative projects. After finishing our business, we started chatting casually again. "I just saw Lin Xiaoran in the lobby. Wow, she's really beautiful. I heard she returned to the Lin family after building her fortune from scratch. Would the Lin family really want their second daughter to inherit the family business? Would the eldest daughter of the Lin family be willing to do so?" In truly wealthy families, the struggle for succession is fierce. Especially for heirs like Lin Xiaoran, who were only found after growing up. They didn't have much of a bond with others growing up. The eldest daughter of the Lin family is so gentle, with such a graceful and charming temperament, unlike Lin Xiaoran, who climbed up from the bottom. Not only is she cold, but she's also ruthless. However, I've heard that the eldest daughter of the Lin family is quite good to Lin Xiaoran, saying that she wants to make up for her sister's years of wandering. I don't know if she's sincere or just pretending. How could we possibly know what's going on in these wealthy families? They wouldn't even look at a small family like ours in Kyoto. Last time I handed her my business card, she didn't even glance at me. That's because you don't understand social etiquette. I met Lin Xiaoran at the party before. I praised Ning Chen next to her a couple of times, and she accepted my business card and even asked what industry our family's company is in. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuyan looked at Gu Yan, a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Even though he was the Lin family's husband, praising other men could actually move Lin Xiaoran. Chapter 6, Gu Yan, weren't you quite arrogant before? Gu Yan was already used to it and listened quietly. The group's discussion didn't stop. On the contrary, they became more and more enthusiastic as they talked. Lin Xiaoran is really good to Ning Chen. I heard that they almost got married back then. That's right, it seems that a man drugged Lin Xiaoran, and to protect her reputation, he made her marry into the Lin family. Hey, speaking of this person, does anyone know what he looks like? Over the years, Lin Xiaoran seems to take Ning Chen with her wherever she goes, but she's never brought her husband, has she? The group chatted more and more happily, and began to speculate about the true nature of Lin Xiaoran's relationship with her nominal husband. Did they really lock him up at home, or did they already grind him to dust and make him disappear from the face of the earth? Gu Yan's breathing became a little rapid. He couldn't help but look up and glance around, then said softly, in a society governed by the rule of law, even the Lin family must abide by the law. Upon hearing this, the group burst into laughter, their eyes filled with mockery as they looked at Gu Yan. Zhao Yuyan smiled too, but the smile was only on the surface. The Zhao family has developed very well in recent years, and they are generally more knowledgeable than these people. Gu Yan smiled apologetically and said nothing more, then got up and made an excuse to go to the restroom. Although there was a restroom in the private room, he was the only man present. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to go inside. Besides, he just wanted to go out for some fresh air. We left the private room and entered the clubhouse lobby. My head was still spinning. I took a deep breath and rubbed my face, trying to clear my head. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Lin Xiaoran standing not far in front of him. How did she end up here? Even if she needed to go to the restroom, she shouldn't have needed to go outside the private room like I did. However, this was no longer important to Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran. Gu Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it was quite clear in the sparsely populated hall. You're back from your business trip so soon, are you free tomorrow? Lin Xiaoran slightly raised her chin and looked at his face. These 2 days are the weekend, and the Civil Affairs Bureau is closed. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan seemed to understand. No wonder Lin Xiaoran, that workaholic, is here today instead of being busy with work. With your brains, you're only good enough to be a stay-at-home husband. Gu Yan showed no emotional reaction to Lin Xiaoran's sarcasm and ridicule. Then Monday, I'll call Yi Cheng. He had called Lin Xiaoran many times before, but she never answered. Before he knew it, he had gotten into the habit of calling Yi Cheng. Lin Xiaoran snorted coldly, whatever. Gu Yan didn't say anything more and turned to go back to the previous private room. But then suddenly Lin Xiaoran's voice rang out again. Isn't being a stay-at-home husband better than groveling around here serving tea and water to these lowly, insignificant people? Gu Yan, I remember you used to be quite arrogant, didn't you? Gu Yan took a deep breath. In the 3 years since her marriage, she has only been home a handful of times. So little that he even doubted whether Lin Xiaoran had gone home at all. All his former pride and ambition had long been exhausted by Lin Xiaoran. Over the past few years, he tried many methods to finally be able to give up. Giving up on Lin Xiaoran is also letting go of oneself. Turning to Lin Xiaoran, he said, I feel that this at least gives me more dignity than when I'm with you. Lin Xiaoran's face turned cold, and her already icy demeanor became even more terrifying. Anyone Anyone could see the anger deep in her eyes. She strode up to Gu Yan in her high heels, grabbed his collar, and pulled him to eye level. "What did you just say? Repeat it again." Gu Yan felt a little short of breath. He was already dizzy and then staggered as he was pulled, almost losing his balance. Lin Xiaoran clenched her fingers even tighter, as if she were an iceberg, freezing the surrounding air. Half a minute later, she slowly let go of her hand. He glanced at Gu Yan with indifferent eyes. "Then you can stay here with these lowlifes. Don't ever come back to me. It should have ended between us a long time ago." Gu Yan nodded in agreement, his expression very serious. "Don't worry, I won't come looking for you again." Even though many years ago he had promised her that no matter where she was, he would find her and never leave her. Lin Xiaoran didn't look at him again, and quickly left with the crisp sound of her high heels. Gu Yan certainly didn't think Lin Xiaoran had come to the lobby specifically to wait for him. He just thought it was a coincidence. Back in the private room, the women had finished their conversation. Zhao Yuyan got up and prepared to leave. Miss Su couldn't help but give her a wink. When Gu Yan was not around, Miss Su made no attempt to hide her interest in him. Everyone present knew exactly what his interest was. Although these people are considered to be second-generation rich, they cannot decide their own future marriages. Even though they are women, it doesn't stop them from having fun outside. It's perfectly normal to keep a few male college students as chaperones, as long as it doesn't become public. No matter what kind of man he was, whether he was a college student or a minor celebrity, none of them were as handsome as Gu Yan. If they could take it away and play with it for one night, these people would be quite tempted. Zhao Yuyan patted Gu Yan on the shoulder and said in a slightly annoyed tone, "Look how much you've made Su Su drool." Gu Yan was somewhat at a loss, unsure of what to say. However, Zhao Yuyan did not really intend for Gu Yan to go with Miss Su. "I just recruited this person, Su Su, and you're already trying to steal her. Isn't that a bit unfair?" "That's right, Su Su, you're in too much of a hurry. You should let Gu Yan finish eating before you try to take it." "Alright, Su Su, next time I find something good, I'll bring it over for you first." Upon hearing this, Miss Su smiled somewhat embarrassedly. In all their collaborations with Zhao Yuyan always took the initiative. Seeing that Zhao Yuyan seemed reluctant, he naturally dared not continue to fight for it, and thus took the opportunity offered by the others to back down. Zhao Yuyan gave Gu Yan a knowing look, and Gu Yan understood immediately, then poured another glass of wine for Miss Su. Miss Su's embarrassment vanished completely, and she gently patted Gu Yan's chest. "Assistant Gu, if you ever get tired of spending time with Yu Yan, don't forget me. I'll save you an assistant position, and the salary won't disappoint you." "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Su." After saying that, Gu Yan returned to Zhao Yuyan's back. The women joked and laughed as they left the private room. After leaving the club, she saw Lin Xiaoran, who had left earlier, standing there with several of her best friends. One is Bai Yan, a celebrity, and the other is Huang Wanqing. But no matter who it is, no one likes him. In recent years, he has never accompanied Lin Xiaoran to any banquet. He didn't want to make a fool of himself by greeting them. Bai Yan, on the other hand, saw him and frowned slightly. "Isn't this Gu Yan?" Chapter 7, a good-for-nothing who can't even keep an eye on his own woman. The group followed Bai Yan's gaze and looked over there. At this moment, Miss Su was holding Gu Yan's arm, her right hand groping up and down his arm. Anyone with eyes can see that she's taking advantage of the situation. Miss Su and her group noticed Lin Xiaoran and her friends at this moment, and their expressions changed instantly. He hurriedly jogged over. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Huang, I've heard so much about you, Mr. Lin. Do you remember me? I gave you my business card before." Sumu and the others were all eager to get involved with Lin Xiaoran, the second young lady of the Lin group. At this moment, he was bowing and scraping, wishing he could kneel down and serve them, hoping to strike up a conversation with them. Lin Xiaoran didn't look at her, but instead looked at Gu Yan, who was still standing there. Gu Yan didn't look at her, he was talking to Zhao Yuyan. Zhao Yuyan is very beautiful. Although she is not as beautiful as Lin Xiaoran, she is still a well-known beauty. At that moment, he met Lin Xiaoran's gaze with a smile on his face. Gu Yan stood to the side without saying a word, his face revealing no emotion. Gu Yan himself couldn't quite remember. I don't know when it started, but he stopped smiling. They even forgot what a smile should look like. The last time he showed a genuine smile in front of Lin Xiaoran was many years ago. Lin Xiaoran's face was icy, her throat tightened, and her gaze finally fell on Su Mu. Roll. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's face turned pale instantly. She had no idea what she had done to offend this person, and was so frightened that she dared not move. The gap between the children of the wealthy is far greater than the gap between them and ordinary people. Lin Xiaoran turned and left without looking at Gu Yan again. Su Mu stood there until Lin Xiaoran and the others had disappeared from sight, only then realizing that his back was completely soaked. It was somewhat embarrassing, but more than that, it was quite alarming. Without saying anything more to Zhao Yuyan and the others, he made an excuse and fled in a disheveled state. The others also made excuses to leave. Gu Yan opened the car door for Zhao Yuyan. After Zhao Yuyan got in, she looked Gu Yan up and down from behind, who was sitting in the driver's seat. I thought you were going to turn on me tonight. You did a good job. She was referring to what happened in the private room. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Su Mu and the others wanted to take him away. I am really short of money right now. Some of these rich kids who love to have fun have really weird ways of doing things. In the past, Gu Yan would have really turned hostile. But not now, he needs to survive. My profession can't help me much, and my health isn't very good either. If I want to make money, I have to endure all of this. He just didn't understand why Zhao Yuyan, with her status in her circle, would need to have her assistant sleep with other women. At the very least, this attitude shouldn't be the one we have today. Perhaps, in Zhao Yuyan's eyes, he was nothing more than a plaything. Su Mu's family will play a relatively important role in the company's new project. Zhao Yuyan seemed to notice Gu Yan's confusion and offered an explanation. Zhao Yuyan leaned back and gently yawned. What exactly is going on between you and Lin Xiaoran? She wasn't stupid, she could tell that Lin Xiaoran treated him differently. We're divorced. Ha, such a big thing, and there's no news about it in Kyoto. Back when I wanted you to spend a night with me, she snatched our Zhao family's new project without hesitation. Although the Zhao family isn't as big as the Lin family, they're not a small fry in Kyoto. She dares to go against the Zhao family like this, she must be under a lot of pressure. After all, she was arguing with her older sister at the time. Using the Lin family's resources without following the plan to seize their projects is not a simple matter. Gu Yan lightly pressed the accelerator, and the car moved slowly, his expression remaining unchanged. That should have nothing to do with me. Zhao Yuyan is a rich second generation, but she is definitely not stupid to become the president of a company. At least some details are still visible. The Zhao family can't compare to the Lin family. Being targeted by Lin Xiaoran once is enough. If any further friction were to occur, it would not be beneficial for the Zhao family. Moreover, Lin Xiaoran's methods were too ruthless, like a hungry wolf. If she sets her sights on them, the Zhao family will be in big trouble. He slowly closed his eyes and gave an address. Pick me up at my house at 6:30 every morning. My secretary will send you my daily schedule, and you can review it for me after you receive it. He paused for a moment, then continued, you should have known during the interview that this job involves selling your body to serve people. You don't need any professional skills, but you need to know how to serve people properly. I don't care if you suffer losses, you just need to make sure I don't lose face. Zhao Yuyan spoke very frankly. A personal assistant who is good-looking has more prestige, regardless of gender. The actual work is handled by secretaries and subordinates. He did a pretty good job today. She was very humble and kept her position upright, not letting Su Mu gain too much advantage, and thus not letting Zhao Yuyan lose face. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of Zhao Yuyan's house. You can drive this car for now, and the company will reimburse you for the fuel costs. Remember, be available whenever we call. To be honest, Zhao Yuyan is quite good at separating public and private matters. Gu Yan nodded and watched Zhao Yuyan walk into the villa before driving away. Just as they drove out of the villa area, Lin Zhe called. Gu Yan, why aren't you back yet? Is it hard to find a job? Before Gu Yan could even speak, he heard his sister-in-law Su Ting's slightly sarcastic voice coming from the other end of the phone. "Why do you care about other people's business? He's already been kicked out. I asked around at the company today, and Mr. Lin already has someone else. Your friend is really useless. He can't even keep his own woman after so many years of marriage. I didn't get a car or a house, and I even left with nothing." Lin Zai's tone instantly turned awkward. He glared at Su Ting and hurriedly said into the phone, "Don't listen to your sister-in-law's nonsense. She just had a bad day at work and is in a bad mood. Don't mind her." Gu Yan pursed her lips and said nothing. He drove up to Lin Zai's building, went upstairs, and knocked on the door. Lin Zai opened the door and saw that Gu Yan's expression was rather unpleasant. He frowned slightly and asked, "Why do you look even worse than this morning? Did you catch a cold from being caught in the rain?" Gu Yan shook his head slightly. "Brother, I'm here to get my luggage. I am planning to rent a place outside." Upon hearing this, Lin Zai was somewhat displeased. "Why rent a place? Rent is so expensive these days. Just stay with me." The company paid him a month's salary in advance today, enough for him to find a hotel to stay in tonight and then rent a place to live. Staying here with Lin Zai would cause him trouble. Gu Yan shook his head. Lin Zai wanted to persuade him again, but then he heard a loud bang of someone slamming a table behind him. "Didn't we already say that Mom is coming to stay? Where in our house can we accommodate an outsider?" 8. Chapter 8, Is the Lin family going bankrupt? Lin Zai did not have a high status in his family. Both he and Gu Yan longed to have a home because of their shared orphanage background. His face looked a little embarrassed after rubbing his hands on his pants for a while. He gently patted Gu Yan's shoulder but couldn't say anything. Gu Yan smiled, went inside, and took out his suitcase. He brought only this one suitcase when he came last night, and he packed all his things into it before leaving today. Lin Zai escorted him downstairs, his steps slow. "Gu Yan, is there really no other possibility between you and Lin Xiaoran?" Gu Yan put the suitcase into the trunk, placed his hands on the trunk, and said softly, "There's no need for that. What's wrong with my sister-in-law saying she needs to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Lin Zai's expression became even more awkward. "I've been trying to conceive for several years without success. I said I need to go to the hospital for a checkup to see if there's a problem. Su Ting hopes to have a child, preferably a daughter. I'm not young anymore, and if I can't get pregnant now, it will be too late in a few years." Lin Zai was embarrassed because the person who was being examined was not Su Ting, but him, a man. If you and Lin Xiaoran had a child, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Gu Yan pursed her lips. He and Lin Xiaoran haven't had any intimate contact for several years. She was filled with disgust for him. How could they possibly have children? Even if there is, it probably has nothing to do with him. That would be even more tragic. "I'm leaving now. You should go back and keep your sister-in-law company." As Gu Yan got into the car, she saw Lin Zai standing there waving goodbye in the rearview mirror, and suddenly felt a pang of sadness. When he and Lin Zai ran away from the orphanage together, they were both very young. They were overwhelmed by the dazzling lights and bustling nightlife of the capital city, unable to lift their heads. After so many years of hard work, Mr. O is still struggling to make ends meet. As soon as the car left the residential area, my phone rang again. It was a call from the Lin family's matriarch. "Xiaoyan, why aren't you home yet? The food is getting cold, and Xiaoran has been back for a while now." Gu Yan's body trembled, and he stepped on the brakes, pulling the car to the side of the road. The old lady of the Lin family was the person who treated him the best in the Lin family. She was the only one who didn't look down on him and was still willing to care about him. Back then, to protect Lin Xiaoran's reputation and to silence public opinion, the Lin family gave him the status of an adopted son, without officially stating that he had married into the Lin family. Only the old lady truly hoped that he and Lin Xiaoran would get married soon, and even wanted the two of them to give her a great-granddaughter as soon as possible. Moreover, the old lady is quite old and in poor health. The doctor said she cannot be subjected to any stimulation. Over the years, a doctor would come to the old house every few days to check on her health. He specially learned some health-preserving soups for this purpose, and would go to the old house to make soup whenever he had free time. Gu Yan felt a tightness in his throat and didn't know what to say for a moment. The old lady seemed to realize that something was wrong. His face darkened as he looked at Lin Xiaoran, who was sitting next to him looking at the contract. Did you and Cheyenne fight again? Can't you change your temper? If you really dare to get together with that Ning Chen like the rumors say, see how this old woman deals with you, cough cough. The old lady became agitated. Lin Xiaoran frowned slightly. There's nothing between Ning Chen and me, please don't get too excited. Hearing this, the old lady breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Gu Yan on the phone, speaking softly. Xiaoyan, when are you coming back? It rained yesterday, and the weather here is rather gloomy, so I brought you some soup. Lin Xiaoran closed the contract, muttering with an unpleasant laugh, does my family need a bowl of soup like this? Clearly, the old lady wasn't there to bring soup. Instead, they heard some rumors circulating outside and came to check on the situation. Gu Yan sighed softly, Tu found a job, I'll be back in a bit. The old lady's lips curled up slightly. Good, it's good that young people can't stay at home and want to go out and find something to do. I'll have Lin Xiaoran arrange a position for you at the company, like the kind of job that young people like these days, high pay, and low workload, weary not short of money, and you don't need to work yourself to exhaustion. Gu Yan pursed her lips, her mood sinking further. Not wanting to upset the old lady, he gave her a few perfunctory words and then coaxed her to hang up the phone. However, after hanging up the phone, the old lady tapped the coffee table in front of her forcefully with her right index and middle fingers. Tell me, what happened? What's wrong with the Lin family that makes Cheyenne need to go out and find a job? Is the Lin family going bankrupt? He just wants to find something to do, why are you making such a fuss about it? Upon hearing Lin Xiaoran's words, the old lady's breathing became rapid. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she slowly said, can't you learn from your sister and tone down your temper? Wouldn't it be better to be gentler? A hint of disdain and a cold laugh flashed deep in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. Gentle? It's all just a facade. After she was found by the Lin family, what kind of things did she go through in secret? She was just too lazy to say it. The old lady calmed down and let out a soft sigh. Forget it, you and Cheyenne should just live a good life together. I liked this child the moment I saw him. He's well behaved and sensible. You insisted on marrying him back then. Now things have turned out so ugly, and you don't even know what happened. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, but picked up the contract in her hand again and looked through it. Not long after, Gu Yan returned. Grandmother. Gu Yan changed his shoes, went to the old lady's side, and called out, voice. Before I could even sit down, everything went black, and I almost fell straight down. The old lady's expression suddenly changed, and she reached out to get up for support. But Gu Yan braced himself against the wall beside him and managed to stand up, albeit unsteadily. Grandma, too feel a little dizzy, did I scare you? Gu Yan's face looked terrible, and his head felt increasingly dizzy. Before he lost consciousness, he only heard a few sounds of the old lady arguing with Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran, how could Cheyenne have such a high fever? If anything happens to her, you'll see if I spare you. Fortunately, the old lady always had a private nurse by her side. After giving Gu Yan a brief examination, he reported back to the old lady. She just has a fever and is a little weak. She'll be fine after a few days of rest, madam, don't worry. Hearing this result, the old lady felt much more at ease. Turning around and seeing Lin Xiaoran, he angrily reached out to twist Lin Xiaoran's ear. Look at you, Cheyenne is so weak now. How have you taken care of him these past few years? 9, Chapter 9, who else could he turn to besides me? Lin Xiaoran's face darkened. He has enough to eat and wear, so he can't blame me for getting a fever. The nurse standing nearby hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but add her own comment. The gentleman is slightly malnourished. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran was first stunned, then felt a surge of anger. Ultimately, Gu Yan was also her husband, the son-in-law of the Lin family. Malnutrition? If this gets out, people will laugh their heads off. He called up the two nannies who usually took care of Gu Yan in the villa. The nannies were instantly terrified and trembled all over. Miss, it's not that we haven't taken good care of the gentleman, it's just that he often doesn't eat. The gentleman would either lock himself in his room all day, or he would cook in the kitchen, put the food on the table and stare blankly until it got cold without touching it. Lin Xiaoran crossed her arms, her face still gloomy. What kind of dishes do you usually cook? The old lady asked, frowning as she looked at the two round-faced, thick-waisted nannies in front of her. Such as steamed lobster, sea urchin tofu, These are not difficult dishes to make, but the ingredients are definitely fresh. Lin Xiaoran sneered, is it you who wants to eat it, or him, after taking care of him for so many years? Don't you know he's allergic to seafood? When the old lady asked this question, Lin Xiaoran also sensed that something was wrong. They were so angry they laughed when they heard the answer. Bao Muman was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground. Miss, we really didn't know. Seeing this, the old lady understood everything. It's simply that Gu Yan is not well received at home. The way Lin Xiaoran, the head of the family, treats him determines how the servants will treat him. But Gu Yan isn't the kind of person who likes to tattle. I endured it again and again, and that's how things have turned out. For a moment, the old lady looked at Gu Yan, who was lying to the side, her eyes filled with heartache. Lin Xiaoran clenched her fists, and her breathing became a little rapid. A chilling glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Pack your things and get out. Both nannies were transferred from the old house. They had served the old lady before. Hearing Lin Xiaoran's angry roar, the two were so frightened that they hurriedly kowtowed to the old lady. Madam, we have served the Lin family for so many years, please don't let us leave. Yes, madam, we may not have done anything outstanding, but we have certainly put in a lot of effort. Please give us another chance. The old woman looked at the two nannies who were kowtowing to her and tugging at her pants, her eyes filled with disgust. She snorted coldly, serving our master has made you malnourished, while you two are all fat and bloated. You have the nerve to lick your boots and say you've worked hard? Upon hearing the old lady's words, the two ninjas turned pale instantly and dared not say anything more. In recent years, Gu Yan has been very withdrawn at home and doesn't talk to them much. At first, the two tried to persuade Gu Yan and asked if there was anything he liked to eat, but Gu Yan would just eat a couple of bites each time. Gu Yan treated the two of them very well. But the better your attitude, the more likely you are to be looked down upon by these people. After discovering that Gu Yan was not favored by Lin Xiaoran and that Lin Xiaoran almost never came home, the two of them treated Gu Yan even less seriously. Gradually, every time we cooked, we made things that the two of us liked to eat, and the more expensive the ingredients, the better. They didn't care what Gu Yan ate. Anyway, he won't starve to death. Madam, one of the nannies tried to struggle. But she saw that the old lady's kind face was now filled with anger, and she kicked her away. Roll. The two dared not say anything more and slunk away. After the nanny left, only 4 people remained in the room. The old lady gently rubbed her temples with her right hand, seemingly trying to calm herself down. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The old lady slapped Lin Xiaoran. With a tone of utter disappointment, she scolded, look at the mess you've made. If you really don't like him anymore, hurry up and divorce Xiaoyan. He's a grown man, and he's being bullied like this by the housekeeper at home. Doesn't he suffer even more abuse outside? The old lady has seen far too much. If Gu Yan can be bullied like this at home, his situation outside must be even worse. I feel even more sorry for him. The nurse standing nearby couldn't help but lower her head, trying to make herself less noticeable. She knew the old lady liked Gu Yan, but she didn't expect her to like him to this extent. She's just a nurse, and hearing these things makes her extremely nervous. Lin Xiaoran's breath hitched when she heard this. After a moment, a hint of displeasure appeared in his eyes. Who else could he turn to besides me? But Grandma, he's been with me since he was a teenager. Grandma, if you really want him to get better, he should stay here for the time being. At that time, although Gu Yan was a year older than him, he was much thinner. Even a simple bowl of noodles is treated like a precious treasure to him. Hearing this, the old lady felt relieved. She still hoped that Gu Yan could continue to be her grandson-in-law. He sighed softly and slowly got up. I'll be staying here for now. You better behave yourself and don't cause any trouble. After saying that, he walked towards the bedroom next door. Lin Xiaoran nodded, made a phone call to the old house, and arranged for several obedient servants to come over. The nurse followed the old lady out. Lin Xiaoran also got up and walked to the master bedroom door, turned off the light, and paused just as she was about to close the door. She turned to look at him. The room was a bit dark after the lights were turned off. His eyes were closed, his face was flushed an unnatural red, and his body was trembling slightly. I don't know if it was a nightmare or something that wasn't working close. Lin Xiaoran stood there watching him for a long time. He then closed the door and sat down on the sofa in the master bedroom. Gu Yan felt as if he were being burned on a volcano. Water. Gu Yan was in a daze when he suddenly noticed a cool sensation on his lips. He swallowed unconsciously, and the burning sensation in his throat subsided considerably. The next morning, Gu Yan opened his eyes and saw the familiar ceiling, and subconsciously looked around. The surroundings are no different from when I wake up every morning these past few years. In the entire master bedroom, apart from an empty cup on the bedside table, there were only traces of himself. I glanced at the time. It was already past 6 in the morning. He hurriedly got up. He hadn't forgotten that he still had to pick up Zhao Yuyan. I hurriedly got up, washed up, changed my clothes, and went downstairs. He frowned slightly when he saw someone sitting on the sofa in the living room. Upon closer inspection, I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Grandmother? The old lady has a deep affection for the old house and rarely stays out overnight. Why didn't she go back last night? Chapter 10 is all about you, you pretty boy. The old lady was somewhat excited when she saw Gu Yan. She got up and went to Gu Yan's side, reaching out to touch his forehead. Do you know how scary you were last night? You just passed out like that, Cheyenne. You can't be so careless about your health. Come on, I've had some soup made for you, drink some first. Gu Yan felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this, but then shook his head. Grandma, I'm going to be late, I have to go to work. The old lady was somewhat displeased upon hearing this. Which company? I'll have someone notify you and ask for leave for you. Gu Yan slowly lowered her head. No need, Grandma, my boss is very good to me. I am fine now, so I don't need to ask for leave. The old lady looked at Gu Yan, her eyes filled with even more heartache. But we need to eat something first. Gu Yan had already walked to the entrance and changed his shoes. He turned to the old lady and said, Grandma, really, it's not necessary. The boss's car is still with me, I have to go pick her up. The old lady was getting a little anxious. Gu Yan was in poor health, malnourished, and had a fever. I just fainted yesterday, and I didn't eat breakfast today. What if I faint again? He turned his head and glared at Lin Xiaoran. What are you still standing there for? Lin Xiaoran frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. At this moment, Gu Yan had already walked out and closed the villa door. The old lady looked at Lin Xiaoran, who remained unmoved, and her face was filled with disappointment. Why don't you go and find out where he works? This kid hasn't worked since graduation. What if he gets bullied? He used to be so sunny and cheerful. I don't know what happened to him these past few years. He suddenly became so gloomy and withdrawn. He won't even ask for leave when he's sick. The old lady's incessant chatter annoyed Lin Xiaoran. Everyone present could see that Gu Yan was no longer as cheerful and sunny as before. He exuded a melancholy aura. Alright, Grandma, go and rest after you've finished eating. Anyone who didn't know better would think he's your real grandson. Upon hearing this, the old lady kicked her. With your temper in your mouth, who can be happy with you? No wonder Cheyenne isn't as cheerful as she used to be. Lin Xiaoran picked up her bag, got up, and walked towards the entrance without eating breakfast. Alright, it's all my fault that he got into trouble. I forced him to not eat properly. Look at everything in this house. I haven't skimped on his food, clothing, or anything else. A man, staying at home as a stay-at-home dad, can't even manage several maids. After changing her shoes, Lin Xiaoran opened the door. Grandma, eat well and remember to take your medicine. I am going to work now. Seeing that Lin Xiaoran had also left, the old lady couldn't help but rub her temples. She really needed to ask Gu Yan tonight what he was thinking, or if something had happened that she didn't know about. After getting into the car, Lin Xiaoran slowly closed her eyes. Faint dark circles were hidden under her eyes, beneath her delicate makeup. He Qing, as her assistant, knows her quite well. Even though the dark circles under her eyes were very faint, they were still noticeable. I guess he didn't sleep much last night. As the car drove towards the company, He Qing thought Lin Xiaoran was taking a short break when she heard a sound behind her. At Fontainebleau, renovate the courtyard. He doesn't like the current decor. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll fulfill any requests they have. If you can't reach me, you're in charge of keeping an eye on things. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I'll contact the renovation company to go over there in a bit. Lin Xiaoran nodded, then closed her eyes again. It was unclear whether she was resting or thinking about something. When Gu Yan arrived at Zhao Yuyan's fake door, he was already more than 10 minutes late. Zhao Yuyan, dressed in a black business suit, looked at the tardy Gu Yan and sneered, "Even if Assistant Gu has never worked, he should at least have gone to school, right? Couldn't you call if you were late? If I had any important plans this morning that were delayed, could you take responsibility for that?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, it was my fault." Zhao Yuyan was somewhat displeased. But they didn't make any further fuss over this. "Just this once, if there's a next time, you're fired. If you don't want this position, there are plenty of others who will." Gu Yan got into the car and was about to step on the gas when a sports car drove up from not far away and blocked the front of the car. A young man got out of the car, came to the driver's side, and knocked on the rear door window. "Yu Yan, who is he?" The young man pointed at Gu Yan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, his tone filled with barely concealed rage. Zhao Yuyan, on the other hand, remained calm and did not say anything. Gu Yan frowned slightly. "This young man's sports car is blocking the road." I was just about to say something. But when the young man saw that Zhao Yuyan ignored him, he took his anger out on Gu Yan. "Open the door." The man slammed his right fist into the driver's side door glass, making a dull thud. Seeing this, Gu Yan stopped trying to explain. The young man in front of me wasn't the type to listen to explanations. Turning to Zhao Yuyan, he asked softly, "President Zhao?" Reverse. A look of helplessness and annoyance appeared on Zhao Yuyan's face. This young man is the marriage prospect her family recently arranged for her. She didn't have any particular feelings for this man. But this man seemed to have already accepted his place in her life, and he kept pestering her relentlessly. Under pressure from her family, Zhao Yuyan never said anything and could only tacitly accept that this man was using her as his future husband every day. In any case, she doesn't have much say in her future marriage. Gu Yan nodded, put the car in reverse, stepped on the gas, turned around, and drove away. The young man stood there, watching the car already open. The car didn't move, but his hands were clenched into fists, and his furious expression was tinged with gloom. Gu Yan didn't ask any further questions. He was just doing his job as an assistant and had no interest in Zhao Yuyan's private affairs. After arriving at the company, I sat down at my workstation, organized some documents, and also sorted out the itinerary plan that Zhao Yuyan's secretary had sent me. His job wasn't complicated, it just required him to be on call at all times and frequently accompany Zhao Yuyan on social engagements. It wasn't until noon that Zhao Yuyan gave him a new task. Send a document to the partner company. Gu Yan didn't think much of it, this was part of his job. It was only when he went downstairs to drive to the company building of his partner that he noticed the Lin Group sign hanging on the office building next door. A bitter feeling welled up in Gu Yan's heart. Having been with Lin Xiaoran for so long, this was the first time he had ever visited the Lin Group's office building. Previously, he didn't even know where the Lin Group was located. Just as he was waiting for his business partner to send someone down to pick him up, a young man walked up to him, looked him up and down, and then suddenly flew into a rage, throwing a punch at him. "Damn it, it's you, you pretty boy." 11, Chapter 11, Fiancé kneels before mistress in public. Gu Yan was caught off guard and was punched to the ground. He got up from the ground, somewhat bewildered as he looked at the furious young man in front of him. "So you're her kept man, aren't you? How can you be so shameless? We're already engaged, and you still have the nerve to come and be a mistress." The young man was the same man Gu Yan and Zhao Yuyan had encountered that morning. They started following Zhao Yuyan's car this morning. He had already decided in his heart that Gu Yan was Zhao Yuyan's kept man. "Everyone come and see, this man is seducing a married woman, he even dared to take my wife away right in front of me, his fiancée." This area is one of Kyoto's CBDs, with a large number of office buildings. It's lunchtime now, and a lot of people have gathered around. After the young man shouted that, a large crowd of onlookers quickly gathered around. Gu Yan covered her face with her left hand and forcefully pushed away the young man who was grabbing her collar with her right hand. "I'm Mr. Zhao's assistant, not some mistress or gigolo. Please investigate thoroughly before making false accusations." But the young man was in a fit of anger and wouldn't listen to Gu Yan's explanation at all. Instead, he became even more enraged after Gu Yan fought back. He stepped forward again and started fighting with Gu Yan. More and more people gathered around. Someone who was somewhat unexpected to Gu Yan also came forward. Gu Yan, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Ning Chen looked at Gu Yan and the young man with a face full of surprise. Actually, he had already seen Gu Yan. Ning Chen saw Gu Yan in the lobby of the Lin Group's office building as soon as he arrived. He originally thought that Gu Yan had come to see Lin Xiaoran. But when he saw Gu Yan standing outside the door without making a move, the corners of his mouth curved up. He could come and go freely in the Lin Group's office building. Gu Yan most likely doesn't have the right to go upstairs to find Lin Xiaoran directly. He even considered whether he should come over and say hello. And that's what led to this dramatic scene. Many of the Lin Group employees around greeted Ning Chen upon seeing him. Mernang. Mernang, do you know this person? I know him, but we're not close. Ning Chen still had a smile on his face. To others, it appears as a gentle smile. But Gu Yan could see the hint of mockery hidden in his expression. Ha, these are your friends, right? What, you think you're so great just because you have more people? The young man yelled at Ning Chen. I bet you're both kept men, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's face darkened, and his expression became extremely unpleasant. Several employees of the Lin Group nearby hurriedly began to reprimand them. How dare you speak like that? Mernang isn't the kind of person who would be shameless. Exactly, don't compare everyone to Mernang. Mernang is a good friend of our CEO Lin, how could he do such a despicable thing? The young man calmed down slightly when he heard the name General Manager Lin. The Lin Group has such a great reputation that he naturally cannot afford to offend them. But she still gritted her teeth and said, since you have nothing to do with this shameless slut, then get out of the way. After saying that, he turned to look at Gu Yan and said in a deep voice, you just want money, right? I'll give you money, I'll give you money. After saying that, he took out a wad of cash from his wallet and threw it at Gu Yan's face. The banknotes were flying through the air when Gu Yan suddenly felt everything go black. Although he has received many such insults over the years. But this is the first time it has happened in such a public place. He took a deep breath, turned around, and prepared to leave. There's no point in talking to this unreasonable, completely irrational madman. Continuing to argue about this will not do you any good. But when the young man saw that Gu Yan completely ignored him, he seemed to have a mental breakdown. She stepped forward and grabbed Gu Yan's arm, knelt on one knee, lowered her head, and cried out in a sobbing voice, I beg you, I really love you Yan, can you leave her? Please don't interfere in our relationship anymore. I beg you, I'll find a way to get you whatever money you need. In an instant, the surrounding air became silent. The fiancé knelt down in public before his mistress, offering her money and begging her to leave. This scene is truly shocking. As more and more people gathered around, Gu Yan caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Lin Xiaoran appeared in the crowd without anyone noticing. Ning Chen also joined in, smiling broadly as she spoke to her about these things. Gu Yan pursed her lips, forcefully broke free from the young man's grasp, and wanted to leave. Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen stood in the crowd, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. He himself became the focus of this joke, ridiculed and watched by everyone. You forced me to do this. When the young man saw that Gu Yan was ignoring him, he lost his temper once again. He rushed forward and smashed his phone against the back of Gu Yan's head. After the excruciating pain, Gu Yan felt a sudden darkness before her eyes and collapsed to the ground. He was already in poor health, and with such a heavy blow, he simply couldn't withstand it. In a daze, he seemed to see a figure running towards him from among the terrified crowd around him. He didn't think much of it, assuming he was just hallucinating. Here, who would care whether he lives or dies? When he woke up again, he was in the hospital. Looking around, the person guarding the hospital bed was Zhao Yuyan. Her face looked terrible. I never expected this to happen this time. Ive dragged you into this. Zhao Yuyan sighed deeply, looking somewhat tired. I have no feelings for him, we weren't even engaged, it was just an idea between our elders who knew he'd become so fixated on it, acting like my fiancé every day is like a leech, sticking to me like glue, making a scene whenever he sees me with another man. I've already told my elders I don't agree to the engagement. If it weren't for the good relationship and collaboration between our families, I'd kick him into the sea. Gu Yan understood. No wonder Zhao Yuyan could tolerate this man's personality. It turns out it was because of the pressure from her family. Mr. Zhao, did you bring me to the hospital? Zhao Yuyan shook her head, somewhat confused. The police notified me to come here. I guess a passerby called the police. Gu Yan nodded thoughtfully. While he was unconscious, he seemed to have seen Lin Xiaoran's face. I am really obsessed. How could she possibly appear in front of him? He'd probably be trying to avoid her at all costs. Even though he no longer loved her, he was still thinking about her before he fell into a coma, which he found somewhat ridiculous. 12, Chapter 12. As his wife, you don't care at all? I've already paid the medical expenses. I had the finance department transfer 100,000 yuan to you as compensation. Please don't pursue this matter any further, okay? For Zhao Yuyan, this incident was more than just embarrassing Gu Yan in public. If this blows up, it won't be a good thing for her or the Zhao family. Gu Yan nodded in agreement. One reason is that he was short of money, and another is that he wasn't a very calculating person. It's just a matter of losing face, he's gotten used to it over the years. Seeing that Gu Yan had agreed, Zhao Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, he's still in the police station. I'll teach him a lesson. I won't let him bother you again. As for the police, I understand, Mr. Zhao. Okay, then you get some rest. I am going back to the company now. Zhao Yuyan got up and left. Gu Yan stared at the ceiling for a while, lost in thought. He reached up and touched the gauze on the back of his head. It wasn't a serious injury, and he actually thought the compensation of 100,000 yuan was pretty good. Not long after, the nurse called him to be discharged from the hospital. All he needs to do next is keep the wound dry and rest at home. With his bank card in his hand, Gu Yan walked out of the hospital. I looked up and saw that it was already dark. It's too late to find a rental agency today. Just as he took out his phone to book a hotel nearby, a car pulled up in front of him and slowly stopped. Gu Yan? Gu Yan looked up and was somewhat surprised when he saw who it was. Sister Xiaoye? The person who came was Lin Xiaoran's older sister, Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye got out of the car and walked up to Gu Yan, looking at the bandage wrapped around Gu Yan's head. Her delicate brows furrowed and her eyes were full of heartache. She tiptoed to try and touch him, but Gu Yan instinctively dodged away. How did it get like this? Where's Lin Xiaoran? Didn't she come to keep you company? Lin Xiaoye is a very gentle person, and she treats Gu Yan quite well. Normally, Gu Yan trusted her quite a bit at the Lin family home. Gu Yan pursed his lips and looked away from Lin Xiaoye. Sister Xiaoye, I'm getting a divorce from her. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed in Lin Xiaoye's eyes. He paused for a moment, then turned and opened the car door, saying, "Let's talk in the car first, you." At this point, Lin Xiaoye glanced at Gu Yan again and then asked, "So where do you live now?" Gu Yan got into the car, sat in the back seat, looked out the window and said softly, "I want to rent a place first. I just found a job, so it will be more convenient to rent a place." "Where? I have a few vacant houses here. They're just sitting empty anyway, so you can choose one to stay in." "Thank you, but you don't need to, Sister Xiaoye." "Why are you being so polite with me, sister? I have too many houses to live in, all of them. Rather than leaving them empty, you might as well stay and help me look after them." Lin Xiaoye's house didn't need anyone to guard it, but after hearing this, Gu Yan couldn't refuse anymore. Otherwise, it would be too pretentious. Gu Yan felt a surge of warmth in her heart and nodded, "Mm." Lin Xiaoye sighed softly as she looked at Gu Yan's reddened eyes. He reached out and gently touched the gauze on his head, then took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead. However, no one noticed that a car was parked under the shade of a tree not far away. "Let's go, I'll take you there first." After saying that, Lin Xiaoye told the driver to start the car. Gu Yan was a little tired. Although she was physically fine, she was still very weak. "I leaned my head back and fell asleep without realizing realizing it. He didn't wake up until some time later. I was wrapped in a blanket, and the soft sound of pages being turned could be heard. Slowly opening his eyes, Gu Yan was slightly taken aback after seeing the surroundings outside the car. He knew about this villa area, it happened to be near his workplace. It's only a 5-minute drive away. But it seems he hasn't told Lin Xiaoye where he works now? Is it a coincidence? Did Lin Xiaoran tell her? Thinking about this, Gu Yan secretly found it laughable. How could Lin Xiaoran possibly know where he works? It would be quite easy for Lin Xiaoran to investigate this kind of thing. But how could she possibly want to investigate things related to herself? Awake? Lin Xiaoye's gentle voice rang out. Gu Yan hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoye, I accidentally fell asleep. Lin Xiaoye gently shook her head. It's nothing, you're still a patient and need to rest more, but Grandma called you a few times just now, and I didn't answer. Remember to call her back. By the way, this is the access card, it has the room number on it. I've already spoken to the housekeeper. The password is your birthday. If you need anything, just contact the housekeeper. This place isn't very big. If you're not staying here, I'll have someone dispose of it. Hearing these words, Gu Yan felt even warmer inside. He knew a bit about this villa area. They were all small villas, more like townhouses than villas. Indeed, no one in the Lin family would live in a house like this. He nodded and got out of the car. I subconsciously looked around and suddenly felt that there was a car that looked familiar about 100 meters away, as if I had seen it somewhere before. He sighed softly, not thinking much of it. After entering the residential area and finding the house number, I entered the password to enter the villa. Back when he was adopted as a godson by the Lin family, only the old lady treated him the best. Next is Lin Xiaoye. She truly treated him like a younger brother. There were several sets of clothes on the living room sofa, and Gu Yan went over to take a look with some curiosity. I received a message as soon as I got there. I've prepared a few sets of clothes for you, and I've also had someone prepare all your daily necessities. None of them are anything expensive. Gu Yanrao, after looking around the house, I found that it was fully equipped with pots, pans, and even the seasonings commonly used for cooking. Gu Yan's gratitude towards Lin Xiaoye deepened even further. Sister Xiaoye, thank you, I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Gu Yan didn't know how to thank the other party, but he just wanted to express his gratitude. After seeing the message, Lin Xiaoye, who was in the car, turned cold and indifferent. She gave a sneer and tapped lightly on the car window with her finger. The driver drove away, and when he passed the luxury car that had been parked not far away, he accelerated again. When Lin Xiaoran returned to the villa, the old lady hurriedly came from the living room to the entrance hall. Upon seeing that Lin Xiaoran was alone, he immediately became anxious. Where's Xiaoyan? Why isn't he with you? He's not answering my calls. What's wrong with him? Lin Xiaoran exuded a cold aura at this moment, and threw her coat to the maid beside her. He won't die. Can't you speak properly? He's sick and weak right now. As his wife, don't you care at all? 13, Chapter 13. How do you know he doesn't have a home outside? Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything more. The old lady was furious when she saw her like this. Lin Xiaoran, you were the one who told me you would be good to Xiaoyan for the rest of your life. Tell me the truth, do you really not love Xiaoyan anymore? Alright, Grandma, that's all in the past. You should get some rest. After saying that, Lin Xiaoran went straight upstairs. The old lady was furious seeing Lin Xiaoran walking upstairs. She stepped forward and held onto the handrail. He doesn't have many friends in the capital. Where else could he go so late if he doesn't go home? Lin Xiaoran stopped in her tracks, her voice slightly hoarse. How do you know he doesn't have another home? The old lady was stunned. She didn't quite understand what Lin Xiaoran meant by those words. Don't worry about so much, just go back to the old house and rest. The old lady climbed the stairs, grabbed Lin Xiaoran's wrist, and said, You explain to this old woman clearly what exactly happened. A dark glint flashed deep in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. He wants a divorce. How could that be? Xiaoyan loves you so much. How could she want a divorce? Don't be ridiculous, I'm not kidding. The old lady didn't believe it. She had witnessed Gu Yan's feelings for Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran gave a cold laugh. That's just the way it is. Seeing Lin Xiaoran's attitude, the old lady's heart skipped a beat. She also knows her granddaughter Lin Xiaoran very well. Given her current attitude, this matter is probably not false. So Hat, do you think? He's mine. Before she finished speaking, the old lady understood what she meant. She felt a bit exhausted. You two forget it, this old woman isn't going to care anymore anyway. I'm not expecting to hold my great-grandson Yusai. Lin Xiaoran gently released the old lady's hand. Anyway, if he asks you for help, just ignore it. The old lady has passed away. Lin Xiaoran didn't stay at home for long either. In recent years, she hasn't actually come back much. I walked out of the villa and got into the car. Mr. Lin, what about tonight's meeting? Assistant He Qing asked, somewhat puzzled. There should be a multinational conference tonight. Lin Xiaoran went home specifically for a meeting. Let's cancel it. Okay, Mr. Lin. He Cheng nodded in agreement. I felt it was probably because of my husband's situation. Otherwise, why would this boss, who always prioritizes his career, postpone the meeting? We drove to the clubhouse. Lin Xiaoran entered the private room. The private room was filled with her friends from her circle, and they all had good relationships. Bai Yan stepped forward with a glass of red wine. Xiaoran, I heard that Gu Yan went to be Miss Zhao's mistress. I heard that he was beaten up by Zhao Yuyan's fiancé outside the Lin Group building and ended up in the hospital? Really, is Gu Yan addicted to being a mistress? He's already successfully risen to power, how can he still be dissatisfied? Can the Zhao family compare to the Lin family? Tisk tsk. The group joked around, feeling they had a good relationship with Lin Xiaoran, and didn't take it too seriously. Lin Xiaoran's expression grew increasingly cold. How did you know? She had already ordered someone to suppress this matter. Seeing this, Ningchen quickly spoke up, I just said it casually, Bai Yan, don't make things up. Gu Yan must have been misunderstood, he's not that kind of person. By the way, Xiaoran, did you go to the hospital? Is it serious? He was bleeding, it was quite scary. Although he said that, he had already admitted that Gu Yan had been beaten in public and sent to the hospital. Hearing Ning Chen's concern for Gu Yan, some people present sighed. Brother Chen, you have such a good temper. If I were you, I would have found a way to cripple him long ago, yet you still care about him so much. Ning Chen did not reply, but continued to look at Lin Xiaoran. Is he alright? Have no idea. Ning Chen couldn't help but smile slightly, but quickly suppressed it again. You should still make time to go and see him. After all, your husband and wife, you can't just ignore him. You really want me to go? As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a burst of laughter from the audience. Alright, stop making a fuss. Ning Chen waved his hand at the crowd. However, he couldn't quite suppress the smile on his lips. He didn't know what had happened between Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan. But he knew that now was his chance. The Lin Xiaoran who once had nothing but Gu Yan in her heart is no longer the same. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything more, she just sat there quietly. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Bai Yan reached out and clinked glasses with her. So, should I congratulate you? Are you getting a divorce? Lin Xiaoran seemed a little out of sorts. She took a small sip of red wine and then closed her eyes. Yeah, I think so. Bai Yan pouted, her tone slightly displeased. It should have been done a long time ago. If it weren't for him, you and Ning Chen would have been married long ago. It's been years, and Ning Chen is still waiting for you, never abandoning you if you don't do something. You're really not human. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran opened her eyes and tightened her grip on the wineglass slightly with her right hand. Ning Chen quickly said, don't say that, it makes me sound like a Mr. Xiaoran and Gu Yan are husband and wife in name only. Seeing his attitude, the others hurriedly began to persuade him. Brother Chen, people might not believe you just because you say that. When Gu Yan first met you, he even wanted to beat you up. Exactly, Brother Chen, you're just too gentle. If you hadn't held him back, I would have beaten him up long ago. Hey, I can understand people with heart conditions see everything as dirty. Some people are used to being mistresses themselves, so they think everyone wants to be a mistress. You can't say that Brother Chen isn't a mistress. He and Xiaoran were originally a couple. He's the victim. Lin Shou, however, his body was trembling slightly, and his expression was somewhat unpleasant. Ning Chen sat down beside him and asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell? Should I take you home first?" "I'm fine." Lin Xiaoran's gaze remained fixed ahead. His complexion was still not good, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Then suddenly a figure pushed open the door to the private room and walked in. "Excuse me, I went to the wrong place." The person who came in was Lin Xiaoye, and she seemed a little surprised when she saw Lin Xiaoran. On the surface, the two sisters, Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoye, have a good relationship. Lin Xiaoran's friends all know her. When they saw her, they all greeted her. "Sister Xiaoye, you're back? Sister Xiaoye, sit down and play for a while." "No need, I still have to meet with clients. You guys have fun." Lin Xiaoye's voice was gentle, and she always had a warm smile on her face. She was also very beautiful. Few people would dislike her. "Hey, Sister Xiaoye, your coat." The coat Lin Xiaoye was wearing was a men's style. It was obvious at a glance. "Really?" asked Sister Xiaoye, "are you in a relationship?" "This isn't a meeting with a client, it's a meeting with her boyfriend." The crowd instantly became excited and started gossiping. Chapter 14 Gu Yan, he is not worthy. Sister Xiaoye seems to have never been in a relationship all these years, right? Which man has such great charm? That's right, Xiaoran has been married for 3 years, and I've never heard anything about Sister Xiaoye. Sister Xiaoye, when can you bring her out so we can meet her? Lin Xiaoye stood there, smiling with her lips pursed, seemingly with a hint of shyness. No rush, isn't available right now, there will be other opportunities. Upon hearing this, everyone present became excited. Lin Xiaoye, who has never been involved in any scandals, has now personally admitted to her relationship. This is undoubtedly big news for people in Kyoto. Lin Xiaoran sat there without saying a word, looking somewhat out of place. Lin Xiaoye made an excuse and left first. But those present couldn't help but continue gossiping. Sister Xiaoye has high standards. What kind of man could win her heart? Why can't that person come out? It can't be that they're married, can it? How could that be? But with Sister Xiaoye's personality, even if that person gets married, she can still insist on waiting for him to get a divorce. I heard that Sister Xiaoye was saved by a little boy back then, and it seemed to cause quite a stir, with people insisting on finding him. Could it be the same person? As the group was chatting happily, Lin Xiaoran suddenly stood up. This sudden action startled everyone around. The scene immediately fell silent. Lin Xiaoran stood there, feeling slightly dizzy and unsteady on her feet. Seeing this, Ning Chen also hurriedly got up. "Xiaoran, are you feeling unwell? You haven't looked well since I first saw you today." Lin Xiaoran didn't reply, but steadied herself. People around them also became concerned. "Xiaoran, why do you look so pale? Are you sick? Why don't you go to the hospital to get it checked out? Your complexion looks rather frightening." "Exactly, there's no time when you can't drink alcohol. Your health is more important." Ning Chen had already picked up his coat and was about to put it on Lin Xiaoran. "Xiaoran, I'll take you to the hospital to get checked out." "No need, I'm leaving now." Lin Xiaoran reached out and brushed Ning Chen's coat aside, then walked out of the private room. Seeing Lin Xiaoran like this, Ning Chen gritted his teeth and chased after her with some reluctance. Bai Yan, on the other hand, sat there, shaking her head thoughtfully. She always felt that Lin Xiaoran was unwell. It seems that such a large emotional fluctuation is only because of Lin Xiaoye. Only. Aren't these two supposed to have a good relationship? Ning Chen chased after him all the way outside the club, his voice a little hoarse. "Xiaoran, what's wrong with you? Shall I take you to the hospital? You can't tough it out if you're not feeling well." Lin Xiaoran shook her head. "I told you, I'm fine." Ning Chen seemed to suddenly remember something, and a look of understanding flashed across his face. You have some kind of conflict with Sister Xiaoye again?" He knew more about the relationship between Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoye than the people in the club earlier. He met Lin Xiaoran when she had not yet returned to the Lin family and was working hard on her career on her own. At that time, Lin Xiaoran was facing a great test. If you succeed, you will become famous in Kyoto. She failed, and her rags to riches story became a joke. Lin Xiaoran made a lot of efforts in order to secure that contract. Just when success was within reach, Lin Xiaoye appeared. The collaboration, which was just one step away from completion, was cancelled. Ning Chen felt that Lin Xiaoye was targeting Lin Xiaoran. Because that contract was something that the Lin family and Lin Xiaoye wouldn't even consider. Perhaps Lin Xiaoye already knew Lin Xiaoran's identity. She was the most favored heir of the Lin family. If a younger sister who started from scratch were to return, her position would definitely be threatened. Of course, Ning Chen only figured these things out later. Fortunately, he said a few good words for Lin Xiaoran at the time, and the Ning family did have some influence in Kyoto. That business also happened to be in the industry that the Ning family had been deeply involved in for many years. In addition, there were rumors at the time that the Ning family and the Lin family might be united by marriage. The other party gave him face and reached a cooperation agreement with Lin Xiaoran. He helped her a lot. He fell in love with her at first sight, seeing her as a woman who never gives up. At that time, Lin Xiaoran only felt grateful to him, and later she helped him a lot. However, Ning Chen didn't want it to end there. He stepped forward, grabbed Lin Xiaoran's wrist, and his eyes reddened slightly. Xiaoran, many people think Lin Xiaoye is a good person, but I know that her gentleness is all an act. Has she done something against you behind your back again? Lin Xiaoran reached out to try to pry Ning Chen's hand open. Let go, I have to go. But Ning Chen shook his head violently. Xiaoran, I won't let go. I don't care what others think, I will only trust you. I know you've had a tough time all these years, but you can look back. I'm right behind you. I can be your support at least. I can give you a break, so you don't have to carry this burden all by yourself. Gu Yan, a person like him, has no idea how many hardships Lin Xiaoran has gone through, how much suffering she has endured, and how much pressure she has borne over the years. He has no way of helping Lin Xiaoran share the burden. All he knows is how to enjoy his current affluent life. He doesn't deserve it. That's why the two of them have become like this. Lin Xiaoran stood there without speaking. After taking a deep breath, she used her left hand to forcefully pull Ning Chen's hand away from hers, pry open the right wrist. He then got into the car without looking back. Ning Chen stood there, watching Lin Xiaoran get into the car and drive away, and couldn't help but murmur softly. Xiaoran. In the corner, a figure watched Ning Chen's back and snorted coldly, but did not reveal himself. In the departing car, Lin Xiaoran frowned, closed her eyes, and her face remained deathly pale. He Qing called out softly a few times but received no response. He quickly stopped the car and checked it out. I have a fever. He Qing's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly drove Lin Xiaoran to the hospital. Halfway through the drive, after thinking it over, I decided to take it upon myself to call Gu Yan. Sir, Mr. Lin has a high fever. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's previously dazed mind instantly snapped awake. He sat up and instinctively wanted to go out. Over the years, whenever there is news related to Lin Xiaoran, he always rushes over immediately. But he was never the first to know the news. Naturally, he wouldn't be the first person to arrive. In the end, they either get ridiculed for being delusional or become a laughingstock. After it happened so many times, he got used to it. He slowly lay back down, but his tone became much colder, and there was no longer any trace of anxiety in his voice. If you have a fever, go to the hospital. What's the use of telling me? 15, Chapter 15, could it be that Gu Yan is incompetent? He Qing was driving when she stared blankly at the phone that had already been hung up. I subconsciously glanced back through the rearview mirror. But then they saw that Lin Xiaoran, who had just been unconscious, had opened her eyes. He looked at her with icy eyes. Suddenly, He Qing couldn't help but shiver. Who told you to call him? He probably wishes I'd die out there so he could be with his new lover, right? He Qing swallowed hard, not daring to say anything more. Unconsciously, she stepped on the gas pedal and sped towards the hospital. Lin Xiaoran closed her eyes outside the car window. The lights of the tall buildings flickered across her face, making her already pale complexion appear even more gloomy and uncertain. Go home. Mr. Lin, you have a high fever. Go home. Having no other choice, He Qing turned around and headed back to the villa. I had only turned around a few minutes ago when I received a phone call. After returning to the old house, the old lady suddenly felt like making soup. But she ended up getting burned. The person has arrived at the hospital, tell him to go there as soon as possible. Lin Xiaoran didn't delay and immediately had Yi Qing turn around and drive to the hospital. The Lin family owns several high-end private hospitals, and they usually take their family members there when someone is injured or sick. After receiving the call, Gu Yan hurriedly changed his clothes and rushed over. Lin Xiaoran is not worried about having no one to take care of her when she is sick. Although the old lady was injured and wouldn't lack caregivers, Gu Yan was still worried. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw Lin Xiaoran appear at the hospital entrance. Gu Yan paused in his steps. Then, pretending not to see her, he quickly walked past Lin Xiaoran and ran into the hospital. Lin Xiaoran looked at Gu Yan's figure as if she had seen something dirty and avoided him. I felt increasingly agitated. She was already feeling a little dizzy, and now her breathing became even more rapid. Gu Yan quickly found the old lady's ward. I pushed open the door and went inside. The old lady's expression was not very pleasant. Getting burned is not a big deal. I was mainly a little frightened. Lying on the bed, he said to the Lin family members around him, "It's alright, I'm fine, I just haven't cooked in a while and I'm a little rusty, so I burned myself, it's nothing serious, you guys can go back now." Wang Lin is Lin Xiaoran's mother and the old lady's daughter-in-law. She is sitting by the hospital bed, gently supporting the old lady's hand. "Mom, from now on, let the servants do the soup making, this almost scared me to death." The old lady gently shook her head, and her gaze happened to fall on Gu Yan standing outside the door, and her eyes lit up immediately. "Xiaoyan, what brings you here? You're still sick, who called you? Come here to your old woman." Gu Yan was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it someone else who called her? He felt a little uncomfortable in the ward filled with members of the Lin family. But I still went into the ward. The moment Wang Lin saw him, her face immediately darkened. A hint of schadenfreude appeared on the faces of those around them. Everyone knows that Wang Lin doesn't like Gu Yan. It was originally Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen's engagement banquet. However, because of Gu Yan, Lin Xiaoran was forced to marry him. For the past few years, Gu Yan has stayed in the villa and has been very obedient, rarely going out. He would not appear in front of the Lin family unless requested by the old lady. No one will actively seek him out. In the few years since their marriage, Gu Yan had only met his nominal mother-in-law a few times. The other party never gave me a friendly look. Wang Lin stood up, her expression somewhat stiff. "Mom, you should get some rest. It's best to avoid seeing irrelevant people. Maybe some people are just too much of a jinx, that's why." The old lady naturally knew what she meant by those words, and immediately turned pale with anger. Clutching her chest, breathing rapidly, she cried out, "All of you, get out, Xiaoyan is enough for me here." Seeing that the old lady had lost her temper, the people in the ward had no choice but to leave. Gu Yan stood there until everyone else in the ward had left before walking to the bedside. He lifted the old lady's injured hand and examined it carefully. "Grandma, are you alright? If you want some soup, just let me know. Don't you love my soup?" Ignoring her own hand injury, the old lady grabbed Gu Yan's hand with her own. He let out a long sigh. "It's so late, I hope I didn't disturb your rest, you're still feeling weak." It's already past midnight, and Gu Yan's current physical condition means he needs more rest. "No. Xiaoyan, if you're not going home, where are you staying now? Hotels aren't safe or clean, why don't you go home?" Gu Yan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but choked up for a moment. After a long silence, she slowly said, "Sister Xiaoya has an apartment outside, and she lent it to me temporarily. It's not far from where I work. She said she doesn't live there herself, and it's just sitting empty, so she lent it to me for now." The old lady breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but her expression remained unpleasant. "Xiaoya is more considerate than some people." Gu Yan did not respond, but simply lowered his head slightly. After exchanging a few words with the old lady, Gu Yan prepared to get up. The old lady is getting on in years and naturally goes to bed early. I got injured again today and was frightened, so I'm even weaker now and have been yawning several times. Grandma, I'll stay here with you tonight. You should get some rest. I'll go get you a glass of hot water. No need, there are caregivers here, and the maids at home are here too. Xiaoyan, you need to rest more, don't ruin your health by staying with this old woman. The old lady gently touched the back of Gu Yan's hand and then said, if you have the chance, have a child with Xiaoran. This child is a bit unruly now. He might only become more sensible and restrained after becoming a mother. Gu Yan gave a few perfunctory words and left. He walked towards the elevator, looking bewildered, his steps slow. Before we even reached the elevator, we heard my mother-in-law Wang Lin's voice. You've been married for years, how come you haven't even given me a grandchild? I can understand your older sister giving me the runaround every day, but you're a married man, how come you can't even have a child? Wang Lin pointed at Lin Xiaoran, who was leaning against the wall, and said with a hint of disappointment. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. She exclaimed in surprise, could it be that Gu Yan is impotent? Lin Xiaoran immediately frowned, opened her mouth as if to say something, but then closed it again. If he's no good, you should hurry up and get a divorce anyway. I don't think you like him. That kid from the Ning family is quite nice, I find him pleasing to the eye. Why don't you just have a child with Ning Chen? Don't think I don't know, he's been waiting for you all these years. You can't let this child suffer. Seeing that Lin Xiaoran remained silent for a long time, Wang Lin's expression also became helpless. She understands her youngest daughter the least. What exactly do you think of Ning Chen? Don't keep him waiting for you like this. You and your older sister are really something. One of you won't date a man, and the other has a man but won't have children. My heart is always hanging in suspense like this. If we don't have a child soon, I won't be able to put my mind at ease. Lin Xiaoran glanced past Wang Lin and looked out the window not far away. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke up and said, okay. 16, Chapter 16 is like a prisoner who has been locked up. Lin Xiaoran responded and looked at the moonlight outside the window. It's getting late, you should go back and rest early. When Wang Lin heard Lin Xiaoran say okay, her eyes lit up. You promised me deal with Gu Yan as soon as possible, and don't make Ning Chen suffer any more. After all, we've still lost some money to them. Wang Lin left satisfied. Gu Yan stood motionless at the corner of the corridor. He was depressed and his face turned pale. He had considered having a child with Lin Xiaoran before. He also fantasized that if they had a child, Lin Xiaoran might change her mind. It's not just women who fantasize about winning back a man's heart by having a child. Men sometimes think like that too. But Lin Xiaoran was unwilling. She always put on an aloof attitude, her eyes filled with cold rejection towards him. But now, when Wang Lin asked her to have a child with Ning Chen, she agreed without hesitation. Gu Yan turned and walked towards the other side of the corridor. He didn't want to have any more arguments with Lin Xiaoran. He has lost his dignity many times already, and he doesn't want to lose it again. Arriving at the bathroom, Gu Yan looked up at his pale face in the mirror and forced a smile. Instead of a smile, he seemed unsteady on his feet, almost unable to stand. Bite. When his phone rang, Gu Yan knew without guessing who had sent him the message. Ning Chen. Only he would send me a message at this time. Gu Yan, are you feeling better? Are you badly injured? Seeing Ning Chen's message of concern for him, Gu Yan felt even more annoyed. Ning Chen would always send some insincere greetings. But her purpose was just to show off to him. Because Ning Chen would post a message on her WeChat moments after each message. It must contain information related to Lin Xiaoran. It's less of a relationship and more of a provocation. Opening Ning Chen's WeChat moments, sure enough, a photo appeared. A person's back view, with Ning Chen's coat draped over their shoulders. Gu Yan was all too familiar with that figure from behind. It belongs to Lin Xiaoran. It was the back view of the woman he once deeply loved. He would never admit his mistake. In recent years, Ning Chen has frequently posted on her WeChat moments, and all of the content is related to Lin Xiaoran. Gu Yan never missed a single one. Because Ning Chen would always find a way to remind him to see these posts on his WeChat moments. Gu Yan, Lin Xiaoran's nominal husband, could only find out what she had been up to recently through Ning Chen's WeChat moments. The two celebrated winning a new project together, climbed the world's highest mountain together, went to Northern Europe to see the Northern Lights, and enjoyed a unique fireworks show on a private cruise ship. Together, the two witnessed all the beauty in the world. Gu Yan was the only one who stayed in the villa. Like a prisoner who has been locked up. They dared not overstep their bounds, for fear of violating a cage that did not actually exist. But Ning Chen's words were always very polite and full of concern. Sincerity is evident in the words. You couldn't see the sarcasm and mockery on his face when he sent the message. During the period when he was most emotionally devastated, Ning Chen used this method to drive him crazy. Then, screenshots of his insults and retorts to Ning Chen appeared in the chat group of all of Lin Xiaoran's friends. Over time, his image in the minds of Lin Xiaoran's friends naturally became what it is now. Ning Chen was driving him crazy, then sitting there quietly, mocking his madness. Ning Chen's methods were very effective. Over the years, Gu Chen has suffered greatly. I turned off my phone and ignored the message. Lin Xiaoran changed elevators, went downstairs, and walked out of the hospital. A car was parked there. Gu Yan recognized him at a glance. That's Lin Xiaoran's car. The car window rolled down, revealing Lin Xiaoran's stunningly beautiful face. Get in the car. Gu Yan ignored the car and continued walking out. You can't get a taxi outside the hospital. However, before he could take 2 steps, the car door was opened. His wrist was grabbed from behind, and he was pulled backward. Forced to turn around, a hand grabbed his collar again. Gu Yan subconsciously looked at Lin Xiaoran's face. Her stunningly beautiful face now had an unnatural flush. A few drops of cold sweat were clearly visible on his forehead. Gu Yan hadn't seen Lin Xiaoran so vulnerable in a long time. It seems that the fever is still not gone. Gently pry her hands off her collar. However, Lin Xiaoran was quite strong, and Gu Yan failed to succeed without wanting to hurt her. This only further agitated Lin Xiaoran's emotions. With his other hand, he pressed directly onto Gu Yan's hand and forcefully bent his fingers upwards. A familiar fear, so intense it made him tremble, surged into his heart. Ever since that incident, he has been terrified of the feeling of having his fingers forcefully pried open. I'm afraid I won't be able to stand properly when we get to the station. He was about to collapse to the ground when Lin Xiaoran reached out her other hand and caught him. Lin Xiaoran was also aware of Gu Yan's weaknesses. She quickly let go of his fingers and helped him into the car. But Gu Yan's fear did not dissipate. She stumbled back 2 steps, her face deathly pale, and cried out, Don't touch me. Lin Xiaoran's already fluctuating emotions immediately darkened again. Gu Yan, how long are you going to keep this up? Gu Yan didn't say anything more. His body trembled more and more uncontrollably. He could only feel all his strength dissipating. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. That injury meant he was afraid to touch the piano again. Even more, I am terrified of having my fingers touched, especially when someone forcefully pulls them upwards. His fingers were almost completely ruined. That was what he was most proud of. Lin Xiaoran called to Yi Cheng and helped him into the car. You let me go. Gu Yan's voice trembled slightly. Lin Xiaoran closed the car door, took a deep breath, and then stopped talking to him. Since they got married, they have been arguing every time they meet. Eventually, Lin Xiaoran simply stopped going home altogether. Gu Yan then realized that the most tragic thing was that they didn't even have the chance to argue anymore. Gu Yan's hands were still trembling, and he kept taking deep breaths, trying to regain some strength. Lin Xiaoran, however, recovered first and said to Yi Cheng, Drive. Yi Cheng immediately stepped on the gas. The car was quiet. Gu Yan slowly closed his eyes, trying to forget the fear he had just felt. He was unaware that Lin Xiaoran's gaze was fixed on him at that very moment. In recent years, the two have seen each other far too infrequently. She has just returned to the Lin family and has so much to do. Business trips are a regular occurrence. I spend more time abroad than in China. Every time she met Gu Chen, they would argue. The chance to watch him quietly like this is extremely rare. Just as the atmosphere in the car was gradually quieting down, a cell phone ring broke the silence. 17, Chapter 17. You can't wait that long? Lin Xiaoran answered the phone, and her already unpleasant expression immediately turned even more unpleasant. Gu Yan could guess who was calling her. It can't be Ning Chen. Because Ning Chen's ringtone is not this. It's unlikely to be work-related. For work-related matters, the phone is usually answered by He Qing. This call can only be from Fontainebleau. I have no idea what was said on the other end of the phone. Lin Xiaoran's face darkened. I understand, I'll be right there. Gu Yan had never met that person, but he knew that person must be up to something again. Over the years, every time he finally managed to see Lin Xiaoran, either Ning Chen is by her side, or that person gets sick or injured from time to time. Or they might run away from home. It's quite a coincidence. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoran said to He Qing, "Stop the car." Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Gu Yan, who had regained some strength, opened the car door and got out. He's already used to it. Rather than waiting to be kicked off the bus by Lin Xiaoran, it's better to take the initiative. Anyway, he didn't want to get on this bus in the first place. But Lin Xiaoran's voice was icy cold. What are you going to do? Gu Yan didn't reply and continued walking out, trying to find a place where he could easily hail a taxi. At this time of day, there aren't many cars on the road. This is another small road, and it's difficult to hail a taxi. He wasn't afraid of walking at night, but he didn't have much strength, so he was walking very slowly and feeling very tired. Suddenly, he heard a car horn. A glimmer of anticipation rose in my heart. When I turned around, it wasn't Lin Xiaoran's car. A bitter feeling welled up in Gu Yan's heart. It's been so long, and I still have this unrealistic fantasy. The car pulled up and stopped in front of him. After rolling down the car window, I saw Lin Xiaoye. Sister Xiaoye, what are you doing here? Gu Yan was in a very low mood. Lin Xiaoye got out of the car, took out a tissue, and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. I just went to see Grandma. Why are you here alone? Where's Lin Xiaoran? Gu Yan did not answer. Lin Xiaoye sighed softly. Get in the car first, I'll take you home. It's so late, you won't be able to get a taxi. Gu Yan got into the car, feeling even more exhausted, and slowly closed his eyes. Xiaoran is really something. It's so late, and she's leaving you here. Does she expect you to walk back? Gu Yan pursed her lips. Sister Xiaoye, let's not talk about her anymore, okay? Lin Xiaoye responded and took the contract beside her and opened it on her lap. Like Lin Xiaoran, she is a workaholic. Every time Gu Yan saw her, she would have a lot of contracts and documents in her hands. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Gu Yan's eyes darkened. He was a little hesitant to speak. He wanted to know who lived in Fontainebleau. There are usually many security guards there, and he has never been able to get close to the place. Even if you ask Lin Xiaoran, all you get is her cold gaze. The car quickly arrived at the villa where he now lived. You've been staying at home for the past few years, you must be getting really bored. If you have nothing to do, go out for a walk. If you're unhappy about anything, tell your sister, and I'll help you. Lin Xiaoye didn't say it very directly. But Gu Yan knew very well. In the past few years at home, the only person or thing that could make him unhappy was Lin Xiaoran. He was with Lin Xiaoran for 10 years, accompanying her as she did odd jobs until she became a rising star in the business world. Now, she has become the most sought-after female CEO in Kyoto, and is known as one of the Lin twin beauties along with Lin Xiaoye. He never imagined that one day he would be so eager to get rid of Lin Xiaoran. When the two of them were huddled together in their rented room eating boxed lunches, he never thought of leaving. Now, when everything seems as perfect as a dream, he wants to leave. Gu Yan stood there, silent, his eyes growing increasingly lost. He didn't even notice that Lin Xiaoye had walked up to him and gently rubbed his head. I've always considered you my own brother even if you didn't marry Xiaoran, you're still a member of the Lin family, and you're still my brother, don't make yourself suffer anymore. After saying that, Lin Xiaoye wiped the corner of his eye with her hand again. She reached out and hugged him, gently patting his back. If you're really feeling unwell, I can lend you a shoulder to lean on. In Gu Yan's eyes, this hug was a sister comforting her brother. But to others, the meaning is quite different. Gu Yan forced back the warmth in his heart that welled up in his eyes and gently pushed her away. Sister Xiaoye, thank you, I understand. Gu Yan slowly turned around and walked into the villa behind him. When the light was turned on, my pupils suddenly dilated. Gu Yan trembled violently. A person was sitting on the sofa in the living room of the villa. Gu Yan subconsciously took half a step back. The man stood up and walked up to Gu Yan with an icy aura. She took a step forward, and Gu Yan took a step back. Until his back was completely pressed against the wall. Lin Xiaoran, what do you want to do? He couldn't understand why, despite his best efforts to escape, he still couldn't get away. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, her face full of hostility. She reached out and grabbed Gu Yan's collar, pulling him towards the bedroom. Lin Xiaoran used a lot of force. Gu Yan stumbled as he was pulled. By the time he finally managed to stand up, the two had already entered the bedroom. Gu Yan was about to say something. But Lin Xiaoran pushed him onto the bed. Lin Xiaoran, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoran's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. Even after being with Lin Xiaoran for 10 years, Gu Yan had almost never seen her in this state before, and for a moment he was at a loss. Lin Xiaoran sat on the bed, pressed him down, and kissed him directly. Gu Yan was stunned by the sudden kiss, which was once very familiar but now felt somewhat strange. It took him a while to realize what was happening, and he tried to push Lin Xiaoran away with all his might. But Lin Xiaoran, seemingly out of nowhere, possessed immense strength, holding him tightly and preventing him from succeeding. Gu Yan frowned, bit down slightly, and then pushed her away with force. He quickly got up, panting heavily, and looked at Lin Xiaoran with a complicated expression. He himself couldn't explain his current emotions. Happy? Absurd? Sad? Or are you feeling wronged? Lin Xiaoran sat on the bed. You can't wait that long? What? Gu Yan frowned, somewhat confused. Lin Xiaoran sneered, her tone full of sarcasm and icy coldness, still pretending, Gu Yan, don't you know what you've done? Gu Yan was stunned for a moment, and then a strange anger welled up in his heart. Chapter 18, she did it for me? Absolutely not. Not. Lin Xiaoran couldn't tell when it started, but everything he did seemed to have an ulterior motive. Or perhaps, he was always secretly doing things behind her back that he couldn't be seen by others. In Lin Xiaoran's mind, she was a person who was rotten to the core. However, he had been with Lin Xiaoran since he was a teenager. Does Lin Xiaoran not know what kind of person she is? Even when Lin Xiaoran was so down on her luck, I never thought of leaving her. Although I don't have that much ability, I'm doing my best to give her a better life. Anyone in the world can doubt him, anyone can distrust him. But Lin Xiaoran is the only exception. Gu Yan's eyes were red, but she didn't shed a single tear. His face was devoid of any emotion. The person was still alive, but their whole body was lifeless. Gu Yan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Lin Xiaoran, is it that in your heart, everything I do is wrong, and everything I do has ulterior motives? He was still a little unwilling. Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, a strange look flashed in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. But he still said bluntly, aren't you one? Gu Yan's heart was completely broken. A smile suddenly appeared on his lips. That slight smile contained both relief and despair. Lin Xiaoran felt a little flustered. Lin Xiaoran, I'll explain to you one last time, I wasn't the one who drugged you at our engagement party. It's okay if no one believes me, it's okay if you stay silent, it's okay if marrying you means losing all my reputation and dignity. But now, I regret it. As Gu Yan spoke, he felt increasingly cold, his whole body chilled to the bone, and he shivered with cold. Clench your fists, then let them fall limply. Are you free tomorrow? The Civil Affairs Bureau is open tomorrow. Let's end this sooner rather than Latour's tired and doesn't want to suffer like this anymore. Lin Xiaoran's face darkened, and after letting out a cold snort, a hint of disdain curled at the corner of her mouth. No time. Gu Yan was stunned upon hearing this. His originally pale face suddenly flushed red. He clenched his fists again and stared intently at Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran crossed her arms and looked at him, then reached out and gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Gu Yan took a step back and dodged it. But Lin Xiaoran grabbed his collar and pulled him toward her. Alright, stop fooling around. Gu Yan felt only pity. In Lin Xiaoran's eyes, was he just being unreasonable? Is the decision I finally made so ridiculous in the eyes of the other person? Gu Yan wanted to break free from her grasp. But as soon as he broke free from her hand, Lin Xiaoran grabbed his arm and threw him onto the bed. Caught off guard, Gu Yan had no time to react before Lin Xiaoran leaned down and kissed him directly. Gu Yan was somewhat stunned. They didn't even know when the last time they kissed was. However, he no longer expects these things. Suddenly, an unnamed rage surged up in his heart once again. Lin Xiaoran's actions will never again give him any hope. On the contrary, they would feel it was an insult. He pushed Lin Xiaoran away forcefully. He stood up again, glaring at Lin Xiaoran. Do you think I'm playing hard to get? Do you think I'll never divorce you? Isn't that so? Gu Yan's breath hitched for a moment, then he turned and walked out of the bedroom, heading towards his own room, where he locked the door from the inside. I'll be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything more, but just watched quietly as Gu Yan locked the door. The phone rang, and Lin Xiaoran answered it. No. I don't know what the people on the other end of the phone were saying. But after hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoran walked out of the villa. Standing by the window, watching Lin Xiaoran's departing figure, a tear glistened in Gu Yan's eye. The next morning, after Gu Yan woke up, she saw a message on her phone. The person who sent him the message was his former friend, Wen Chang. However, after their engagement party a few years ago, when he heard that he had drugged Lin Xiaoran and admitted to it, she said she wanted to break off all ties with him. The two have not been in contact for the past few years. This was a significant blow to Gu Yan. He didn't have many friends in Kyoto to begin with. After losing Wen Chang, it became even harder to find someone to talk to. The message from Wen Chang contained a photo. The photo shows the exterior of a villa. It also came with a sentence. Let's meet sometime. Gu Yan didn't dare to reply. He recognized the villa in the photo. Fontainebleau. He had tried countless times to get close to and uncover the truth of this place. The fact that Wen Chang was able to send this photo suggests that he knows something. However, none of that matters now. After taking a deep breath and quickly tidying up, I drove to Zhao Yuyan's apartment building. No matter what, he can't afford to lose this job now. After picking up Zhao Yuyan, he drove to the company. The police station will contact you this afternoon. I understand, Mr. Zhao. I will explain to them how to settle this privately. Zhao Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Then he frowned. Did you know that Su was beaten up yesterday? Gu Yan was taken aback upon hearing this. What happened? I heard that someone got drunk and caused trouble, and even broke their finger. Gu Yan was somewhat surprised. Will this affect their cooperation with us? In the cooperation between Miss Su's family and the Zhao family, Su the young lady is in charge. The fact that the person in charge is injured and hospitalized will inevitably have some impact on the cooperation. But after hearing Gu Yan's words, Zhao Yuyan couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. I didn't expect you to care about this. The cooperation won't be affected. Everything that needs to be settled has been settled. The remaining details can be handled by the staff below. Gu Yan nodded, said nothing more, and drove quietly. Zhao Yuyan looked at his reaction with a strange expression. After the car pulled up in front of the company building, she finally couldn't hold back anymore. He asked, Don't you have any doubts? What do you suspect? Don't you think this whole thing sounds a lot like Lin Xiaoran's tactics? Lin Xiaoran's methods are ruthless, a fact well known in Kyoto's social circles. But Gu Yan didn't believe it. Miss Su was a nobody that Lin Xiaoran wouldn't even notice. There is no reason for the other party to target such a minor figure. Could it be because of him? That would be a huge joke. No, she has no reason to do that. Can't it be for you? She did it for me, absolutely not. 19, Chapter 19, Are you here to work or to find a woman? Zhao Yuyan's expression grew increasingly strange upon hearing Gu Yan's words. Lin Xiaoran wouldn't take action for Gu Yan? If that's really the case, why would Lin Xiaoran suddenly try to seize the Zhao family's project back then? But the next second, Gu Yan continued, if it's for Ning Chen, then it's possible after all she'd even risk her life for Ning Chen. Zhao Yuyan was somewhat surprised, really? 2 years ago, Ning Chen was in a car accident. The car was leaking oil and had caught fire. Ning Chen was still in the car and hadn't gotten out yet. She rushed over and rescued Ning Chen without hesitation. They almost couldn't get out of that burning car. This matter caused quite a stir online a couple of years ago. Doesn't Mr. Zhao know about it? Zhao Yuyan really didn't know that. 2 years ago, she spent more than half a year abroad for a project and was not very familiar with news in China. However, rumors circulate that Lin Xiaoran does indeed like Ning Chen very much. Everyone says that Gu Yan stole Ning Chen's position. However, she always felt that the truth was not as the rumors suggested. Gu Yan didn't say anything more. He opened the car door, got up and got out, and opened the car door for Zhao Yuyan. Although the Zhao family's business is not as large as the Lin Group, it is still one of the top businesses in Kyoto. Although it doesn't have its own office building like the Hayashi Group, the company's office building is located in one of Kyoto's CBDs. The two walked into the lobby and were just about to press the elevator button when they heard someone call their names from behind. Gu Yan turned around and looked, but couldn't help but frown. His mother-in-law, Wang Lin, was standing there with a group of wealthy women. Clearly, they are all wealthy wives from prominent families with considerable social standing. These wealthy women didn't recognize Gu Yan, but when they heard Wang Lin call his name, their expressions instantly turned strange. Is this your live-in son-in-law, Gu Yan? A wealthy woman asked. Wang Lin didn't look too good. She had just seen Gu Yan and instinctively called out his name. The moment she called out Gu Yan's name, she already regretted it. The look in his eyes as he looked at Gu Yan became increasingly hostile. After noticing Zhao Yuyan next to Gu Yan, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. What are you doing here, and with a woman? Gu Yan looked straight ahead and said softly but with a hint of humility, I found a job. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin burst into laughter in anger. He walked up to Gu Yan and slapped him across the face. Looking for a job? Does our Lin family need you to work? Are you here to work or to find a woman? Gu Yan, I think you've really lost all shame. Since what happened at the engagement party, everyone thinks that Gu Yan is a mistress who will do anything to climb the social ladder. He was also a shameless lecher with boundless audacity. Otherwise, why would he drug his godsister? The group of wealthy women were all taken aback when they realized that Wang Lin would make a move in public. This is something that is undignified for them. But I quickly came to understand. Having a son-in-law like Gu Yan, especially one who lives with his wife's family. This is a very shameful thing in itself. Moreover, the other party did such a thing. Wang Lin looked at Gu Yan, who remained silent and refused to bow his head even after being slapped, and her breathing became rapid with anger, her cheeks turning red. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I don't care how much Grandma likes you and Xiaoran must get a divorce. After saying that, he took out his phone to call Lin Xiaoran. It's one thing to embarrass oneself at home on ordinary days. Wang Lin really couldn't bear to be embarrassed in front of such a group of wealthy women today. Gu Yan made no move, simply watching quietly as Wang Lin dialed the number for Lin Xiaoran. Actually, Wang Lin knew Zhao Yuyan. The Zhao family's daughter is quite famous in Kyoto. Back then, Zhao Yuyan's almost explicit flirting with Gu Yan at the party attracted quite a crowd. Subsequently, Lin Xiaoran suddenly changed her plans and snatched the Zhao family's project. That project was actually somewhat related to the Lin family. Because the investor behind that project was actually Lin Xiaoran's older sister, Lin Xiaoye. At the time, many people who knew the inside story thought that Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoye were about to start a family feud. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoye was very tolerant of Lin Xiaoran. After learning the news, she did nothing and let Lin Xiaoran take the project away. She even took the initiative to give some information and resources to Lin Xiaoran. This prevented outsiders from witnessing the infighting between the two candidates for the Lin family's succession. Otherwise, the trouble caused by Gu Yan would be far too serious. Lin Xiaoran did so much for Gu Yan back then, even going so far as to break ties with Lin Xiaoye to snatch a project that wasn't originally in her plans. But now, Gu Yan is following behind Zhao Yuyan. This infuriated Wang Lin. Lin Xiaoran's reaction after receiving the call was beyond her expectations. What are you doing there? If you don't want to see him, then go there less often anyway, he won't come looking for you. Hearing these words, Wang Lin felt her scalp tingle with anger. Didn't you promise me you'd hurry up and have a child with Xiaochen? Hurry up and divorce him, don't delay any longer. Lin Xiaoran didn't speak after a while. She neither refused nor agreed, saying, I'm busy lately, let's talk about it later. Hearing Lin Xiaoran's words, Wang Lin assumed that she had really been busy lately, and her tone softened. Xiaoran, I think he's incorrigible, he caused such a big problem before, and now he's actually going to seduce someone else, dating Zhao Yuyan. How dare someone like that have the nerve to be my son-in-law? Just thinking about it makes me sick. Alright, Mom, I'm still in a meeting. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin, not wanting to disturb her work, hung up the phone. Seeing this, the wealthy women around them, though some of them had a hint of excitement in their eyes, still gathered around to comfort her. For these people, maintaining a semblance of respectability is very important. You mean Ning Chen, right? That kid is really nice, is polite and knows his place is excellent in both looks and family background. Yes, I've heard of that kid too. I heard he's achieved quite a bit abroad these past few years, and apparently he even had a solo recital at one of the best concert halls. What a wonderful kid. Wang Lin was naturally aware of this matter. Being able to give a piano recital in one of the best concert halls abroad is itself a symbol of ability. It is said that the solo recital was a great success, and now Ning Chen's solo recitals abroad are extremely popular and tickets are hard to come by. Talented, good-looking, from a good family, and even with excellent manners. Why can't a child like that be her son-in-law? The more Wang Lin thought about this, the more resentful she became. Chapter 20, News about Senior Sister Yi. Gu Yan ignored Wang Lin and followed Zhao Yuyan into the elevator. Zhao Yuyan glanced at the finger marks on his face but didn't say anything. She naturally knew Wang Lin as well. Ultimately, this is Gu Yan's family matter, and she will not interfere. After a morning, Gu Yan received a call from the police station, explaining that he wanted to settle the matter privately. After hanging up the phone, I received a message from an unknown sender. Ian, listen to this song. I sent it, the one you played for me back then? Excuse me, who are you? Gu Yan quickly replied with a message. After waiting for a while without receiving a reply, just as Gu Yan was about to open the link the other party had sent him, the person who sent the message called him. Xiaoyan, do you still remember me? I am Yi Qingyu. Senior Sister Yi? The moment he heard the name, Gu Yan remembered who it was. She was a senior student under the same professor when he was in college. Back in school, the other person took good care of me. Many of my professional questions were answered by the other party. The two share many common topics regarding piano playing. But later he found that Lin Xiaoran was a little jealous, so he reduced his contact with her and they never contacted each other again after graduation. You still remember me? Yi Qingyu teased, then her tone became urgent. Let's not talk about that for now. Take a look at the link I sent you, see if that song is the one you played for me before. Gu Yan hung up the phone, somewhat confused, and clicked on the link. His expression changed after only a few minutes. He knew this piece of music very well. This is a piece he wrote a few years ago. At that time, Lin Xiaoran had not yet been found and taken back by the Lin family, and he had not yet become the Lin family's godson. My life with Lin Xiaoran is developing in a positive direction. It was also the best period of my relationship with Lin Xiaoran. To commemorate his relationship with Lin Xiaoran over the years and to express his love for her, he wrote this piece of music. He even wanted to use this song to propose to Lin Xiaoran. He spent a lot of time and energy polishing the piece, pouring all his love into it. He only played this piece for senior sister Yi and his mentor. Before he could even propose to Lin Xiaoran, she was taken back by the Lin family. Therefore, he never published this piece. After his relationship with Lin Xiaoran ran into problems, he thought that this piece of music might never be released to the world. But why can he hear this piece of music now? After taking a closer look at the person in the video, Gu Yan was immediately stunned. The person playing this piece in the video is Ning Chen. Gu Yan quickly searched for information about Ning Chen online. That's when I realized that the reason Ning Chen became so popular abroad a few years ago, with tickets for his piano concerts being extremely hard to come by, was because he released this piece. When a reporter interviewed him about how he composed such a piano piece, Ning Chen's answer made Gu Yan feel nauseous. Facing the camera, his eyes were full of affection. There is someone I have loved for a long time. This piece was composed for her. I hope to express my love for her through this piano piece. Gu Yan took a deep breath, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. No matter how Ning Chen slanders or defames him, he can ignore it. This is the only thing that won't do. This one piano piece is the only one he cannot touch. The original manuscript of this piece has always been kept in the villa apart from Lin Xiaoran. Only a few servants have access to it. Gu Yan felt that even if Lin Xiaoran disliked him, she probably wouldn't give his work to Ning Chen. Most likely, it was Ning Chen who bribed those servants who were previously dismissed. After figuring all this out, Gu Yan sent a message to Yi Qingyu with trembling hands. Senior Yi, thank you for telling me about this. It's alright, I just happened to hear this piece of music and it sounded familiar. I thought this piece is so important to you, you definitely wouldn't sell it. Thank you. I'm back in China if you're free these next couple of days. How about we grab a bite to eat? It's been so long since we last saw each other. After receiving Yi Qingyu's request, Gu Yan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He hadn't seen Senior Yi for a long time. He and Yi Qingyu had a completely innocent relationship as friends and classmates. The other party told me about this again, so there was really no reason for me to refuse them. The time after learning this news became exceptionally difficult to endure. After finally getting off work, Gu Yan took a taxi back to the villa. After entering the password, the first person to be seen when the door opened was Ning Chen. Ning Chen was wearing loose pajamas, and her hair was a little messy, as if she had just woken up. He was stunned when he saw Gu Yan, clearly not expecting Gu Yan to come. Gu Yan, what brings you here? Didn't Xiaoran say you moved out? Gu Yan's face turned pale when he saw Ning Chen. Are you that impatient? Lin Xiaoran hasn't even gotten a divorce certificate with him yet. He took a deep breath and walked heavily inside. He pushed Ning Chen, who was blocking his way, aside. Ning Chen staggered a couple of steps, a grim expression flashing across his face. But when he looked up at Gu Yan, his expression changed very mild. Gu Yan, is there some misunderstanding between you and Xiaoran? If there is, it's better to clear it up sooner rather than later. After all, you're husband and wife. Gu Yan sneered inwardly. Couple? Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran seem more like a married couple, don't they? Seeing Ning Chen's feigned concern, Gu Yan finally couldn't hold back anymore. He turned to look at Ning Chen and shook off the hand that was gripping his wrist. Then he clenched his right fist and slammed it down hard. Ning Chen, don't you dare try to disgust me. Ning Chen was knocked to the ground by the sudden punch, his face filled with disbelief and shock. After realizing he had been hit, he finally lost control of his emotions, and the gentleness on his face was completely replaced by gloom. But the next second, it turned into grievance and frustration. Gu Yan-san, you talk things out properly. I haven't offended you, why did you hit me? Gu Yan heard footsteps behind him and instantly understood why Ning Chen's expression had changed so quickly. The next second, he was forcefully pushed away from behind. Several figures rushed to Ning Chen's side. 21, Chapter 21, You've been cursing him for so many years, and you can't stand being talked back to once? Huang Wanqing was the first to rush to Ning Chen's side. The remaining people were all friends of Lin Xiaoran. Several people surrounded Ning Chen, showing concern for his injuries while turning to glare at him angrily. Gu Yan then realized that Ning Chen wasn't the only one in the villa. Ning Chen had previously suggested that she cook and show off her culinary skills. He accidentally got his clothes dirty, so he took a shower here and changed into his new pajamas that he had bought before but hadn't worn yet. He is taller and bigger than Ning Chen, which is why he looks more relaxed. But Ning Chen did not explain when she saw Gu Yan. Instead, she deliberately tried to mislead him into misunderstanding something. Whenever Gu Yan encounters such a situation, he is always speechless and unable to defend himself. He pursed his lips, noticing the undisguised disgust on Huang Wanqing's face. Why hasn't Xiaoran divorced you yet? I feel disgusted just breathing the same air as a piece of scum like you. Gu Yan took a deep breath. Over the years, he had been doubting himself. Is there something I did wrong that makes these people hate and despise me so much? This caused him great distress. But now, he understood everything the moment he heard the piece he had written. He did nothing wrong. He didn't cause any of this. He doesn't need to keep doubting himself or taking all the blame for the problems. If you don't want to breathe the same air as me, you can go die once you're dead, you won't have to breathe anymore. Over the years, Gu Yan faced the disgust and curses of these people. At first, he would explain a few things, but later he simply kept silent. Therefore, this sudden rebuttal caught Huang Wanqing off guard. After standing there stunned for several seconds, he took a step forward and shouted, "What did you just say?" With the help of several people, Ning Chen got up and stepped forward to stop the enraged Huang Wanqing. "Wanqing, let it go." Huang Wanqing took a deep breath and waited for Gu Yan with a gloomy face. "I really don't know how you have the nerve to come back. Didn't you use all sorts of despicable means to marry Xiaoran back then? Didn't you say you wanted a divorce and moved out of here not long ago? What, you can't help but come back now? Do you know that Xiaoran hates you the most?" "So what?" Gu Yan sneered. This reaction was somewhat unexpected for Huang Wanqing and the others. But Gu Yan's counterattack has only just begun. "Whether she likes me or not doesn't affect our nominal marriage. Not only nominally, but we've also consummated our relationship and done what a married couple should do. And you've liked Ning Chen for so many years, but you've never confessed, and you were always so cautious watching him pursue Lin Xiaoran compared to her. You're a complete loser. How dare you insult me like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Everyone in the room stared wide-eyed at Gu Yan. His eyes were filled with shock. Has Gu Yan gone mad? This was the true thought in the minds of everyone present. Gu Yan ignored these people and turned to go upstairs. As soon as I stepped onto the stairs, I saw Lin Xiaoran standing behind the open railing on the second floor, and I didn't know how long she had been standing there. Gu Yan did not stop walking and continued into the bedroom. He has lived there for the past few years. The original manuscript of the piano piece was also kept in the bedroom. As soon as she entered the bedroom, Huang Wanqing downstairs came to her senses and stormed up the stairs, her eyes even carrying a hint of murderous intent. But when she went up to the second floor, Lin Xiaoran blocked her way. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoran, Huang Wanqing's imposing manner immediately weakened. "Xiaoran, your stopping may have to teach him a lesson." Lin Xiaoran crossed her arms and said calmly, "You've been criticizing him for so many years, and you can't even handle being talked back to once?" Upon hearing Lin Xiaoran's words, Huang Wanqing's face darkened, but she couldn't say anything more. After all, this is Lin Xiaoran's home, so we should give Lin Xiaoran some face. Normally, they would just say a few words to Gu Yan and that would be it. However, it would be inappropriate to beat up Lin Xiaoran's nominal husband at her home. The others in the room couldn't help but chuckle after hearing Lin Xiaoran's words. Lin Xiaoran has always had a bad temper and a sharp tongue, which everyone is used to. Hearing her make a sarcastic remark about Huang Wanqing, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. That's just her personality. Ning Chen, however, did not look too good. He knew that Lin Xiaoran's words were intended to stop Huang Wanqing from causing trouble for Gu Yan. Gu Yan hit him, but Lin Xiaoran was unwilling to punish Gu Yan. Ning Chen took a deep breath, tried her best to compose herself, and said softly, "Do you have any ice at home?" When everyone heard this, they realized that he had just been punched and his eye was blacked out. Gu Yan went too far. How could he hit someone like that? Yeah, and they hit him so hard, his face is all swollen. Brother Chen, I'll go find some ice to put on your face. You can sit down for a while. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, Huang Wanqing frowned and looked at Lin Xiaoran. "You're not going to do anything about this?" Lin Xiaoran glanced at her. "Then should I go and punch him back?" After saying that, she turned and walked towards the bedroom. The people present were all a little confused, unable to tell whether Lin Xiaoran was serious or joking. But Lin Xiaoran really went into the bedroom and closed the door. Gu Yan was rummaging through the cabinet. The folder containing the original piano music manuscript has been found. But the contents inside had vanished. Originally in the villa, the two servants who took care of him were both fired. If they really did give the original piano piece to Ning Chen, then he has no way to question them now. Hearing footsteps behind him, Gu Yan stood up and turned around. But then he saw that Lin Xiaoran had already walked to within a meter of him. "What are you looking for?" "The manuscript of that piano piece." Gu Yan froze, staring at Lin Xiaoran with disbelief. Her face showed no change in expression. On the contrary, she appeared quite calm and indifferent. "Ning Chen said that he wrote it with his brother back then, so I gave it to him." Gu Yan felt dizzy and his heart was pierced by 1,000 steel needles. He was in so much pain he could barely stand. His face was completely drained of color, and his eyes were filled with despair and a hint of hatred as he looked at Lin Xiaoran. That was something he wrote over a year, through countless revisions, pouring all his heart and soul into it. It contains all the beautiful memories and feelings he had with Lin Xiaoran. Sometimes, when I recall the notes of that piano piece, I feel almost emotionally broken. "Lin Xiaoran, that's mine. You gave it away without even asking me. Did you even think about me? What right do you have? What right do you have to do this?" 22, Chapter 22, A Sincere Heart for 10 Years. Lin Xiaoran frowned after hearing Gu Yan's words. "Your things, Gu Yan, you've gotten into a habit of lying, haven't you?" Gu Yan's breath hitched, and he felt utterly weak. No matter what he says, Lin Xiaoran won't believe him. He plopped down on the bed, his eyes gradually dimming. Seeing Gu Yan like this, Lin Xiaoran took a step forward, extended her right index finger, and gently lifted it by placing it on Gu Yan's chin. His eyes were fixed on Gu Yan. Gu Yan reached out and gently pried her fingers apart. It wasn't that he didn't want to exert himself, but rather that he simply didn't have the strength. This feeling of heartache and despair had drained him of all his strength. Perhaps because Gu Yan looked so bad, Lin Xiaoran wasn't angry at Gu Yan's decision. Instead, her tone softened a bit. "Alright, I won't hold it against you for lying to me, just stop targeting Ning Chen." After saying that, she gently cupped Gu Yan's face in her hands, leaned down, and wanted to kiss him. Gu Yan suddenly regained some strength from somewhere and pushed Lin Xiaoran away. Lin Xiaoran stumbled as she was pushed by the sudden force. The slight gentleness that had finally appeared on his face turned gloomy again. Gu Yan ignored her and started to walk out with the folder in his hand. This is his piano piece, or rather, the only thing left of this memory. Just like him, all that's left is an empty shell. The love he contained for Lin Xiaoran had long been secretly breached and vanished. "Where are you going?" Lin Xiaoran asked coldly. Gu Yan didn't pause, as if he hadn't heard, and walked out of the bedroom and headed downstairs to the front door. As soon as they stepped down the stairs, the people in the living room couldn't help but start making sarcastic remarks. "Ha, finally you're down. I don't know how someone can be so shameless. You caused Ning Meng to be paralyzed in a car accident, and she's still abroad trying to find a treatment, and now you dare to hit Ning Chen. If it weren't for Xiaoran protecting you, we would have killed you long ago." A child without parents is utterly uncultured. All he thinks about is women and how to climb the social ladder. He sees everyone as a bad person. His own heart is dirty, so everything he sees is dirty too. Gu Yan originally didn't want to pay attention to these people and wanted to leave directly. But after hearing these words, he stopped in his tracks. He turned and walked towards the sofa where Ning Chen was sitting. Seeing this, Huang Wanqing quickly stepped in front of him, staring at him with an unpleasant expression. "What do you want? You want to hit me?" Gu Yan sneered. "Didn't you say that because of my heart? I see everyone is dirty." Then Ning Chen, "Do you dare to swear that you don't like Lin Xiaoran and have no feelings for her at all? If you do have feelings for her, may you be struck by lightning and die a horrible death?" Upon hearing this, Huang Wanqing was immediately shocked, her eyes widened, and a vein bulged on her neck. He clenched his fists, wishing he could punch Gu Yan right in the mouth. At that moment, Lin Xiaoran also came down from upstairs. Gritting her teeth, she stared intently at Gu Yan. "Gu Yan, you're disgusting. What do you think this is? Making oaths all the time? Ha, ridiculous." Gu Yan's expression was somewhat contemptuous. "What? You all know exactly how he feels about Lin Xiaoran. You don't even dare to make a vow. What, are you really afraid of being struck by lightning?" A man who was usually quiet stepped forward. He has a very good relationship with Ning Chen and greatly admires Ning Chen's achievements abroad. "Have you no shame? If it weren't for you, Brother Chen would have married Sister Xiaoran long ago. You're the other woman, using such despicable methods. How dare you say such shameless things? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to have someone kill you?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yan crossed his arms and looked at the man. "If you're so capable, then go find him." The fact that he couldn't marry Lin Xiaoran means that the two of them are not destined to be together. Everyone was bewildered by Gu Yan's attitude and words. Such an outrageous statement left everyone speechless and at a loss for words. Gu Yan was also well aware that although these people talked a lot, they were not really capable of finding someone to kill him. They still didn't dare. Lin Xiaoran, who was standing not far away, did indeed smile slightly after hearing Gu Yan's words. Seeing that the others remained silent, Gu Yan ignored them and turned to walk towards the door. Lin Xiaoran watched Gu Yan's retreating figure and said softly, "So tough today, aren't you afraid of getting beaten up?" With so many people around, it was truly unexpected that she would dare to say such a thing. Gu Yan didn't turn around and continued walking towards the door. He just felt that Lin Xiaoran had probably gone mad. She clearly disliked him, but he kept delaying his divorce from her. He couldn't figure out what Lin Xiaoran was trying to do. If someone didn't know the situation, they might think she still had feelings for him. The others noticed a slight smile appear on Lin Xiaoran's usually cold face and found it strange. After Gu Yan walked out of the villa, he saw He Qing standing outside the villa. "Gentlemen." He Qing had seen Gu Yan earlier. At that time, Gu Yan was preoccupied with finding the original manuscript of the piano piece and did not notice her at all, so he did not greet her. Now that he knows Lin Xiaoran gave the original piano piece to Ning Chen, Gu Yan, knowing it's impossible to get it back from Ning Chen, is no longer in such a hurry. "Don't call me that anymore." He Qing was taken aback when she heard Gu Yan's words. "Gentlemen. My divorce from Lin Xiaoran is only a matter of time. Remember to remind her not to delay any longer, and to do it sooner rather than later. Let's get the paperwork done." After saying that, Gu Yan left. He Qing watched his retreating figure, her emotions a complex mix. Over the years, she had witnessed Gu Yan's feelings for her CEO. For him to make such a resolute decision to divorce, his boss must have done something to cross his bottom line. Where are they? Just as He Qing was in a daze, she heard that familiar yet cold voice coming from behind her. "Mr. Lin, the sir has already passed away. Drive, follow him." He Qing hurriedly ran to the back seat to open the car door for Lin Xiaoran, got in the car and stepped on the gas. Just as they drove out of the villa area, they saw Gu Yan get into a taxi. "Follow them." The taxi drove towards a commercial street in Kyoto. He Qing would glance at her boss in the rearview mirror from time to time, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "Do you have something to say?" Lin Xiaoran noticed He Qing's actions. "President Lin, did you do something? His feelings for you are very deep, a sincere affection that has lasted for 10 years, which is very rare." Chapter 23, Guyen, do you still remember that you are a married person? Lin Xiaoran was taken aback when she heard He Qing's words. The expressions on his random face were quite fascinating. Are you standing up for him? He Qing immediately broke out in a cold sweat and became very nervous, not daring to look at Lin Xiaoran again. She had already regretted it a little when she said those words. You could already see the change in Lin Xiaoran's expression through the rearview mirror. Tell me, why do you feel he's been wronged? Lin Xiaoran knew her assistant quite well. Her words just now clearly showed that she felt Gu Yan had been wronged and was standing up for him. He Qing gritted her teeth and whispered, President Lin, the gentleman truly loves you, but this time, I think he really wants to be with you. I think there might be some misunderstanding, otherwise why would the gentleman? He Qing didn't dare to be too direct. Anyway, Lin Xiaoran was able to understand it. After hearing this, Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything more, but looked out the window, seemingly lost in thought. He Qing breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Next time, I absolutely mustn't say another word. Meanwhile, Gu Yan, who was in a taxi, hung up the phone. After getting into the taxi, he received a call from his senior classmate asking him to meet her. He didn't want to go in the first place. But since the other party just reminded me of something so important, it would be a bit much to refuse at this point. Besides, he was already planning to divorce Lin Xiaoran, so there was no need for him to stop seeing his former classmates because of her. The taxi soon stopped outside a coffee shop. Gu Yan got out of the car and saw senior sister Yi standing by the roadside waiting for him. Senior? Gu Yan greeted softly. Several years have passed, but Yi Qingyu hasn't changed much, she's still very beautiful. Gu Yan, long time no see. Yi Qingyu's face lit up with a bright smile when she saw Gu Yan. Yes, senior, it's been a long time, Gu Yan said with a smile. Yi Qingyu, dressed in a long black dress, crossed her arms and said with feigned complaint, it's a wonder you still remember me. You've completely disappeared since you got married. Did your husband hide you away because he was afraid someone would snatch you away? Senior, please stop teasing me. Gu Yan gave a wry smile. His marriage was no secret. However, the people at the school didn't know who his marriage partner was at the time. Some people even suspected that he wasn't really married, but had instead become a monk. Let's go inside and find a place to sit. It's been so long since we last met, we should have a good chat. The two walked into the coffee shop, completely unaware that a car with its hazard lights on was parked not far away. He Qing didn't know why it was such a coincidence. What I just said seems to have backfired. A sincere heart that has remained unchanged for 10 years? Lin Xiaoran glanced at her coldly. He Qing swallowed hard. President Lin, his year should be over 10 years. Shut up. Lin Xiaoran coldly watched as a man and a woman walked into the coffee shop and sat by the window, chatting happily. Smiles would occasionally appear on their faces. Just as the woman reached for a tissue to wipe the sweat from the man's forehead, she closed her eyes, clenched her fists tightly, and began to breathe rapidly. Gu Yan, however, simply reached out and took the tissue from the person inside the coffee shop. Senior, I can do it myself. Are you feeling unwell? I see you've been sweating a lot. Are you sick? I haven't seen you in the past few years. You look like you've suffered a lot and you've become much more haggard. It's okay, senior, I didn't expect you to have been abroad for the past few years. You've just come back and you're already having a concert. Yi Qingyu took a ticket out of her bag and handed it over. Now that you know that your senior is going to have a concert, you definitely have to go and support her. I'll definitely go. Soon, Yi Qingyu answered a phone call, got up and left. Gu Yan then prepared to leave as well. He Qing reminded him, President Lin, the gentleman is leaving. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran finally opened her eyes. Drive the car over there. He Qing couldn't help but shiver when she heard her icy tone. Mr. Lin, it can't be that bad, can it? Lin Xiaoran's face darkened. I said, drive the car in front of him and block him. Oh. He Qing breathed a sigh of relief and finally dared to breathe again. She thought she was supposed to run right into it. Gu Yan walked to the side of the road and was about to hail a taxi when he heard the sound of brakes and a familiar car pulled up in front of him. He looked down and paused for a moment. Then he started walking to the side to hail a taxi. Lin Xiaoran rolled down the car window, staring at him expressionlessly with icy eyes. Gu Yan's heart tightened. Was she planning to stand up for Ning Chen after what happened at the villa? What are you looking at? Do you want me to invite you into the car? Gu Yan frowned and shook his head. The Civil Affairs Bureau closes for the day. Lin Xiaoran's face turned even uglier. Get in the car, I'll take you home, or do you really want me to get out and ask you to come up? Gu Yan took a deep breath, then opened the car door and got in. He still backed down. Over the years, he has always been the one who has regressed. It won't make a difference if we do it this once more. Moreover, he also had something he wanted to ask Lin Xiaoran. Seeing Gu Yan get into the car, Lin Xiaoran's expression softened slightly. Drive back to the villa. Okay, Mr. Lin. After agreeing, He Qing prepared to raise the partition. She could imagine what kind of argument the two people in the back row would have. She didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. But Gu Yan said, let's go to the Jiangnan Villa. The Jiangnan Villa was temporarily borrowed by Lin Xiaoya, the location of the villa he was given. He Qing trembled, turned to look at Lin Xiaoran, and was somewhat at a loss. Lin Xiaoran's eyes grew increasingly cold. I said, let's go back to the villa. He Qing nodded quickly, stepped on the gas, and the partition rose up. Seeing this, Gu Yan knew that He Qing wouldn't listen to him. He frowned and looked at Lin Xiaoran, asking, what do you want from me? Logically speaking, Lin Xiaoran should be at the villa with Ning Chen and her friends right now. I'll take you home. Gu Yan looked at Lin Xiaoran with a strange expression. Heh, what, you thought I came here to catch them cheating? Gu Yan was stunned for a moment. He truly never expected to hear such a sentence from Lin Xiaoran's mouth. Before he could react, Lin Xiaoran took out a wet wipe and vigorously wiped his forehead. What are you doing? Gu Yan stepped back. Your forehead is dirty. Gu Yan's gaze toward Lin Xiaoran became even stranger. What triggered her today? How could this be so abnormal? He shifted his body slightly toward the car door. Gu Yan frowned and said, if there's nothing else, please stop the car and let me out. The home that Lin Xiaoran spoke of no longer belonged to him. Smack! Lin Xiaoran slammed the documents in her hand onto the table in front of her. Gu Yan, do you even remember you're a married man? 24, Chapter 24, he even felt nauseous. Gu Yan looked at Lin Xiaoran and couldn't help but find it amusing. Aren't we getting a divorce soon? In the years we've been married, how many times have you come home? Haven't you spent most of your time outside with Ning Chen? Since you like spending time with him so much, then I'll give him my place. I assent. That what you wanted? Lin Xiaoran stared intently at Gu Yan's face, then suddenly took a step closer. Are you jealous? Gu Yan sighed softly. Over the years, every time he had a conflict with Lin Xiaoran, this was always the result. Lin Xiaoran never directly addresses the conflicts between the two of them. Instead, they treat themselves with this attitude. It's as if her inability to control her emotions makes her exceptionally happy. Now, he's tired. He no longer wanted to lose control of his emotions because of Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran, whatever you and Ning Chen do, even if you have several children for him, it has nothing to do with me. Just want a divorce. After the divorce, you two can do whatever you want, I will never interfere. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yan felt a force coming from him. Lin Xiaoran grabbed his collar and pulled him forward forcefully. A storm seemed to be brewing deep within her eyes. She simply couldn't believe that Gu Yan would say such a thing. Gu Yan, are you telling me this now? Lin Xiaoran's eyes gradually reddened, and even without looking at her face, Gu Yan could feel the rage in her heart. Back then, when I was out socializing and had a few drinks, who was it that insisted on picking me up, afraid that some other man might have designs on me? Back then, if any man even got close to me, you'd be terrified, and now you're saying this? What, you're in such a hurry to get a divorce? A smile appeared on Lin Xiaoran's face, but this smile contained endless coldness. Gu Yan could even see a hint of hatred in her smile. He just didn't understand. Why does Lin Xiaoran hate him? She left him alone at home for 3 years while she kept someone else in Fontainebleau. The only person she could openly appear with in public was Ning Chen. He, the nominal husband, had long been a laughingstock in Kyoto circles. Everyone said he deserved it. But what did he do wrong? He is the one who deserves all of this the most. Now, Lin Xiaoran seems to hate him. Does she resent him for preventing her from marrying Ning Chen back then? Gu Yan grabbed Lin Xiaoran's wrist, trying to remove her hand from his collar. But Lin Xiaoran seemed to have been stimulated by something. You really want a divorce and to be with someone else? Don't even dream about it, Gu Yan. Even if you die, you'll still be mine. After saying that, Lin Xiaoran got up and sat on his lap. Without any hesitation, she tore open Gu Yan's clothes and reached inside to grope around. Gu Yan felt as if her mouth had been blocked. They wanted to resist. However, the space in the back of the car was not large, leaving him with very little room to resist. A feeling of powerlessness and frustration spread through his heart. They used to love each other in this position in their rented room. At that time, the weather was very cold, and the two of them liked to rely on this method to keep warm. But now, it feels cold. It was even a little nauseating. What would she be like when she's being affectionate with Ning Chen? Is it like it is now? Thinking about this, Gu Yan's heart grew even colder. He used both hands forcefully, trying to push Lin Xiaoran away. Don't move. Lin Xiaoran seemed to sense that Gu Yan was in a bad mood, and her tone softened. But Gu Yan didn't stop. As he grew increasingly resistant, Lin Xiaoran felt annoyed. She reached down and suddenly paused. You are very unwilling? She was somewhat surprised. Gu Yan's reaction was more intense than she had imagined. She knew Gu Yan's body well, and this reaction didn't seem like something he'd experienced recently. Even so, he was determined to refuse. That can only mean that Gu Yan really didn't want to do it, and not because of any other reason. Even if the body's instinctive reaction is very strong. Gu Yan didn't speak, but simply turned to look out the window. Lin Xiaoran felt annoyed and sat back down in her seat, doing nothing more. The car drove all the way back to the villa. There was no one else in the villa at this time. Lin Xiaoran got out of the car, but found that Gu Yan hadn't moved for a long time. Do I have to ask you to get off the bus? She stared at Gu Yan with her delicate brows furrowed. After receiving no response, his brow furrowed even more. Mr. Lin, it seems that the gentleman has fainted, He Qing said softly from the side. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, but called for people to help Gu Yan to lie down in the room. I called a doctor to help me check my body. It's nothing serious, just a bit of low blood sugar. He's a little weak, seems to have been malnourished for the past few years, probably just recovered from an illness, and the lack of food caused the low blood sugar, which is why he fainted. Get him some sugar water, and he'll be fine after some rest. Following the doctor's instructions, Lin Xiaoran fed Gu Yan some sugar water. The servants around her tried to help, but Lin Xiaoran chased them all away. As they were leaving, they saw Lin Xiaoran gently wiping Gu Yan's sweat with a towel while feeding him sugar water little by little with a spoon. They were all maids who had just been transferred from the old house. I've heard rumors about Gu Yan before. Although on the first day I was transferred here, I was told to treat Gu Yan as the male head of the household and not to neglect him. However, even after several days of being transferred, I haven't seen Gu Yan much. On the contrary, Ning Chen and the others who were with the young lady had met her many times. Everyone says that the young lady doesn't love the gentleman, but loves Ning Chen, and has no feelings for the gentleman. He hated her to the core. But looking at it now, the rumors don't seem to be true at all. Gu Yan remained unconscious. In his dream, he seemed to recall his first time with Lin Xiaoran. That time, both of them got a raise and made money. I had a few drinks to celebrate moving to a better rental apartment. It's kind of funny now that I think about it. In this matter, Gu Yan, as a man, was not as proactive as Lin Xiaoran when she was drunk. Just like today, she sat on Gu Yan's lap and kissed him. What happened next just took its natural course. Neither of them had much experience in this area. After getting drunk, Lin Xiaoran kept exploring, while Gu Yan could only try to cooperate. At that time, Gu Yan felt only anticipation and happiness. It's completely different from the disgusting kind we feel today. After that experience, the two of them frequently indulged in their newfound pleasure. Several years haven't made them lose interest in each other, on the contrary, they've grown more and more. Lin Xiaoran once told him that she could never leave him in her life. He is her lover, and they will be together forever. Thinking about these things, tears gradually welled up in Gu Yan's eyes as she fell into a deep sleep, dripping onto the pillow. 25, Chapter 25, Back then, I loved you. Lin Xiaoran's gaze sharpened. I gently wiped away his tears. She didn't know why I was crying. What kind of nightmare did you have? Lin Xiaoran murmured softly, even though she knew she wouldn't get any answers right now. Seeing Gu Yan like this, she felt very conflicted. Gu Yan wasn't this weak before. She knew his physical condition all too well. It's also rare to see Gu Yan shed tears. I sat on the edge of the bed and quietly watched him. Only at this time would the two of them stop arguing. After watching for an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiaoran got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. When they came out, they saw that Gu Yan had changed his position and was no longer lying flat on the bed. Instead, he turned to the side, curled up, and placed his hands in front of him. This is a sign of insecurity, a way of protecting oneself. Lin Xiaoran lay down on the bed, and after a long while, she suddenly turned around to face Gu Yan. After letting out a soft sigh, she pulled away from Gu Yan's arm, snuggled into his embrace, and then wrapped his arm around her waist. She used to love sleeping nestled in Gu Yan's arms like this. Gu Yan also liked to hug her like this. Sometimes, when he wakes up in the middle of the night and can't feel the warmth in her arms, he will suddenly wake up and search everywhere for her. She was just a bit busy at that time. In order to make a name for herself and earn more money as soon as possible, she often had to work overtime until midnight or be woken up by a phone call in the middle of the night. Sometimes, in order to help Gu Yan sleep more peacefully, she would lie in Gu Yan's arms first, and after hearing Gu Yan's steady breathing, she would sneak out to the balcony to work overtime. And each time he found out, he wouldn't bother her. He would just quietly put a coat on her, pull her back to her room, and cook her a bowl of noodles. But now, he seems less willing to hold me. Several times she could feel that warmth suddenly turn away and disappear. She kept pulling on Gu Yan's arm, trying to get him to keep holding her, but she couldn't hold on for very long each time. Finally, she got a little annoyed. She got up and turned on the light. Did you do this on purpose? The resentful look in her eyes paused for a moment. Gu Yan definitely didn't do it on purpose. He was lying there with a frown on his face. It was obvious that he hadn't slept well, his cheeks were slightly pale, and his body was very weak. Lin Xiaoran sighed softly, her emotions vanishing from her face. After turning off the light, she lay on Gu Yan's arm, gently placing her right hand on his chest, and fell asleep in a half-hug, half-embrace. When Gu Yan woke up, he felt a little dizzy and hungry. After hearing that news yesterday, he no longer cared whether he was hungry or not. As I gradually regained consciousness, I suddenly realized that my chest felt heavy and my arms were a little numb. He suddenly woke up with a start, realizing that someone was next to him. Looking down, I saw Lin Xiaoran lying there. For the past few years, he has woken up in the middle of the night every day and night, looking expectantly at the bedside, but the other half of the bed is always empty and devoid of any warmth. At first, he felt very uncomfortable, and even felt somewhat desperate and on the verge of collapse. Later, he gradually learned to adapt, forcing himself to adapt. By now, he has gotten used to being alone. Feeling a bit conflicted, I took out my phone and glanced at it, only to find it was already past 5 in the morning. He moved Lin Xiaoran off him, sat up, and prepared to get dressed. Lin Xiaoran also woke up. Seeing that he was angry so early, she directly pressed him back onto the bed and lay down on his arm again. Sleep a little longer. This tone is familiar, just like when the two of them huddled together in their rented room back then. It was as if the arguments between the two of them had never happened, nor had Ning Chen and the person living in Fontainebleau ever appeared. Gu Yan didn't say anything, but simply pulled her arm out again, got dressed, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xiaoran was now awake and sat on the bed watching Gu Yan, who had already washed up and was ready to go out. He didn't look at her, straightened his clothes, picked up his phone, and was about to leave. Lin Xiaoran stood up, went to the bedroom door, and blocked his way. Let's talk. Gu Yan lowered his head and looked down at her. What are we talking about? Divorce? Didn't I promise you I'd leave with nothing? What's there to talk about? Or should we talk about when to go through the paperwork? Lin Xiaoran's expression changed instantly, turning icy cold. Do you remember what you told me before? You said you would never leave me for the rest of your life. Gu Yan pursed her lips. He did say that, and that's true. He even secretly vowed that he would never give up his position as Lin Xiaoran's husband to anyone else. But I never expected that in just a few years, all my pride and dignity would be worn away. All my former ambition and confidence have vanished. If loving Lin Xiaoran is a road of no return, then he should turn back, appreciate the scenery he has never seen before along the way, and live for himself. He pushed her hand away and was about to push the door open to leave. But Lin Xiaoran locked the door from the inside, grabbed his neatly straightened collar with one hand and pulled it down, while wrapping her arms around his neck with the other. Let go. These are the 3 words he says most often to Lin Xiaoran now. Lin Xiaoran stood on tiptoe to kiss him. Gu Yan felt annoyed and reached out to cover her red lips. What, are you disgusted that I didn't brush my teeth? Lin Xiaoran sneered. Gu Yan was stunned for a moment, not expecting her to say that. When you used to kiss me before dawn and ask me to do it, why didn't you find me disgusting? Gu Yan's body trembled slightly, and his eyes gradually reddened. She actually remembered all of this. He thought she had long forgotten those things. Back then, every morning when I woke up, I would feel a response to her in my arms. I can't help but touch the person in my arms. She would also respond enthusiastically to herself. Lin Xiaoran, that kind of thing requires love. What do you mean? Back then, I loved you. He didn't say it very directly, but Lin Xiaoran could understand it. He was saying that he no longer loved her. Lin Xiaoran's body gradually stiffened, her grip on his collar loosened, and her face grew increasingly pale. Gu Yan opened the door, dodging Lin Xiaoran's body as he walked out. Just as I reached the top of the stairs, I heard her hoarse voice behind me. You mean, you don't love me anymore? Gu Yan stopped walking. Ha, you say you don't love me anymore, and that's it. Even if you don't love me anymore, you'll never escape from my side in this lifetime. Gu Yan, you said you'd give way to Ning Chen, but do you really mean to give way to him, or do you want me to make room for someone else? Forget about it, I will never agree to that. 26, Chapter 26, Isn't it normal for married people to sometimes be a little boisterous at night? Gu Yan gave Lin Xiaoran a deep look. She could so easily give her piano piece to Ning Chen and elevate him to such a position, yet now she's saying these things to me? She was the one who betrayed the relationship first, but now she's acting like a victim. Gu Yan felt nauseous. Pushing Lin Xiaoran's arm aside, he continued walking outside. It was already late, and he still had to drive to pick up Zhao Yuyan. The villa area was already quite a distance from where he was currently living, and if he didn't hurry, he would be late again. When Yi Qing drove to the villa, she saw Lin Xiaoran sitting on the living room sofa with a displeased expression. The maid happened to have prepared breakfast at that moment. Miss, breakfast is ready, and it's all your and your husband's favorite dishes. Before they arrived, these servants had heard how the previous servants had been kicked out. Naturally, they would make preparations in advance and find out what Gu Yan liked to eat. In the entire Lin family, only the old lady and the maid who often served her knew Gu Yan's preferences. The servants were unaware that Gu Yan had already left. They looked around in confusion but couldn't find him. Let's just drop it, Lin Xiaoran said coldly. The servants immediately tensed up and didn't dare to make a sound. He Qing was already used to her boss's behavior, and quickly followed Lin Xiaoran out. Lin Xiaoran got into the car and then noticed that the folder Gu Yan had been holding yesterday was still in the car. She stared at the folder, slightly lost in thought. If she remembered correctly, this seemed to be the packaging bag of the first gift she had given to Gu Yan. At that time, neither of them had much money. After finally securing an order and earning some bonus, she carefully selected a gift for Gu Yan. Gu Yan was delighted with the gift and even carefully kept the packaging bag. He also told her that he would use this bag to store his most important things in the future. Only now did she realize that the folder was actually made from the packaging bag from back then. He'd kept this for so many years, and yesterday when he returned to the villa, this was the only thing he took with him. He clearly still cared a lot, so how did his feelings change and he stop loving me? I gently picked it up and rubbed the small cracks on it a couple of times. Put it aside again, keep this safe and mend it while you're at it. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lin Xiaoting got out of the car and walked into the Lin Group's office building. As soon as I arrived at the top floor, I bumped into Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye was followed by a number of people, including senior executives of the Lin Group and her own subordinates, and she looked very imposing. Before Lin Xiaoran was found, Lin Xiaoye was the recognized successor. After Lin Xiaoran returned, the Lin family felt that she had suffered too much on her own and had achieved success without relying on the family, so they simply split the Lin Group in two and let the two of them run it together. Whoever performs better will become the next successor to the Lin Group. Many people in the Kyoto circle thought that Lin Xiaoye would hate her younger sister who had been found. A major war is inevitable. After all, no one wants their secure position as heir to be snatched away by someone who suddenly appears. Moreover, the wealth, status, and power represented by the Lin Group would be hard for anyone not to be tempted by. Compared to these, family affection is the least important. The two did not grow up together, and there was no romantic relationship between them. But Lin Xiaoye is very good to Lin Xiaoran. At least on the surface, it looks good. When Lin Xiaoye saw Lin Xiaoran, she paused for a moment, then stepped forward and gently straightened her clothes. Why are you so late today? Didn't you sleep well last night? On weekdays, Lin Xiaoran is always the first one to arrive at the company. It's quite unusual that Lin Xiaoye arrived at the company ahead of everyone else today. Lin Xiaoran spoke in a calm tone, with a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, but her eyes held a hint of gloom. Isn't it normal for married people to sometimes make a lot of noise at night? Those around them, seeing the inexplicable confrontation between the two, couldn't help but exchange glances. They couldn't quite figure out where the inexplicable tension between the two was coming from. Lin Xiaoye didn't show any emotion, she just nodded lightly. Gu Yan seems to be in a bad mood lately, and he even said he wants a divorce. You two have been married for so many years, can't you talk things out? Being separated for too long is not a good thing either. Lin Xiaoran's face turned even colder upon hearing this. Gu Yan stayed at Lin Xiaoye's house for 2 days, but in her words, it became a case of them living apart. He snorted coldly, feeling too lazy to put on an act with such an extremely hypocritical person. You know it's a misunderstanding. My husband is none of your concern, sister. This is a family matter. After saying that, she went straight to her office. Lin Xiaoye stood there, watching Lin Xiaoran disappear at the end of the corridor, then smiled and nodded to the executives behind her, and left with a few people. The tense atmosphere of the confrontation just now seemed like an illusion. Everyone present felt the inexplicable pressure disappear and breathed a sigh of relief. These executives and subordinates had been following Lin Xiaoye from the very beginning. At that time, everyone believed that they would become the right-hand men of the Lin Group's new leader. However, since Lin Xiaoran joined the Lin Group, she has also cultivated some of her own people. Although there is still a gap in the number of people supporting each other. However, they are evenly matched in terms of projects and achievements. Moreover, Lin Xiaoran also owns her own company. That company she had already made great achievements before Lin Xiaoran even returned to the Lin family. With the resources of the Lin Group in recent years, it has soared to new heights. Many people say that Lin Xiaoran was finally able to unleash her full business talent after acquiring the resources of the Lin Group. In recent years, her own company has developed exceptionally rapidly. In some aspects, it has even begun to catch up with the size of the Lin Group. Some media outlets even jokingly said that if Lin Xiaoran were given a few more years, her own company would be able to become a force to be reckoned with, on par with the Lin Group. The Lin family is a family with a rich history. It is the accumulation of decades and generations that has enabled them to achieve their current success. Currently, only Lin Xiaoran has been able to catch up with the Lin Group in such a short period of time. This is one of the reasons why the Lin family has not directly handed over the Lin Group to Lin Xiaoye. Because Lin Xiaoran's business acumen is simply too extraordinary. If she were to take over the Lin Group, she might be able to lead it to a position that no one could have imagined. 27, Chapter 27, How could he possibly have the face to reply to messages? Lin Xiaoran sat on the sofa and gently rubbed her forehead. I didn't sleep well last night. I was taking care of Guyan until midnight. After finally getting some sleep, Guyan started making a fuss about leaving. After taking a sip of her coffee, He Qing knocked on the office door. Come in. He Qing walked in carrying the folder. Mr. Lin, there are too many small tears on this folder. After its repair it won't look very good. Lin Xiaoran took the folder and glanced at it. This folder is quite old, with many small tears on it. After all, it was made from a repurposed packaging bag, so even with the most careful protection, it's hard to keep it completely intact. After the repairs, it definitely doesn't look as good as it used to. Lin Xiaoran suddenly felt a headache coming on and rubbed her temples hard. Okay, put it away first, then buy him a watch. The gift she gave him back then was a watch. The watch was just very cheap. He Qing quickly prepared a new watch, which was quite expensive. I even specially chose a packaging bag that was the same color and style as the folder, a sky blue. Gu Yan picked up Zhao Yuyan and came to the company. Nothing much happened that morning. Around noon, I received a call from my senior, who said she happened to be nearby and invited me to lunch. Gu Yan did not refuse. Yi Qingyu has just returned to China and doesn't have many friends there. Yi Qingyu has achieved good results abroad in recent years and is already the principal pianist of a well-known orchestra. I can earn over 100,000 yuan a month, plus extra income from solo recitals, so I earn at least several 100,000 yuan a month. Whether in China or abroad, they are quite wealthy and hold a high social status. She genuinely loves playing the piano, otherwise, she wouldn't have become good friends with Gu Yan back then. Now he plans to return to China to develop his career and has just bought a house in Kyoto. Although he can't compare to the children of the wealthy, he is definitely a success compared to ordinary people. Yi Qingyu looked beautiful today, in a long black dress, with her hair down and a necklace around her neck, exuding elegance and grace. Gu Yan dressed simply, in an ordinary suit. This is only because of work requirements, otherwise, the total cost of his clothes would not exceed 200 yuan on a normal day. Yi Qingyu's expression was not good as soon as she sat down. Didn't you say your wife is very rich? Why is she wearing such a watch? The watch on Gu Yan's wrist was the same one Lin Xiaoran had given him years ago. It wasn't worth much, but he always cherished it. Gu Yan lowered his head, glanced at the watch on his wrist, pursed his lips, and remained silent. Do you know who I married? Yi Qingyu's expression changed slightly. When Gu Yan got married, she didn't tell her classmates and friends at school who she was marrying. Yi Qingyu frowned slightly and sighed softly. After you married her back then, you stopped contacting us. My mentor, classmates, and I were all quite worried about you, so we specifically asked around. Later I learned by chance that you married the second young lady of the Lin family. I even met her and asked her how you were doing. Yi Qingyu's expression gradually drifted into memories. She was really infuriating at the time. She had a mocking expression on her face and asked me who I was and what right I had to ask how her husband was doing. She said that I was already from a wealthy family and my life was naturally 100 times better than that of ordinary people. Gu Yan sighed softly, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. The bitterness of the tea seeped into my heart little by little as it traveled down my throat. Being a scion of a wealthy family, that's true, their lives are better than ordinary people's, but that's something only the real scions of wealthy families have. An impostor, can enjoy it. I guess she also thinks I'm not good enough for her. Yi Qingyu's eyes widened, thinking she had misheard. She said you're not good enough? She thought that I married her by any means necessary just so that I could live the extravagant life of a wealthy family. Is she sick? Back when you two were so poor, both working multiple jobs to make ends meet, you never said you wanted to leave. In fact, it wasn't that no one offered to pay you. Yi Qingyu didn't finish speaking, but Gu Yan understood. Back then, he and Lin Xiaoran were both known for being good-looking but poor. Both she and Lin Xiaoran had been told that they should be paid to leave the other person and live a better life with them. But neither he nor Lin Xiaoran agreed. Gu Yan gave a wry smile and didn't reply. He didn't want to talk about these things anymore. Yi Qingyu took a deep breath, her face full of heartache. Gu Yan, you weren't like this before. Although life was tough before, you always had a smile on your face, and you weren't as thin as you are now. She reached out and gently took his hand. Have you been having a hard time these past few years? I've texted you, but you've never replied. I don't know what's happened to you. Gu Yan could feel the warmth of her palm and her concern. He saw the message Yi Qingyu had sent him years ago. But how could he possibly reply? To put Lin Xiaoran at ease, he abruptly cut off contact with his former classmates and friends. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. As a result, from the very first day of their marriage, he learned that Lin Xiaoran was keeping someone else in Fontainebleau. This happened to him like a bolt from the blue. The impact left him dizzy and disoriented. He was lost in those beautiful memories, but for Lin Xiaoran, those beautiful memories were long gone. He dared not think about it. I dare not think about all the efforts I made and all the courage I gave, which in the end became a laughingstock. Their silent disappearance was a betrayal to Yi Qingyu and the others. How could he possibly have the face to reply to the message? Seeing Gu Yan like this, Yi Qingyu had some vague guesses in her mind. Her eyes gradually reddened, and she gently but firmly gripped his hand with her fingers. Gu Yan, we are friends. Although your sudden disappearance without a word did upset my mentor and me, we genuinely hope you can do well. But the way you are now, how can you be the Gu Yan we used to know? You can't put all your heart into other people, you have to think about yourself too. Gu Yan felt a burning sensation on her face, so ashamed that she couldn't lift her head. She murmured softly, "No, I've already found a job and I'm planning to live for myself." Hearing this, Yi Qingyu felt even more heartbroken. Her tone softened. "I'm not blaming you. What happened back then was a huge blow to you. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have given up the piano. But people always have to pull themselves together. That orchestra still has a place reserved for you. Many people are hoping you can get back on your feet. Many people are still waiting for you." 28, Chapter 28, No one will believe him. Gu Yan's face was rather pale, and his heart felt as if it were being squeezed tightly by a large hand, causing him so much pain that he could hardly breathe. Clench both hands into fists, tighten until your fingers turn white, then gently release. Yi Qingyu didn't have a thorough understanding of some of the events from back then. Less than a year after Ning Meng's engagement party with Lin Xiaoran was forced to be cancelled, Ning Meng became paralyzed in her lower limbs. Everyone said that Gu Yan deliberately grabbed the steering wheel in the car, which caused the accident. Gu Yan was indeed in the car at the time. But he was sitting in the back row. How could you possibly try to grab the steering wheel? However, eyewitnesses all said that Gu Yan did reach towards the steering wheel at the time, and his expression was somewhat ferocious. No one was willing to listen to his explanation. This matter became a tacitly accepted fact in everyone's mind. Lin Xiaoran married him not long after this incident. At the time, many people thought that after what happened, Lin Xiaoran would dump Gu Yan. After all, it had only been less than a year since Gu Yan drugged Lin Xiaoran. Although the Lin family has already announced that Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan will get married. However, almost a year has passed and they still haven't gotten their marriage certificate. Many people believe that although Gu Yan drugged Lin Xiaoran. But compared to this little bit of fame, the fact that the Lin family's son-in-law is an attempted murderer is clearly a much more serious offense. However, Lin Xiaoran still married him. At that time, Gu Yan's heart was still full of expectations and fantasies. Hopefully, Lin Xiaoran will still remember the beautiful moments they shared, and that they can live a good life together in the future. But he learned about Fontainebleau shortly after getting married. The so-called marriage is very likely just Lin Xiaoran's revenge on herself. He took revenge on himself by causing Ning Meng to be paralyzed in a car accident, and he took revenge on himself by ruining her and Ning Chen's future. She always said she was a liar, and that he deserved everything. As time went on, Gu Yan himself began to doubt whether he truly deserved this fate. The once sunny and cheerful Gu Yan has become like this. Like a bird imprisoned in a cage, almost all its feathers have fallen out. The band that Yi Qingyu just mentioned is the one that Gu Yan auditioned for during his university years. They are considered one of the top bands in the country. Being able to join such an orchestra is something many musicians dream of. At that time, Lin Xiaoran was at a critical stage in her career and needed his support. If he joins the band, he will definitely have to travel a lot for work, and he and Lin Xiaoran will be living apart. This will not only fail to help Lin Xiaoran, but will also reduce the time the two spend together. Therefore, Gu Yan gave up this great opportunity. Even though that band had a special appreciation for Gu Yan and was willing to wait for him to join. He really enjoys playing the piano, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen that major in college. He used to always want to play for Lin Xiaoran. But Lin Xiaoran is too busy every day. When I get home from being so busy, I sit in his lap and hug him tightly. They either fall asleep from exhaustion, or they start fidgeting before they've even played a few notes on the piano. Honey, I'm so tired, let's cuddle and sleep for a while, okay? Gu Yan remembered every single time she had said something like that. Seeing Gu Yan remain silent, Yi Qingyu took a deep breath and spoke softly. Gu Yan, actually, the orchestra has been trying to contact you. Their principal pianist is retiring. Thesis an opportunity. Before, you gave up the piano for Lin Xiaoran, and if the two of you could live a good life together, then I could understand, but now she's treating you like this, you're not worth it. The more Yi Qingyu spoke, the more agitated she became. Ning Chen has achieved considerable success abroad thanks to that piano piece. As you know, she's performed it many times overseas, and everyone believes she composed it. Moreover, he's the son of the Ning family. Gu Yan pursed his lips. He understood what Yi Qingyu meant. If he were to stand up now and say that he wrote that piano piece, that would definitely be ridiculed by everyone and make one the target of public criticism. How could the young master of the Ning family plagiarize someone else's work? Moreover, even Lin Xiaoran, as his wife, believed that the piano piece was written by Ning Chen. No one will believe him. In Kyoto circles, he had long become a laughingstock. Senior, let's talk about playing the piano later. I had some trouble back then, and now I can't play the piano anymore. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyu frowned. After a long silence, he let out a long sigh. Fine, I won't try to persuade you anymore, but if you need anything in the future, you have to tell me, so I can find you again. Okay, thank you, senior. Let's see what you want to eat. You have to eat properly no matter what. No sooner had he finished speaking than the restaurant door was pushed open. Unfortunately, the people who arrived were Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen. A waiter came forward to greet her, and Lin Xiaoran stood there quietly. Ning Chen looked around and then his gaze fell on him and his senior, a smile playing on his lips. Gu Yan, what a coincidence. Are you here for dinner too? Why don't we eat together? What do you like to eat? I'll order. Gu Yan twitched the corner of her mouth and ignored him. Okay, bring one of everything in the restaurant, Yi Qingyu suddenly said. Ning Chen's expression changed slightly. Who are you? Yi Qingyu felt nauseous when she saw Ning Chen. He leaned back, crossed his arms, and looked at Ning Chen with disdain. Who do you care who I am? Get lost. Yi Qingyu's gentleness is always reserved for those close to her. I used to argue with a lot of people back in school. Many people know that she is gentle to her friends but has a fiery temper with outsiders. The reason she is so emotional right now is because it is the first time she has met Gu Yan in several years. Seeing Gu Yan's current miserable state, and Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen, that despicable couple, brazenly appearing in front of them and pretending to be good people. It's truly disgusting. Lin Xiaoran's face darkened. She stepped forward and stared intently at Gu Yan. Who is she? What are you doing here with her? Gu Yan felt a mix of emotions upon seeing Lin Xiaoran's reaction. Even though Ning Chen was right beside her, she still cared about who she was with and what she was doing there. The people who come to this restaurant are mostly high-level employees who work nearby. Many people recognize Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen's faces. After noticing the confrontation between the two of them and Gu Yan, many people raised their phones and pointed them at them. It was not easy to meet the second young lady of the Lin family in the first place. Not to mention the tense atmosphere right now. Lin Xiaoran noticed the movements of the people around her and said in a deep voice to Yi Qing behind her, "Clear the area." 29, Chapter 29, is saying sorry enough? Gu Yan didn't say anything, but just watched quietly as the bodyguards came in and asked the other guests to leave. The photos and videos on my phone have all been deleted. Lin Xiaoran has always been this meticulous when dealing with matters related to Ning Chen. The second young lady of the Lin family appeared at a restaurant with a man who was not her husband, only to find her husband dining with another woman. Gu Yan could guess what Lin Xiaoran was worried about when she asked the area to be cleared. It's simply that after the photos and videos were leaked, people worried that some people who knew Gu Yan was Lin Xiaoran's husband would think that both he and Lin Xiaoran were having affairs. She probably doesn't care about her reputation or that of her senior. However, she couldn't possibly be indifferent to her own reputation and Ning Chen's reputation. Gu Yan's mood became even more depressed. Ning Chen, standing to the side, said to Lin Xiaoran, "Xiaoran, it's okay, Gu Yan's friend probably just doesn't like me. There's probably some misunderstanding about me. There's no need to have someone clear the place out. They don't know the situation either." Upon hearing this, a cold smile appeared on Yi Qingyu's face. "What, you know it's inappropriate for a strange man like you to be photographed next to a married woman, right? If people didn't know better, they might think you two were a couple." Hearing Yi Qingyu's sarcastic words, Ning Chen frowned. "My friend, I don't know what you mean by that. Xiaoran and I are just good friends." "Good friend? Merneng, you've been clinging to President Lin ever since you returned from abroad, haven't you? Your good friend has spent several times more time with President Lin than she has with her husband, hasn't she? If Merneng is really in such a hurry, he might as well get President Lin and Gu Yan to divorce sooner rather than later, so that the two of you can avoid being illegitimate." Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes, and he unconsciously looked at Lin Xiaoran beside him with expectant eyes. "Oh, by the way, it seems Gu Yan has mentioned this to President Lin several times, right? Is President Lin really that busy? Doesn't he even have time to complete some paperwork?" Upon hearing Yi Qingyu's words, a sinister glint flashed deep in Ning Chen's eyes. Lin Xiaoran is unwilling? How is that possible? He has been very familiar with the relationship between the two of them over the past few years. It's almost completely broken. Lin Xiaoran hadn't even been back to that so-called home more than a few times. Yi Qingyu said something very true. In the past few years, he has spent much more time with Lin Xiaoran than Gu Yan has spent with her. Even when he was abroad, Lin Xiaoran often traveled for work, so the two of them still saw each other frequently. During their meetings, Lin Xiaoran never mentioned Gu Yan. Could it be that Merneng prefers being a mistress, which is why President Lin is delaying the completion of the formalities? Upon hearing Yi Qingyu's words, Ning Chen's eyes widened, and his face turned extremely ugly. "What did you say?" Yi Qingyu became increasingly enraged as she looked at Ning Chen, and stepped forward to slap him across the face. "I'm talking about you, you shameless mistress." Before she could finish speaking, Lin Xiaoran stepped forward, her voice icy. "Miss Yi, is that right? We've met before. What? Have you forgotten even the most basic manners after all these years abroad? Hitting someone in public is a crime punishable by jail time. I doubt any foreign orchestra would want someone like you." Yi Qingyu's face turned pale instantly, and her body stiffened slightly. Lin Xiaoran hadn't remembered who she was before. However, the two met a few years ago, and she specifically asked about Gu Yan's situation. After she appeared, Lin Xiaoran had someone investigate her. Lin Xiaoran was quite clear about Yi Qingyu's condition. Lin Xiaoran is capable, resourceful, and shrewd. Even without the Lin family's resources, she could easily crush herself on her own. It couldn't be easier to lose everything you have now. Compared to Lin Xiaoran, the second young lady of the Lin family, one of the future heirs of the Lin group, a powerful new elite in Kyoto, and a business genius, what is she, an ordinary pianist? Seeing this, Guyan stepped forward and said softly, Lin Xiaoran, I apologize on behalf of my senior, I am sorry, could you please not pursue this matter? Lin Xiaoran looked at Gu Yan and suddenly sneered. You apologize for her? How, you think you can just say sorry and be done with it? That slap was hard, you'll have to pay back 100-fold. Okay, I'll fan you. Gu Yan answered quickly, raised his right hand, and slapped himself across the face with all his might. Just as he was about to be slapped, Lin Xiaoran reached out and blocked it. Her breathing was rapid, her eyes were bloodshot, and her gaze was filled with disbelief. Her lips twitched slightly, as if she were suppressing extreme anger. She reached out and grabbed his collar, pulling him forcefully out of the restaurant. Who the hell told you to slap yourself? When she said this, Lin Xiaoran's voice trembled and was a little hoarse. Gu Yan did not resist and let her drag him into the car. The car door closed, leaving only the two of them inside. Lin Xiaoran seemed to be filled with extreme anger, and the surrounding temperature was so cold that it felt like she had been thrown into an ice cave. If it were anyone else, they would probably be too scared to move. Gu Yan didn't speak, he just remained silent. Lin Xiaoran took deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. But the more she breathed, the more her body trembled. Finally, I couldn't help but hug him tightly. Gu Yan, you're insane, you're absolutely insane. She opened her mouth and talked for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence, as if she was frightened and unable to calm down. Gu Yan didn't quite understand why she was reacting so strongly. Isn't it just slapping yourself in the face? It's not like he hasn't done it before. Although it wasn't in front of Ning Chen alone that he was slapped, but in front of the entire Ning family. But Ning Chen was also present and witnessed it. He couldn't remember how many times he slapped himself back then, but it must have been at least 1,000 times. His face was bruised and swollen, and he couldn't even hold things anymore. Lin Xiaoran did not appear at that time. Just tell him to be sincere when slapping, to use enough force with each slap, and not to be perfunctory. At that time, everyone believed that he was responsible for Ning Meng's paralysis in the car accident. Ning Meng is the most outstanding young person in the Ning family, far more outstanding than Ning Chen, and is the person on whom the Ning family places the most hopes. The Ning family was furious and even threatened to kill him. But he didn't die, he married Lin Xiaoran. Many people can't understand it. Gu Yan thought that Lin Xiaoran had protected him and that he might still have a place in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited almost a year after the drugging incident at the engagement banquet to get a marriage certificate, but instead married him at that time. Everyone knows Gu Yan's feelings for Lin Xiaoran. He's tormented by the person he deeply loves. This kind of punishment is indeed much more painful than simply dying. In the years since their marriage, Lin Xiaoran has indeed rarely returned home, and people in the industry and the Ning family have accepted this outcome. It is said that Lin Xiaoran has been helping Ning Meng find specialists while traveling abroad for business all these years, to see if there is any chance to cure her. In addition, Lin Xiaoran was indeed very good to Ning Chen, and even risked her life to save him. Everyone thought their relationship was excellent. Therefore, the Ning family and Lin Xiaoran have a pretty good relationship. As Gu Yan thought about these things, he felt increasingly distressed, as if the wound in his heart, pierced by thousands of needles, would never heal. Lin Xiaoran is genuinely good to Ning Chen and is truly protecting him. But why is she like this now? 30, as I said in chapter 30, I want a divorce. Lin Xiaoran hugged him tightly, her body trembling violently. He could even feel that his chest was slightly damp. She cried? Gu Yan immediately dismissed the idea. How could she possibly cry? The atmosphere gradually quieted down, and Gu Yan looked out the car window without saying a word. Only after Lin Xiaoran's condition gradually calmed down did he slowly speak, Senior, she didn't do it on purpose, could you please not pursue this matter further? Lin Xiaoran froze, then suddenly stood up and pushed him hard in the chest with both hands. The two finally returned to a normal distance for contact. Gu Yan then noticed that Lin Xiaoran's eyes were indeed a little red. Lin Xiaoran's face is just too beautiful. Even in the entertainment industry, where beauties abound, no one can compare. When she became a rising star in the business world and gradually became known to the public, her face immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The hashtag beautiful female CEO who started from scratch trended on Weibo for many days. This shows just how beautiful she is. At this moment, that usually cold face had red eyes and long eyelashes that were slightly damp, as if they had been soaked by someone. Gu Yan thought he had misread it. But just as he was about to get a better look, she suddenly stepped forward and kissed him, her hands still tearing at his clothes. Lin Xiaoran. Gu Yan pushed her away forcefully. Although the two were in the car, they were still outside, on the bustling streets of Kyoto. Even if there is privacy film on the car windows, as long as the car shakes, passers-by can still tell what is happening inside. Besides, Ning Chen and Yi Qingyu were in the restaurant, so they could definitely see it. He didn't understand why Lin Xiaoran suddenly reacted so strongly, as if she had gone mad and was relying on him. Lin Xiaoran, I just did what you asked. Is there anything you're not satisfied with? Lin Xiaoran grabbed Gu Yan's already torn collar with one hand and reached down with the other. Do as I say. I said I wouldn't get a divorce. Did you listen? What did you take my words for? Just a passing breeze, Gu Yan. We've known each other for over 10 years. After all these years, you're going to slap yourself in front of me for another woman. I told you to slap yourself, and you really did, and for another woman? Gu Yan sighed inwardly. He understood the woman in front of him less and less. It was clearly her who said she would repay him 100-fold. It seems that starting a few years ago, he found himself increasingly unable to understand this woman's thought process. Every time the two of them communicated, it felt like they were crossing a time and space. They could never quite understand what the other person meant. She was like a powerful figure high above, coldly observing his suffering. He was alone in hell, suffering and struggling until the very end, but he saw no hope. Lin Xiaoran's movements became more and more intense, and she pressed her entire body against Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran, let go of me. Gu Yan's voice was somewhat muffled. Lin Xiaoran heard this, but showed no sign of stopping. Suddenly, someone knocked on the car window. Both of them shuddered. Lin Xiaoran finally let go of him and helped him straighten his clothes. The car window was rolled down, and Ning Chen was standing there, looking at the two of them with a grim expression. Xiaoran, isn't there a company meeting later? Gu Yan didn't even know where the Lin Group's office building was located in the past few years, so he naturally knew nothing about Lin Xiaoran's job duties. Gu Yan opened the car door and prepared to get out. But then he heard Lin Xiaoran's cold voice from behind him. Can I say you can leave now? Gu Yan stopped in his tracks, feeling quite puzzled. He often couldn't understand Lin Xiaoran's thoughts. Ning Chen's complexion is terrible right now. She's clearly in a bad mood. Since she likes him so much, shouldn't she be trying to comfort his mother? Moreover, Lin Xiaoran is a workaholic and has work to do in a while, so why would she leave you behind at this time? Seeing this, Ning Chen's face showed a hint of grievance. She gritted her teeth and said softly, Xiaoran, the company is waiting for you. I have a bit of an upset stomach. Shall we eat something first? Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath, and her aura gradually subsided. Seeing her like this, Gu Yan sneered and got out of the car and left. But Lin Xiaoran suddenly caught up and grabbed his wrist. Gu Yan's body trembled, and his fingers shook uncontrollably. Lin Xiaoran then remembered that Gu Yan had become unusually terrified when others touched his wrists and fingers. She didn't know when it started. So she always grabbed his collar. She quickly let go of his hand, but her face remained cold. You're not allowed to go to the Jiangnan villa tonight. Go home. I changed all the servants. The same thing won't happen again. Gu Yan took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said in a deep voice, I've already said it, I want a divorce. Lin Xiaoran's breath hitched, and she stepped forward to hug Gu Yan from behind. All right, stop fooling around. Gu Yan didn't speak. Ning Chen's face was extremely pale, and his eyes were red. Xiaoran, there really isn't enough time. As he spoke, he clutched his stomach and squatted down. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoran had no choice but to let go of Ning Chen's hand, go to Ning Chen's side, and help him up and get into the car. After getting into the car, Ning Chen glanced in his direction, her eyes filled with hatred and provocation. Didn't you say you were so hungry your stomach hurt? Isn't the restaurant right behind us? Gu Yan stood there, watching the car drive away. Only after the taillights were no longer visible did I turn around and walk into the restaurant. Yi Qingyu was still in the restaurant. Gu Yan, are you alright? Yi Qingyu straightened his collar, which had been pulled out of shape. I'm fine, senior, you'dn't be so impulsive in the future. Shay's different now than before. What he once said, Lin Xiaoran would always smile and agree, and wouldn't pursue the matter or hold it against her. But now, she has changed a lot. If she really wants to pursue the matter of Yi Qingyu hitting Ning Chen, then Yi Qingyu will be in big trouble. Losing your job is the best outcome. Seriously, I might never see his senior again. Yi Qingyu remained silent for a while after hearing this, but there was still a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. Are you just going to let it go like that? Just watch that slut use your piano pieces to swindle people. One steals, the other uses her connections. These two will definitely get their comeuppance. Gu Yan sighed softly. He didn't really have any solutions. Ning Chen is the young master of the Ning family, so it's hard to believe that he stole something. Not to mention Lin Xiaoran testifying for him. Even his own wife said it was Ning Chen's work, so who would believe him? Seeing Gu Yan like this, Yi Qingyu gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and her tone became much gentler. It's alright, we're not in a rush. There'll always be a solution. What's fake can't become real, and what's real can't become fake. There will always be a way to prove everything, but you can't keep putting yourself through this. They say men with money go bad, and women are the same. Lin Xiaoranch has at least 2 lovers. From now on, stop having any illusions about her, okay? 31, Chapter 31, Eat it or don't, it's up to you. Go ahead and starve to death if you dare. Gu Yan had a headache. He knew that what Yi Qingyu had told him was true. But he really couldn't understand Lin Xiaoran now. After what happened, neither of them had any appetite. After seeing Yi Qingyu off to her car, he returned to the company alone. I endured the headache until I got off work and returned to Jiannan Villa. I took a shower and lay in bed when my phone suddenly rang. When he opened it, he saw that Ning Chen had sent him a photo. In the photo, Lin Xiaoran is wearing a formal dress, and there are some high-end dishes on the table in front of her. The surroundings resemble an office. 2 minutes later, almost at the last second of the withdrawal time limit, the photo was withdrawn. Gu Yan's heart sank, and she opened her WeChat Moments. Sure enough, Ning Chen posted the same photo on her WeChat Moments. The caption was just a few words, a delicious treat after a busy day. Ning Chen enjoys special privileges within the Lin Group. Even though he wasn't a member of the Lin family, nor an employee of the Lin Group, he could freely enter and exit the Lin Group's office building, and even freely enter and exit Lin Xiaoran's office. Ning Chen did all these things simply to remind herself, just like before, to look at the way he was with Lin Xiaoran. Gu Yan tossed his phone aside and ignored it, feeling extremely annoyed. I've had too many worries lately, and I'm already feeling a bit weak. I haven't fully recovered from my illness, so now that I can finally have some quiet rest, I don't want to think about these things anymore. After lying down for a while, the pain in his head gradually subsided, and his breathing became much more stable, when a sudden loud noise woke him up. He quickly got up and felt a cold wind blowing on him. Looking up, I saw that the window glass had been smashed. I frowned and made a call to the property management. When something like this happens in a residential community, the property management company needs to take responsibility. The property management staff arrived quickly after inspecting the situation. They said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, I just received the call and had someone check the area, but we didn't find anyone suspicious. Gu Yan still frowned. What about the surveillance footage? Have you checked the footage? His window was smashed for no reason. He probably won't be able to sleep well tonight. Many people in the Kyoto circle have quite a few opinions about him. Who knows, someone might want to stand up for Ning Chen and hire someone to deal with him. The surveillance equipment has been being replaced over the past 2 days, and we haven't been able to find any clues. Rest assured, we will increase patrols from now on, and nothing like this will happen again. Although Gu Yan's expression was not good, he had no other choice but to swallow this bitter pill. It's already evening, and although the property management has maintenance personnel, they can't find a suitable size of glass to reinstall in a short time. The headache that had just subsided was made even worse by this sudden fright. I locked the master bedroom door and sat down on the sofa in the living room. He pressed his temples hard with both hands, trying to relieve his headache, then leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes tightly. He didn't know how much time had passed, but in his dazed state, he seemed to hear someone banging on the door. Gu Yan, open the door. Gu Yan slowly opened his eyes and realized that he had not been dreaming. Someone was indeed banging on the door. He tried to get up to open the door, but his body seemed to have lost all its strength, and his head was dizzy, as if it was forcing him to pass out. With a loud bang, the door lock was smashed off from the outside. Lin Xiaoran pushed open the door and ran in, only to find Gu Yan lying there with his eyes closed. Why do you change your password all of a sudden? Lin Xiaoran asked a question with a cold face, but received no response. I took a closer look at Gu Yan's face. It was extremely pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Mr. Lin, it seems like the gentleman has low blood sugar again, He Qing reminded him from the side. He hasn't eaten anything since noon. Lin Xiaoran felt a nameless anger rising in her heart, which made her feel annoyed and upset. Yudo, you really have to drive yourself to the hospital? After uttering a complaint, he turned and instructed Yi Qing to prepare sweet soup. As he was fed spoonful after spoonful, Gu Yan's complexion improved somewhat, and he gradually opened his eyes. You, how did you get here? If I don't come, will you just starve to death? Lin Xiaoran's tone remained harsh. Gu Yan glanced subconsciously at the bowl of sweet soup in front of him and roughly understood what had just happened. I have low blood sugar again. Get up and eat when you wake. UPI asked Yi Qing to buy your favorite food. Lin Xiaoran got up and walked towards the restaurant. Gu Yan watched this scene and slowly closed his eyes. He found it absurd. When the two of them lived in a rented apartment, he would wait for her to come back and have dinner together, no matter how late it was. At that time, Lin Xiaoran was busy with work every day, often until midnight. But he will keep waiting. After she got home, no matter if she had eaten or how tired she was, she would eat with him. Therefore, Gu Yan's diet was irregular, his stomach and intestines were always relatively weak, and he developed a problem with low blood sugar at that time. Later, Gu Yan never saw Lin Xiaoran have dinner with him again. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Lin Xiaoran rummaging through drawers and cabinets, finding 2 sets of tableware and placing them on the dining table. Gu Yan suddenly spoke up, do you think this is interesting? Lin Xiaoran paused, her fingers tightening slightly. What? Gu Yan sighed softly, tell me, do you think this is funny? Let's get the divorce done as soon as possible, it'll be better for both of us. He used to look forward to her coming home for dinner, but she never came back. Now he no longer expects it, but she can after dinner come over and have dinner with me. Lin Xiaoran's face darkened, and she slammed her chopsticks down on the table. Gu Yan, are you sick? Gu Yan didn't speak, but just quietly looked out the window. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiaoran was so angry that she trembled all over. Eat it or don't, it's up to you, go ahead and starve to death if you dare. After saying that, she walked straight out the door and slammed it shut. Gu Yan leaned back on the sofa, glanced at the food on the table, and couldn't help but look up. His eyes welled up with tears, and he didn't want those tears to fall like raindrops anymore. So he simply picked up a towel from the side and covered his face with it. I just drank some sugar water, and my low blood sugar has subsided. I drifted off to sleep in a daze. In the middle of the night, a loud bang came from the doorway, followed by a figure flashing past. The door lock had already been smashed by Yi Qing. After the loud noise, the door opened wide, and Gu Yan was awakened once again. A chilling laugh came from the doorway. A cold sweat instantly covered Gu Yan's back, his heart pounded, and he looked toward the door with a look of terror on his face. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. 32, Chapter 32, Isn't this the man he used to be? He had been physically weak for the past few days, and tonight he first fainted due to low blood sugar, and then woke up several times. His body and mind had long been at their limit. Being suddenly startled like this at this moment, even though he wouldn't normally be frightened by such things, he couldn't help but feel numb all over. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forced himself to stand up, and turned on the light. I took a deep breath and, after regaining some strength, walked to the door. A small speaker was placed by the door, constantly emitting a chilling, cold laugh. Guyen fiddled with it for a long time before finally turning off the speaker. He closed the door, barricaded it with something, and sat back down on the sofa. Ningchen opened her phone and saw that she had updated her WeChat moments with a new post. I don't know who was making those scary noises in the middle of the night, but luckily someone was there to keep me company while I made the call. The screenshot showed him talking to someone, although the other person's phone number and nickname were obscured. Guyen knew without a doubt that it was Lin Xiaoran. He had heard before that Ningchen was afraid of hearing ghost stories and watching horror movies. If I see a scene from a horror movie during the day, I'm too scared to sleep at night. Lin Xiaoran would often stay with him on the phone until he fell asleep. Many people used to envy Ningchen because of this. After all, a famously cold and aloof beauty like Lin Xiaoran has never been this kind to anyone before. From the moment she became a rising star in the business world, her aura changed. When others face her, they can always feel a strong sense of oppression, making them unconsciously want to lower their heads and dare not look directly at her. For her to take such good care of someone is definitely an achievement worth boasting about. Ningchen is the kind of person that people envy and are jealous of. When the car accident happened earlier, the car had already started to catch fire, but Lin Xiaoran still rushed over and rescued the other party without hesitation. Just seconds later, the car explosion would have engulfed the two men. They almost lost their lives. In the years since their marriage, Guyen has actually seen quite a few of Ningchen's posts on social media. I looked at it over and over again. Ningchen posts on her WeChat moments very frequently, and there's always something new to share. But each time, it made Guyen's heart ache as if it were being twisted. But he still couldn't resist looking, because only in this way could he see news about Lin Xiaoran. Over time, he has become numb and no longer feels so bad when facing Lin Xiaoran's indifference and torment. He has truly given up. Although there were occasional moments of emotional outburst, there was mostly regret for the beautiful memories that had been experienced. I turned off my phone, stood up, and my head was still throbbing with pain. After leaning against the wall for a long time to recover, I slowly went upstairs to another bedroom. It's already past midnight, and he has to go to work tomorrow morning. If he doesn't get some sleep, he won't even be able to drive tomorrow. He no longer needed to worry about Lin Xiaoran. Just like what his senior told him today, he needs to think about his future. I slept for 2 or 3 hours before being woken up by my phone alarm. I shakily got up, tidied myself up briefly, and went downstairs. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Lin Xiaoran sitting on the sofa. The things that were originally blocking the doorway were lying there in a mess. Guyen blinked, thinking Z had misread it. What is she doing here? Weren't you on the phone with Ningchen last night? Why did you come here so early? Lin Xiaoran kept her eyes tightly closed, her breathing was uneven, and she seemed to be sleeping poorly. When the two of them used to live together in a rented apartment, Lin Xiaoran was not used to sleeping in the same bed. At that time, she could only fall asleep in bed, either in my arms or in my arms. I don't know why, but after getting married, her problem of being unable to sleep in a particular bed disappeared. I can even fall asleep on the sofa. Guyen glanced at her a few times but didn't wake her up. He turned around, took a bag of bread from the refrigerator, and prepared to leave. I had just reached the door when I heard her voice behind me. You're just going to eat this? His voice was cold, and one could clearly hear some dissatisfaction in his tone. Guyen lowered his head to change his shoes, without responding. Lin Xiaoran rubbed her temples, her face looking pale. She had a headache. This is a habit she developed before. It's not that she no longer has this problem of not being able to sleep in a particular bed, it's just that she has to travel for work every day because she's busy with her career. I stayed in different hotels every day, and after a while I got used to it. Although I can fall asleep now, I never sleep soundly and I have a headache. In the past, every time he came back from a business trip, he looked terrible, and Guyen felt extremely distressed. I made her some soup, watched her drink it, and then carried her to bed. Lin Xiaoran felt a few drops of cold sweat trickle down her forehead from the pain. Watching Guyen leave without a word or looking back, she let out a cold laugh. Gu Yan drove to pick up Zhao Yuyan, but when he arrived near the Zhao family villa, he saw the young man again. After thinking for a moment, he stopped listening downstairs at the Zhao family villa and called Zhao Yuyan from about 70 or 80 meters away to explain the situation. Zhao Yuyan quickly went out the door, and the young man immediately rushed over, circling around Zhao Yuyan and talking to her incessantly. But Zhao Yuyan frowned and kept trying to drive him away. The young man initially tried to appease her with a flattering expression, but later gradually broke down emotionally and started shouting and making a scene. Gu Yan looked at this scene and felt that it looked somewhat familiar. Isn't this just like him in the past? In the past, every time Lin Xiaoran came home, he was just like this young man. He tried to please her with great enthusiasm, but was only met with indifference and rejection in the end. He broke down emotionally and became like a madman. Gu Yan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his breathing becoming labored. He seemed much more hurried, his head bowed, lost in thought. It wasn't until Zhao Yuyan opened the car door and got in that she said with annoyance, "Let's drive." Gu Yan stepped on the gas and drove forward. But the young man caught up again, rushed to the front of the car, and spread his arms to try to stop it. Gu Yan instinctively slammed on the brakes, causing the car to shake violently. When he looked up again, he saw the young man staring at him with a face full of hatred. Zhao Yuyan rolled down the car window, furious. "Are you fucking crazy? If you don't want to live, then die somewhere else, don't die in front of my house." Gu Yan took a deep breath, shifted into reverse, reversed the car, and drove away in a different direction. For some reason, he found himself somewhat envious of young men. He had never received such an angry response from Lin Xiaoran before. At least he can get this kind of response. Instead of remaining indifferent as always, watching him from a superior position as he performed like a madman, becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of others. 33, Chapter 33, could it be that the Lin family went bankrupt and Lin Xiaoran died? After arriving at the company and getting out of the car, Zhao Yuyan's expression softened considerably. The two entered the elevator together. The moment the elevator doors closed, Zhao Yuyan's phone rang. The signal was restored after I stepped out of the elevator. The ringtone kept going off incessantly. Zhao Yuyan clicked on it and her face immediately darkened again. Wang Yifan had somehow infiltrated the company's employee group chat and was currently making a tearful accusation. Wang Yifan is the fiancé that Zhao Yuyan's elders arranged for her. At this moment, no employee dared to speak in the employee group chat. The only thing in the group was a photo of Gu Yan driving to pick up Zhao Yuyan. Below are a series of audio messages. "This pretty boy is a cheater. He knows perfectly well that Yuyan already has a fiancé, but he still keeps clinging to her. Zhao Yuyan, you have a fiancé, can't you be a little more discreet? What kind of image is it to have a pretty boy by your side all the time? I'm clearly your fiancé. Have you ever respected me at all? Do you even treat me like a human being? Zhao Yuyan, you actually sent me to the police station for this pretty boy. Let me tell you, I won't let you two adulterers get away with this. I'm going to commit suicide in front of your company. I'm going to ruin your reputations from now on. Zhao Yuyan, I will never let you get away with this. Because of you, I'm being laughed at by all my friends. I won't let you get away with this. And this pretty boy Gu Yan, I will never let you get away with that either. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." One message after another kept popping up in the employee group. Wang Yifan was acting like a vicious dog, going berserk. Gu Yan was unaware of these things. Zhao Yuyan doesn't like listening to audio, so she sees everything directly as text. Gu Yan had only been working at the company for a few days and hadn't even joined the employee group chat. It wasn't until lunch break that he realized his colleagues were looking at him strangely. They would always secretly point at themselves in twos and threes, muttering something to themselves. Gu Yan was a little puzzled, but he didn't know what had happened. It wasn't until Zhao Yuyan's secretary called him into the office that he finally understood. I had just stepped into the office and hadn't even closed the door properly when I heard more whispers behind me. The office was filled with smoke after the door was closed. Zhao Yuyan must have slapped quite a few eyes. Upon seeing him arrive, she frowned and said in a hoarse voice, "Come with me to a cocktail party. We might run into people from the Lin group." Gu Yan pursed her lips and lowered her head. He felt a little irritated. The party with the Lin group in attendance didn't seem like the kind of gathering Zhao Yuyan usually attended with her close friends. Normally, we wouldn't bring someone like him, who's just there to make a show of things. Bringing a work secretary is the most appropriate option. Zhao Yuyan seemed to have noticed his confusion. The Lin group wasn't originally involved in this new project, but for some reason, they suddenly said they would attend the party. The schedule was set long ago. With this explanation, Gu Yan understood. This was an unexpected situation. However, he did not refuse. He didn't have much right to refuse, it was his job. Okay, I'll go down and get the car. After Gu Yan finished speaking, he prepared to turn around and leave. Etc. Is there anything else, Mr. Zhao? Did the compensation from last time arrive? I'll have the finance department transfer another 50,000 yuan to you in a bit as compensation for this time. Can you please stop pursuing this? Gu Yan was somewhat puzzled. It wasn't until Zhao Yuyan showed him the group messages that he understood what had happened. However, he didn't really care. I wasn't very familiar with my colleagues at the company to begin with. Moreover, he had long been scorned and ridiculed in Lin Xiaoran's circle over the years. This is nothing to him. Mr. Zhao, I'm fine with it, but won't his commotion have some impact on the company? If they were to stage a suicide scene at the company entrance, it would definitely have a significant impact on the Zhao family. Lin Xiaoran waved her hand and extinguished the cigarette in her hand. It's alright, I'll handle these things, it won't have any impact. Gu Yan nodded. Since Zhao Yuyan is confident in solving the problem, he doesn't need to worry about it anymore, he can just focus on collecting the money. The two left the company together and drove to the party venue. The cocktail party was held at a hotel owned by the Lin Group. It wasn't a last-minute change of location, rather, it was a coincidence that the Lin Group already owned several high-end hotels. As soon as I entered the reception hall, I saw Lin Xiaoran standing in the very center of the reception. Gu Yan was slightly taken aback and turned to look at Zhao Yuyan. This kind of impromptu involvement in a project should, in principle, be handled by simply inviting any high-level executive to the reception. Why did Lin Xiaoran come here? Zhao Yuyan sensed the confusion in his eyes and gently shook her head. I'm not entirely sure why she came. Maybe she's interested in this new project? Gu Yan followed Zhao Yuyan to the center of the hall. It wasn't that she deliberately brought him closer to Lin Xiaoran. Instead, the heads of various companies responsible for this new project were all gathered around Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran also noticed Gu Yan and the other person holding her wineglass, her eyes kept darting back and forth between them. He suddenly stepped forward, stood in front of the two men, and said proudly, President Zhao, it's been a long time. Zhao Yuyan's expression changed instantly, and a smile appeared on her lips. President Lin's aura is still so strong, giving people no room to breathe. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran did not back down, instead, she took another step forward. Do you even remember what I told you back then? Have you forgotten so quickly? Zhao Yuyan's breath hitched, then she looked up and stared directly at the other person. Of course she remembered what Lin Xiaoran had told her back then. Keep your distance from Gu Yan. She kept a close eye on Gu Yan, wishing she could always hide him behind her and not let anyone see him. Otherwise, why would outsiders say that she loves Ningchen? Zhao Yuyan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, President Lin, your husband works at our company now. I have never mistreated him after all. He said during his interview that he was short of money. These words were like a slap in the face to Lin Xiaoran. The husband of the Lin Group's heiress, the Lin family's son-in-law, is short of money? He even went to the woman who had once treated him like a male model and tried to harass and play with him because he was short of money. Could it be that the Lin family went bankrupt and Lin Xiaoran died? Smack! With a loud bang, Lin Xiaoran slapped Zhao Yuyan across the face. Zhao Yuyan staggered from the slap, almost falling to the ground from the sudden yet powerful blow. 34, Chapter 34, Have you forgotten who you married? The scene suddenly fell silent. Although the Zhao family is not as powerful as the Lin family in the capital, it is still a considerable family. No one could have imagined that Lin Xiaoran would suddenly attack Zhao Yuyan here. Slapping Zhao Yuyan in public was undoubtedly a humiliation for the Zhao family. It's not surprising that Lin Xiaoran was the one who did this. After all, Lin Xiaoran is known for her ruthless methods. Moreover, Lin Xiaoran represents not only the Lin Group, but also her own businesses. Even if we fall out with the Zhao family, we won't suffer any losses. Even if the Zhao family did, they might not dare to turn against Lin Xiaoran like that. Gu Yan stood behind her, frowning, and helped Zhao Yuyan up. Lin Xiaoran. In the quiet hall, Gu Yan's slightly angry voice rang out. Lin Xiaoran gently rubbed her palms, picked up a tissue from the table beside her, and casually asked, "What's up?" Gu Yan didn't actually think Zhao Yuyan had done anything wrong. Back then, the other party mistook him for a male model and harassed him while drunk. But in these people's circles, there are far more insane and absurd things than this. People who grow up in this circle are all like this. She is considered one of the more restrained ones. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xiaoran. "Can you please stop hitting people all the time?" At the very least, Zhao Yuyan gave him a job, and the money she gave him was a real help. Lin Xiaoran sneered and pulled him from behind Zhao Yuyan to in front of her. "Stop hitting people all the time, Gu Yan. Why do you protect everyone and feel sorry for everyone? Have you forgotten who you married? Don't you care about the person you married?" Gu Yan looked away and said, "Lin Xiaoran, you don't need to involve others in our affairs. It was President Zhao who gave me the job, so don't use my name to make things difficult for her." Lin Xiaoran's face darkened, and she wanted to say something more, but Yi Qing behind her handed her her phone. Gu Yan glanced at it subconsciously, but couldn't see the caller ID or phone number. But he could guess who was calling. It wasn't Ningchen calling, yet Yi Qing still handed over her phone at that moment. It could only be a call from Fontainebleau. Upon answering the phone, Lin Xiaoran's expression shifted between light and dark. She turned and walked directly out of the hall without saying anything more to Gu Yan. Gu Yan didn't hear what Lin Xiaoran said on the phone, and he wasn't curious anymore. After Lin Xiaoran left, the previously frigid atmosphere in the hall gradually dissipated. The person in charge of the party was drenched in cold sweat. He knew Gu Yan's identity, and he was also aware of Zhao Yuyan's identity. For him, Lin Xiaoran was someone he couldn't afford to offend. However, Gu Yan and Zhao Yuyan are also people he cannot afford to offend. Seeing Lin Xiaoran leave, he hurriedly stepped forward, bowed deeply to Zhao Yuyan, and said, "Miss Zhao, I'm so sorry, we didn't expect this to happen. Don't worry, we will definitely give you satisfactory compensation." After saying that, she looked at Gu Yan and said, "Mr. Gu, thank you so much for your help." Gu Yan felt only sorrow. It wasn't him who stopped Lin Xiaoran, but the person living in Fontainebleau. Looking at the mark on Zhao Yuyan's face, Gu Yan said softly, "Should we go to the hospital to get it checked out?" Lin Xiaoran's slap was quite forceful. Zhao Yuyan is now unsteady on her feet and may have suffered a concussion. Zhao Yuyan looked at the person in charge of the party and said softly, "Can the new project still proceed?" The person in charge of the reception side, originally there were no problems, but now for some reason, the Lin Group has suddenly become interested in this project, and our company's leaders mean they want to wait a bit longer. Zhao Yuyan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. "I understand." After saying that, he turned and left. Gu Yan hurriedly followed, and the two got into the car. Back to the company. "Aren't you going to the hospital to get it checked out?" "Let's go back to the company first." Gu Yan saw in the rearview mirror that Zhao Yuyan's expression was still unpleasant, and wanted to say a few more words of advice. But then he heard Zhao Yuyan's voice from behind him. "I'm fine, it's a problem with the project." "Is this project very important?" "Wang Yifan's family is putting pressure on me. They have some influence. I currently have some projects that are connected to the Wang family. If I can't secure this new project, it will cause some trouble." Zhao Yuyan spoke casually, but Gu Yan could tell from her expression. This is no small problem. Although Zhao Yuyan is the future heir of the Zhao family, she is not the only one who has the final say in the family. If she has fewer projects on hand, it will definitely have a significant impact on her. Now, Lin Xiaoran is clearly going against her, and if the Wang family joins in the fray, her situation will likely become very difficult. Gu Yan didn't say anything more and drove back to the company. As soon as I arrived downstairs at the office building, I saw Wang Yifan appear at the entrance. Zhao Yuyan frowned. Go to the underground parking garage. Gu Yan turned the car around and drove it into the garage. Wang Yifan stood in the office building lobby, looking at the people coming and going, his face extremely grim. Perhaps he had been waiting for a long time and was getting impatient, so he simply started shouting loudly. Zhao Yuyan, where are you? Come out here right now. You're so capable of keeping a gigolo, but you're not capable enough to come out and see me? I'm telling you, if you don't come out, I'll kill myself. I'll let everyone see your true colors. As he spoke, Wang Yifan actually pulled out a dagger and started waving it around wildly. The hall instantly descended into chaos, with many people who had been very close to him rushing out. They shouted and ran to the side. The security guards in the office building were on high alert, wanting to step forward and stop the crazed Wang Yifan, but they were hesitant to make a move. This time, he really went too far. Just as Zhao Yuyan and Gu Yan arrived at the company entrance from the elevator, someone ran over, briefly explained the situation, and then said, President Zhao, your mother is waiting for you in your office. Zhao Yuyan's expression changed, and then she said to Gu Yan beside her, go back to your workstation first. Gu Yan nodded. He was just Zhao Yuyan's assistant. He did whatever she told him to do. However, after returning to his workstation, he recalled Wang Yifan's face and felt slightly confused. I have a feeling that I've seen this person somewhere before. When Zhao Yuyan returned to her office and opened the door, she saw a middle-aged woman who looked about 70% like her sitting there. Upon seeing Zhao Yuyan, he immediately launched into a tirade of abuse. What have you done? Who told you to mess around outside? You've even started keeping a gigolo. You've completely disgraced the Zhao family. 35, Chapter 35, Making Gu Yan kneel down and apologize? Zhao Yuyan's expression remained unpleasant, but she did not reply. Zhao's mother looked at Zhao Yuyan with a disappointed expression. Do you know how much the Wang family dotes on Wang Yifan? How much help the Wang family has given to our Zhao family's business? Why are you keeping a gigolo at this crucial moment, and keeping him by your side all the time? What are you thinking? The more Zhao's mother talked, the angrier she became, and she pointed at Zhao Yuyan's nose and cursed her. Zhao Yuyan kept her head down and didn't say anything. Seeing her daughter like this, Zhao's mother took a deep breath and spoke sternly. Alright, I can handle things downstairs, but you have to make that gigolo come downstairs now, kneel down and apologize in front of Wang Yifan, and then kick him out of the company. Absolutely forbidden from ever appearing around you again. Wang Yifan can't see him from now on. Even if you're keeping a gigolo, don't be so blatant, understand? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuyan finally raised her head. Mom, I can handle what's going on downstairs, but I won't let him come downstairs, kneel down, and apologize. What kind of time is this? You're still protecting your pretty boy? Are you really crazy? Yes, I've seen his picture. He's good looking, but he's just a man, right? With your looks, you could have a few more. This is non-negotiable. You can just give him some money. Anyway, he's only with you for the money, isn't he? Zhao's mother was somewhat unhappy, and her face turned red with anger. She had seen Gu Yan's photos, and he was indeed very handsome. He could even be said to be more handsome than many male celebrities in the entertainment industry who are known for their good looks. However, compared to the Zhao family's business, this is nothing. Mom, he's Lin Xiaoran's husband. Making him kneel down and apologize will cause a lot of trouble, even more trouble than the Wang family caused. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother was taken aback. She truly hadn't expected that the man beside her daughter was actually the husband of the Lin Group's heiress. Lin Xiaoran usually kept Gu Yan well hidden, and always kept Ningchen by her side. In addition, Wang Lin usually never mentions her son-in-law. So she really didn't know that at first. Lin Xiaoran's husband, how did you bring him here? Does Lin Xiaoran know about this? Zhao's mother asked with a serious expression. Just as Zhao Yuyan was about to answer, she heard her mother continue, by the way, there's a rumor in Kyoto that Lin Xiaoran doesn't like her husband and likes Ningchen. Is that true? I heard that the Lin family has always wanted to get rid of this son-in-law. They probably already knew he was working for you since they didn't tell us. They probably don't care. If they don't care, then it's fine. Let him kneel down and apologize. I'll talk to the Lin family. Maybe we can get them a reason to kick him out that way. We won't offend either side. The more Zhao's mother spoke, the more relaxed she became, as if she had found what she considered the safest solution. Lin Xiaoran knew that her husband had been staying with her daughter for so many days. There's no reason why the Lin family wouldn't know. They knew about it, but did nothing. That explains a lot. Since that's the case, there's no need to worry about offending the Lin family because of Gu Yan. Zhao Yuyan's eyes darkened. If the person in front of her wasn't her mother, she really wouldn't want to waste any more time here. Does Lin Xiaoran really not care about Gu Yan? If you really don't care, you'll still get slapped again. Zhao Yuyan didn't say anything more, but turned around and walked out of the office. She will not listen to her mother's arrangements. If that were to happen, it would be a real disaster for the Zhao family. However, Gu Yan can no longer stay by her side. Arriving at Gu Yan's workstation, I said, "Gu Yan, you should go and complete your resignation procedures in a bit." Gu Yan was stunned for a moment. He hadn't been working there long before he was fired? Is it because the probation period hasn't ended? That's not right. If there had been a probationary period, I wouldn't have received a month's salary in advance. Forget it, don't worry about the resignation procedures, I'll take care of them for you. You've already received an advance on your first month's salary, so just go now. Zhao Yuyan exuded anxiety and waved her hand, as if urging him to leave immediately. Mr. Zhao, is there something I did wrong, or is it because I put you in a difficult position? Leaving this company, he wasn't sure where he could find a well-paying job. Zhao Yuyan took a deep breath. My mother is inside. She wants you to go down and kneel down to apologize to Wang Yifan so that the Wang family won't cause us any trouble. She brought bodyguards with her. If you don't leave, it will be very troublesome. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan understood. She stood up, nodded, and said gratefully to Zhao Yuyan, I understand, thank you, President Zhao. He remembered this favor. If I don't leave now, and someone catches me and forces me to go downstairs and kneel down, that would be too embarrassing. Even though he has been ridiculed and mocked countless times over the years, he doesn't want to experience such humiliation again. After quickly tidying up my things, I got up and walked out of the office. Just as he reached the elevator lobby, several burly men in suits suddenly came up, grabbed his arms, covered his mouth, and forcibly dragged him to the stairwell. Gu Yan struggled desperately. But given his current physical condition, how could he possibly be a match for these strong bodyguards? After struggling, the bodyguards seemed to get a little annoyed and simply knocked him unconscious. After Gu Yan was knocked unconscious, one of the security guards became somewhat displeased. Why did you knock him out? After he's been knocked out for a while, do you think he'll kneel down and apologize to the young master of the Wang family? Alright, take him away first and let the young master of the Wang family take a look. The group carried Gu Yan downstairs and brought him to Wang Yifan. Mr. Wang, our Zhao family has brought this pretty boy to you. We originally intended for him to kneel down and apologize, but we accidentally knocked him unconscious. What do you think is the best course of action? Wang Yifan had regained some composure by this time. But the moment he saw Gu Yan, his face contorted in a ferocious expression. Good, I've finally caught this pretty boy. Send him to the misty Jiangnan region. What's the point of kneeling and apologizing? Since he likes being a gigolo and a mistress, I'll let him know what happens to him. The bodyguards exchanged glances, all somewhat puzzled. Yenyu Jiangnan is a very high-end club in Kyoto, and it operates on a members-only basis. Those who can get in are either rich or powerful. It's said that there are many rich kids there who live a life of extravagance. Now, why is Wang Yifan asking them to send Gu Yan there? 36, Chapter 36, isn't this a waste of resources? The group stopped Gu Yan at the entrance of Yenyu Jiangnan. This place is members only, and none of us were qualified to go in. Left with no other option, I had to call Wang Yifan. You guys just wait at the door. If anyone takes a liking to him, just sell him. You can keep whatever money you get. The bodyguards were secretly delighted to hear this. Although they had heard of the misty Jiangnan region, they had never been there. Zhao's mother would never normally come to places like this with those rich kids, so naturally they had no idea what it was like inside. I really thought there would be some rich kids here who would casually buy and sell the toys they wanted. Although Wang Yifan was also a second-generation rich kid, he devoted all his attention to Zhao Yuyan. I'd only ever heard of the misty, rainy Jiangnan region, but never actually seen it. The security guards from Yenyu Jiangnan looked at the group and found it all laughable. Not long after, Huang Wanqing arrived at the entrance of Yenyu Jiangnan with several bodyguards. When she saw Gu Yan lying unconscious, being held there by several bodyguards in suits, her eyes lit up. He beckoned his bodyguard forward and asked a question. After roughly understanding the cause and effect of the matter, a disdainful smile appeared on his lips. This kid from the Wang family is really ignorant. Does he really think this place is lawless? After muttering a couple of words, he signed a check for 1 million and handed it to the bodyguard next to him. Go, bring Gu Yan to me. The bodyguard took the check and went forward to exchange it for Gu Yan. The bodyguards, beaming with joy, exchanged the check for Gu Yan. This million, when divided equally among them, amounts to hundreds of thousands for each of them. This was no small sum, which naturally filled them with joy. Gu Yan was brought before Huang Wanqing. Looking at the man who had fallen into a coma, she felt a surge of excitement. She already had deep feelings for Ning Chen. I also know that Ning Chen has suffered injustices in recent years. Especially last time, Gu Yan actually hit Ning Chen in front of everyone. She kept this matter in her heart and wanted to find an opportunity to avenge him. This time, the opportunity has finally arrived. Go and find out if the daughters of the families south of Kyoto have arrived today. The bodyguards felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing her words. They knew about the young ladies Huang Wanqing had mentioned. These are the most wildly active second-generation kids in the Kyoto circle. It's said that several of them have developed illnesses from their partying. But they couldn't possibly disobey their young mistress's orders. Just as I was about to inquire, I heard Huang Wanqing say, "Wait a minute, also inquire about those men with special fetishes, see if they're there. If they are, send them over directly." Upon hearing this, the bodyguards felt even more tense. Those men with unusual fetishes were even more terrifying than the daughters of several wealthy families south of Kyoto. Their sexual orientation is abnormal, and they play extremely wildly. If a handsome man like Gu Yan, with such a great physique, were to fall into their hands, that outcome would probably be worse than death. Sending them there would be far more miserable than sending them to those young ladies. As Huang Wanqing watched her bodyguards drag Gu Yan away, she felt increasingly excited. He took out his phone and called Ning Chen. "Brother Chen, today I can finally avenge you." He briefly recounted what Gu Yan had done to him. Ning Chen, on the other end of the phone, frowned and sighed deeply. "Wanqing, I know you mean well, but Gu Yan is still Xiaoran's husband. Even for Xiaoran's sake and for the Lin family's sake, this matter can't be kept secret forever. Listen to me, just leave him somewhere deserted. He's quite handsome. Someone will take him away when Xiaoran and the Lin family investigate. You'll have an excuse, just say you left him there temporarily, went out to run some errands, and when you came back, he was gone. Your family has a good relationship with the Lin family, they won't pursue this to the end." Hearing this, Huang Wanqing felt a little touched. "Yes, Brother Chen, you're right. Don't worry, I'll definitely put Gu Yan in the closest place to those people, watch him get picked up by someone, and then come back for him. Today I'm going to ruin this scumbag's reputation. Whether he's played by those women or those men, his life is over." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen became even more agitated, and her throat tightened. If this succeeds, then the relationship between Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran will be completely over. No one can accept their partner being played by several sick women, let alone by several men with unusual fetishes. At that time, neither Lin Xiaoran nor the Lin family would allow their husbands or sons-in-law to have such an experience. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yan had his bodyguards place him in a corridor deep inside the club. The women and men she had just asked about are all here today. She simply placed Gu Yan in the middle of the private room occupied by the women and the men. No matter which side comes out first, they will be able to see Gu Yan. He is very handsome and has a great physique. Even when slumped on the ground, she can still attract attention. The more Huang Wanqing thought about what Gu Yan would go through next, the more excited she became, and she left with a cold laugh. Not long after she left, someone quickly spotted Gu Yan. Unfortunately, the people who discovered Gu Yan were those men with unusual fetishes. Holy crap! Who threw this here? Isn't this a terrible waste? This guy is amazing, Could he be some rich kid who's had too much to drink? Bullshit, who have you ever seen a second-generation rich kid? Wearing this lousy suit, come on, take him home, whoever wins tonight gets to go first. Yes, that's right, anyone who gets dumped here can't possibly have any connections. What are we afraid of? We don't care if we die. The group originally came here to have fun. Yenyu Jiangnan is a members-only venue, and those who can enter are all wealthy, influential, and have powerful backgrounds. They always have a lot of fun here, and even if they get into trouble, they can always rely on their families to resolve it. Although the group was still somewhat wary, they all put that aside when they saw Guyan's handsome face. One of them is the son of a business partner who has a business relationship with the Lin Group. After the group entered the private room and left Guyan aside, they started playing cards and began arguing about who would have Guyan that night. Meanwhile, in a private room a little further away, Lin Xiaoran had just entered the room when she sat down with a very gloomy expression. She picked up a glass of red wine and gently swirled it, though her fingertips seemed to be using a lot of force. 37, Chapter 37, I'm done playing, you can come in and continue later. The people in the private room also noticed that her expression was not good. What's wrong with Sister Xiaoran today? Who's been so tactless as to make her angry again? Didn't you hear, Brother Chen wasn't feeling well today, and Sister Xiaoran accompanied him to the hospital. Really, how is Brother Chen? It's alright, they'll be here in a bit. Bai Yan came to her side and asked softly, how's that project you mentioned before? I heard that Sister Xiaoye worked on it for half a year but still couldn't close it. Lin Xiaoran took a sip of her drink with some annoyance, her brows furrowed. Longting technology, not difficult, we can handle it quickly. Bai Yan pursed her lips, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. Although Lin Xiaoran is very capable, she is also really arrogant. Longting Technology is considered a behemoth in Kyoto. The project he controls is now being watched closely by many people throughout Kyoto. Lin Xiaoye spent half a year trying to negotiate with the head of Longting Technology, but they still couldn't get it done. If Lin Xiaoran reaches an agreement, it will not only tip the scales in her favor within the Lin Group, but it will also greatly benefit the development of Lin Xiaoran's own company. Although, this outcome was inevitable. But this is way too fast. It will exceed many people's expectations. Before Lin Xiaoran appeared, Lin Xiaoye was the most acclaimed business genius. But after she appeared, Lin Xiaoye didn't seem to stand out as much. Bai Yan wasn't sure if the relationship between the two was really as good as it seemed. But generally speaking, when such a gap exists between two people, they are already in opposing positions. Can they really be as harmonious as they appear on the surface? So Han, do you and Guyan plan to get a divorce? Bai Yan changed the subject. Lin Xiaoran's breath hitched, and she said in a deep voice, why are you so concerned? Seeing that she wasn't happy, Bai Yan replied sullenly, I'm just worried about you because of him. Your relationship with Yen Shang is so strained now. Before Ning Meng's incident, you two had such a good relationship. With his help, your company's affairs would have been much less troublesome. Yen Shang is Lin Xiaoran's friend and a former important business partner. He has feelings for Ning Meng. Since you like Ning Meng, then you must dislike Guyan. The two used to have a good relationship. The other party provided a lot of help when Lin Xiaoran's company was first established, and Lin Xiaoran also helped the other party achieve considerable success and gain more influence in the family. But ever since Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yanjie got together, Yen Shang has rarely attended such gatherings. Even when we encounter each other at work, I just nod. The two never collaborated again. The reason for this situation is Gu Yan. But Lin Xiaoran insisted on marrying him. Nobody knows what she's thinking. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath, picked up a cigarette, stood up, and walked outside. I'm going out for some fresh air. She rarely smokes, only when she is extremely upset. Okay, Ning Chen will be here soon. Hurry back, or he'll start nagging me about your smoking again. Lin Xiaoran responded and walked out of the private room, heading towards the other end of the corridor. At this moment, Gu Yan gradually regained consciousness, feeling dizzy and having a headache that felt like his head was churning. I struggled to open my eyes and forced myself to get up. I saw several strange-looking men playing cards in front of me. The private room was filled with the smell of smoke and alcohol, as well as some other strange odors that he couldn't quite place, which made him even more dizzy. Gu Yan stood up, intending to run away. He hasn't really realized what happened yet, he only remembers being knocked unconscious by several people and brought here. It's unlikely to be a good thing, so being able to run away is naturally the best outcome. But before he could take a few steps toward the door, he heard a gasp from behind him. "Ah, I won again, this man is mine, you all get out first, I'll have some fun first." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's heart tightened. What did those men mean by saying that? Men playing with men? The speaker was Shirley, the son of Shir Xin from Lungting Technology. Shirley Shir is a well-known second-generation rich kid, and with the rapid development of Lungting technology in recent years, few people dare to say no to him. Gu Yan endured the headache and leaned against the wall, trying to walk outside. The men who were about to leave had already opened the door to the private room. He laughed and said to Shirley behind him, "Hey Li Ji, take it easy, this handsome young man looks like he's never been used before, he probably can't handle it." Exactly, don't let someone mess with you and ruin your life, or you'll be in a lot of trouble. Yeah, if you die from playing, we won't be able to play anymore. When Shirley was playing wildly in the past, he did ruin or kill people, but his father eventually paid to resolve the issue. I don't know how much it cost, but Shirley did indeed restrain himself for a while. Now his friends also try to persuade him not to go too wild. Shirley waved his hand, "Stop talking nonsense, I'll go first, I definitely can't ruin her, I'll call you guys in to continue when I'm done, damn. I haven't seen such top-notch stuff in a long time, she was knocked out and thrown here, isn't she just waiting to be played with, hee, it's better for us brothers to have some fun than for those fat old women to play with her." Several men walked out of the private room chatting and laughing, and closed the door behind them just before they left. They saw that Shirley had already taken off his pants. As soon as I stepped out of the private room, I saw Lin Xiaoran leaning against the wall, smoking. Everyone in Kyoto knows Lin Xiaoran. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoran, the group immediately dropped their arrogant and domineering demeanor. Compared to Shirley, they were more afraid Lin Xiaoran. Her methods and ruthlessness are well known in the industry. Lin Xiaoran has never cared about these people. She never paid any attention to these good-for-nothing second-generation rich kids. But then her gaze suddenly sharpened. Just now, she seemed to have heard Gu Yan's voice. The soundproofing in the private rooms at Yenyu Jiangnan was excellent. If the door hadn't just been opened, she definitely wouldn't have heard Gu Yan's voice. Lin Xiaoran turned her head to look at the men guarding the door. One of them happened to be Yan Shang's cousin. Although this person is also a second-generation rich kid, he is a very marginal figure in the Kyoto circle, which is why he is in charge of guarding the gate. He had no right to know about the scandal between Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran back then. Lin Xiaoran frowned and cursed inwardly. I think I've developed a mental demon. Gu Yan has been haunting me for the past few years. At this moment, Gu Yan had already been pressed down onto the sofa by Shirley. Already physically weak, he was now even more dizzy and powerless, no match for someone as strong as Shirley, and could only struggle and resist desperately. 38, Chapter 38, Do you really have to be this cold? Smack! With a loud bang, Gu Yan was slapped across the face, leaving a red handprint on his cheek. Shirley used considerable strength. The main reason is that Gu Yan struggled too much. After all, he is still a man, and even though he is physically weak now, he is not someone that Shirley can easily succeed in. For a moment, Shirley was furious. Damn it, you better behave yourself and do as I say. If I'm in a good mood, I might give you a couple of coins to spend, otherwise, I'll break your legs. Let me go. Gu Yan's eyes were red, and he suddenly burst out with great strength, struggling to break free from Shirley's restraints. In any case, he could not give up the fight. For so many years, I've been ridiculed by so many people for being a mistress. If I were here today, I would truly be treated as a plaything and toy. It was still a man. Then he really has no choice but to seek death. Gu Yan struggled to his feet, ran to the door, and just as he opened the door a crack, a sharp pain shot through the back of his head, and he fainted. Shirley stood behind him, holding a broken bottle in his hand. Damn it, they're really asking for it. I was hoping to avoid this dead fish situation this time. At that moment, Lin Xiaoran was standing outside the door when her eyes suddenly froze. She thought she had just heard Gu Yan's voice again. Although the voice was very soft, she was convinced that she wasn't hallucinating. He asked the two guards at the gate, "Who's inside?" The guards were surprised that Lin Xiaoran would suddenly speak to them. To them, Lin Xiaoran was someone who was high above them. They are important figures who are difficult for them to get in touch with on a regular basis. He immediately became excited. "President Lin, it's just that Shirley has taken a liking to a man, but I guess that man is being a bit disobedient and causing trouble." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran immediately frowned. She had heard that some second-generation rich kids played disgusting games. I never expected to run into him here today. She never liked to get involved in these kinds of things, but she subconsciously reached out and touched the doorknob of the private room. "Xiaoran, what are you doing here?" Ning Chen's voice suddenly rang out from not far away. Lin Xiaoran paused, then turned to look at Ning Chen. "Isn't the private room over there? Do you know anyone here?" Lin Xiaoran looked at Ning Chen and asked, "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be resting at home?" "I'm fine. Did you come to the wrong room?" Lin Xiaoran withdrew her hand and shook her head. "Just as I was about to turn and leave, I suddenly felt a little irritated." She really felt that she hadn't just imagined it. At this moment, the two men guarding the gate hid to the side and started chatting secretly. "You know what, it's been a long time since I've met such a top-notch man." "You can argue with that, it's been a long time since I've seen someone so handsome." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran felt even more agitated. I became increasingly worried. He took a deep breath, reached out again, and opened the door to the private room. In an instant, her expression changed drastically, and a strong emotion surged into her mind. She saw that Gu Yan was bleeding from his head and had fainted, being groped on the sofa by a man who had already taken off his pants. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran's eyes already held a murderous intent. He grabbed a bottle from the side and threw it over there. Shirley screamed, clutched his head, took a few steps back, and fell to the ground. With red eyes, Lin Xiaoran walked forward, picked up the wine bottles on the table, and smashed them one after another on Shirley's head. One after another. At first, Shirley was still screaming in agony. Later, he began to faint and was on the verge of death. But Lin Xiaoran had no intention of stopping. He picked up a shard of glass from the ground and plunged it directly into Shirley's wrist. They didn't spare either hands or feet. Blood spread instantly. Those at the door couldn't help but scream when they saw this. Shirley, who was originally lively and energetic, was now barely breathing. The men who were originally guarding the gate were so frightened by the sight that their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. When Lin Xiaoran saw that the ground was covered in blood, she seemed to finally come to her senses. He ran to Gu Yan's side and gently shook him, only to find that Gu Yan showed no signs of waking up. He reached out and touched his hand, which was covered in blood flowing from the back of Gu Yan's head. Lin Xiaoran's breath hitched, and she turned to look at the doorway. At this moment, the people in the surrounding private rooms were attracted by the noise. "Call the person in charge over to clear the area, and call my men over to take him to the hospital." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoran's words, Ning Chen did not refuse and turned around to find Huang Wanqing to handle the matter. The scene was cleared in less than 5 minutes. Huang Wanqing also entered the private room, and after just one glance, she roughly understood what had happened. However, her complexion was not very good. Is it because of Gu Yan again? Isn't he a menace? How come he always causes such a huge commotion? Everyone from the private room where Lin Xiaoran was came over. Seeing the scene inside the private room, they all realized that things had escalated. "Xiaoran, isn't this Shirley, the son of the CEO of Longting Technology?" "Yes, weren't you trying to secure a project from Longting Technology recently? What are you going to do now? I heard that the CEO of Longting Technology dotes on his son. What are you going to do with your new project?" Lin Xiaoran didn't react to these words. She just quietly held Gu Yan and looked at the painful and panicked expression on his face. At this moment, Gu Yan gradually regained consciousness. He struggled to open his eyes and saw Lin Xiaoran standing before him. I thought I was hallucinating. How are you? I'll take you to the hospital in a bit. Oh, Gu Yan's mind was still foggy, and he was a little confused about the situation. Hearing his reaction, Lin Xiaoran felt a surge of anger. Do you really have to be so cold? Those standing at the door had no idea what the two of them said. However, they could all tell that Lin Xiaoran was in a bad mood at the moment. Ning Chen's expression was equally unpleasant, his eyes filled with ferocity and resentment. But he quickly composed himself. Huang Wanqing stood aside, looking at Ning Chen's pale face, and felt a pang of heartache. Xiaoran, Ning Chen seems to be feeling unwell. Lin Xiaoran turned her head to look at Ning Chen. Ning Chen bowed slightly and leaned against the wall. It's alright, let's deal with the immediate situation first. We were a bit late in clearing the area, and it seems someone has already called the police. This is likely to escalate tonight. It's possible even Grandpa's side will be alerted. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became strange after these words were spoken. 39, Chapter 39, with so many men in the capital, why do you favor this bastard? The patriarch of the Lin family is the most powerful person in the entire Lin family. When Lin Xiaoran disappeared, Old Master Lin's health deteriorated day by day, so the Lin family had no choice but to take him to a special place to recuperate. No one dared to challenge the authority of Old Master Lin in Kyoto. In his youth, he was a figure who commanded great respect in Kyoto. It can be said that the Lin family's current achievements are absolutely inseparable from Old Master Lin. If Old Master Lin finds out about what happened today, Lin Xiaoran will probably be punished according to family rules. Even though Lin Xiaoran is now the most outstanding person among the younger generation of the Lin family. The more outstanding you are, the more attention you will receive, and the more pressure and rules you will have to bear. However, Lin Xiaoran didn't seem to care. As if he hadn't heard, he called to his bodyguards and led Lin Xiaoran outside. Gu Yan regained consciousness and tried to break free from the support of the bodyguards, but the excruciating pain in his head left him with little strength. The people who are here now are all Lin Xiaoran's friends. They were also the people who hated him the most. Seeing himself in such a disheveled state filled Gu Yan with complex emotions. What's more, this sorry state was caused by a few psychopathic men. Gu Yan tried his best to keep his head as low as possible, letting several bodyguards help him out. It was more like they were being helped away than helped. Lin Xiaoran, standing behind Gu Yan, couldn't help but purse her lips as she watched him. Gu Yan wasn't like this before. Sunny and cheerful. It's nothing like it is now, like a withered plant, showing no sign of life. Lin Xiaoran quickened her pace and walked up to the bodyguards. He Qing was already waiting at the door in her car. After having someone help Gu Yan into the car, Lin Xiaoran said, "Take him to the hospital." He Qing nodded without asking any questions. Gu Yan's current appearance alone speaks volumes. Time is of the essence. Watching the car drive away, Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath and lit a cigarette with trembling hands. The cigarette, held between my fingers, burned out quickly in the wind. She stood there in a daze for a long time before turning around and going back to the private room. At this moment, Shirley was still lying there, and no one around dared to touch him. Lin Xiaoran frowned and arranged for an ambulance to be called. The ambulance arrived quickly, and Shirley was put into the ambulance by his followers. But Shirley's father, Xian, arrived. He had only heard that his son had offended some troublesome people in the misty Jiangnan region, and had been severely beaten and injured. At that moment, he felt a surge of anger welling up inside him and rushed here as fast as he could. When he saw Lin Xiaoran at the scene, he became even more furious, his face turning red. President Lin, Longting Technology was just about to consider a cooperation with the Lin Group when this happened. Don't you owe me an explanation? Everyone present thought that Lin Xiaoran would back down and admit her mistake. Given the current situation, Lin Xiaoran desperately needs Longting Technology's new projects. Anyway, she's already hit him. It's time to apologize. At the very least, we should give the CEO of Longting Technology some face so that he can save face. But she just gave a cold laugh. An explanation? What explanation do you want me to give you? You dared to lay a hand on my husband. I am already being lenient by not killing him. After these words were spoken, the room fell silent. No one could have imagined that Lin Xiaoran would act so impulsively. Xian was so angry he almost fainted. Great, Mr. Lin, you're so kind, I'll personally discuss this matter with old Master Lin. After saying that, Xian turned and left. All he wants to do now is look after his son. As for settling accounts, there will be plenty of time later. Looking at the expression on Lin Xiaoran's face, Ningchen couldn't help but clench his fingers tightly, not letting go until his 10 fingers turned white. Even after Xian left, the atmosphere at the scene did not ease much. Lin Xiaoran stood there motionless, and the others dared not move either. Is it because of Gu Yan again? A clear, cold voice came from afar. Everyone turned their attention to that direction. A tall man walked slowly over. People around him quickly made way for him. Huang Wanqing's expression changed slightly. Brother Yansheng, what are you doing here? Yansheng nodded slightly, then looked at his distant cousin. The man trembled with fear at that glance. Brother Yansheng, this has nothing to do with me. It wasn't me who caused this, it was sure Lai He wanted to play. Took a fancy to President Lin's husband, and President Lin got angry, that's why he made a move. We really didn't know he was President Lin's husband. Yansheng turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoran. How many times has this happened? It's always because of him. Those around him echoed his sentiments. Yeah, nothing good ever comes out of Guyan's presence. Why is he so persistent? Every time he shows up, Xiaoran gets into big trouble. I really don't understand. Didn't he say he loves Xiaoran the most? If he really loves Xiaoran, shouldn't he stay out of trouble? If he had any self-awareness, he should have divorced Sister Xiaoran long ago. He shouldn't cause her any more trouble, or he should just stay home and not come out. Wasn't he doing just fine at home a few years ago? Why does he have to come out and cause trouble? Divorce, forget it. He went to great lengths and used so many despicable means to marry Sister Xiaoran back then. Do you think he'd easily agree to a divorce? As Ningchen listened to the voices of the people around him, he gradually calmed down. Nobody in this circle likes Gu Yan. Gu Yan is the target of everyone's condemnation in this circle. Yansheng stepped forward and looked directly at Lin Xiaoran. I just don't understand. How can you tolerate someone like this for so long? Ningchen has waited for you for so many years, don't you even think about him? Consider, or are you saying that out of all the men in the capital, you only have a particular fondness for this bastard? In recent years, Lin Xiaoran and Yansheng would simply nod to each other and leave when they met, rarely speaking to each other, let alone saying such harsh words as they do now. But despite how harsh his words were, those present strongly agreed with him. With Lin Xiaoran's qualities, what kind of man couldn't she find in Kyoto? Not to mention anything far away, Ningchen is right in front of us. But why hasn't she divorced Gu Yan, that scourge? Upon hearing this, Ningchen's lips curled into a smile, which she quickly concealed. She stepped forward and said, Brother Yansheng, don't say that. Xiaoran and Gu Yan have known each other for over 10 years. If she hadn't married him back then, what would have happened to the Lin family's reputation? It is true that Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan have known each other for 10 years. They went through thick and thin together for 10 years, but the moment they achieved success and returned to a wealthy family, he dumped her? The media will definitely report on it extensively, which will be very bad for the Lin family's reputation. The Lin family's willingness to let Lin Xiaoran marry Gu Yan back then also had this consideration in mind. Public opinion had considerable power, and the Lin family was at a critical juncture at the time, so they dared not take the risk. Many people thought Gu Yan was really lucky to be able to marry Lin Xiaoran at that exact time. But Lin Xiaoran crossed her arms and asked coldly, Are you done? 40, Chapter 40. For Ning Meng's sake, I won't hold it against you this time. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoran's words, everyone present was taken aback. They never expected Lin Xiaoran to have this attitude. Yansheng's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. What's so good about Gu Yan? How many opportunities have you lost over the years because of him? Don't you think he's caused you a lot of trouble? He's a menace. Back then, your Lin family was concerned about your reputation and was at a critical juncture, so you just went through with the marriage. But it's been years. I'm only saying this because I consider you a friend. Don't be so stubborn. You are Lin Xiaoran. Not some worm who deserves you. Lin Xiaoran's brows and eyes showed a hint of annoyance. For Ning Meng's sake, I won't hold it against you this time. After saying that, Lin Xiaoran ignored Yin Shang and walked out of the private room. Yin Shang likes Ning Meng, and the two have practically grown up together. Almost everyone thought they would become husband and wife. Now, Ning Meng is paralyzed in her lower limbs and has been seeking treatment from specialists abroad. However, she often falls into a coma and is in very poor condition. Lin Xiaoran felt that she owed Yin Shang something. So she didn't pursue the matter further. After seeing Lin Xiaoran leave, Yin Shang's aura changed. The people around them dared not speak. At this moment, Yin Shang's aura was even stronger than Lin Xiaoran's. In addition, Lin Xiaoran just mentioned Ning Meng. This is a name that almost no one would dare to utter in Yin Shang's presence. No one present dared to utter a sound. Lin Xiaoran walked out of the misty Jiangnan area, frowned, picked up her phone, and prepared to call her other subordinates in the company to come and pick her up. Before I could even dial the number, I received a call from the old house. Old Master Lin should already know about tonight's events. Upon answering the phone, an aged yet authoritative voice came from the other end. Come back here. Old Master Lin has always been very strict with the younger generation of the Lin family. He was only somewhat lenient with Lin Xiaoran. Perhaps it's because Lin Xiaoran is too talented and her grades are too outstanding. It could also be because she had been missing for so long in previous years and had been suffering hardships outside. Lin Xiaoran stood there, looking at the phone that had already been hung up, her expression unchanged. Xiaoran, let me go back with you. Lin Xiaoran turned around and looked over. Ning Chen, pale-faced and unsteady on his feet, walked to her side. Grandpa Lin likes me quite a bit. If I go with you, maybe he won't make things too difficult for you. I'll put in a good word for you, it might be of some use. Lin Xiaoran frowned, just about to say something, when she heard Ning Chen's voice again. I haven't seen Grandpa Lin in a long time either, let's go. Ning Chen gently patted her arm, then walked directly towards his car. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything more, lifted her leg and walked forward, getting into Ning Chen's car. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the Lin family's old house was extremely oppressive. The moment old Master Lin heard the news, his face turned bright red with anger. Alright, Xiaoran isn't a child without sense of propriety. I reckon that kid from the Shi family did something outrageous, which is why Xiaoran did this. Upon hearing this, old Master Lin slammed his hand on the table. Go back to your room and rest. Shi Xian has developed lungting technology very well these past 2 years. Just a couple of days ago, they even made contact with the government, and lungting technology is about to experience explosive growth again. I told the higher-ups a while ago that this cooperation between the two companies would definitely not have any problems, and now she's caused such a huge mess. Even if Shirley has ripped the sky apart, she shouldn't have done this. The person is still in the hospital being treated. What if something happens to her? How will she explain this to everyone? What will our Lin family do next? Shirley is Shi Xian's only child. Shi Xian was already over 30 when he had this child, which could be considered a late-in-life birth. From childhood to adulthood, they have always cherished Shirley, fearing that he might get hurt. Even if he was a bit playful and did something excessive, Lin Xiaoran shouldn't have been so ruthless. Grandpa Lin gripped the armrest of the sofa tightly, took a deep breath, and tried his best to calm himself down. His health has been poor in recent years, and the doctor specifically instructed him not to get too emotionally agitated. In addition, he already held immense authority within the Lin family, so virtually no one dared to disobey him. Seeing this, the old lady could only sigh, get up and leave. She was also worried that if she said anything more, it would make him even more agitated. Let him take his time and calm down. Less than half an hour later, Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen returned to the Lin family's old house. As soon as she stepped into the old house, a jade cane was thrown at her. The cane didn't hit her, but it almost hit Ning Chen. Ning Chen subconsciously took a step back to the side, her already pale face turning even paler. When the old man saw that Ning Chen had also arrived, his expression softened a little. Grandpa Lin, why are you so angry? Didn't the doctor say you need to control your emotions? Let me make you a cup of green tea to calm you down. Ultimately, Ning Chen was also raised by the Ning family from a young age. Their etiquette is naturally impeccable. Although the Ning family did not achieve the same level of commercial success as the Lin family, they were still a force to be reckoned with in Kyoto, with even more diverse industries and a richer foundation. In such a family, Ning Chen received the best education from a young age. Ning Chen quickly brewed the tea and brought it to the old man. Grandpa Lin, have some tea first, calm down, and we can talk things over slowly. The old man's anger subsided considerably, and he looked at Ning Chen with a more kind expression. Why do you look so pale? You must have suffered a lot these past few years abroad. Ning Chen recently returned to China and just won a piano recital abroad. Xu Ming's fame grew, and in recent years the Ning family has begun to focus their attention on him. After all, among the younger generation of the Ning family, only he and Ning Meng can be considered outstanding. Or rather, Ning Meng is the most talented. If Ning Meng hadn't gotten into trouble, Ning Chen wouldn't be valued so much by the Ning family and wouldn't have been called back just as his career was starting to take off. To some extent, the Lin family also owes Ning Chen a debt. It's alright, Grandpa didn't suffer much while I was abroad. I've just been feeling a little unwell these past couple of days. I'll be fine after a rest. After asking Ning Chen a few questions, Old Master Lin turned his attention to Lin Xiaoran. His face instantly turned cold, and the anger that had just dissipated surged up again. Go kneel in the ancestral hall. If Ning Chen hadn't been there, the old man would definitely have resorted to family discipline today. This was the second time Lin Xiaoran had knelt in the ancestral hall since returning to the Lin family. The first time was when the Lin family found her and brought her back. They arrived at the ancestral hall and kowtowed several times. This time, he knelt for several hours, until his knees turned blue and his body swayed precariously. 41, Chapter 41. If anyone can bully him, what's the point of me standing on higher ground? Ning Chen glanced towards the ancestral hall from time to time, seemingly worried about Lin Xiaoran. Old Master Lin admired him quite a bit. In Kyoto circles, most of the younger generation are somewhat idle and extravagant. Even those talented young people who have achieved some success have their own flaws to some extent. Just like Lin Xiaoran, even though she was a prodigy. However, because he had suffered too much hardship outside and started from scratch. Therefore, he is often too ruthless in his actions and has a bad temper. Ning Chen has always been very polite, which naturally makes Old Master Lin quite fond of her. I liked her even before Lin Xiaoran was found. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaoran came back with Gu Yan. The old lady also preferred Gu Yan. Ning Chen frowned, and finally couldn't help but look at Old Master Lin. Grandpa Lin, I'll go check on Xiaoran. She doesn't seem to have eaten yet tonight, I'm afraid. Grandpa Lin didn't stop him, nor did he have time to. After Ning Chen finished speaking, he got up and walked towards the ancestral hall. Alright, she's been kneeling for hours already, let's call her over. Hearing what Grandpa Lin said, Ning Chen smiled. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, Lin Xiaoran remained kneeling there. Even with swollen and red knees and a swaying body, his back never bent even slightly. Ning Chen quickly stepped forward, wanting to help Lin Xiaoran up. Lin Xiaoran remained unmoved. Grandpa Lin said to go over there, don't kneel, Ning Chen said softly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran slowly stood up. The pain in her knees made her struggle a little. Ning Chen tried to reach out to help her, but she dodged him. Upon entering the old house's main hall, Lin Xiaoran's expression remained unchanged, revealing no emotional shift. When Old Master Lin saw her like this, he knew that she was still dissatisfied. Old Master Lin's face darkened, and he slammed the cane that Ning Chen had just picked up for him on the ground. How do you plan to resolve this matter? Lin Xiaoran seemed to be completely unaffected. Apart from some sweat on her forehead caused by pain, she looked no different from usual. It's not like Longting Technology is the only company that can cooperate with us on new projects. Just replace them and find someone else. Upon hearing this, Old Master Lin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Among the younger generation of the Lin family, the two sisters, Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoye, are the most outstanding. However, Lin Xiaoran disappeared when she was young, and her personality is completely different from the rest of the family. There is a wildness in her nature. You could call it barbaric, or you could call it tyrannical. Being able to start from scratch without relying on anyone else. Lin Xiaoran naturally carries a certain murderous aura that comes from fighting her way up from the bottom, relying on constantly stepping on her opponents to climb to the top. In addition, she has encountered all sorts of people outside over the years, and has long been accustomed to hiding her true feelings. They often act without considering the consequences, and their actions are extremely ruthless. It was completely different from Lin Xiaoye's gentle and smooth demeanor. The two people have such different personalities. But Old Master Lin had to admit that he did have higher expectations for Lin Xiaoran and admired her the most. This project has been in preparation for so long, and so many family members have been with you, spending so many resources on it back then. I suggested that Xiaoye take charge of this project, but you were unwilling. Grandpa, are you sure it wasn't because she hadn't been able to reach an agreement after 6 months of unsuccessful negotiations, and that's why she had to send me? Lin Xiaoran's words were a bit harsh, but they were also true. There was something strange in the depths of Old Master Lin's eyes. The heir to the Lin group can be arrogant and haughty. But one cannot be so arrogant. He understands his current situation. They can barely keep the Lin group afloat for a few more years. In 2 years, he'll probably just be barely surviving, and it would be good enough if he could rely on his remaining prestige to protect the Lin family. If Lin Xiaoran continues with her current personality in the future, she will likely bring even more trouble to the Lin family. Old Master Lin slowly opened his eyes, his gaze heavy. Longting technology has developed too rapidly in recent years, and it holds a lot of new patents. Even the government is paying close attention to it and is willing to spend a lot of resources to support it once it reaches a deeper cooperation with the government and receives more support. Do you know how much will be lost if Longting technology is replaced this time? The fact that they receive strong government support speaks volumes. If Longting technology can receive more support, coupled with the exclusive patents it currently possesses that make countless people envious and jealous, once the news is released, there will be no need for extensive publicity. The public will choose Longting technology. Moreover, Longting technology's stock price will also rise rapidly. The partnership with Longting technology will be a significant boon to the Lin Group's stock price. This is not simply a matter of how much profit the Lin Group can gain from a single collaboration. Moreover, the Lin family had experienced some turmoil, during which time they had no connection with the government. It was only in these past few years, after the storm had passed, that the Lin family had a few opportunities to try. Lin Xiaoran can just change jobs like that now. Not only does she disregard everyone else, but she also completely ignores the interests of the Lin family. Lin Xiaoran's expression, however, remained very calm. His eyes were filled with stubbornness and determination. Grandpa, Gu Yan is my husband. No one can bully him. If just anyone can bully him, what's the point of me standing in such a high position? After saying this, Lin Xiaoran turned and walked out of the old house. Even though his walking posture was a little awkward, he showed no hesitation whatsoever, and his tone was full of determination. I will handle the matter of Longting technology in the entire capital. Longting technology isn't the only company that receives such attention. In fact, if that doesn't work, I can find a partner who is valued and respected by the person in charge there even more than Xian. Stop. Old Master Lin wanted to tell Lin Xiaoran to stop. But Lin Xiaoran seemed not to hear her and walked straight out of the Lin family's old house. Seeing that Grandpa Lin was breathing heavily with anger, Ningchen quickly tried to comfort him. Grandpa Lin, don't worry, Xiaoran isn't such a reckless person. She always has her own reasons for doing things, so don't worry too much. Grandpa Lin slammed his cane on the ground with both hands, but the force wasn't quite there. He sighed deeply. She won't listen to anyone anymore, and nobody can control her. After Lin Xiaoran left the old house, He Qing had already driven back and was waiting at the entrance of the old house. Ningchen caught up and blocked her way. Where are you going? Go home. Go to the hospital first, your knee needs to be checked out. Need not. Seeing Lin Xiaoran's resolute attitude, Ningchen gritted his teeth, got into the car, and said to Yi Qing, to the hospital. He Cheng didn't reply, but continued driving towards the villa. She will only listen to Lin Xiaoran's instructions. 42, Chapter 42. That man seemed to care about President Lin at all. Ning Chen's face was not good, and he clenched his fists tightly, but there was nothing else he could do. He could only watch helplessly as He Qing drove him back to the Ning family villa. He took a deep breath and decided to get off the bus. He knew Lin Xiaoran's temper all too well. Going against her now will not do any good, on the contrary, it will only make her dislike you even more. You must go to the hospital tonight. It's been so long, I'm afraid you've broken a bone. Lin Xiaoran responded casually, seemingly not taking it seriously. After Ning Chen turned and left, Lin Xiaoran said to He Qing, go to the hospital. He Qing was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected Lin Xiaoran to actually listen to Ning Chen. Which hospital did you take him to? He Qing only realized what was happening after hearing this. Lin Xiaoran did not go to the hospital for her own sake. He hurriedly replied, the one under the Lin group that's closest to the villa. Lin Xiaoran nodded and said nothing more. He Qing stepped on the gas and drove all the way to the hospital. They arrived at Gu Yan's hospital room. Gu Yan had already fallen into a deep sleep. After going through so much today, all the energy I had been holding back crumbled the moment I saw Lin Xiaoran. Although Lin Xiaoran disliked him, and might even hate him to some extent, Gu Yan believed that she wouldn't do anything too perverse. Lin Xiaoran stood there and watched for a long time. Gu Yan's forehead was still tightly furrowed. She stepped forward and gently touched his forehead, then turned and left the ward. He found a few people at the nearby nurse's station to treat the redness and swelling on his knee. It's not too obvious tonight. But if we don't deal with it, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk by tomorrow. Several nurses brought ice packs to apply cold compresses to her. She was wearing a skirt today, and her knees were exposed when an ice pack was applied. She couldn't help but frown. Not long after, the door to Gu Yan's hospital room was suddenly opened. Lin Xiaoran subconsciously looked up. Gu Yan stood at the door, having changed out of his hospital gown and into his own clothes. Gu Yan was stunned when he saw Lin Xiaoran appear there. I rubbed my eyes to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Where are you going? Lin Xiaoran quickly pushed away the nurses who were applying cold compresses to her, stood up and came to Gu Yan, but her walking posture did not look very natural. Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran looked at each other, opened their mouths but didn't know what to say. He could tell that Lin Xiaoran's walking posture was unnatural. He knew Lin Xiaoran too well. This person had almost never walked so slowly before. I'm going home, Gu Yan said softly. He truly didn't expect Lin Xiaoran to appear here. What happened today was utterly absurd to him. Upon waking up and smelling the hospital odor, he felt a sense of unease. After that incident, he developed a fear of hospitals. Even knowing that this was a hospital under the Lin group, he didn't want to stay here any longer. Therefore, even though he was still feeling unwell, he wanted to leave this place first. Lin Xiaoran raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Go back and stay at the hospital tonight. Her voice carried an undeniable air of authority. Gu Yan gave her a deep look, but did not refute her. He then turned and returned to the ward. If it weren't for Lin Xiaoran today, I might not have suffered any torment. So I have to listen to what she says tonight. However, he hadn't seen clearly when they were in the misty Jiangnan region, only knowing that Lin Xiaoran must have hit her hard. But when she saw him off to the hospital, he was certain that Lin Xiaoran was not injured. What's causing the redness and swelling on her knees? Gu Yan returned to her hospital bed and picked up her phone to open her WeChat moments. In the past, he would look for answers in Ning Chen's WeChat moments at times like this. But today, Ning Chen didn't post anything at all. Then I looked through the WeChat moments of other people who knew Lin Xiaoran, but there was no news from them. Gu Yan frowned slightly. Among so many people, not a single one mentioned what happened today, which can only mean that those men must be very important. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. Aside from these things, he didn't even know how he got to the misty Jiangnan region. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran, standing outside the ward, looked at the tightly closed door, crossed her arms, turned back to the nurse's station, and said coldly, "Continue." Several nurses continued to apply ice to her. "Mr. Lin, you should avoid strenuous exercise these next few days, make sure to get plenty of rest, and try to avoid climbing stairs or standing for long periods of time." After hearing the nurse's words, Lin Xiaoran nodded and then waved to the group. She got up again and went to the ward door, looking at Gu Yan lying on the hospital bed through the glass of the ward door. Several nurses at the nurses' station couldn't help but whisper gossip as they watched Lin Xiaoran's retreating figure. President Lin seems to care a lot about that person. Who says otherwise? I wonder what that person's relationship is with President Lin. It said that President Lin is in love with that young master from the Ning family? I don't understand either. Mr. Lin seemed very worried that the person in the ward would see that he was injured, but the man in the ward didn't seem to care at all whether Mr. Lin was injured or not. The group spoke very softly, but the hospital corridor was too quiet in the middle of the night. Lin Xiaoran and He Qing could still vaguely hear what the group was saying. He Qing turned around and glared at the group. Several nurses quickly shut their mouths, not daring to make another sound. Lin Xiaoran, however, did not react, only a hint of grievance flashed deep in her eyes. She opened the door to the ward, went to the sofa opposite the bed, and sat there quietly, looking at Gu Yan. I didn't get up and leave the hospital until it was getting light. Not long after she left, Gu Yan also opened his eyes. He didn't sleep well that night. So even though Lin Xiaoran left without making much noise, it still woke him up. After packing my things, I left the hospital. I took a taxi to Zhao Yuyan's company. Although he has already resigned. But he still doesn't understand how he was taken to Yenyu Zhengnan yesterday. The company has surveillance cameras, a quick check will reveal the truth. But to his surprise, as soon as he arrived at the company, before he even got on the elevator, he heard several people's voices in the stairwell next door. If you listen carefully, you can tell it's Wang Yifan's voice. How did it go yesterday? Did you sell it to him? Do you know who you sold it to? Wang Yifan's tone was somewhat excited. Sold it, like you said yesterday, whatever price you got. The bodyguard sold Gu Yan for a high price yesterday, and now they're genuinely worried that Wang Yifan will try to take a cut of the profits from them. I don't care how many were sold, just tell me who they were sold to. Were they sold to those ugly women in their 50s or 60s? Hey, young Master Wang, you don't know, a pretty woman bought it for him yesterday. Upon hearing this, Wang Yifan's expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. But you'll never guess what happened next. 43, chapter 43. Now, he no longer wanted to endure it. Wang Yifan raised an eyebrow. Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me. One of the bodyguards grinned lewdly. Young Master Wang, after we sold Gu Yan to that woman, we felt something was off. She was quite pretty, and didn't seem like someone who lacked men, so we observed her around there for a bit and then? Wang Yifan asked impatiently. Then we saw the woman have her bodyguard put Gu Yan in the corridor, where several men took a liking to him and took him into a private room. Upon hearing this, Wang Yifan's face lit up with excitement. Good, you did a great job. There will be more jobs that will allow you to earn money in the future as long as you do your best. I will definitely treat you well. Several bodyguards couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Although they were Zhao's mother's bodyguards, their monthly salary was not low. But yesterday, they did such a simple thing and each of them received hundreds of thousands. Such profits are not a small amount for them. Who would complain about such a windfall? The group smiled and agreed, then walked out of the stairwell and left. Gu Yan quickly found a place to hide, making sure the bodyguards couldn't see him. After seeing that only these few bodyguards had left, Gu Yan took a deep breath, then went to the stairwell door, opened it, and went inside. As soon as I walked in, I bumped into Wang Yifan. What are you doing here? You alright? Wang Yifan's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Gu Yan with some fear. Gu Yan's face darkened. He had already understood why he had been sent to the misty Jiangnan region yesterday when he overheard their conversation. She just couldn't understand why Wang Yifan would do such a vicious thing to her. Could it be that he thinks she's a homewrecker because she's competing with him for Zhao Yuyan? Moreover, this was just what Wang Yifan thought, not the truth. Moreover, he didn't believe that Wang Yifan wouldn't know yesterday that he was going to leave the company. Before he could say anything, he saw Wang Yifan's face become somewhat excited. Looking into his eyes, I saw both jealousy and hatred. You had a good time yesterday, didn't you? I was thinking that since you're going to be a mistress, you should go all the way. A gigolo should be someone who's an ugly woman in her 50s or 60s, that way you deserve to earn that dirty money. Who knew you'd let so many men play with you? As Wang Yifan spoke, he took 2 steps back, his gaze towards Guyan filled with disdain and disgust. Does it feel good to be played by men? People who can afford to go to the misty Jiangnan region are all rich. I bet you made quite a bit last night, right? Ha, you don't actually like the feeling of being played by men, do you? Upon hearing these words, Gu Yan could no longer contain his anger. He stepped forward, grabbed Wang Yifan by the collar, pushed him against the wall, and clenched his right hand so tightly that it made it difficult for Wang Yifan to breathe. I'll explain it to you one more time. I'm just Zhao Yuyan's assistant, not a mistress, nor a gigolo. I would never betray my innocence. Wang Yifan was caught off guard by Gu Yan's sudden action, and his body trembled uncontrollably, his face turning pale. But soon, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Who would believe you? I've had someone investigate, aren't you, Gu Yan, a notorious mistress in Kyoto's social circles. Did you not make it as a live-in son-in-law in the Lin family, so you went to Zhao Yuyan to find another target to continue being a mistress? Humph, now that you've been played by several men, I wonder who would dare to want you in the future. You don't even deserve to be a mistress anymore. Go obediently go and accompany those perverted men. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan took a deep breath, unleashed a burst of brute force, and lifted Wang Yifan up, pinning him against the stair railing. Although this is the first floor, this office building also has several underground parking garages. Wang Yifan's body was half suspended in mid-air, and he was completely panicked. If someone falls from here, it probably won't end well. I'm not a mistress, much less a gigolo. I've only ever worked as Zhao Yuyan's assistant. I've never done anything else. Gu Yan's eyes grew increasingly cold, seemingly filled with resentment. Just because of your own suspicions, you had me sent to the misty Jiangnan region to be sold to someone else. I have no grudge against you, and I've already tolerated you many times. Let me tell you, don't mess with me again, or else. Before Gu Yan could finish speaking, the force in his hand increased again. Wang Yifan felt short of breath and couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. She quickly patted Gu Yan's hand, trying to make him loosen his grip. Gu Yan only let go of his hand when he was about to faint from lack of oxygen. But the next second, a feeling of weightlessness rose up, and Wang Yifan was once again filled with intense fear. At that moment, Gu Yan pulled him back. She then gave him a cold look, turned around, and walked out of the stairwell. At this moment, Wang Yifan was truly frightened. He originally thought Gu Yan was just a mistress, the kind of weak and pitiful green tea pretty boy. But I never expected him to be so ruthless. After leaving the office building, Gu Yan got into her car and began to wonder who had bought her. You definitely won't get an answer from Wang Yifan. He didn't even go to Yenyu Jiangnan yesterday. And those bodyguards had even less chance of knowing. If they had known, they would have told Wang Yifan just now. He absolutely needed to know this person's identity. Gu Yan originally wanted to live a good life for his future. I found the job pays well, and although I'm just a decorative figurehead, I can support myself. Everything can move in a positive direction. But now, I've lost my job. Perfect timing. Now that he's out of work, he has more free time. In the past, because of Lin Xiaoran, he always tolerated others, and even when he was bullied and ridiculed, he pretended that it had never happened. People in Kyoto's social circles seem to regard him as a laughingstock that can be insulted at will. Now, he doesn't want to put up with it anymore. No matter who it is, he will get his revenge. However, there were too many people in Kyoto's social circles who didn't like him. For a moment, he was truly at a loss. Gu Yan thought about it for a long time. He doesn't even have a membership to Yanyu Jiangnan, so there's no way he could get the security camera footage from the entrance. However, there is one person who should be able to. He had heard before that the Lin and Yin families owned shares in Yanyu Jiangnan. But he couldn't possibly go to Lin Xiaoran, much less Yan Shang. Then the only person he can turn to is Lin Xiaoye. Thinking of this, Guyan took out his phone and dialed Lin Xiaoye's number. 44, chapter 44. It was as if she didn't exist. Lin Xiaoye was at the company at this time. She and Lin Xiaoran ran the company together, and their offices were both in the Lin Group's office building. Although they are on the same floor, they are at opposite ends of the same floor, the furthest apart. Lin Xiaoye answered the phone, her eyes slightly narrowed, a strange smile playing on her lips, but her tone was very gentle. You want to know what happened last night? Yes, Sister Xiaoye, please. Guyan's tone was devoid of much emotion. I also have something I want to say to you. It has something to do with Xiaoran. It's almost noon, let's have lunch together. Guyan agreed without hesitation. Okay, Sister Xiaoye. Come wait for me downstairs at the Lin's building. I have a meeting in a bit, which will last about an hour. Just find a place to sit in the lobby near the entrance, and I'll come down to meet you after the meeting. Guyan frowned slightly. He didn't really want to go to the Lin Group right now. Or rather, he didn't really want to see Lin Xiaoran. However, since Lin Xiaoran was picked up and dropped off by He Qing every day, she was unlikely to go to the lobby, so the chances of running into her were slim. Therefore, she agreed. Just as he arrived at the Lin Group building and found a place to sit down in the lobby, Lin Xiaoran also received some bad news. The hospital informed them that Shirley's life had been saved for the time being. The person is still unconscious. It's hard to say whether he'll regain consciousness. There's a possibility he'll become a vegetable. Even if they wake up, due to excessive blood loss and repeated severe brain damage, they will experience executive dysfunction, memory loss, and decreased logical thinking ability at the same time. Due to brainstem damage, they will have poor limb coordination and hemiplegia. Simply put, it means a decline in intelligence, difficulty in movement, and becoming a useless person. Xian only has one son, Shirley, and the outcome was so bad. Even if it was just his son being hit by Lin Xiaoran, he would be furious. Now that they have this result, they have directly announced to the public that they will never cooperate with the Lin family again. The two parties were only one step away from cooperating. The two sides were so close to becoming strategic partners. The Lin Group's new project urgently needs the batch of chips that Longting Technology can provide. Now that Longting Technology has terminated its cooperation, the Lin Group will suffer losses in the millions as long as the chips are not delivered. Lin Xiaoran can afford this part of the loss herself. But this is also the biggest achievement of her project department this year. Moreover, since Xian's news was released, the Lin Group's stock price has already been affected to some extent. If it weren't for the Lin Group's deep-rooted resources, a bloodbath would probably have already swept through the stock market by now. Lin Xiaoran kept flipping through the contract in her hand, her eyes shifting back and forth between the contract and the information on the computer in front of her. Finally, we found a company that can also provide a large number of chips. Although this company doesn't have some of the proprietary technologies of Longting Technology, the quality of its chips is still quite good. However, Longting Technology has exposed the matter directly this time, without any scruples whatsoever. He told everyone directly that Lin Xiaoran had injured his son, and that he would never cooperate with the Lin Group again. This basically tells everyone that Longting Technology and the Lin Group will be enemies from now on. Under such circumstances, everyone knows that the Lin Group urgently needs a large number of chips. Moreover, there aren't many companies that the Lin Group can choose from. Companies that can provide such a batch of chips naturally raise their prices. Nobody wants to earn less. Lin Xiaoran is impressive. But in the current situation, what kind of trouble can she possibly cause? If you have to lower your head and pay, then you have to lower your head and pay. He Qing spent the entire morning making phone calls. The companies that could be contacted all stubbornly insisted on raising their prices by 15% and refused to budge. President Lin, they probably know we're in a bad situation right now, and they're all thinking of making a quick buck. Lin Xiaoran sneered. These people think they have him cornered now and can take a piece of the pie from him and the Lin Group. He gripped his phone tightly in his right hand, took a deep breath, and was about to explode in anger. But then someone knocked on the office door. Lin Xiaoran suppressed her anger and said in a deep voice, "Go in." An assistant pushed open the door and, seeing Lin Xiaoran's angry face, cautiously said, "President Lin, the gentleman has arrived at Lin's group and is currently sitting in the lobby on the first floor." Lin Xiaoran was stunned upon hearing this, her anger vanished, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "What is he here for?" Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips, sighed softly, and a hint of emotion seemed to flash in her eyes. He tossed a sentence at Yi Ching and got up to walk out. "We'll talk about the partners later." Upon arriving at the elevator, they found Lin Xiaoye standing there. Lin Xiaoran's heart suddenly sank. The Lin Group's office building is very large, with many elevators. She came to the office closest to hers. It's also the one furthest from Lin Xiaoye's office. The two entered the elevator, and Lin Xiaoye naturally pressed the button for the first floor. Turning to Lin Xiaoran with a gentle expression, he asked, "I heard that Lonting Technology is in trouble?" There were only the two of them in the elevator at that moment. Lin Xiaoran scoffed coldly. It's just the two of us, so you don't need to pretend anymore, right? Shouldn't you be ecstatic to hear this news?" Lin Xiaoye, however, remained expressionless and shook her head slightly. "You still have such a deep misunderstanding about me." Lin Xiaoran crossed her arms, gave her a cold look, and ignored her. She really hates this kind of two-faced behavior. The elevator doors opened, and she stepped out first. Lin Xiaoye looked at Lin Xiaoran, whose back still held an air of arrogance, refusing to bow her head, and her eyes darkened. Lin Xiaoran had already seen Gu Yan by this time. He sat down on the sofa closest to the door. It's very conspicuous and easy to find. I started walking in that direction. Gu Yan sat on the sofa, sunlight streaming through the window, reflecting off his profile and white shirt, seemingly highlighting all the sunshine he had lost over the years. He just watched the pedestrians outside the window quietly, waiting patiently. For some reason, Lin Xiaoran slowed down. She felt like she hadn't seen Gu Yan like this in a long time, and was even a little afraid that she would ruin the feeling. Gu Yan turned around, saw something, and quickly got up and walked over. A slight smile appeared on Lin Xiaoran's lips, and a hint of amusement rose in her eyes. She wanted to ask him why he had suddenly come to this line. But he walked right past him as if he hadn't seen him at all, and came to Lin Xiaoye's side, smiling and saying, "Sister Xiaoye." Lin Xiaoye smiled gently as well. "You're here, it's about time, shall we go?" Gu Yan nodded, not looking at Lin Xiaoran at all, as if she didn't exist. 45, Chapter 45. A relationship of more than 10 years is now like a shackle. Lin Xiaoran stood there, her face instantly turning cold. He stepped forward and stood in front of the two of them. "What, can't you stand anyone? I'm standing right here, can't you see me?" When Gu Yan heard this question, he was at a loss for words. Lin Xiaoran has always been like this. When it comes to eloquence, 10 people combined couldn't match her. When their relationship was good, she could easily win him over with just a few words. Now that they've fallen out, it only takes a few words to stab him in the heart. Gu Yan took a deep breath and didn't respond. Instead, he took half a step back, getting closer to Lin Xiaoye. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiaoran's pupils contracted, and her eyes turned gloomy. Lin Xiaoye stepped forward and gently patted Gu Yan's arm. "All right, Xiaoran, didn't you see that Gu Yan was scared by you?" Upon hearing this, a cold smile flashed across Lin Xiaoran's face. "Were you scared?" She continued walking forward, came to Gu Yan's side, and gently touched his cheek. "Really, you were scared?" Gu Yan truly doesn't understand Lin Xiaoran now. He couldn't understand what Lin Xiaoran was thinking. Every time he wanted to get closer to Lin Xiaoran, she was with Ning Chen. But when he no longer wants to think about her and wants to get away from her, she will stick to him like a plaster. It's like treating him as a toy to kill time. When I'm bored, I come over and tease him a bit. He used to regard these as something beautiful, as cherished memories. Lin Xiaoran reached out and hooked her arm around his, then looked at Lin Xiaoye and asked, "Where are we going?" "Let's have a meal together, do you want to come?" Lin Xiaoye smiled gently as always. Okay. Lin Xiaoran agreed readily without the slightest hesitation. On the contrary, Lin Xiaoye's expression was starting to falter. She underestimated Lin Xiaoran. People in the industry all know that Lin Xiaoran never cares whether others are being polite or not. For her, it's only a matter of whether she wants to or doesn't want to. There's no such thing as feigned politeness. To put it nicely, they're clueless; to put it bluntly, they're shameless and selfish. Lin Xiaoye coughed lightly. However, I only reserved a table for 2 people at the restaurant. It's alright. Which restaurant? I'll ask them to add a seat. Send me the address, and I'll take him there to wait for you. Lin Xiaoye's expression was not good. She admitted that she was no match for Lin Xiaoran in terms of words. When it comes to her lover, Lin Xiaoran's words can be sweet nothings or sharp blades. But when dealing with enemies, her words are like a barrage of arrows. Left with no other choice, I had to send the address over. Lin Xiaoran took Gu Yan's arm, turned around, and half coerced him into leaving. After the two got into the car, Lin Xiaoran still didn't let go, continuing to hold his arm and pressing her head against it. Gu Yan sighed softly. He was truly exhausted and had no energy left to continue arguing with her. Over the past few years, he and Lin Xiaoran have had too many arguments. But after each argument, she could act as if it had never happened. Gu Yan knew he couldn't be so shameless and brazen. I closed my eyes and felt the warmth of the head pressed against my shoulder. He Chang, who was driving in the front, lowered the partition a long time ago. As the car drove towards the restaurant, Gu Yan felt a little strange. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything today. He just sat there, occasionally unable to resist gently rubbing his knees with his hands. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the two got out of the car. Just as Lin Xiaoran was about to reach out and take his arm, her phone rang. Gu Yan didn't check the caller ID this time. But Ning Chen's voice could also be faintly heard from the other end of the phone. Lin Xiaoran's initially displeased expression gradually softened. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yan glanced at her. He guessed the outcome at a glance. Without hesitation, he turned and walked into the restaurant. Lin Xiaoran frowned upon seeing this. I'm going home for dinner tonight. Gu Yan did not respond and continued walking on his own. Lin Xiaoran's tone suddenly turned icy. Remember, don't be late. After saying that, Gu Yan heard her get into the car and close the door. It's obvious who she's going to see right now. Gu Yan stood at the restaurant entrance, not going in, his heart filled with complicated feelings. It's just a meal. In the past, no matter what the event or the day. Whether it's a wedding anniversary or a birthday. Whenever Ning Chen made a phone call, he could only watch helplessly as Lin Xiaoran walked away. Even during the years of their marriage, he and Lin Xiaoran were never able to spend a single wedding anniversary or birthday together. She was always very busy. They're always going abroad, and they're gone for long periods of time without even a phone call or message. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? The restaurant waiter opened the door and came out to ask what was wrong. Just as Gu Yan was about to say something, Lin Xiaoye's car arrived. She got out of the car and went to Gu Yan's side. Where is he? Lin Xiaoye was somewhat surprised and looked around but couldn't find anyone. Ning Chen called him. Gu Yan's voice was flat, revealing no emotion. Sister Xiaoye, let's go in. Lin Xiaoye nodded, understanding where Lin Xiaoran had gone. The two went into the restaurant and found a private room to sit down. While pouring tea, Lin Xiaoye casually said, Grandpa has always liked Ning Chen. Last night, he accompanied Xiaoran to see Grandpa. Gu Yan simply nodded in agreement. Everyone knows that Ning Chen is well liked. She is popular not only in Kyoto circles. The elders also liked this young man very much. The entire Lin family, apart from the old lady, everyone likes Ning Chen. Or perhaps the old lady liked it too. She just felt sorry for herself, the poor guy who had been with Lin Xiaoran for over 10 years. Have you decided to divorce Xiaoran? Lin Xiaoye handed a cup of tea to Gu Yan. Gu Yan looked down at the teacup, the deep red tea soup rippling. I told you, she refused. When he was with Lin Xiaoran, it seemed that Lin Xiaoran always took the lead. She's too domineering, she's used to having the final say. If she doesn't want to, there's nothing I can do. Gu Yan felt exhausted, but she had no choice but to continue like this. A deep meaning flashed in Lin Xiaoya's eyes, and she sighed softly. That's just her personality. You've been married for so long, and she still won't settle down. She doesn't care about her family, but she can't let go of them. Even though you want to break up, your relationship of over 10 years is undeniable. No one can compare to that. Gu Yan opened his mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. A relationship of over 10 years. It was once very precious to him. Now it feels like a shackle. As for Lin Xiaoran, she probably never cared. 46, Chapter 46. The most suspected person. Gu Yan knew very well that Lin Xiaoran was a very assertive person. Strong-willed people generally have a strong possessive nature. Having been with her for over a decade, it would be an insult to her if he were to appear with another woman. She would feel that the man she had always been able to control had run away. Therefore, even if she doesn't like him anymore, she won't let him run away easily. She would never give away anything she held in her possession, even if it was rotten or broken. Lin Xiaoya took a sip of tea, but before she could put the teacup down, her phone rang. Mr. Lin, your sister and Renang have arrived at the headquarters of Fenghua Technology. Like Longting Technology, Fenghua Technology has a very mature chip production line and many outstanding exclusive patents. Meanwhile, the person in charge of Fenghua Technology is related to the Ning family. Although it's not exactly close, it shouldn't be a problem to make connections or build bridges. It seems Ning Chen helped out. However, Gu Yan was unaware of this. In his view, this only confirmed that Lin Xiaoran had gone to see Ning Chen. The person on the other end of the phone was still reporting, President Lin, Renang said your sister is getting a divorce and has already set a wedding date with him. Fenghua Technology is probably. Do you think we should still go and visit them? Never mind, Xiaoran can secure this collaboration. Okay, Mr. Lin. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoya looked at Gu Yan apologetically. I should have gone outside to answer this call. There were only the two of them there, and even without speakerphone, Gu Yan could hear what they were saying. Gu Yan picked up his teacup and took a sip. He no longer felt that this was stimulating him. Over the years, he had heard and seen far more outrageous things in Lin Xiaoran's circle. Seeing that Gu Yan remained silent, Lin Xiaoya continued, what are your plans for the future? Don't worry, your sister will always support you. Gu Yan gently shook his head, Sister Xiaoya, I don't want to talk about anything related to her. Lin Xiaoya smiled gently, okay. Sister Xiaoya, I want to ask you for a favor today. Could you help me get the CCTV footage from the entrance of Yanyu Jiangnan? Lin Xiaoya saw his expression gradually darken, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes, but he immediately concealed it. Did something happen last night? Gu Yan didn't want to say too much, but if Lin Xiaoya wanted to know, she should be able to find out. Surveillance between approximately 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. is sufficient. Lin Xiaoya nodded and sent a message on her phone. The surveillance video was sent over in less than 5 minutes. Gu Yan sat there, quietly watching the surveillance footage on his phone. However, for a full half hour of those 2 hours of surveillance footage, the screen was completely dark. Clearly, the surveillance footage had been tampered with. The half hour that disappeared coincided with the time between when he was dropped off at the entrance of Yanyu Jiangnan and when the bodyguards who brought him there drove away. The middle section was completely black. Gu Yan frowned, opening his eyes as if to ask something else. But Lin Xiaoya seemed to know what he wanted to ask, and spoke first. They told me that Xiaoran's people checked the surveillance footage this morning, and it was from this time period. I still don't understand why you all suddenly want to see the surveillance footage from this period. Gu Yan took a deep breath, then held it tightly, his gaze sharpening. My fingers kept scrolling back and forth through the monitoring time. Finally, they found a car in a corner. He recognized that car. It's Huang Wanqing's car. Although it only lasted for a very short time. However, Huang Wanqing was the only one in the Kyoto circle to own that light pink McLaren. Sister Xiaoye, isn't that Huang Wanqing's car? Gu Yan pointed to the car, wanting to confirm again. Lin Xiaoye glanced at it, but didn't reply immediately. Instead, she picked up her phone and sent a message. After receiving a reply a while later, he said, "It's her car." Gu Yan slowly closed his eyes. "Do you still want to see the surveillance footage? Should I just send it to you?" Lin Xiaoye asked softly. "No need, Sister Xiaoye. He has identified the prime suspect. Huang Wanqing. He had a conflict with Huang Wanqing at the villa just 2 days ago. She had always secretly loved Ning Chen. Spoiled by the Huang family since childhood, he has never been very discreet in his actions. It's not hard to understand why someone would retaliate in this way." Gu Yan picked up the teacup and drank the tea in one gulp. But her parched lips received no moisture whatsoever. After putting down his teacup, he lowered his head and remained silent. Lin Xiaoye served him some food. "Look how thin you've gotten lately. No matter what happens, you have to eat properly. I heard you've been feeling a bit weak and sick lately. You can't be so careless about your health." Gu Yan nodded, but still didn't move, seemingly lost in thought. "By the way, you said you found a job last time. How's it going?" Upon hearing Lin Xiaoye's words, Gu Yan finally raised his head, a bitter smile on his lips. "I was fired." Seeing his reaction, a knowing look flashed across Lin Xiaoye's face. "It was Xiaoran who did it, wasn't it? She probably didn't want you to go out to work. I should have thought of that sooner." Hearing the hint of self-blame in Lin Xiaoye's tone, Gu Yan quickly said, "Sister Xiaoye, this has nothing to do with you." Lin Xiaoye gently patted his hand and continued, "Look, there are still a few assistant positions open for the project I'm in charge of. The work isn't difficult, it's just organizing documents and helping to record meeting minutes. No special expertise is required." Before he could finish speaking, the door to the private room was opened from the outside. Wang Lin walked in with several bodyguards. "You all stand guard at the door." After kicking the bodyguards out of the private room, Wang Lin coldly watched the two men. "Mom, what brings you here?" Lin Xiaoye seemed a little surprised. Wang Lin did not respond. Instead, she quickly walked to the table, picked up the teacup in front of Gu Yan, and poured it directly over his head. Gu Yan didn't react in time, and neither did Lin Xiaoye. Wang Lin was breathing heavily, her eyes were red, and she was clearly filled with anger. Gu Yan's face darkened. He had long been fed up with living a humble and cowardly life in the Lin family. For so many years, he has always treated Wang Lin as an elder, and no matter how much she insulted or bullied him, he always endured it passively, never fighting back or arguing back. At this point, he could no longer tolerate it. He suddenly stood up and looked directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was startled when he suddenly stood up. His anger intensified, and he reached out to slap her. But this time, she failed. Gu Yan immediately reached out and blocked her, grabbing her wrist. 47, Chapter 47. The thing I regret most is that I was with her back then. A sharp pain shot through Wang Lin's wrist, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by resentment. "Gu Yan, I told you to divorce Xiaoran, and what did you do? You turned around and came to Xiaoyu, didn't you? Are you after the Lin family and determined to cling to them? Can't you have any backbone? Don't be so shameless." Gu Yan coldly watched Wang Lin's furious expression and pushed her wrist away. "I've already told Lin Xiaoran that I've mentioned divorce, but she's unwilling. If you really want your daughter to marry Ning Chen, whom you like, then you should persuade her to get a divorce from me as soon as possible, instead of coming here to make a scene." Both of them were very surprised to hear this. Lin Xiaoye stared at Gu Yan with wide eyes. Gu Yan used to be very humble in the Lin family, always doing things in a subservient manner. He tried every possible way to please everyone in the Lin family. It was as if he was hoping that one day the Lin family would change their opinion of him and stop disliking him so much. But now, the sudden display of such a strong attitude is truly surprising. Lin Xiaoye's eyes gradually became playful. Gu Yan's change of heart suggests that he is truly disappointed in Lin Xiaoran and wants to give up on the marriage. That's why there's been such a big change in attitude towards the Lin family. Wang Lin, however, clenched her fists. Gu Yan's change in attitude certainly surprised her. But what she felt most was anger. This son-in-law, who used to be so subservient to the Lin family, now actually dares to talk back to her. When the two met last time, she vaguely felt that Gu Yan seemed to have changed, and today it seems even more strange. Snort! Wang Lin snorted coldly, her cheeks flushed red with anger. Suddenly, her imposing manner subsided, and a cold smile appeared on her face. Do you know what Xiaoran said about you before? Gu Yan didn't speak, but just quietly looked at Wang Lin. To be honest, he also wanted to know how Lin Xiaoran viewed the Lin family. Even though he suspected in his heart that it wouldn't end well. Wang Lin continued with a cold laugh. She said you're vain. If she hadn't made money and returned to the Lin family, how could you have clung to her like a leech? You only married into the family for her money and status. She hasn't given you any money these past few years, has she? Life hasn't been easy, has it? Seeing so much money, yet not being able to touch a single penny. You didn't expect that feeling, did you? Xiaoran even commissioned a piano specially for Ning Chen. The craftsmanship alone cost millions. She even bought an estate abroad specifically for it. The land for that estate cost over 100 million. And the construction was even more expensive. It was all just so he could have a place to play the piano when he wanted to relax. Gu Yan had never heard of this matter before. A sharp pain, like thousands of needles piercing the heart, spread through the body. He still couldn't help feeling sad. When he and Lin Xiaoran were going through tough times together, he always lived frugally. Even when Lin Xiaoran had made some money and started to make a name for himself in business, he didn't spend a single extra penny. Because he knew that Lin Xiaoran hadn't earned this money easily. After the two fell out, Lin Xiaoran never gave him a single penny. Fortunately, there was some food and drink in the villa, so he wouldn't starve to death. Turn out to be. She was so generous to Ning Chen. He knew that Lin Xiaoran was very good to Ning Chen. Various brand name luxury goods were constantly being given away. Bags and clothes worth hundreds of thousands, necklaces and luxury cars worth millions. He never expected that they would also send him an estate and a top-of-the-line custom-made piano. He felt really nauseous at that moment. He glanced down at the clothes he was wearing. Apart from the suit he wore to work, the most expensive clothes he owned never cost more than 200 yuan. As for designer bags and luxury goods, there wasn't a single one. Over the past few years, he has spent Lin Xiaoran's money. After all, Lin Xiaoran paid for all the food, drinks, and utilities in the villa. But even all of that is probably less expensive than the one piece of clothing Lin Xiaoran bought for Ning Chen. Gu Yan took a deep breath and looked at Wang Lin. With a hint of disgust in his eyes, he said, since that's the case, you'd better persuade your daughter to come with me to get a divorce as soon as possible. Stop pretending to be reluctant all the time. Tell her that the thing I regret most in my life is being with her. Entering your Lin family is the most disgusting thing in my life. It disgusts me so much that I want to vomit. After saying that, Gu Yan walked straight out. He barely ate any food, but still spent nearly 2 hours there. But the moment he opened the door to the private room, he saw Lin Xiaoran standing there. He was a little surprised. In less than 2 hours, he finished spending time with Ning Chen. Lin Xiaoran probably heard everything he just said. That's a bit of a coincidence. But it's even more disgusting. Gu Yan didn't even glance at her, and walked away from Lin Xiaoran. When Wang Lin saw Lin Xiaoran there, she suddenly smiled. He laughed out of anger. You heard that? You heard everything? Listen to what he just said. Hurry up and get the divorce papers done. Don't waste any more time. Let me tell you, every day he stays in our Lin family, I'll lose a year of my life. It's infuriating. However, Lin Xiaoran seemed not to hear Wang Lin's words and stretched out her arm to block Gu Yan's way. His face was expressionless. But those who know her well know that the more she acts like this, the more turbulent her emotions are at that moment. Tell me, what's the biggest regret of your life that you've ever had being with me? Does it make you feel disgusted? Lin Xiaoran sneered. She grabbed his shoulders with her hands and held him tightly. He squeezed her until her fingers turned white and bloodless, her face was terribly gloomy, and her eyes were incredibly somber, almost dripping with tears. Gu Yan noticed that the bones in his shoulders were sore from being pressed. But he didn't react, he just stared coldly at Lin Xiaoran, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Lin Xiaoran suddenly turned her head to look at Wang Lin. "Didn't I tell you that if you don't like him, you shouldn't meet him? He probably doesn't want to see you right now either. You haven't seen him much in the past few years, so why do you insist on going out into his life now? I'll handle things between him and me." Wang Lin's expression turned somewhat unpleasant upon hearing this. She couldn't detect any hint of wanting a divorce from Lin Xiaoran's words. Pointing her finger at Lin Xiaoran's face, she shouted, "What do you mean? You still refuse to divorce him? You still want to stay with this lowlife?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yan could no longer hold back. He reached out and grabbed Lin Xiaoran's wrist, pulling her hand away. He turned around and glared at Wang Lin. "You're the one who's a bastard, your whole family are bastards." 48, Chapter 48 Gu Yan, I will make you wish you were dead. Wang Lin was breathing rapidly when everything went black before her eyes, and her body fell straight backward. Lin Xiaoye quickly stepped forward to support her and helped her to sit down on the sofa. Wang Lin kept taking deep breaths after finally catching her breath. She trembled and tried to raise her hand to point at Gu Yan, but she couldn't lift her arm no matter what she did. You. For a long while, she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Lin Xiaoran beckoned several bodyguards, who pulled Gu Yan to another private room and then had the door of the room guarded. Then he turned around and came back here. Wang Lin lowered her head, panting heavily, the veins on her temples bulging. Lin Xiaoye comforted her from the side. "Mom, something happened at the company these past 2 days, quite a bit of trouble. She's probably just in a bad mood. Don't take it to heart, just think of her as having lost her mind." Wang Lin stretched out her hand, waved it lightly, and said nothing. Seeing her like this, Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything more and turned to leave the private room again. Arriving at the private room where Gu Yan was, they pushed open the door and went inside. Gu Yan sat on the sofa looking out the window, and didn't turn around even when he heard the door to the private room open. He knew Lin Xiaoran's temper, she wouldn't let him go so easily. Lin Xiaoran closed the door to the private room, locked it, and then walked up to Gu Yan. He reached out and pulled hard, lifting him up directly. Then, grabbing his collar, she led him toward the restroom inside the private room. Gu Yan didn't expect Lin Xiaoran to suddenly use so much force. By the time he reacted and tried to regain his footing, she had already dragged him into the bathroom. This restaurant is considered quite upscale even in Kyoto. The bathroom in the private room was very clean and even had a faint fragrance. Gu Yan reached out to try to remove her hand that was comforting him. But Lin Xiaoran didn't know where she got such strength from, and for a moment she couldn't tear it apart. "Let me go." Gu Yan frowned. He could actually push Lin Xiaoran away if he used his strength right now. However, given their current position, if they were to push her away forcefully, Lin Xiaoran would only land on the back of her head and fall directly to the ground. They might suffer considerable harm. He no longer loved Lin Xiaoran, but he didn't want to hurt her because of him. Lin Xiaoran grabbed his shoulders with both hands and kissed him directly. Gu Yan began to struggle, trying to push her away, but he didn't dare to use too much force. "You're saying that your biggest regret is being with me?" Lin Xiaoran's tone was icy. Gu Yan couldn't help but shudder at what he heard. Seeing that Gu Yan didn't speak, Lin Xiaoran simply bit his lip hard. Gu Yan bit down so hard that he couldn't help but make a sound of pain. "My lip was bitten and bled." Gu Yan wanted to say something, but Lin Xiaoran grabbed him and continued kissing him. The kiss was deeper than before. Gu Yan felt that he was starting to have some difficulty breathing. "You regret being with me, don't you? Do you want to see what you did and said back then?" Lin Xiaoran said in a low voice, taking out her phone. One hand gripped his neck tightly, while the other hand used a phone to pull up a video. The video shows the two of them spending time together tenderly many years ago. Gu Yan was stunned. He never expected that Lin Xiaoran would record such a video. And it's been preserved for so long. She's probably really insane. Gu Yan couldn't help but start struggling, trying to reach out and grab the phone to delete the videos on it. In this kind of video, logically speaking, the girl should be the one who suffers. But Gu Yan felt only discomfort looking at it. Lin Xiaoran simply turned off her phone and tossed it aside. She pressed herself against him again, one arm around his neck. When you loved me, you said such sweet things, promising never to leave me, never to let go of my hand. You made me feel like you were everything to me, and now you're telling me your biggest regret is being with me. Guyan, have you ever thought of anything? Upon hearing this, Guyan's mind was filled with those past memories. Those memories he is now trying his best to restrain himself from recalling. Gradually, he noticed that the corners of his eyes seemed to be getting wet. I am sad and heartbroken. How cold and indifferent Lin Xiaoran is to outsiders. When I loved myself, I was incredibly passionate about myself. I wish I could be with myself every moment. The two of them were already highly compatible, both spiritually and physically. They both know what the other is most sensitive about. Even though he no longer likes her, and even feels some disgust towards her. Lin Xiaoran naturally noticed this and snorted coldly. Ha, you feel disgusted just looking at me, your reaction doesn't seem disgusting at all. Guyan's expression was rather unpleasant this time. He wanted to simply shake off Lin Xiaoran and ignore everything else. Lin Xiaoran straightened up and leaned close to his ear. The warm breath he exhaled blew against his earlobe, making his body feel weak and his strength dissipate. It gently licked, and the lips softened a bit. Next time, if you dare to say such things again, I will definitely not let you off, Guyan. I will make you wish you were dead. Guyan couldn't help but pant heavily. He then realized that Lin Xiaoran was wearing a dress today. But she didn't give up. Instead, she tried several more times. When she finally released Guyan and freed him, she dressed and tried to leave, only to find that his legs were weak. 49, Chapter 49. Is he back to his old ways? Who has he drugged this time? Lin Xiaoran stepped forward and helped him up. Guyan felt humiliated and shook off her hand. What's wrong? Are you upset because I haven't spent enough time with you these past few years? Guyan didn't say anything and slowly walked out. He hadn't had something like this in a long time. It's a bit unsettling to do something like this all at once. Not to mention that it's been going on for such a long time. In addition, his health has been poor recently, suffering from years of malnutrition and a previous illness. At this moment, my body was extremely weak, and my mind was somewhat muddled. Seeing this, a hint of pity flashed in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. But what he said still wasn't very pleasant to hear. What's wrong? Are you getting old? You weren't this weak before. Back then, you were. Before Lin Xiaoran could finish speaking, she staggered. 2 hours of fighting was quite exhausting for her. Guyan suddenly pushed her, and if he hadn't used a little force, she would have almost lost her balance. Lin Xiaoran was instantly enraged, glaring at him with red eyes. What the hell are you doing? Are you never going to stop? Lin Xiaoran suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, a kind of indescribable discomfort. Guyan took a deep breath and regained some strength. I've already said I want a divorce. Lin Xiaoran scoffed coldly. Stop making a scene, I don't have that much patience. In Lin Xiaoran's view, Guyan was being hypocritical. Otherwise, she wouldn't have succeeded just now. She seemed to have forgotten that Guyan was currently very weak. Not only has he been sick and malnourished, but he was also knocked unconscious a couple of days ago. I picked up the phone and turned it on, and the phone rang the next second. She received many phone calls, most of which were work-related. With many projects under his control within the Lin Group, plus his own company, he indeed has very little free time. In the few times she's returned home in recent years, she's been receiving one phone call after another. Aside from work calls, Ningchen called her the most. He answered the phone, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Fenghua Technology hasn't finalized anything yet, and Shan-Chi is being a bit cautious. They'll probably need some time to do some research. He sighed softly, hung up the phone, and it rang again. Okay, I understand we'll have another meeting at the company tomorrow to finalize it, and they're just being cautious if it doesn't work out. We'll increase our stakes, alright? That's all for now, I have other things to do. One phone call after another followed. When she finally put down her phone, Guyan was frowning as he looked at the bodyguards standing guard at the door. Without Lin Xiaoran's instructions, the bodyguards dared not let Guyan leave. Seeing Lin Xiaoran approaching, Guyan turned to look at her and said, "Let me go." Lin Xiaoran looked somewhat irritated. Alright, I have to go out for a bit, stop making a fuss. After saying that, he waved to the bodyguards and said, take him home. Lin Xiaoran left, and Gu Yan was also half detained and half coerced by several bodyguards into getting into the car, which drove towards the villa. Actually, he had overheard most of the phone calls Lin Xiaoran had just received. Lin Xiaoran is definitely not going back to the company now. Because of the phone calls she received, all of which postponed her work until tomorrow. He didn't hear who was calling the last time. But I imagine that besides Ningchen, it should be Fontainebleau. Gu Yan did not resist along the way. Resisting is useless. Lin Xiaoran's bodyguards were all hired at high salaries, so he couldn't escape them. Back in the villa, I went into my room. The bodyguards did not leave, but remained near the villa. After locking the door, Gu Yan felt very agitated. In the first few years after he married Lin Xiaoran, he felt just as restless when he was alone in the empty bedroom. If you're bothered for too long, you'll become depressed. Now, he has finally been able to get out of that state. But every time she saw Lin Xiaoran, she could bring herself back to that agitated state. This relationship seems to have brought him nothing but countless wounds and pain. He's really had enough. A divorce is a must. And as soon as possible. However, he now has other important things to do. For example, revenge. He could not forget what Huang Wanqing had done before. Over the past few years, he has become a laughingstock in Kyoto's social circles, someone everyone can ridicule, insult, and belittle. He had once been mindful that these people were Lin Xiaoran's friends, and he still had expectations for Lin Xiaoran, so he didn't want to offend them. I always felt that I still had a chance to change everything. Now that he has given up on Lin Xiaoran, he naturally wants to get revenge. He will make up for the pain he has suffered these past few years. However, before he could figure out how to take revenge, Huang Wanqing sent him a message first. A photograph. In the photo, he is lying unconscious on the sofa, his clothes torn open and his pants ripped off. Beside him lay Shirley, who had also taken off his pants and was now lying in a pool of blood. He recognized the photo. It was taken when Lin Xiaoran saved him. The environment inside the private room was very chaotic at the time. Lin Xiaoran is also particularly ruthless. The onlookers' attention was focused on Lin Xiaoran and Shirley. He, lying unconscious in the corner with disheveled clothes, did not attract much attention. However, it's unclear who took this photo. This photo clearly tells you what happened. When he received the photo, it had already gone viral in Kyoto circles. Holy crap, isn't that the infamous mistress? What's he doing, back to his old ways? Who did he drug this time? No, can you look more closely? The other one with his pants down was a man. How disgusting he's become, bound by both men and women. He seems to be the one enjoying himself. My God, this is truly an eyesore. No, don't you all know, the day Lin Xiaoran beat another guy so badly he ended up in the ICU, she was furious. Who wouldn't be angry? Her husband is with another man. TSK. Miss Lin will definitely divorce him this time, right? That's right, we've endured this for so many years, and now with this scandal, even if the media gets the news, they won't say anything out of line. It's hard to say what if the Lin family is afraid of losing face and won't let the media spread the news. This photo has gone viral around here, how can we really keep it a secret? People in Kyoto's social circles couldn't help but start gossiping about it. If it were the old Gu Yan, upon witnessing such a thing, he would have simply locked himself in the villa, hoping that time would pass quickly and everyone would forget about it. But now, he only feels annoyed and bored. It's always the same methods, the same situation. Don't these people get tired of it? 50, what does chapter 50 have to do with me? I can't get out anyway. Gu Yan could see these people's discussions. A few years ago, he changed his phone and also changed some of his social media accounts. He could see some Kyoto-related group chats on his old account. In the past, when he encountered such things, he would log into his old accounts, see these people's sarcastic remarks about him, and become depressed alone in his bedroom. Many people don't know that he's actually in the group. group. Because he never sent a single message using that account. The group chat is still discussing that photo. You know what, Gu Yan is actually quite good looking. I can understand why Lin Xiaoran doesn't want a divorce. Look at that figure, it's really nice. I'd like to try it out myself. Ah, you must be really hungry. Bai Bing has already been played with by men, how can you still bring yourself to do it? Exactly, besides, if Gu Yan finds out, he might drug you. He's done this kind of thing before, he's very experienced at it. Lin Xiaoran has been harassed by him for so many years for the sake of her reputation, you should be careful not to get yourself involved too. Gu Yan saw the chat logs of these people and a cold smile flashed across his lips. He suddenly came up with a way to get revenge. Over the years, whenever he felt that Lin Xiaoran didn't love him anymore, she would always pretend that she couldn't bear to part with him and that he was very important to her. But once you truly believe it, you start to see yourself as something dispensable. Now, precisely when Lin Xiaoran is pretending that she loves him very much. I took a screenshot of this chat log, sent it to my current account, and then posted it on my WeChat Moments. If Miss Bai wants to give it a try, I'm afraid there won't be an opportunity for the time being. Lin Xiaoran is not willing to divorce me yet. When she is willing, I will definitely tell Miss Bai the good news. The picture accompanying the post on WeChat Moments was a screenshot of this chat history. Some of the people in the group are his friends on his new account. After discovering that he had posted on WeChat Moments, she hurriedly returned to the group chat and said, "Holy crap, is Gu Yan in the group, or did one of you tip him off?" Stop joking, who would tip him off? Besides, what news could he possibly give him? Damn, you guys should check his WeChat Moments first, he's even screenshotted our group chat history. The group chat fell silent instantly. Those who had his new account as a friend all flocked to check out his posts on WeChat Moments. A dozen minutes later, the old account was kicked out of the group chat. Clearly, after discovering the problem, these people immediately began checking the accounts in the group and found their old accounts. Gu Yan curled his lip in disdain. These people are all talk and no action. They wouldn't dare to go all out. However, he has already achieved his goal. Now we just have to wait and see what Lin Xiaoran will do next. Will she continue to pretend she can't live without me, or will she finally be willing to divorce me? Regardless of the possibility, this is the outcome Gu Yan hopes to achieve. However, before he could receive any news from Lin Xiaoran, he received a message from Huang Wanqing first. Gu Yan, how disgusting are you? How could you post something like this on your WeChat Moments? You're so despicable, you don't deserve to marry Xiaoran. Gu Yan frowned as he looked at the message. He knew that Huang Wanqing liked Ning Chen. He had previously thought that Huang Wanqing had spread that photo throughout the Kyoto circle to disgust him and avenge Ning Chen. But judging from her tone now, something seems off. After thinking for a while, Gu Yan suddenly realized something. Huang Wanqing doesn't seem to like Ning Chen that much, to the point that she feels unworthy of him. In addition, Lin Xiaoran is too outstanding. She felt that she had found someone who was worthy of Ning Chen. It just so happened that Ning Chen liked Lin Xiaoran, so he tried his best to make the two of them together, right? In some ways, her liking is really disgusting and twisted. She seems to be quite the simp. Gu Yan scoffed, not finding Huang Wanqing pitiful at all. You think only Ning Chen is good enough for Lin Xiaoran, right? It's a real shame that Lin Xiaoran doesn't want a divorce. If he had enough, you should put in more effort and get Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen together sooner. Maybe when they're having a good time, they'll remember you and maybe they can even take you with them. Upon seeing this message, Huang Wanqing was so angry that her whole body went numb, and she even stopped breathing for a moment. She was initially quite pleased to see the various mockery and slander directed at Gu Yan in Kyoto's social circles. He felt he had avenged Ning Chen. But now, just one message from Gu Yan has made her unable to control her emotions. He immediately picked up his phone and called Gu Yan. Having been pampered since childhood, Huang Wanqing could not bear such humiliation and at this moment only wanted to curse Gu Yan. Gu Yan did not answer the phone, letting it ring incessantly. He only hung up the phone when he got a little annoyed and sent her a message. Tell me what you have to say to my face. Immediately following was an address. Upon seeing this message, Huang Wanqing's eyes lit up. Normally, with Lin Xiaoran protecting him, she couldn't do anything to Gu Yan. But Lin Xiaoran shouldn't be here today. She finally had a chance to deal with Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran's earlier warning against harming Gu Yan was completely forgotten in the face of her emotional turmoil. After changing my clothes, I went downstairs, got in my car, and drove towards that address. She's determined to teach Gu Yan a lesson tonight. However, after sending the message, Gu Yan blocked Huang Wanqing. He knew Huang Wanqing's temper. She will definitely go to the address I sent her. But what does that have to do with him? He can't leave this villa, Lin Xiaoran's bodyguards are guarding it. I put my phone on silent and tossed it aside, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran had already arrived at the hotel. After learning that a chip supplier had not yet been finalized and that Lin Xiaoran had offended Longting Technology, the other partners in the new project began to put pressure on the Lin Group. If the new project fails to be successfully implemented, it will also result in significant losses for these individuals. Lin Xiaoran had no choice but to contact Shan Qi, the person in charge of Fenghua Technology, and invite him out for dinner that evening. At this point, the drinking session was already halfway through. Although Shan Qi was very polite, he never revealed his own thoughts. Lin Xiaoran had no choice but to get straight to the point. President Shan, what are your thoughts on the cooperation regarding the new project? Upon hearing this, Shan Qi suddenly looked troubled and said, President Lin, it's not that I don't want to cooperate with the Lin Group, it's just. 51, Chapter 51, within 3 days, Longting Technology will encounter problems. Dan Qi looked somewhat hesitant. President Shan, please speak frankly, Lin Xiaoran said softly. Hearing this, he seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. President Lin, the whole of Kyoto knows about the conflict between you and President Shi of Longting Technology. President Shi gave us a heads up early on, saying his son is now crippled. Even if I'm interested in cooperating with the Lin Group, I have to consider his attitude, right? Dan Qi gave an awkward smile. After all, Shirley and I were classmates in college. Besides, Longting Technology's influence in the industry is not to be underestimated. I am in a difficult position. Lin Xiaoran gently swirled the red wine in her glass, a smile appearing on her face. Dan Qi's words, on the contrary, greatly boosted her confidence. If Shan Qi only wants to raise prices and make a fortune by taking advantage of the troubles the Lin Group is currently facing, then Lin Xiaoran might really think things are a bit complicated. But what if we're only concerned about Longting Technology? Mr. Shan, I remember that a few years ago Fenghua Technology was the leading company in the industry, right? Upon hearing this, Shan Qi's face stiffened. Indeed, a few years ago, Fenghua Technology was the industry leader, and its power was far greater than that of Longting Technology today. If I remember correctly, Longting Technology gained favor with the government and received more support, which allowed it to snatch several large orders from Fenghua Technology, gradually establishing its position as the industry leader. Mr. Shan, are you really content with this? Dan Qi's expression grew increasingly grim. Lin Xiaoran's words were all true. To become a leading enterprise in the industry, or rather, to have been a leading enterprise in the industry. How could they possibly be content to be subservient to others? Mr. Shan, you're sentimental and treat Mr. Shi like an old classmate, having helped Longting Technology quite a bit back then, but it seems Mr. Shi doesn't reciprocate your feelings at all. Instead, he's using Fenghua Technology to climb the ladder. After saying that, Lin Xiaoran kept observing Shan Qi's expression. She didn't believe that anyone in the business world would actually be so sentimental. People who are too sentimental will not go far in the business world. It would be even more impossible for them to create an industry as large as Fenghua Technology. Sure enough, Shan Qi's expression changed, and his slightly hunched back gradually straightened. Clearly, he wasn't as sentimental as he claimed. He was very concerned about Longting Technology climbing to the top by stepping on Fenghua Technology. However, with Longting Technology currently enjoying great success, he has no immediate opportunities and can only resort to an emotional excuse to mask his embarrassment and resentment. In business, where do you find true friends? Isn't it all about putting profit first? Lin Xiaoran continued to look at the wine glass in her hand and took a small sip. If Longting Technology loses the government's trust, do you think it can continue to receive support, and then, who will be the company that can take its place? Lin Xiaoran seemed to be talking to herself, as if she were talking about something trivial. But Shan Qi's inner emotions were already churning like a stormy sea. He clenched his fists tightly under the table, trying his best to suppress his emotions and not let them show. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, but quietly waited for him to process his emotions before making a choice. After a long while, Shan Qi took a deep breath and looked up at Lin Xiaoran. "Mr. Lin, are you confident?" Lin Xiaoran's lips curled up slightly. She knew that Shan Qi was completely smitten. Asking this question implies that cooperation is already a done deal, they're just trying to reassure themselves further. Although Fenghua technology is not as good as Longting technology now, it is still among the top 3 in the industry. Entering the game now involves taking unknown risks. But who would willingly submit to someone else? She didn't believe Shan Qi didn't have such ambitions. She didn't believe that Shan Qi would willingly be trampled underfoot by Longting technology and Shurexin. "Mr. Shan may not know me very well. I never do anything I'm not sure I can do." Dan Shi took a deep breath, raised the wine glass in front of him, toasted Lin Xiaoran, and then drank it all in one gulp. "Okay, then I'll wait for Mr. Lin's good news." After receiving this answer, Lin Xiaoran, who had previously been somewhat reserved, revealed her full confidence. Longting technology will run into problems in 3 days at most. Whether it can get government funding then depends on whether Fenghua technology and Mr. Shan can seize this opportunity. A glint flashed in the depths of Shan Qi's eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Mr. Lin may not know this, but I was the one who initially received support when we discussed cooperation with them. It's just that Longting technology somehow got in touch with the Ning family with the Ning family as a guarantor. That's how the cooperation was reached." As he spoke, he poured himself a glass of wine, drank it all in one gulp, and wore a hint of resentment on his face. "It's a bit embarrassing to admit I am related to the Ning family by blood, yet they're the ones playing matchmaker for others. When you brought Mernang to my company at noon, I was quite annoyed." After complaining about the Ning family, Shan Qi suddenly spoke up. "President Lin and Mernang have a good relationship. Will there be any problems because of personal feelings?" Lin Xiaoran actually knew something about this matter. The Ning family has invested in Longting technology, and the amount seems to be quite substantial. That's why the Ning family helped Longting technology make connections. That is why the Lin Group initially chose Longting technology as its partner. This is not only because Longting technology is now a leading company in the industry. It's also because the Lin family and the Ning family have a close relationship that's good. Lin Xiaoran put down her wine glass, her eyes narrowing. "I never discuss personal matters at work." Hearing this, Shan Qi breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. "That's good, Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you." With the matter settled, Lin Xiaoran got up and left the hotel. Back in the car, I gently pressed my temples. Although she appears very confident. But this trouble really took a lot of her time and effort. Now that the problem was solved, she felt a little relieved. Seeing Lin Xiaoran's expression, He Qing hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "President Lin, the gentleman. What's wrong with him? He posted something on his WeChat moments." Lin Xiaoran was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Gu Yan used to enjoy posting on WeChat moments, recording many little things in her life there. Moreover, the vast majority of the details are related to her. "But I don't know when it started, he never posted it again. My entire WeChat moments feed is completely empty. It seems like it was 3 or 4 years ago when I last saw him post on WeChat moments." I picked up my phone and looked through it. In just a moment, Lin Xiaoran's eyes turned cold. "Find out who this Bai Bing is." 52, Chapter 52. Let's acquire this nouveau riche. Kyoto is not small, and there are quite a few people in the circle. Lin Xiaoran doesn't know everyone. Or rather, she only pays attention to those few people who stand at the highest positions. Others who could come into contact with her were at least direct descendants of large families. After a moment, He Qing said, "We've found out about President Lin." "Explain." In the past 2 years, the Bai family seized the opportunity and made some money through live streaming e-commerce. They bought some expensive fixed assets in Kyoto and managed to gain a foothold on the fringes of the industry there. Just nouveau riche. I heard that Bai Bing has been trying to find people in the industry to start a business with her, and she's putting all the funding in herself. I guess she's actually managed to curry favor with someone in the industry through this method and get them added to the group. Lin Xiaoran read Gu Yan's post on WeChat Moments word by word. Although it was just a few words, not a single one was something she wanted to hear. But she still stared at it for a long time. She could hardly remember the last time he posted on his WeChat Moments. I casually gave it a thumbs up, looked up, put my phone aside, and gazed out the window. The car drove all the way to the villa, and just as it stopped, Lin Xiaoran's voice rang out. Then let's acquire this nouveau riche. He gripped the steering wheel and sighed softly to herself. She had long expected things to end this way. Understood, Mr. Lin. I've already arranged for someone to handle it. Lin Xiaoran responded and was about to get out of the car when her phone rang. I picked up my phone and glanced at it. It was a call from Wang Lin. When I answered the phone, the nanny said that Wang Lin was having a terrible headache and the medicine wasn't working. The doctor said it might be due to excessive emotional fluctuations. Lin Xiaoran could understand what those words meant. It's simply that he was angered by Gu Yan. After all, what Gu Yan said today was indeed quite rebellious. It would be abnormal if Wang Lin wasn't angry. The purpose of having the nanny make this phone call is simply to get a response from me. Lin Xiaoran sat back in the back seat, feeling somewhat irritated. Instead of dealing with all this trouble every day, she'd rather go on a business trip abroad. Second miss, would you like to come back and take a look? The nanny asked on the other end of the phone. Lin Xiaoran rubbed her forehead vigorously. She knew that Wang Lin was right next to the nanny, and the phone was probably on speakerphone. This is still forcing myself to show her a certain attitude. We're not going back. Tell her to rest well and not think about so many useless things. People online say that mothers-in-law like their sons-in-law more and more. The more they look at them, the more she looks at him, the more annoyed she gets, which means she never really saw him as her son-in-law in the first place. Since she doesn't like him, we shouldn't see him anymore. It'll save everyone from being unhappy. I really don't like to meddle in these trivial matters. After saying that, Lin Xiaoran hung up the phone. There was absolutely no time for the nanny on the other end of the phone to react. Hearing these words, Wang Lin was so angry that her face turned red and she almost fainted. The nanny quickly helped her up and comforted her. Madam, the second young lady must be feeling down. As you know, she's been busy every day for years and hasn't had a moment to rest. Lin Xiaoran has been working like crazy these past few years, devoting almost all of her time to her job. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such results. Many people think that she wanted to overshadow Lin Xiaoye and tell others that she was the most suitable heir to the Lin group. But no one really knows what she's thinking. No one dared to ask. Wang Lin was so angry that her breathing became rapid, her whole body trembled, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Gu Yan, it's all because of him. Why is he so persistent? No, I must find a way to drive him out of Kyoto. I can't let the Lin family's future be ruined by him. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoran slowly closed her eyes and couldn't help but sigh softly. When she opened her eyes again, she saw an umbrella in the storage compartment below the car door. Looking at the umbrella, the corners of her mouth pursed slightly. There are matching umbrellas on the car doors, but Gu Yan once said that if those umbrellas break, it would be very expensive to repair, so she should just keep an extra, cheaper one on hand. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about it. Lin Xiaoran actually felt it was unnecessary. Since he said so, she simply had several umbrellas placed in every car in the garage. Many people in the industry also found her actions strange. An umbrella like that costs at most 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. It's not like the Lin family at all, it's very stingy. Gu Yan had only mentioned it casually once, but it seemed he hadn't ridden in his own car more than a few times. He had never noticed the umbrella that was specially prepared, nor had he ever had the chance to use it. Lin Xiaoran's lips unconsciously turned down, and she felt even more annoyed. Gu Yan was tossing and turning in bed many times. He has had trouble sleeping for years. When his relationship with Lin Xiaoran was still good, Lin Xiaoran often came home very late because of work, and he would always wait for her to come home. Later, when their relationship soured, he would wait for her to come back, even if it was no longer possible. As he waited, even the slightest noise at night would wake him up. I thought it was her coming back. Over time, without medication, he found it difficult to fall asleep. He got up, went to the next room, found the medicine, and swallowed it. I had just returned to my room when I heard Lin Xiaoran's voice coming from the door downstairs. Send the item to Ning Chen, he said. He liked it at the last auction. Gu Yan didn't dare close the door, but quickly went back to bed and lay down. Lin Xiaoran had just closed her eyes when she pushed open the door, her voice much lowered. Yes, investigate the matter of the photos thoroughly and find out who leaked them. There weren't many people watching at the time, so it wasn't difficult to investigate. Lin Xiaoran hung up the phone and tossed it aside. When I got to the bedside, I found he was already asleep, so I went to the next room to take a shower. When I returned after taking a shower, the medicine I had just taken had started to work. Lin Xiaoran got into bed and hugged Gu Yan's waist from behind. Seemingly a little uncomfortable, she simply turned her body around, lay down on his arm, put her other arm on her waist, snuggled into his arms, and draped one leg over his leg. It wrapped itself around him like an octopus. Gu Yan was in a daze and fell asleep without having any nightmares that night. The next morning, Gu Yan turned on his phone and received several messages from Huang Wanqing scolding him. Where are you? Are you kidding me? How dare you play me like that? You're finished, I'll never let you get away with this, I'll find a way to kill you. Xiaoran has been abroad with Brother Chen all these years. I can see you must be feeling lonely all by yourself, right? Oh, by the way, you're so lonely now that you like to be slept with by men. Don't worry, I'll find you a few more men who are even more perverted. 53, Chapter 53. Why did he lose to Gu Yan? Gu Yan ignored the messages. Now that Lin Xiaoran is unwilling to go through the divorce proceedings, he seems to have given up on himself and doesn't care what anyone thinks. After getting up, Lin Xiaoran left, and the bodyguard also left. He simply took the opportunity to leave. Meanwhile, Huang Wanqing, having received no reply from Gu Yan, was furious and on the verge of going crazy. Brother Chen, look at him, how can he be so shameless? I've never seen such a despicable man before. Ning Chen sighed softly, took out a tissue and handed it to her, a strange look in his eyes. You're just too naive. Someone just says a few words and you fall for their provocation, running off to stand in the cold wind all night. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Huang Wanqing felt even more aggrieved, her eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. She had been pampered by the Huang family since childhood and had never suffered such grievances. Few people, let alone use any provocation tactics, would even dare to say a few words to her. Ning Chen comforted her while pondering to himself. He saw that Lin Xiaoran liked Gu Yan's post on WeChat moments last night. Not only did he see it, but many of our mutual friends also saw it. No one could figure out what Lin Xiaoran was really thinking. This morning, some people in the group were speculating whether Lin Xiaoran had finally made up her mind to get a divorce. Since seeing this message, Ning Chen has been somewhat emotional, and her breathing has become rapid. Suddenly, both his and Huang Wanqing's phones rang. Both of them answered the phone. Brother Chen, Lin Xiaoran has acquired by Bing's live streaming company. A live streaming company? What would he do with a company like that? Ning Chen asked, puzzled. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems like the decision was made last night, and the acquisition plan was completed in just one night. Ning Chen hung up the phone, his expression strange. Looking up at Huang Wanqing, he saw that she had also received the news, but her expression was particularly unpleasant, indicating that she knew more than he did. Wanqing, do you know something? Upon hearing Ning Chen's voice, Huang Wanqing took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Brother Chen, that Bai Bing is the one who talked nonsense in the group last night. Her family has just made some money through live streaming e-commerce in the past 2 years. Right now, Bai Bing's elders are taking her to apologize to Gu Yan. Ning Chen's face darkened instantly, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Is it because of Gu Yan? Huang Wanqing nodded through gritted teeth. Brother Chen, do you think Lin Xiaoran doesn't want a divorce at all? If she really resented Gu Yan, why would she directly announce the acquisition of a company just because of one of his WeChat Moments posts? Although Bai Bing's company is newly established, it's not easy to complete an acquisition in one night. It's said that the other people who appeared in the screenshot sent gifts to the villa early this morning. Ning Chen's expression was gloomy and uncertain, and it took him a long time to calm down. Wanqing, don't overthink it. Guyan is just too willful. He posted that on his WeChat Moments, and now everyone in our circle knows about it. The elders of the Lin family know about it too. Xiaoran is his wife after all. If he doesn't step in to resolve this, people will definitely use that post on WeChat Moments to make trouble. It will make the Lin family look bad. Hearing Ning Chen's explanation, Huang Wanqing nodded with some skepticism. After thinking for a while, she couldn't help but speak up, Brother Chen, but if she continues to be so concerned about the family's reputation, don't you want to consider me? Huang Wanqing was interrupted by Ning Chen before she could finish speaking. Alright, Wanqing, you and Xiaoran are good friends, so it's better if we don't discuss her family matters too much. A hint of disappointment flashed across Huang Wanqing's eyes as she slowly lowered her head. She knew that Ning Chen hadn't interrupted her because of that. She could understand that with such an outstanding woman as Lin Xiaoran in front of her, Ning Chen would find it difficult to see anyone else. She also knew that Lin Xiaoran was very outstanding. That's why she couldn't accept Lin Xiaoran being with Guyan. How can Guyan, a mere country bumpkin, compete with Ning Chen, a prodigy? She accepted her loss to Lin Xiaoran. But why should the person she likes lose to Guyan? Ning Chen looked away, her eyes filled with an unspeakable bitterness. Just like Huang Wanqing, he was also unconvinced. Guyan is from a completely different world from them. The only person worthy of a peerless genius like Lin Xiaoran is Ning Chen. Ning Chen stood up, looked out the window without saying a word, and seemed to be still worried. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Huang Wanqing asked with concern. It's nothing. It's just that Xiaoran has been so busy with Lungting technology these past few days that she's barely had time to eat. Now she's acquiring other companies. I am really worried that her health won't be able to handle this. Huang Wanqing felt quite annoyed upon hearing this. Even if it weren't for Ning Chen, she and Lin Xiaoran could still be considered friends. When Lin Xiaoran first became a rising star, she admired her and took the initiative to get to know Lin Xiaoran, and they became friends. At that time, she liked Ning Chen. Later, Lin Xiaoran returned to the Lin family and reunited with Ning Chen. Both of them said that they had known each other before. With the added advantage of her new status, she knew she had no more chances. She didn't feel sad at all for losing to Lin Xiaoran. It seemed somewhat natural. Later, she didn't have any conflict with Lin Xiaoran because of Ning Chen's matter. On the contrary, she hoped that the two people she admired could really be together. That bastard is really relentless. We haven't even dealt with the trouble he caused before. Huang Wanqing was so angry that her body trembled. Ning Chen gently patted her shoulder. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Oh, right, I remember the Wen family approached your family for a collaboration a few days ago, didn't they? Huang Wanqing frowned and thought for a moment. The Wen family? I think there is such a thing. Didn't the Wen family want to form a marriage alliance with your family back then? Ning Chen asked with a gentle smile. Huang Wanqing scoffed. The Wen family is really daring. They took it seriously just because Grandpa's generation made some jokes. The elders in the family would have dealt with it long ago. The Wen family is far inferior to the Huang family. Apart from Huang Wanqing herself being unwilling to marry, the Huang family would not allow their daughter to marry down like this. Ning Chen blinked, as if she had just remembered something, and said, I remember, the second young master of the Wen family used to be quite good friends with Guyan, right? I thought you and the Wen family could. I even asked around. Upon hearing this, Huang Wanqing's eyes were filled with disgust. She had only just learned that the second young master of the Wen family and Guyan used to be friends. She already disliked the Wen family, and after being rejected in her marriage proposal, she began to pester the Huang family for cooperation. What good can a family that's always thinking about currying favor with the powerful be? Unexpectedly, the second young master of the Wen family is actually good friends with Guyan. They really are birds of a feather, cut from the same cloth. But soon her eyes lit up. She seemed to know how to deal with Guyan. 54, Chapter 54. He can't be without me, and he's easy to please. Brother Chen, I just remembered something and I have to go now. I'll come visit you again when I have time. Huang Wanqing left in high spirits. She had thought it through, since there was no way to determine what Lin Xiaoran was thinking for the time being. So she decided to start by getting close to Gu Yan. She wanted to see how Gu Yan would react when his best friend was being tortured. Watching Huang Wanqing's departing figure, a deep meaning flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Just as Gu Yan stepped out of the villa area gate and was about to hail a taxi, a black Maybach stopped in front of him. He instinctively took 2 steps back. Over the years, those who drive expensive cars to visit me are basically there to cause trouble. But when Bai Bing was forced out of the car by Bai Chuan and knelt down in front of Gu Yan, he was stunned. The father and daughter were not there to cause trouble. At this moment, Shirakawa's face was etched with regret. Mr. Gu, my daughter was ignorant and said those outrageous and audacious things. I brought her here to apologize to you. After saying that, he simply knelt down in front of Gu Yan. Shirakawa is already in his 50s, and he doesn't feel ashamed to do this kind of thing on the street. Gu Yan found it laughable. Bai Bing's so-called treasonous words were not limited to just 1 or 2 sentences. People in Kyoto's social circle knew that Lin Xiaoran had disliked them for several years, so she mentioned several years. Why apologize now and not later? Why did they have to come here to apologize at this particular time? Is it because Lin Xiaoran gave it a like? In Kyoto, everyone fears Lin Xiaoran. Her own company is developing very rapidly. Looking around anywhere in Kyoto, one is certain to be able to acquire properties that belong to Lin Xiaoran. Not to mention, this is just her personal company, a company in which she has absolute control. Even excluding the Lin Group's businesses, it's enough to make many people tremble. Gu Yan shook his head slightly and turned to leave. But then a voice filled with indignation came from behind. Gu Yan, what are you pretending for? Do you really think Lin Xiaoran still likes you? Gu Yan stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. Although Bai Bing was kneeling, her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared intently at Gu Yan. Let me tell you, Lin Xiaoran went to a hotel with Ning Chen first thing this morning. She's rarely been home these past few years, but she and Ning Chen have stayed at every hotel imaginable. They're probably planning to have a baby now, right? What are you pretending to be all lovey-dovey for? Upon hearing this, Shirakawa's face turned red with anger. He stood up and kicked him. Shut up, you bastard, do you want to get my whole family killed? Gu Yan slowly turned around, coldly looked at the Bai family father and daughter, and snorted softly. He simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the two of them putting on this act. He turned to leave. But Bai Bing suddenly stood up, pulled a small knife from her pocket, and rushed towards Gu Yan. Gu Yan never expected her to suddenly attempt an assassination. He turned sideways and subconsciously took half a step back, facing Bai Bing directly, with no time to make any other movements. He watched helplessly as Bai Bing rushed in front of him. The next second, he was pulled away from behind. 2 bodyguards stepped forward and kicked Bai Bing to the ground, subduing the 2 men. Gu Yan's face turned somewhat pale. The tip of that fruit knife was gleaming, and it was less than a dozen centimeters away from me. He turned his head and glanced at her, his eyes filled with gratitude. Sister Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye's face turned cold. Take him away. Several bodyguards took the Bai family father and daughter away. This was the first time Gu Yan had ever heard Lin Xiaoye's voice so cold. She turned to look at Gu Yan, gently checking him for injuries with both hands, her eyes filled with concern. Gradually, the coldness on Lin Xiaoye's face disappeared, and her tone became gentle. It's good that you're all right. Gu Yan felt a warmth in his heart. He has suffered a lot of insults and bullying over the years, but he has never seen anyone try to kill him right from the start. Sister Xiaoye, what brings you here? Grandpa is quite concerned about the new project, so he asked me to come over and discuss a strategy with Xiaoran. Sent she home? Gu Yan nodded, recalling what Bai Bing had just said. She should be with Ning Chen. Lin Xiaoye nodded, wiped the sweat from Gu Yan's forehead, and sighed softly. Don't take what Mom said too seriously. She dislikes Ning Chen too much, which is why she's a bit biased. Gu Yan pursed her lips but didn't reply. Sister Xiaoye, is there anything else? Lin Xiaoya gently patted his shoulder. Come with me, you'll find out soon enough. Gu Yan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Xiaoya to actually have something to discuss with him. However, he did not refuse. In the Lin family, besides the old lady, only Lin Xiaoya treats her well. He's one of the few people who still believes in himself. After getting in the car, it drove all the way to a coffee shop. The two entered a private room. It's called a private room, but it's actually just a space separated by a few screens. Although you can't see what's next door, you can vaguely hear some sounds. The coffee shop seemed to have been booked out, but Lin Xiaoya still let him inside. At first, Gu Yan was a little confused as to whether Lin Xiaoya had booked the entire venue. He continued until he heard Lin Xiaoran's voice from next door. What, do you still need to consider it? Lin Xiaoran's voice was icy. President Lin, the conditions you've offered seem very difficult for me to refuse, but I don't quite understand. To Gu Yan's surprise, the person in the same private room as Lin Xiaoran was actually Zhao Yuyan. Lin Xiaoran is usually quite aloof in front of outsiders. I'll help you resolve the Wang family's troubles and give the Zhao family a new project. You can let him go back to work for you. Zhao Yuyan took a deep breath. He took a deep breath and said softly, Mr. Gu may not listen to my arrangements. Lin Xiaoran sneered. He wants to go out and work, but he doesn't have many options. Why is President Lin doing this? Zhao Yuyan asked, puzzled. I want him to stay quietly at home and not think about going out to work all the time. He should just stay in the villa and be a good live-in husband. I'll find him a job, but he definitely won't take it. He worked for you before, so if you ask him to go, he probably won't refuse. Then we'll give him some trouble and have a few people target him. Let him know how hard it is to work outside, and he'll naturally stop thinking about going out all the time. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan couldn't help but clench his hands, and his breathing became rapid. Zhao Yuyan next door gave a wry smile. So, helping me deal with the Wang family is the reward, and giving the Zhao family a new project is also a reward, but it's also a threat if I have other intentions. This new project can also crush the Zhao family, right? Lin Xiaoran pouted. You're not stupid after all. What if Mr. Gu gets angry about this? It's okay, I'll just coax him a bit. He can't be without me anyway, so he's easy to appease. 55, Chapter 55, that was a gift from Xiaoran herself. Gu Yan took a deep breath and remained silent. Looking at the traffic outside the window, he felt a little dizzy. Lin Xiaoran's voice seems quite different from that of the girl from over a decade ago. She now holds a very high position and wields great power. With just a few words and a couple of taps, he can manipulate everyone at will. He seemed to hear something being said next door, but he didn't really care anymore. My heart was filled with a deathly silence. Even after everyone next door had left, he was still sitting there, staring blankly at the traffic outside the window. Lin Xiaoya sighed. Xiaoran is sometimes a bit too willful, and she's also very assertive in her actions. Gu Yan looked somewhat bewildered. Yes, she's different now than before. She doesn't need to worry about anything anymore and can do whatever she wants. She wanted to continue being locked in the villa every day, just like she had in previous years. He waited for her like a stone waiting for its wife, hoping for her return. She would only come back to tease him when she had free time or was in the mood. All I could do was wait for him in that prison. He had only been working for a few days, and he had already upset her. She felt she was no longer under her control. Now, in her eyes, it's time to set things right and correct her unconventional ways. Xiaoyan, what do you think about the job I told you about working in my project department? The salary might not be high, maybe 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, but the work isn't too strenuous and doesn't require much experience. Okay, I'll listen to Sister Xiaoya. This time, Gu Yan neither refused nor hesitated. Even Zhao Yuyan, the daughter of the Zhao family, could not defy Lin Xiaoran's decision. Rather than being controlled by Lin Xiaoran to go back to work for the Zhao family, it would be better to stay by Lin Xiaoya's side. At least, with Lin Xiaoya by her side, Lin Xiaoran has no way to control everything around her. Hearing that Gu Yan had agreed, Lin Xiaoya seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She gently patted the back of his hand. Many people in this position got in through connection. Some people might say unpleasant things on a daily basis, but you don't have to put up with it if anyone says something mean, just say it back with your older sister backing you up, no one will dare to really bully you. Hearing this, Gu Yan nodded, I understand, Sister Xiaoya, don't worry, I don't want to keep putting up with this anymore. Having decided to accept the position, Gu Yan stopped hesitating. I followed Lin Xiaoye to the company and completed the onboarding procedures. Being personally led by the eldest daughter of the Lin group to complete the onboarding procedures naturally attracted a lot of attention. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Gu Yan pretended not to hear it. After completing the formalities and receiving his employee badge, he ran into Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen on his way to the office. His position was under Lin Xiaoye's project department, and his office was naturally close to Lin Xiaoye's office. Lin Xiaoye and Lin Xiaoran's offices are the furthest apart, separated by several large office areas. Unless it's for some important meeting, it's really not easy to bump into each other on a regular basis. Unfortunately, he was unlucky enough to run into it. 3 people were standing in the corridor. Ning Chen was putting a coat on Lin Xiaoran. The weather's been bad these past few days, so wear more layers, Ning Chen said, her voice full of concern. I put her coat on and even straightened her collar for her. Their actions were somewhat ambiguous, making them look like a loving couple. Gu Yan had to admit that even though he didn't like her anymore, Lin Xiaoran was still too beautiful. Even if you just throw on any clothes, her aura and good looks will bring out a unique beauty in you. He lowered his head slowly, not wanting to disturb the two of them, and walked to the edge of the corridor, hoping to pass by them. Lin Xiaoran pushed Ning Chen away, her coat falling off, and quickly went to Gu Yan, reaching out to stop him. Why are you here? Gu Yan was stopped, and the employee badge hanging around his neck dangled out, which Lin Xiaoran grabbed in her hand. I picked it up and examined it closely. When she saw the department and position written on the employee badge, her eyes darkened, and she gave a cold laugh. Gu Yan ignored him, reached out and took back the employee ID card, and was about to walk past the two of them. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiaoran burst into laughter in exasperation. Gu Yan, are you trying to put on airs with me? Gu Yan thought for a moment and then sighed softly. He turned to face the two men and said, Hello, Mr. Lin and Reneng. Lin Xiaoran's pupils dilated, her eyes filled with disbelief as she stared intently at him. But he turned around and left without any intention of staying. Lin Xiaoran stepped forward, grabbed his wrist, and made the documents in his hands a little messy. What are you doing? Who upset you? Or is something wrong with you again? Do you have to treat me like this? She gripped his wrist tightly, her eyes filled with anger. Ning Chen stood to the side, looking at Lin Xiaoran, who was quite different from usual, with a complex emotion in his eyes. It seems that Lin Xiaoran only shows emotions other than arrogance and indifference when she is with Gu Yan. Like a normal woman, she has the emotions that a woman should have. Gu Yan remained silent. This indifference was what Lin Xiaoran couldn't stand. She shoved him against the wall and grabbed his collar. You're not happy unless you throw a tantrum or make me unhappy, are you? Gu Yan reached out and tidied up the messy documents in his hand, then slowly grasped her wrist. Without using force, he managed to move her hand away from his collar. His expression was indifferent and calm. You said in the coffee shop before that I, Gu Yan, can't live without you. Lin Xiaoran's angry expression suddenly froze. Xiao frowned, how did you know? In an instant, she realized something. You're there, how did you get there? A whoosh sound rang out. Gu Yan forcefully pushed her away, also shoving the documents in his hand onto Lin Xiaoran, which then scattered on the ground. Several employees passing by heard the noise and curiously came over. Then quickly dodge. They recognized him. It was their CEO, Mr. Lin. Lin Xiaoran's eyes were dark at this moment, and her seemingly calm expression contained a chill that could penetrate to the bone. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and her eyes were fixed on Gu Yan. He then clenched his fists, turned around, and left. Seeing Lin Xiaoran leave, Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. I crouched down and picked up the documents one by one, arranging them neatly. I was just about to get up. A figure walked up to him and stopped. Ning Chen smiled. Have you heard the piano piece I released overseas? Gu Yan suddenly stood up and looked up at the person in front of him. Ning Chen, still holding her coat, leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, exuding a calm and elegant air. I remember you also study piano, right? What did you think of that piano piece? Xiao Ran gave it to me herself. Speaking of which, I should really thank you, Gu Yan. 56, Chapter 56. You are her husband, you can't be so willful anymore. Ning Chen's face held a provocative expression, and his eyes seemed to hold a hint of anticipation. He took another step forward, getting closer to Gu Yan. You haven't heard of it before, have you? You should be very familiar with that piano piece, right? If it were the old Gu Yan, he probably would have already lost control of his emotions and gone mad. Moreover, every time he went crazy in front of Ning Chen, it was witnessed by others. Then there was another strong piece of evidence to prove that he was a madman. At this moment, Ning Chen, out of sight of the surrounding onlookers, made no attempt to conceal his provocative expression. He was certain that Gu Yan wouldn't dare to make a move and could only put on a show of impotent rage in front of him. Thump! With a loud bang, Ning Chen could only feel a sharp pain in his cheek before losing his balance and falling backward. Gu Yan pressed down on him, punching him again and again, until Ning Chen's eyes turned black and his cheeks were red and swollen. The resentment in my heart was finally released in much of its way. Ning Chen was completely taken aback. By the time he realized what had happened, his face was already burning with pain. Gu Yan stood up and looked at him with disdain. Ning Chen noticed his gaze and was startled. He truly didn't expect that Gu Yan would dare to hit him. A hint of resentment and malice flashed in her eyes. With her head down, she walked past Gu Yan and headed towards Lin Xiaoran's office. It's obvious he went there to complain. If it were the old Gu Yan, she might have been worried or scared. He was worried that Lin Xiaoran would hate him because of this. But now, he has nothing to be afraid of. Now he wants to divorce Lin Xiaoran. The one who didn't want a divorce was Lin Xiaoran. So what if he causes a lot of trouble? If we're going to make him unhappy anyway, then let's make sure nobody's happy. Gu Yan took a deep breath and felt a sense of clarity and comfort he had never experienced before. He took the documents to his workstation. His job was simple. He was responsible for organizing some documents and taking notes on some less important meetings. He doesn't need to be responsible for anything else. It could be said that in this department, his job was the simplest. Moreover, Lin Xiaoye personally led him over, so the other colleagues in the department looked at him with some strange eyes. Some people couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Who is this person? I've never seen anyone brought here by General Manager Lin before. Could it be the man that President Lin likes? How could that be? If that were the case, what would happen to Yangqi? Who doesn't know that Yangqi likes President Lin? President Lin probably knows it too. He's been by President Lin's side for so many years. Yangqi is Lin Xiaoye's assistant and has been by Lin Xiaoye's side from the very beginning. Logically speaking, with his abilities, he is fully capable of taking on a higher position. If he leaves the Lin group, he can make a name for himself elsewhere. Even now, he is content to remain a lowly assistant to Lin Xiaoye. His purpose was simply to get closer to Lin Xiaoye. Everyone knows what he's thinking. He gave up his entire future and career for a woman. Gu Yan had never been to the Lin group before, let alone met these colleagues. Naturally, they are not very clear about these things. Ignoring their comments, he continued organizing the documents. He Qing suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. She came to his side, lowering her voice so that only the two of them could hear her. Sir, Ms. Lincha wants you to apologize to Merneng. He Qing's expression was somewhat embarrassed when she said these words. She could roughly guess how Gu Yan would react. However, to her surprise, Gu Yan agreed. He tidied up the documents in his hand and put them aside, then stood up and said, "Okay, let's go." He Cheng blinked, thinking she had misheard. Over the years, Gu Yan has mostly remained silent when faced with such situations. "I won't apologize, nor will I make a scene." Gu Yan followed He Cheng and walked out. The surrounding chatter resumed. Isn't that Mr. Kobayashi's assistant? Why would she be looking for him? Who exactly is this person? How did he get involved with both of the CEO's Lins? It can't be that she's a marriage partner arranged by the Lin family, can it? I heard that CEO Lin has never been in a relationship. Maybe she's a marriage partner arranged by his family, placed in our department so that it's easier to build relationships? No way, then brother Yangqi wouldn't be. While everyone was discussing it, Zhao Yangqi was already standing at the office door. Watching Gu Yan and He Qing's departing figures, his face turned pale, his fingers clenched tightly, his breathing became rapid, and his eyes were filled with an indescribable gloom. Gu Yan followed He Qing to Lin Xiaoran's office. They looked around the office with some curiosity. This was his first time visiting Lin Xiaoran's office. As Lin Xiaoran's husband, he himself couldn't say whether it was laughable or pathetic. Ning Chen sat on the sofa to the side, her cheeks red and swollen, her hands clasped together, gently leaning against the back of the sofa. Lin Xiaoran sat behind her desk, rhythmically tapping the desk in front of her with her right index finger. "Gu Yan, you're going too far, apologize to Ning Chen right now." Gu Yan found it laughable. Turning to look at Ning Chen, she saw the smug look in his eyes. "Okay," Gu Yan said softly. This surprised Lin Xiaoran. This was the first time she had heard Gu Yan so readily agree to apologize. This is completely different from his usual self. Could it be that he's stopped being temperamental and is now willing to behave himself? But the next second, Diane walked up to Ning Chen and reached out her right hand to grab his collar. Just like the way Lin Xiaoran liked to grab his collar. He clenched his left fist and punched him hard several times in the left cheek. The office was deathly silent. Ning Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that Gu Yan had hit him again in front of Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran was stunned to see Ning Chen's other cheek also quickly turn red and swollen. Gu Yan let go of his hand, gave a cold laugh, and then regretted it for a couple of steps. That looks symmetrical now. Are you satisfied with my apology?" Ning Chen was so angry that her eyes turned red and her whole body trembled. She stood up and looked at Gu Yan. Gu Yan crossed her arms and watched him quietly. He felt that this person would finally lose his temper this time. Ning Chen simply took out another bag of ice from a small freezer in the corner of the office where ice was stored and applied it to her face. He hissed softly as he spoke, "Gu Yan, you've really gotten yourself into a lot of trouble these past few days. Xiaoran has been helping you resolve these problems. You always seem to be like this, only thinking about your own pleasure." Yuri, her husband, "You can't be so willful anymore. Xiaoran has really been working hard these past few years. You need to be understanding. I've heard her complain to me. She's really been working hard these past few years." 57, Chapter 57. Well, it's good that you can understand. Gu Yan turned to look at Lin Xiaoran. She didn't say anything. It seems she really did say something similar to Ning Chen. Gu Yan gave a helpless, bitter smile. Has she been really tired after being married to me for the past few years? Is it because of him that you're so tired? He originally thought that he would no longer be affected by Ning Chen's words and that they would no longer hurt his heart. But at this moment, he still felt a sharp pain in his heart. It felt as if it had been pierced through, and blood kept flowing out. Lin Xiaoran, is that what you're thinking? Lin Xiaoran remained silent. Gu Yan felt ridiculous. He already knew the answer in his heart, and that answer was no longer important to him. Why should I even bother asking? She took a deep breath. Then why don't you just be straightforward and go and get the divorce done with me? Lin Xiaoran stopped what she was doing. Although she was just sitting there, her aura was still too strong. Coupled with her background and methods, she always gives people a feeling that they dare not look directly at her. It's not just women who admire strength, men admire strength too. Men who are already assertive are more likely to be conquered by capable women. Lin Xiaoran's stunning face, coupled with her abilities, made her the object of admiration for countless men in the circle from the moment she was brought back by the Lin family. She was the most dazzling presence in the circle. Gu Yan looked at her intently. He's looked at this face for over a decade and never got tired of it. Suddenly, he chuckled. Since you and I both find this so agonizing, let's get the paperwork done as soon as possible. It'll be better for everyone this way. After saying this, Gu Yan glanced at Ning Chen. Ning Chen was speechless. He truly didn't expect Gu Yan to actually propose a divorce. He couldn't help but look at Lin Xiaoran, his eyes full of anticipation. But Lin Xiaoran seemed not to have heard what Gu Yan said at all. He started tapping his right index finger on the desk again, his gaze fixed on the window. This wasn't the first time Gu Yan had experienced being treated this way by Lin Xiaoran. He was so indifferent that it was as if he didn't exist, using such silence to handle all his problems. Gu Yan took a deep breath, walked over, closed the laptop screen in front of her, and pushed all the documents on the desk aside. Lin Xiaoran, did you hear me? Divorce. After the divorce, I can make way for the man you love so that the two of you can appear in front of everyone openly and legally. I wish you a long and happy marriage and many children. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoran stood up, clenched her fists, and looked at him coldly. Have you made enough of a scene? Gu Yan was almost laughing out of anger. Even now, she still believes that she really can't live without her, and that she's just putting on some unreasonable show with her here. I'm not making a scene. Ive said I want a divorce, and I'm not kidding. Gu Yan wanted to say something more, but the next second Lin Xiaoran suddenly grabbed his collar, pulled him hard, and walked towards the restroom next door. Lin Xiaoran's office is very large, and it has a private lounge. Ning Chen's face stiffened upon seeing this. After taking a deep breath, he followed. He was somewhat worried that Lin Xiaoran might cause some serious trouble if she got angry. Xiaoran, don't give birth. Before he could finish speaking, Ning Chen's open mouth could no longer utter a sound. All he could see in his eyes was the image of Lin Xiaoran grabbing Gu Yan's collar and forcibly kissing him. Gu Yan was somewhat angry and reached out to push her away. But Lin Xiaoran didn't care at all. She even jumped up and wrapped her legs around his waist, hanging on him. Ning Chen has known her for so many years, and he has only ever seen this side of Lin Xiaoran when Gu Yan is around. Awkward, shameless, embarrassed, passionate, infatuated. This is completely different from the proud and aloof Lin Xiaoran she usually is. Ning Chen's face was deathly pale, and countless complex emotions were churning within him. He took a deep breath, turned around, and walked out of the lounge. He felt that if he stayed here any longer, he would only become a more pathetic background figure than a clown. A backdrop that nobody cares about. Ning Chen wasn't sure if Lin Xiaoran knew he was outside, so Lin Xiaoran didn't stay inside for long before coming out. Her expression was calm, and her tone was indifferent. I've already taught him a lesson. However, when she said this, her lipstick had already smudged. The last glimmer of light in Ning Chen's eyes gradually faded, and he seemed to have lost all his strength, becoming unsteady on his feet. Is it about lecturing someone with words? The adjective has become a verb. Previously, when Huang Wanqing suspected that Lin Xiaoran might not want to divorce Gu Yan, he didn't believe it. He didn't believe Lin Xiaoran still loved Gu Yan. However, someone as proud as Lin Xiaoran has become accustomed to holding a high position over the years. What makes her so patient and silent even after being neglected by others is that she is able to endure it all. It seems that so far, there has only been Gu Yan. Everyone knows how arrogant she has been over the years. She never listens to anyone and only does things her own way. Ning Chen took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. Xiaoran, I don't feel well. I am dizzy and have trouble breathing. Could you take me to the hospital? Lin Xiaoran nodded, stood up, and said, let's go. Gu Yan was still in the restroom in the lounge. He was half naked, constantly scrubbing the collar of his shirt with his hands. The above is a lipstick mark that Lin Xiaoran deliberately left. He had no choice. Many people just saw that they were brought here by Lin Xiaoran's assistant. If I went out wearing clothes with lipstick stains, who knows what kind of gossip and trouble would arise. He is not afraid there was some discussion, but that doesn't mean he was willing to create trouble for himself for no reason. Lin Xiaoran seemed to have calculated that he wouldn't leave so easily, which is why she used this method to keep him here. I don't know what brand of lipstick she's using, but I can't get it off no matter how I wash it. On the other side, Lin Xiaoran escorted Ning Chen to his car downstairs. He said to Yi Qing, who was in the driver's seat, "Take Ning Chen to the hospital, let me know if anything happens." Understood, Mr. Lin. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Ning Chen's lips twitched slightly, and his expression was about to crumble. "Xiaoran, aren't you coming with me? I have a few meetings at the company later, I'll come see you after I'm done." Ning Chen's breath hitched, and she slowly lowered her head, reaching out to touch her cheek. The pain in his cheek made him gasp. "Does it hurt? Hurt?" Just those two words instantly brought tears to Ning Chen's eyes, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Looking at Lin Xiaoran, she spoke as gently as possible. "It's alright, Gu Yan is probably in a bad mood, I can understand him." "Yes, that's Gu's been acting a bit strange lately, let's not let anyone else know about this, lest he get talked about again." 58, Chapter 58. Don't take yourself too seriously. Ning Chen's breath hitched, and she clenched her fists so tightly that her fingertips turned white. "I see." Cheng started the car at that moment, interrupting their conversation. Xiaoran stood there, watching the car drive away, feeling only annoyed. He took out a cigarette, only to realize that he hadn't even taken out a lighter. I felt even more agitated. He threw the cigarette into the trash can next to him and turned to walk back into the building. When Gu Yan returned to his office, he was still in the restroom of the lounge, holding the shirt in his hand, the lipstick stain on the collar still not cleaned off. Lin Xiaoran leaned gently against the doorframe, crossed her arms, and quietly watched him. Gu Yan frowned and glanced back at her, but said nothing and continued washing his clothes. Lin Xiaoran could tell that Gu Yan was in a bad mood, seemingly because he was at a loss as to what to do about her previous actions. For a moment, a slight smile appeared on her lips. The frustration I had felt earlier had dissipated considerably. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. The two of them turned their attention to the cell phone lying on the side of the bed. It's Gu Yan's phone. The caller ID showed Lin Zhe as the caller ID. Perhaps because he hadn't contacted the other party during this period, the other party was a little worried. Gu Yan put down his clothes and prepared to pick up his phone to answer the call. But Lin Xiaoran picked up her phone first, answered the call, and put it on speakerphone. Gu Yan glared at her and reached for his phone. But Lin Xiaoran put her phone behind her back, dodging Gu Yan's hand, her fingers hovering over the hang-up button. She raised an eyebrow at Gu Yan. Her meaning was simple: if she wanted to answer the call, she should just answer it. Having no other choice, Gu Yan took a deep breath and then said in a relatively calm voice, "Brother, you were looking for me?" Lin Zhe's voice was a little hoarse. "Xiaoyan, I heard from your sister-in-law that you went back to work at the Lin Group?" Hearing this, Gu Yan was stunned for a moment. He just finished his onboarding process today and hasn't even met his colleagues yet, but his sister-in-law already knows about it? I guess I just happened to see it somewhere. Gu Yan pursed her lips, feeling slightly uncomfortable. His sister-in-law is far too snobbish. I just started working here today. Then you should make up with Lin Xiaoran. No, I just work here. Gu Yan quickly interrupted Lin Zhe's guess. Lin Zhe on the other end of the phone was also on speakerphone. Beside him is his wife, Su Ting. She was looking at Lin Zhe with excitement, poked his arm with her hand, and gestured to the phone in his hand. Lin Zhe's expression was rather unpleasant, and he hesitated for a long time before finally managing to say something. But the mother-in-law couldn't help but speak up. Why is it so hard to get you to say a few words? Your wife is bullied at work every day, and now you have friends who can help her. What do you care about saving face? You really can't tell right from wrong, and you don't know what's good for you. You haven't even had a child all these years. I really don't know what use it is for you to marry into our family. If you're still this useless, we might as well get a divorce and get out of the Su family. Lindsay's face turned pale, and he subconsciously covered his phone, not wanting Gu Yan to hear what he had just said. But the phone was on speakerphone, so how could Gu Yan not hear it? My mother-in-law was still nagging and complaining. I keep telling you to get a checkup, but you never do. You can't earn much money anyway. We're only asking you to marry into the Su family so we can have an heir. If you don't have a baby soon, it'll be dangerous for our Tingting when she gets older. Putting all that aside, I just want your friend to get rid of my daughter's boss so she can get a promotion and a raise. Otherwise, how can we expect you to earn money for our child's milk powder? Lindsay's face burned. Even though no one hit him, he still felt a sharp pain in his face. Because he knew that Gu Yan could hear these words at this moment. She took a deep breath, got up and went to the balcony, and whispered into the phone, "Xiaoyan, just pretend you didn't hear what I just said." No sooner had he finished speaking than his mother-in-law came to the balcony again and slapped him across the face. This time, it wasn't just my heart that hurt. Damn it, if it weren't for my daughter, you'd probably still be working as a waitress in some bar. If it weren't for my daughter, would you be living such a good life now? I wonder if you were clean when you were working as a waitress, and if you did any disgusting things with other people and now you're acting all high and mighty? Lindsay trembled all over, but he didn't dare to talk back and could only lower his head and endure it. Su Ting waited until her mother had finished scolding before coming over and pretending to smooth things over. Alright, Mom, Lindsay is taking Chinese medicine to regulate his body right now. He was malnourished when he was a child, and his body is quite deficient. It's not like it can't be regulated, don't worry. After saying that, she looked at Lindsay and gently touched his face. Honey, just talk to Gu Yan and ask him to help. It's just a matter of him saying a few words. He can go back to work at the Lin Group, so Lin Xiaoran must still have feelings for him. Su Ting works at the Lin Group, so she has naturally heard the rumors about Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen. She had even met Ning Chen several times. But after all, Gu Yan is Lin Xiaoran's husband in name only. They'll still give me that much face, right? Lindsay gritted his teeth and hesitated for a long time before finally managing to speak. But Gu Yan felt very sad listening to this. After Lindsay was adopted, he was unaware of Lindsay's situation. Because at that time, his life and Lindsay's life became two different paths. We only occasionally have a meal together and exchange messages. Both of them are the type to only report good news and not bad. He naturally didn't know that even though Lindsay was adopted back then, he still needed to work several jobs to earn money. Gu Yan took a deep breath, a hint of struggle and sadness flashing in his eyes. Brother, what department does your wife work in? Lindsay quickly said, No, you and Lin Xiaoran are still arguing. If you go and beg her now, wouldn't that just give her another reason to bully you? Upon hearing this, Su Ting scoffed. Your younger brother is also a son-in-law. What status does he have in front of Lin Xiaoran? If President Lin wants to bully him, it's as easy as she wants. She doesn't even need to find a reason. Do you know what status President Lin has now? So many people have to beg and line up to see her. I am telling you, you and your brother should open your eyes and face reality. Don't take yourselves too seriously. Su Ting, you can say whatever you want about me, but don't talk about Xiaoyan like Faith's my brother. Lindsay can accept being bullied. But he couldn't accept others bullying Gu Yan in front of him. The scene instantly fell silent. Su Ting had never seen Lindsay so angry before, and she was completely stunned. Instead, the mother-in-law stepped forward and slapped her twice. Slap. Slap. 59, Chapter 59. Gu Yan, you've ruined my future. The mother-in-law slapped him harder with each slap. You've really gone too far, Lindsay. Don't forget your place. You married into our Su family. If it weren't for my daughter's kindness back then, who would have wanted an orphan like you? Have you forgotten how your adoptive parents treated you? If it weren't for my daughter saving you, you'd still be living like a dog with your adoptive parents. I bet the reason you can't even have a child is because you were ruined by them back then. This matter was originally known only to Su Ting. At that time, Su Ting was the only light in Lindsay's eyes. It was the light that gave him all hope. When the two were dating, Su Ting once said that she would not let others know about those things, and that she would not let others know about these painful memories that had caused Lindsay so much pain. After Lindsay was adopted, he was kept in a dog cage and kept there like a dog every day. Not only did they not have enough to eat or wear, they also had to work several jobs to earn money. If his adoptive parents did anything to upset him, they would beat him severely. But Su Ting still told her mother. Su Ting frowned, seemingly realizing that her mother's words had gone too far. She stepped forward and stopped her mother, saying, All right, I sent this all in the past, why are you bringing this up again, Mom? How can you say it's over? I think his health was damaged back then, that old couple was disgusting. Didn't you tell me that he was locked in a dog cage and whipped? Lindsay was trembling violently, his face was deathly pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His heart ached as if it were being pierced by 1,000 steel needles. With his last ounce of strength, he hung up the phone. The painful memories he didn't want to recall resurfaced once again. Su Ting pushed her mother into the house, went up to Lindsay, gently hugged him, and slowly stroked his head. All right, Lindsay, I accidentally let it slip to my mom the other day who knew she'd still remember it, don't worry, she won't tell anyone else. These words of comfort had no effect. Lindsay was still trembling violently, his face was completely drained of color, and his eyes had lost all their light. Don't worry, those things weren't your fault, I won't abandon you. Lindsay nodded blankly, but his body was still trembling, his breathing became rapid, and his face was covered with tears. He didn't want to recall those days when he was treated worse than a dog. That period of his life where he had absolutely no dignity. If it weren't for Su Ting, he wouldn't even have had a chance to escape that hell. Aside from Su Ting, probably no one else would want him. Seeing that his emotions had calmed down a bit, Su Ting helped him sit down to the side. You still need to talk to Nguyen about my work. I've been with Lin's group for so long. I should have been promoted to supervisor long ago, but my current supervisor got in through connections and is afraid that I'll go against him because I haven't been promoted, so he's been making things difficult for me. He even deducted my bonus and cut my salary for some reason a while ago. I am already this old. If I don't get promoted this year, I won't have many opportunities left in Lin's group. Lindsay opened his mouth, but his face remained deathly pale. He felt a sense of despair, but he also knew that he really had no way to refuse Su Ting's request now. She slowly closed her eyes, a tear rolling down her cheek, and replied in a low voice, I understand. Upon hearing this, Su Ting's eyes flashed with surprise, and then she gave him a perfunctory kiss on the forehead. Let's not rush things about the baby, let's focus on getting your health in order first. Good. On the other side, Nguyen felt a little flustered after the call was disconnected. But Lin Xiaoran didn't return the phone to him, instead, she threw it aside. When Nguyen reached for his phone, Lin Xiaoran stopped him. She reached out to grab his collar, leaning her body towards him. Nguyen was extremely annoyed and stretched out his arm to block Lin Xiaoran. Don't touch me. Lin Xiaoran sneered, withdrew her body, and looked at Nguyen with her arms crossed. Nguyen, I've told you, don't even think about running away. We're going to torture each other for the rest of our lives. Nguyen felt both helpless and amused. Especially when he saw the faint look of disgust and hatred in her eyes. Lin Xiaoran, shouldn't you be with Ningchen right now? I'll go in a bit. If Ningchen had married me back then, I don't know how many times happier I would be now. There wouldn't be any trouble or worries like this. Nguyen, you've ruined my future. As soon as he finished speaking, Nguyen's face turned pale, and his hands began to tremble slightly. He suppressed his emotions and tried his best not to show them in front of Lin Xiaoran. He originally thought that whatever Lin Xiaoran said next wouldn't affect his mood anymore. But at this moment, he was still in great pain. The helplessness and pain of almost being unable to breathe. Lin Xiaoran reached out and pinched his chin, gently pressing it down so that she could look directly at him. His facial expression remained unchanged. You ruined my future, and you think you can just walk away so easily and go find someone else to live with. Nguyen, do you think I, Lin Xiaoran, am someone who was so easy to bully? Lin Xiaoran, are you seriously ill? Lin Xiaoran suddenly smiled. Yes, I am quite ill, that's why I've been seeking treatment for myself abroad for the past few years. Nguyen thought she was talking nonsense and didn't want to pay any more attention. to her. But Lin Xiaoran looked at him with eyes filled with hatred. Suddenly, he spoke again, "And it seems you have something you need to ask of me, Bar?" Gu Yan suddenly opened his eyes and saw Lin Xiaoran gesturing to her phone with her eyes. He understood what she meant instantly. This is an attempt to threaten him using Lin Zai's situation. Gu Yan's eyes widened as he glared at Lin Xiaoran. Gu Yan had just opened his mouth, but before he could say more than a few words, Lin Xiaoran's phone rang. It was a call from the old house. The old master of the Lin family asked him to take Gu Yan back with him. Lin Xiaoran snorted coldly, her delicate brows furrowed, and she looked at Gu Yan with a hint of warning in her eyes. The trouble with Longting technology isn't over yet. Your grandfather probably saw your post on WeChat Moments this time, and he'll definitely give you a scolding when you get back. Behave yourself and don't throw a tantrum. Gu Yan's heart sank. He was actually a little afraid of the old man. This person, who was once a big shot in Kyoto, has too strong an aura, and I don't really like him. Every time I see him, it's as if he doesn't exist. This feeling is not even as good as the dirt and grime on the roadside. Those looks that can still elicit disgust. But he wasn't even worthy of being noticed. Except when Lin Xiaoran actively steers the conversation towards him, the old man doesn't even respond. It's obvious to everyone that he doesn't think much of Gu Yan. Such indifference is more painful than dislike or disgust. 60, Chapter 60, My Poor Husband Teaching Skills. Gu Yan used to be very anxious about the fact that the Lin family didn't like him. "I used to have insomnia and couldn't sleep because of this." Apart from the old lady, no one in the Lin family liked him. The more that this happened, the more worried he became that Lin Xiaoran would abandon him. He would then try even harder to get tied to Lin Xiaoran. Sometimes, she even started to have fantasies. Whenever he saw Lin Xiaoran with other men on TV or online, he would have nightmares at night about being abandoned by Lin Xiaoran. When their relationship was going well, Lin Xiaoran actually took his emotions as a kind of fun. She said she liked seeing him in such a hurry. At that time, Gu Yan felt insecure. Or rather, orphans lack a sense of security from a young age. But Lin Xiaoran would give him a passion that no one else had ever seen before when they were in bed. This somewhat eerie and obsessive sense of security also served to soothe the deep-seated fear within him. But since the two got married, he hasn't even felt this strange sense of security. Lin Xiaoran rummaged through a cabinet and pulled out a shirt, which she tossed to Gu Yan. "Wear this." Gu Yan snapped out of his daze and frowned as he looked at Lin Xiaoran. "This is Lin Xiaoran's office lounge, so why are there men's clothes here?" But when he looked down at the shirt, he instantly understood. That garment wasn't new, it was clearly washed before being put in the closet. He had seen this brand before, it was the brand Ning Chen often wore. It turns out it was Ning Chen's clothes. Gu Yan felt bitter. Today is the first time the nominal husband has come to his wife's office. The other man's clothes were placed in the closet in his wife's lounge. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yan changed his clothes. It fit him better than he expected. "Let's go." Seeing that he had changed his clothes, Lin Xiaoran turned around and walked out. Gu Yan hesitated for a moment, but still decided to follow. Ultimately, he wanted to divorce Lin Xiaoran. But if you want a divorce, you definitely can't avoid the Lin family patriarch. It would be best to meet with them soon and resolve these troubles. There's no benefit in dragging this out. After the two got into the car, Gu Yan's palms gradually became slippery, filled with sweat. He hadn't seen the old man for a while. His past experiences still put a lot of pressure on him. The car drove all the way to the Lin family's old house and stopped. Upon entering the Lin family's old residence, one could see Ning Chen sitting there with swollen cheeks and dark circles under her eyes. Gu Yan knew in his heart that it was he who had come to complain. Ning Chen held a cup of tea and refilled the old man's cup. He then smiled and nodded at Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan. Grandpa Lin looked at Lin Xiaoran expressionlessly and said, "Sit down." The old man's tone was not very pleasant. But he didn't even glance at Gu Yan, who was standing next to Lin Xiaoran. He has always been like this towards Gu Yan. People walking on clean roads don't even look at whether the mud at the corners has been washed away. This is the feeling that old Master Lin gave Gu Yan. That feeling of being ignored, not knowing what to do, feeling helpless, and having no place here welled up in my heart again. Lin Xiaoran suddenly grabbed his wrist and pulled him to sit down to the side. After the two sat down, Lin Xiaoran said in a mocking tone, "Didn't you hear me when I told you to sit down? If you're hard of hearing, I'll go to the hospital and get you an appointment?" But old Master Lin remained expressionless, not even glancing at it, and said in a flat tone, "Tell him to go out and kneel down." They couldn't even say their own names. Moreover, in his view, Gu Yan had already shown mercy by only making Ning Chen kneel outside after hitting him. Gu Yan used to be very afraid of the old man. Because the old man wielded too much power in the Lin family. He alone can almost represent the attitude of the entire Lin family. If old Master Lin wanted to kick him out of the Lin family and remove him from Lin Xiaoran's side, then the entire Lin family would do the same. Over time, Gu Yan has developed a subconscious sense of fear whenever he sees things related to old Master Lin. As soon as the old man gave the order, he instinctively got up to carry it out. But he had only stood up halfway when he regained control of his body. Suppressing my emotions, I sat up straight. "I'm not going." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoran frowned and stood up. "What are you saying? Come on, I'll kneel down with you." After saying that, she turned to look at Grandpa Lin and said, "Grandpa, don't be angry, I'll go with him." The old man's eyes darkened, but his expression remained largely unchanged. He simply said in a deep voice, "Let go of him and let him continue." Lin Xiaoran did not do that. Instead, she grabbed Gu Yan's wrist with her other hand and pulled him out. He spoke from outside to inside, "Ning Chen, talk to Grandpa for a while, he's not in good health, so he can't get emotional otherwise. People will say I'm not filial to my elders." Ning Chen craned her neck to look outside, but couldn't see anything, so she could only continue sitting there with Grandpa Lin. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran had already dragged Gu Yan to the courtyard outside and knelt down without hesitation. Gu Yan didn't move, he just stood there. He didn't want to kneel. He had been kneeling in the Lin family for far too long, he had had enough. But Lin Xiaoran tugged at him. "I will not kneel." "Who told you to kneel? Stand over here, they can't see you." After forcefully pulling Gu Yan to the other side, Lin Xiaoran stopped talking and continued kneeling there. However, Gu Yan always felt that Lin Xiaoran's body seemed to tremble from time to time 2 times. He suddenly remembered. "I think I saw her knee injury at the hospital before." My gaze involuntarily shifted to her profile. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran's face was pale, and cold sweat dripped down her cheeks. The sun was very strong, and the two of them felt a little dizzy from the heat. Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but close her eyes, then quickly woke up and opened them again, as if she was about to collapse. Suddenly, there was a sound at the door. Lin Xiaoran suddenly knelt up straight and forcefully pulled Gu Yan down. Gu Yan stumbled as he was pulled and knelt on one knee. The person who came over was Ning Chen. Although her cheeks were red and swollen, you could still see the concern in her expression. "Xiaoran, your knee injury hasn't healed yet, come in first." Lin Xiaoran shook her head and said softly, "Tell Grandpa that I was wrong, that I failed to raise my husband properly, and that he shouldn't be angry anymore." A hint of darkness and jealousy flashed in Ning Chen's eyes, and her breathing became rapid. He took a deep breath, forced a smile, and turned to walk into the house. Before long, the butler came over and told the two of them that they no longer needed to kneel. Lin Xiaoran got up and led Gu Yan into the house, saying she needed to change her clothes first. Then she dragged Gu Yan upstairs. 61, Chapter 61, They all say that people should admit their mistakes and correct them. Old Master Lin frowned slightly as he watched her retreating figure. "They're taking good care of it." Ning Chen's face was very pale, and there seemed to be a metallic taste in his mouth. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that it was the smell of blood. Grandpa Lin sighed softly and took a sip of tea. For women, the longer the relationship lasts, the more unforgettable it becomes, especially the first love. Gu Yan's personality is too soft, he doesn't have any sense of responsibility as a man, and he's always causing her trouble sooner or later she'll get tired of him. It's just that Xiao Chun, you might have to work a little harder, just bear with it for a while longer. Of all these young people, I still think you're the best. Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. There are very few people in the entire capital city who can receive such high praise from Grandpa Lin. Everyone knows how powerful old Master Lin is in the Lin family. Gaining his approval is equivalent to gaining the approval of the entire Lin family. Currently, he is the only one in the Ning family who can be the heir, and he is a match for Lin Xiaoran in terms of both status and position. Everyone in the Kyoto circle is convinced that Gu Yan will step down for him in the future. He and Lin Xiaoran were destined to be together. Grandpa, I'm not tired. Xiaoran has really been tired these past few years, having to work while also dealing with a lot of trouble. At this point, a hint of sadness flashed across Ning Chen's face. But she quickly put on a confident expression again. I think every long-lasting relationship needs to go through a period of trials. Only love that has been tempered can be stable and last long enough. It's good that you think that way. Old Master Lin nodded with satisfaction, a kind smile on his face. He really liked Ning Chen's confident and generous demeanor. Compared to Gu Yan's somewhat timid demeanor at the Lin family before, he grew to like Ning Chen more and more the more he looked at her. Meanwhile, upstairs in the bedroom, Lin Xiaoran had already changed her clothes. Gu Yan looked at the bruises on her knees. To be precise, his knee, which was swollen to the point of turning purple, was furrowed, and his face looked rather pale. He never expected Lin Xiaoran's knees to be in this state. This woman's skin used to be the whitest and most flawless. Especially her beautiful legs, which were fair and long, as bright as moonlight. What's wrong? Lin Xiaoran frowned slightly. The pain in her knees made her unsteady on her feet. She reached out and supported Gu Yan, leaning half of her body against him. Gu Yan took a deep breath but did not speak. For some reason, after seeing Lin Xiaoran's knees, he was reminded of Ning Meng. The person who was paralyzed in his lower limbs due to a car accident and has been in a coma for many years. Lin Xiaoran didn't pay attention to his expression. After quickly putting on a dress, she threw him a new set of clothes. Put them on. Gu Yan glanced at it, and this time did not refuse. After all, the clothes Lin Xiaoran threw at him were clearly brand new. He didn't want to keep wearing other people's clothes. Lin Xiaoran felt much better after seeing Gu Yan change his clothes and noticeably match his upper and lower body outfits. The two went downstairs together. After seeing the condition of Lin Xiaoran's knee, Ning Chen quickly called the doctor from the Lin family's old house to come and treat it. Lin Xiaoran was wearing pants before, but her knees swelled up and started hurting from the friction, so she changed into a skirt. Gu Yan didn't speak, but just quietly watched Ning Chen surround Lin Xiaoran. One moment they would help her apply ice to cool her down, and the next they would ask her with great concern if she was in pain. Lin Xiaoran chatted with him casually for a few minutes, but it seemed to be a very warm and friendly conversation. It's as if the two of them are the loving couple. Gu Yan stood to the side, looking out of place and completely superfluous. Xiaoyan, you've arrived? The old lady's voice came from behind. Gu Yan quickly turned his head away. The old lady had already walked to his side, frowning as she whispered, really she's married, yet she's so intimate with another man in front of her husband. What kind of behavior is that? Gu Yan stepped forward to help the old lady. Grandmother. The old lady looked at him with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of reproach, but mostly warmth. Are you just going to watch? Why don't you go up and join in? What's the point of letting an outsider get involved? Grandma, don't be angry, otherwise you'll start arguing with Grandpa again soon. The two elderly people have often quarreled over the years. To be precise, it was the old lady who unilaterally refused to talk to the old man. The old man had a very fiery temper, so the old lady simply moved to the inner courtyard to live separately from him. Even during meals, the two rarely spoke. The Lin family mansion was already quite large, so once they lived separately, the two had far fewer opportunities to meet. I'm not going to argue with him, but you, Xiaoyan, if you really break up with Xiaoran, wouldn't you feel sorry? You've been together for over 10 years. Gu Yan slowly lowered his head. Although his expression was not visible, his voice was very firm. Grandma, they all say that people should admit their mistakes and correct them if you already know it's not right. Don't force it, that would be torture for everyone. The old lady sighed deeply. She gently patted Guyan's head, a hint of heartache flashing in her eyes. Come to think of it, she hadn't seen the child smile in a long time. When I first met this child, he was clearly a very sunny and confident person. He turned to look at Lin Xiaoran, who was already chatting with Ning Chen. They chatted about their experiences abroad, clearly enjoying themselves and deeply engrossed in the conversation. Guyan didn't listen much. Those were memories belonging to Lin Xiaoran and Gu Chen, and listening to them would only annoy him. Ning Chen helped bandage Lin Xiaoran's knee and applied a new ice pack. Then she turned to the old man and said, Grandpa, you don't know how Xiaoran felt about everything when she was first abroad. She couldn't get used to the food and could barely eat anything each day. It really worried me. I don't know what to do. Ning Chen accompanied Lin Xiaoran on her first business trip abroad. At that time, Lin Xiaoran had never been abroad, and Ning Chen offered to help take care of her. Guyan only found out about this later. Ning Chen's smile grew even brighter after we returned to China. She didn't even go home after getting off the plane. She insisted on taking me out to eat first. Guess what she treated me to? At this point, Ning Chen helped Lin Xiaoran to sit down and said with a smile, she actually treated me to a roadside stall, a hot pot place downstairs in a residential building. I'd never seen anything like it before, and it looked kind of dirty. I was just too embarrassed to say anything, but I could tell at the time that she really liked it. It's at the very end of the pedestrian street, around the corner. Something like Xiang something garden. Their tripe is pretty spicy. Upon hearing this, Guyan froze, looking at Lin Xiaoran with a bewildered and incredulous expression. But Lin Xiaoran had a smile on her lips at this moment, clearly recalling along with Ning Chen's words. The hot pot restaurant at the very end of the pedestrian street, around the corner, is called Herb Garden. That used to be his and Lin Xiaoran's secret base, and it was also the most beautiful memory he had from childhood. 62, Chapter 62. If he really tries to run away, I'll break his legs. When Guyan was young, he didn't have much money. That hot pot restaurant is incredibly cheap, and the ingredients are all prepared by the owner at home, not semi-finished products. The soup base is also freshly made. It tastes great and is also healthy. Therefore, Guyan is considered a regular there. Later, when he got together with Lin Xiaoran, neither of them had much money. The first rental they rented was very cheap and happened to be nearby. Guyan then took Lin Xiaoran to the only restaurant he thought was delicious when he was a child. From then on, the two of them became regulars there. During their poorest years, their weekly dates consisted of nothing more than going there for a hot pot meal. But now, Guyan realized it. That place, which he always regarded as his most beautiful memory, was the most wonderful and warm place he had ever been since childhood. It turns out that Lin Xiaoran had already taken Ning Chen there. She also said that she had been in a lot of pain during the years she was married to him. She clearly took other men to possess and defile her past memories, so how can she still have the nerve to say such things? Guyan couldn't quite describe what emotions she was feeling right now. I feel a little sad and a little nauseous. He slowly lowered his head, no longer looking at anyone at the table. He sat there silently, waiting for everyone else to finish their dinner. The old man took a sip of tea and asked, has the situation with Lonting technology been resolved? Soon. You act too impulsively. Remember to be more careful next time, the old man said, somewhat displeased. Grandpa, I know what to do. Lin Xiaoran pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth, then looked at Guyan. Have you finished eating? Guyan had already put down his chopsticks, but the rice in his bowl was barely touched. Lin Xiaoran frowned, a hint of fierceness flashing in her eyes. Is this all you eat all day? Now you know why you're malnourished. Do you think our Lin family can't afford to feed you? Lin Xiaoran got up, ladled a bowl of soup from in front of the old man, and placed it in front of Guyan. This was specially prepared by the chef to nourish the two elderly people. Drink it. The old lady got angry when she heard Lin Xiaoran's words. Can't you speak properly? You're clearly concerned about someone, but it sounds like you're splintering. If Xiaoyan really ran away that day, I'd like to see where you'll go to cry. Guyan looked at the bowl of soup in front of him and sighed softly. He can actually make soup, even better than the chef at the Lin family's old house. Because Lin Xiaoran had once told him that she liked to drink soup, he had been practicing at home ever since. But she had never drunk it. He wouldn't dare to run away if he really tried. I would break his legs and have someone push him around so he could stay with me every day. Gu Yan's breath hitched. He knew that Lin Xiaoran was just saying things out of anger. But she is truly capable of doing such a thing. Lin Xiaoran added some more food to his bowl. Looking at all this, Gu Yan felt annoyed and had no appetite at all. This meal looks like a very warm and cozy one. But he wasn't included in this warmth. After managing to drink 2 sips of soup, he put down his chopsticks and bowl. Lin Xiaoran still frowned, but didn't say anything more. Instead, she picked up her chopsticks, took some food, and brought it to Gu Yan's mouth. Have eaten. The tone was cold and distant, unlike the intimate act of feeding a couple. It's more like feeding a disobedient pet. Old Master Lin was the first to be unable to stand it. You're such a grown-up, and you can't even feed yourself? Grandpa, wasn't it Grandma who fed you when you were sick? If you can't stand it, then ask Grandma to feed you too. After saying that, she put down her chopsticks. He stood up and said, I still have to deal with Longting Technologies matters tonight, so I'll take him back first. She pulled Gu Yan up and led him outside. Grandpa Lin felt a headache coming on when he saw Lin Xiaoran like this. In the Lin family, only Lin Xiaoran dared to retort to him like this from time to time. Get out of here, take Xiao Chen back with you. The three of them walked out together. Ning Chen opened the car door for Lin Xiaoran and then sat down next to her. Gu Yan didn't want to argue with him, so she got into the passenger seat. Besides, Lin Xiaoran didn't ask him to sit next to her. He Qin was slightly surprised when she saw Gu Yan in the passenger seat while driving, but she didn't say anything and just stepped on the gas. Ning Chen, sitting in the back row, started initiating conversation. How did the talks with Fenghuo Technology go? I went there, surely Shan Qi won't completely ignore us. Lin Xiaoran thought for a moment and then nodded. Well, it went fairly smoothly. Actually, it was precisely because Ning Chen went that Shan Qi was somewhat unhappy. However, Lin Xiaoran wouldn't tell Ning Chen about this. After receiving the answer, Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her lips. Looking at Gu Yan's figure in the passenger seat ahead, he felt a little smug. Only he can help Lin Xiaoran. Unlike Gu Yan, who only brings trouble to Xiaoran. In time, Xiaoran will eventually find out who is the one who truly cares for her. The two talked about Longting Technology and Fenghuo Technology the whole way. But if you listen carefully, you'll realize that Lin Xiaoran didn't actually say anything important. The car quickly stopped downstairs at Ning's house. After Ning Chen got out of the car, he bent down slightly and peeked his head into the car. You still need to be careful with your knees. Remember to apply some medicine when you get back, and don't wear tight pants anymore. Try to keep them dry for the next couple of days. Ning Chen patiently gave him instructions. Lin Xiaoran gave a casual reply. The car then drove away. With Ning Chen there, the atmosphere in the car was fairly good. Although that atmosphere had nothing to do with Gu Yan. But at least it won't be as desolate as it is now. Actually, ever since Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran met a long time ago, they haven't had much to say to each other. We chatted. They seem to have long since become people from two different worlds, and had absolutely nothing in common to talk about anymore. As the scenery outside the car window rushed by, Gu Yan's eyes were filled with confusion. For some reason, the car ended up passing through the pedestrian street. Looking at the scene at the deepest part of the pedestrian street, Gu Yan subconsciously opened his mouth as if to say something. But in just a moment, he restrained the impulse. He and Lin Xiaoran were very familiar with this area. The two of them used to complain about that expensive and terrible barbecue restaurant. And that steakhouse that looks really expensive. He initially thought it would be very expensive, and he saved up for a long time before taking Lin Xiaoran to that store on her birthday. In the end, the two of them only spent a little over 100 yuan. However, the taste wasn't to their liking, so they never went back. And there was that coffee shop around the corner. He remembered that Lin Xiaoran loved the ice cream there the most. The shops are still there, and there are as many pedestrians as ever on the street. Even that expensive and terrible barbecue restaurant is still open there. Everything was so familiar. But he and she have changed. 63, Chapter 63, Every time you come home, you're never in a good mood. Guyen slowly closed his eyes. He really didn't want to recall those past memories. These familiar scenes, every glance, felt like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart. He was also curious as to why Lin Xiaoran brought Ningchen here when she first returned from her trip abroad. What was she thinking at that moment? Logically speaking, Lin Xiaoran was no longer in such dire straits as before at that time. Perhaps people who achieve success will enjoy reminiscing about the days when they suffered hardships. But absolutely no one would want to go through that again. They just like to recall past hardships to satisfy their sense of accomplishment. It's not that they actually enjoy hardship. Perhaps she wanted to say goodbye to the hardships she had endured? Perhaps, at that time, she was also preparing to say goodbye to herself. The car quickly arrived at the villa. Guyen got out of the car, feeling slightly dizzy. He hadn't eaten much before, so his strength was starting to wane. After sitting in the car for so long, I couldn't tell if it was motion sickness or low blood sugar, but my body was swaying slightly. But he still resolutely turned around and walked towards the gate of the villa area. Lin Xiaoran's previously calm expression instantly turned somber, and a dark glint flashed in her eyes. Guyen, you should stop now. Guyen ignored her and continued walking out. Lin Xiaoran did not step forward to stop her, but instead leaned against the car with a cold smile. Your sister-in-law works at the Lin Group, right? Upon hearing this, Guyen stopped and turned to look at Lin Xiaoran. If she gets promoted, won't your brother who came from the orphanage with you have a better life? Isn't that why he called you today? At the time, Guyen's phone was in Lin Xiaoran's hands, and he answered the call on speakerphone. So Guyen and Lin Xiaoran both heard the phone call Lin Zhe made to him. Lin Xiaoran took out a cigarette, lit it slowly, and looked somewhat lazy, yet elegant. Like a princess bathed in moonlight. Oh, by the way, I heard that your senior is planning to work in Kyoto in the future, right? Guyen looked at Lin Xiaoran. Even though her face was so beautiful, it still looked exquisite and stunning under the dim lights in the courtyard. But now he sees them as utterly hateful. Lin Xiaoran, are you threatening me? Lin Xiaoran exhaled a puff of smoke and tapped her finger lightly. Some ashes fell slowly, just like Guyen's current predicament. It's so light and airy, it could be blown away by the slightest breeze. But Lin Xiaoran completely blocked off the surroundings, leaving him no wind or hope whatsoever. You can interpret it that way if you want. I've realized that you're a stubborn person who only responds to force. Guyen, do you think that if I give you a few days of good temper, you can keep being unreasonable and really control me? Guyen had no idea where Lin Xiaoran's logic came from. He took a deep breath and walked into the villa with somewhat heavy steps. She went upstairs to her bedroom, picked up her pillow and blanket, and prepared to sleep in the guest room. Lin Xiaoran blocked the doorway and reached out to stop him. What, are you going to argue about sleeping in separate beds again? Didn't you hear what I just told you? Guyen found Lin Xiaoran's theoretical logic somewhat incomprehensible. He had said long ago that he wanted to divorce her. But she's still trying to cover it up, acting like she's being unreasonable. She never seems to take what she says seriously, always thinking she's just being silly. Lin Xiaoran snatched the pillow from his arms and threw it back onto the bed. If you really want to cause trouble, why not just do it properly? Everything in this villa was bought with my own money. Why don't you just sleep on the floor? Upon hearing this, Guyen's breathing became heavy. Indeed, ever since I gave up my music career, I haven't had any income. Even if he didn't want to admit it, for a man who had married into the family, without any income of his own, he really had no confidence in speaking up at home. Actually, it's not that he hasn't worked outside before. In the beginning, when both of them were poor, he and Lin Xiaoran worked odd jobs. All for the sake of having enough to eat and drink. Later, after the couple had some savings and Lin Xiaoran started her own business, she stopped allowing herself to do part-time jobs. She once said that her hands were meant for playing the piano, not washing dishes. Later, he could no longer play the piano. Lin Xiaoran's work is getting busier and busier. He simply put aside those thoughts and focused on taking care of her at home, trying his best to prevent her from worrying about things at home. In the years since she got married, she has hardly ever been home. Perhaps she doesn't need this so-called home. No matter which family you're in, people who have no income and can only face upwards with their palms up always lack confidence when they speak. When Lin Xiaoran saw that Gu Yan's expression was somewhat unpleasant, she actually felt a little regretful. She almost forgot. Gu Yan is a man. What she said was extremely hurtful to Gu Yan's self-esteem. Gu Yan took a deep breath, lowered his head, and went to the closet to get a set of pajamas. Without saying a word, she silently went to take a shower. Seeing his silence, Lin Xiaoran felt very annoyed. I went to the living room to get a drink, but my phone rang. Xiaoran, all the disgusting things Shirley has done have been exposed. Several victims are now willing to come forward for interviews. The matter has caused quite a stir, and it's been widely discussed online. Many netizens are following this story and are generally aware of the businesses Shirley's family owns. The government will not be reaching a cooperation agreement with Longting Technology for the time being. Lin Xiaoran let out a breath, picked up the wine bottle, and poured herself a glass of red wine. New. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, swirling it gently, his eyes somewhat vacant, as if lost in thought. Xiaoran, are you in a bad mood? Lin Xiaoran took a sip of her drink and smiled wryly. How did you know? Did you install a camera in my house? Xiaoran, stop joking. You went home tonight, right? You're never in a good mood when you go home. Lin Xiaoran didn't speak, she just pursed her lips. She thought few people could see her emotions. Xiaoran, if it's really this painful, why not get a divorce? Aren't you tired of torturing yourself like this? In an instant, Lin Xiaoran gripped her phone tightly and slammed her wine glass down. It's none of your business. The person on the other end of the phone noticed that Lin Xiaoran was angry, and after a moment of silence, quickly changed the subject. Next, we'll wait for Shan-Chi's reply. He should know how to try and win him over. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoran returned to the bedroom, where Gu Yan had already taken a shower, changed into his pajamas, and was lying on the floor. With just one glance, an inexplicable anger surged in Lin Xiaoran's heart. 64, Chapter 64, is she this proactive when she's with other people? Lin Xiaoran stepped forward and grabbed Gu Yan's arm, trying to pull him up. Gu Yan didn't know if it was because he had lost too much weight recently, or because Lin Xiaoran was too strong. She actually managed to pull him up, dragging his upper body onto the bed. Gu Yan's arm was a little sore from being pulled, and he frowned as he looked at her. What are you up to? Lin Xiaoran laughed in exasperation. What am I supposed to do, Gu Yan? Don't keep testing my patience, go to bed. Gu Yan didn't quite understand. Hasn't he already made it very clear? If Lin Xiaoran hadn't used her friends to threaten her, then he would never come back to live here. Lying on the floor to sleep was just a way of telling Lin Xiaoran his attitude. Since she felt that everything in this villa was bought with her own money, then he doesn't need it. Those that have already been used, or those that are unavoidably needed. He can pay it back when he starts working and earns money. Why is Lin Xiaoran unhappy again? Seeing the anger in Lin Xiaoran's eyes, Gu Yan sighed softly, got up, and lay down on the bed. He knew that if he didn't please Lin Xiaoran today, neither of them would be able to sleep tonight. Seeing that Gu Yan had finally become more obedient, Lin Xiaoran snorted coldly and turned to go to the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out of the bathroom and lay down on the bed, but she found Gu Yan huddled to one side with his back to her. Lin Xiaoran reached out and pulled him over, then snuggled directly into Gu Yan's arms. Gu Yan was still awake, and her heart was filled with resistance. He reached out to push Lin Xiaoran away. The two of them started sparring on the bed. After struggling for a long time, neither of them could completely achieve their goal. Gu Yan was caught off guard and his eyes widened as he trembled. Lin Xiaoran. She has always had a strong personality and likes to take the initiative. In the dim light, their breaths mingled. Gu Yan pursed her lips, broke free from Lin Xiaoran's grasp, turned around, and curled up into a ball. An inexplicable sense of defeat welled up inside him. Even after all these years, he still can't control himself from reacting to Lin Xiaoran. Even if it weren't for love, he wouldn't have much resistance to Lin Xiaoran. In the past, he would have competed with Lin Xiaoran for the initiative. The two will compete like they're having a match, trying to use all their skills to win. But now, the only one who can take the initiative is Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran turned to the side and hugged him from behind. I still remember the first time. Why are you becoming less and less proactive now? As Lin Xiaoran spoke, she gently stroked his cheek with her hand. Gu Yan didn't speak. The two had long since lost all affection for each other. Without emotion as a foundation, such things are reduced to mere instinct. What's the point of talking about this later? Seeing that he didn't speak and was still breathing heavily, Lin Xiaoran gently kissed the back of his head. Go to sleep. Start taking good care of yourself tomorrow. You can't stay malnourished. Look at you now, you're so tired after such a short time. Lin Xiaoran's breathing gradually became steady, and she seemed to be falling asleep soon. She had been in control all along, which had indeed taken a lot of her energy. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Lin Xiaoran woke up with a start and picked up her phone from the bedside table. The phone was placed on the bedside table next to Gu Yan. Gu Yan glanced at it and saw the incoming call number. Gu Yan remembered this number. It was a call from someone in Fontainebleau. However, remembering this number was useless. The only way to contact the employee Lin Xiaoran had arranged there was to call her. Therefore, Gu Yan never thought of making that call. Lin Xiaoran answered the phone. Okay, keep an eye on them, I'll be there right away. He hung up the phone, put on his clothes, and left without saying a word. Gu Yan slowly opened his eyes and turned over. My left hand touched the bed, which was still slightly warm. Suddenly, he felt nauseous. Is Lin Xiaoran this proactive when she's with other people? I took a deep breath and got up to take a shower. But then the phone rang twice. Huang Wanqing suddenly sent him a message. I remember you have a friend named Wen Chang, right? Wow, I didn't know he was actually quite famous, but his background seems to make him somewhat undeserving of such fame, doesn't it? A lot of people are criticizing him now. Do you want to go and take a look? Huang Wanqing's tone was full of provocation. Although she wasn't explicitly accused of doing something wrong. But Gu Yan wasn't stupid, he could naturally see through it. He knew some of Wen Chang's background. It seems that his mother was a mistress who gave birth to a child for his father. They were then dismissed by the Wen family with a sum of money. Wen Chang stayed and lived with the Wen family. It was after he learned about his background that he developed an intense hatred for mistresses. Because his biological mother never visited him even once. This is why he broke ties with Gu Yan after hearing those rumors. He knew something about what Wen Chang had gone through over the years. He went to the film academy for his undergraduate degree and then entered the entertainment industry after graduation. His professional skills are average, but they are still quite good compared to his peers. In addition, his handsome face has earned him a lot of fans. Although Gu Yan has not had any contact with Wen Chang in recent years. But I still check on his condition regularly. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. 65, Chapter 65, just as disgusting as his mother. Sure enough, there has suddenly been a lot of negative information about Wen Chang on the internet. The netizens were all using extremely harsh language to criticize him. So he's the mistress's son, bah, he actually dares to show his face in public, how shameless. Yeah, right, I heard that his mother just got a huge sum of money from the Wen family by having a child, and then she left, leaving him alone at the Wen family's house and never going back. People like that are disgusting. The mother uses her child to make money, and the child has been eating and drinking at the Wen family's expense. They are both shameless. Don't say that Wen Chang is also a victim. It's not like he wanted to be born. He was abandoned by his biological mother, which is also pitiful. What's there to pity? Don't you know that he only got into the entertainment industry by taking advantage of the Wen family's wealth and resources, as well as his so-called rich second-generation persona? Ah, so that's how it is. This idea really lets anyone into the entertainment industry. This person is disgusting, just like his mother. That's not all, he was my classmate, you wouldn't believe it, but while he was still in school, he started learning from his mother how to be someone's mistress. It's the talk of the town all over the school. Wencheng's Weibo account is already filled with such insults. However, some of Wencheng's fans did fight back. However, these people are few in number and cannot play any role at all. Moreover, Wencheng has done quite well in the entertainment industry over the years and has acquired a considerable amount of resources. Many celebrities who are considered his rivals have seized this opportunity to stir up trouble. In an instant, Wencheng became the target of public criticism online. If things go wrong, they could be completely blacklisted and removed from the entertainment industry. It was around this time that someone suddenly posted a short essay detailing how Wencheng became a mistress while he was in school. This article garnered over 100,000 views in less than 10 minutes after its publication. The article says that Wencheng stole the author's girlfriend when he was a freshman in college. The author and his girlfriend at the time were both a year older than Wencheng. If he hadn't been afraid of the Wen family, he would have made a scene back then. However, after Wencheng became the other woman and broke up the two, he didn't get together with his girlfriend. Instead, he got together with a senior student who had just stayed on as a teacher at the school. That senior was originally planning to marry her boyfriend. As a result, because she got involved with Wencheng, she broke up with her boyfriend and lost her job. Gu Yan frowned as he looked at the words. He knew about these things from his time at Wencheng University. However, everything described in this article is false. The incident has occurred. However, the reasons and process are completely wrong. At that time, Wencheng had just entered university and didn't know why the news that he was the second young master of the Wen family was announced. It was common knowledge at school. The senior's girlfriend always preferred dating wealthy men. To put it bluntly, it's called being a gold digger. So after learning Wencheng's identity, she took the initiative to pursue him. At first, Wencheng didn't know that the senior student already had a girlfriend, so he chatted with her. After learning the news, he promptly blocked the female senior. The senior student dumped the senior student and then regretted not being able to be with Wencheng. She went to tell that senior that Wencheng had seduced her. They also posted some edited and deleted chat logs. The senior student simply released all the information, causing quite a stir. Outsiders were just watching the spectacle, no one wanted to listen to Wencheng's explanation. Especially considering he was born into wealth. As a result, he was branded as a mistress. Later, in order to understand some things about graduate school, I consulted with a senior student who had just stayed on at the school, and then I was slandered by a senior student who held a grudge. This resulted in the senior student losing her job and the opportunity to pursue graduate studies. That senior student is the son of a high-ranking leader at the school. His father will cover for the trouble he caused. The school will also try to protect him. Even though everyone else thought Wencheng was the second son of the Wen family, the school's senior leaders still knew some of the inside story. And the person who is now publishing this short essay is that senior student. Huang Wanqing wanted to deal with Wencheng, so she specifically asked someone to inquire about any past stories about Wencheng. For Jiang Shan, this senior, getting close to a rich second generation like Huang Wanqing was a rare opportunity. Moreover, he had spread many rumors about Wenzhou. Wencheng is now quite famous in the entertainment industry, with millions of followers on his Weibo account. The explosive content in the short essay immediately went viral online. Whether it's the number of reads, the number of shares, or even the number of followers on Huang Wanqing's personal account, everything is surging. Seeing this, Jiang Shan simply started a live stream. The live stream had just started when tens of thousands of people flooded in instantly. And the number of viewers is increasing rapidly at a rate of hundreds of thousands per second. Let me tell you, Wencheng did a lot of things back then that were outrageous. Everyone in our school knows about these things. As he spoke, he gestured to the side, and a woman who was fairly good-looking came over. He was flirting with my girlfriend back then, and I even sent out the chat logs. He almost caused my girlfriend and me to break up. Luckily, we're still together now, and we're even married, otherwise he really would have broken us up. After saying that, he put his arm around the woman next to him and rested her head on his large, protruding chest due to his obesity. Is that so, honey? Compared to his wife, Zhang Shan was much uglier. Not only was he ugly, he was also very fat. It looks very greasy. Yes, he even tried to send me photos. Luckily, I didn't fall for it. Someone like him, who knows what kind of photos he might have been talking about. The man kissed her happily. It's a good thing you took the initiative to explain the whole story to me, otherwise, I really wouldn't have known that this guy, who is quite good looking, has such disgusting and filthy thoughts in his heart. Later, he even hooked up with a teacher. That teacher was a senior who had finally obtained the qualification to stay at the university to teach. Because of him, that senior lost her job, and her boyfriend, whom she was supposed to marry, broke up with her. Zhang Shan became more and more excited as he spoke. This guy is disgusting. He doesn't even want to find love. He just likes being a mistress. He wants to destroy other people's happiness and break them up. Back then, people at school were saying that if anyone had a pretty girlfriend or a good relationship, they should never let Wen Chang know otherwise. He would find a way to break them up again. This guy just can't stand seeing others happy. I didn't understand why he did this before. Now that I think about it, it's because he inherited it from his mother. That mother and son are both disgusting. 66, Chapter 66, Unrealistic Fantasies. Gu Yan had heard Wen Chang mention Zhang Shan's name before, but he didn't know much about him. All I knew was that his elders were high-ranking leaders at the school. In fact, Wen Chang's college entrance examination scores were very good, and he could have chosen any of the top majors at a typical 985 university, but he ultimately chose the Film Academy. This is not how he wanted to choose. It was his mother, to whom he was not related by blood, who made the decision. It was simply because he was worried that he would steal the limelight from his older brother. I went to a better school and studied a better major. This will give him the ability and resources to compete with his elder brother for the family business in the future. Sending him to film school would eliminate this problem, so his college application was decided by force. Gu Yan turned off Zhang Shan's livestream and took a deep breath. He tossed and turned in bed, finally unable to resist taking out his phone to send a message to Wen Chang. He didn't reply to the last message Wen Chang sent him with photos of Fontainebleau. But this time, he was really worried. Are you alright? It's okay, this kind of thing is common in the entertainment industry. Don't worry, I might be busy lately, let's talk again in a while. Wen Chang replied quickly. But after that message, I never replied to him again. He could tell that Wen Chang wasn't actually as calm as he described in his message. Gu Yan was well aware that he had dragged Wen Chang down with him this time. If it weren't for him, Huang Wanqing wouldn't have wanted to deal with Wen Chang. Wen Chang was actually not well liked in the Wen family. If he hadn't made a name for himself in the entertainment industry, probably no one in the entire Wen family would have paid him any attention. With this incident, Wen Chang is likely to face difficulties not only in the entertainment industry, but also in the Wen family. Zhang Shan is still live streaming, continuing to spread rumors about Wen Chang while receiving all sorts of gifts. In just half an hour, these gifts generated over 100,000 yuan in revenue. If he really made money through this kind of live streaming, Gu Yan would truly not be able to swallow this insult. However, he has little chance of dealing with Zhang Shan and Huang Wanqing on his own now. At most, he can only annoy Huang Wanqing. It's difficult for him to stop her behavior. Unless you ask Lin Xiaoran for help. He took out his phone, but his right index finger lingered above the screen where he was dialing a number. Because Lin Xiaoran always says some unpleasant things. She has a notoriously vicious tongue. I took a deep breath and pressed down. The phone rang for a long time before automatically hanging up. She didn't answer. Gu Yan called several more times, but Lin Xiaoran still didn't answer. It took her more than 10 minutes to return the call. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard Lin Xiaoran's dissatisfied tone. You'd better have something important to discuss with me. With just one sentence, Gu Yan's heart sank. He couldn't help but start laughing at himself. How come even now, I still have such unrealistic fantasies about Lin Xiaoran? Without saying anything, he hung up the phone. He then called Lin Xiaoye. Sister Xiaoye, can you do me a favor? What's wrong? Why are you calling me so late? Did Xiaoran bully you again? Hearing Lin Xiaoya's concern on the other end of the phone, Gu Yan felt a warmth in his heart. No, Sister Xiaoye, I just want to ask you to help me investigate someone. Who is he? Do you have any information about him? Halfway through his sentence, Gu Yan heard someone talking to Lin Xiaoye on the other end of the phone. Then, she heard Lin Xiaoye say to her, Xiaoyan, if you're still awake, I'll give you an address, come over and chat in a bit, I still have some work to finish here, it's at a hotel not far from your house. Gu Yan quickly replied, okay, Sister Xiaoye, I'll be right there. He was already causing trouble for Lin Xiaoye, so naturally he couldn't possibly interfere with her work as well. After changing my clothes, I left the villa, hailed a taxi, and headed towards the hotel. Before Gu Yan could even leave the villa area, Lin Xiaoran received the news. Since the nannies in the villa were replaced, any news about Gu Yan is immediately relayed to Lin Xiaoran or He Qing by the people in the villa. Lin Xiaoran's eyebrows were furrowed, and she looked somewhat tired. You could clearly see how depressed he was at that moment from his eyes. Shortly after, a message arrived on his phone. Above is Gu Yan's current location, along with a sentence. Lin Xiaoye is staying at this hotel tonight. Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but grip her phone tightly, her fingers turning white, and her breath hitching. His already somewhat displeased expression became even more somber, almost dripping with gloom. Gu Yan had already arrived at the hotel and found a place to sit in the lobby. Not long after, Lin Xiaoye arranged for someone to pick him up. Lin Xiaoye was having a meeting in a conference room in the hotel at that moment. The conference room was quite large, and there seemed to be quite a few people inside. Gu Yan sat outside the conference room and waited. More than 40 minutes later, Lin Xiaoye finally came out of the meeting room. Whom do you want to investigate? Gu Yan took out his phone and showed Lin Xiaoye Jiang Shan's Weibo account. That's him, his name is Jiang Shan, I think he graduated from the film academy. Actually, Gu Yan was a little confused. Why did she have to make him come to her when it was something that could be explained with just 2 text messages on her phone? Lin Xiaoye couldn't work all the time without stopping. Lin Xiaoye glanced at it and then called her assistant over to take a look. After the assistant left, he looked at Gu Yan and said, wait a little while. Gu Yan nodded, and the two found a place to sit down. Lin Xiaoye seemed to have a lot of work to do, and was still looking at the documents in her hands. More than 20 minutes afterwards, the assistant returned with the computer. There is a document on the computer. Lin Xiaoye beckoned to Gu Yan, come here, everything you want to know should be here. The two were in the hotel lobby. Gu Yan sat down next to Lin Xiaoye, though they weren't very close. However, if viewed from outside the hotel through the glass, the two appear to be standing close together, looking at something very intimately. Gu Yan carefully read through the document, word by word, and finally understood all of Jiang Shan's current information. A few years ago, it seems that his elder relative, who was a leader at the film academy, had some trouble. He was reported for having inappropriate relationships with students and for embezzlement, and he is now in jail. Since then, Jiang Shan has not been as carefree as before. Once the relationship is gone, the opportunities to make money naturally decrease. Over the past few years, he has spent almost all of his savings, which are nearly gone. In other words, he is currently short of money. Upon hearing that the Huang family's daughter was inquiring about Wenchang, he immediately went to her. Especially after learning that Huang Wanqing was somewhat displeased with Wenchang and wanted to teach him a lesson, he became even more enthusiastic and tried his best to curry favor with Huang Wanqing, a top-tier rich second generation. That's why he rushed to the front so hard this time. 67, Chapter 67, he inexplicably became the one who made the mistake. Gu Yan sighed inwardly. Huang Wanqing is going to ruin all of Wencheng's current businesses in future. Xiaoyan, do you have some kind of grudge against this person? Do you need your sister's help? Lin Xiaoye asked with a concerned expression. Gu Yan shook his head and refused. No need, Sister Xiaoye Uve already helped me a lot, thank you. Lin Xiaoye gently rubbed his head, her eyes full of tenderness. Alright, it's so late, go back and rest early. If you need any help, just let me know. Lin Xiaoye has always been such a gentle person. Gu Yan was very grateful to her in the past, because she was one of the few people in the Lin family who cared about him and had a gentle attitude. But lately, he's been feeling something's off. He couldn't explain what was strange about it. As Gu Yan walked out of the hotel, wondering whether he should go back to the villa tonight and whether Lin Xiaoran would threaten him again if he didn't, he looked up and saw Lin Xiaoran's figure. She stood there, leaning against the car. Arms crossed, eyes scrutinizing and gloomy. Finished talking? Clearly, Lin Xiaoran had seen him chatting with Lin Xiaoye. She was in a bad mood, and walked up to Gu Yan with a gloomy face. You're a married man coming to a hotel to see another woman so late at night, don't you think you're going a bit too far? Gu Yan's breathing became heavy. He knew that Lin Xiaoran was deliberately causing trouble. Lin Xiaoran, you can go see Ning Chen, but I can't go see Sister Xiaoye? To put it bluntly, Lin Xiaoye is at least her older sister. He only chatted with people in the hotel lobby for a while. As for where Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen met, he didn't know and didn't want to know. Lin Xiaoran found it laughable, sneered, and grabbed his collar with disdain in her eyes. You think you can compare to Ning Chen? Gu Yan's expression froze, and his face gradually turned pale. Hey yes, I can't compete, so you might as well not worry about where you're going or who you're going to see. Lin Xiaoran looked at his face, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. She pushed him away by the hand that was gripping his collar. You think I want to get involved? We're not divorced yet. If someone takes pictures of you again and it gets all over the place, won't I be the one dealing with all that trouble? Gu Yan was stunned suddenly. His heart was in excruciating pain, so severe that he could hardly breathe. The photos taken in the misty Jiangnan region earlier were not leaked by him. If Lin Xiaoran had even the slightest feeling for him, if she cared about him even a little bit, she should have investigated what exactly happened with those photos and who leaked them. Instead of blaming him, the victim, for all the blame. His hands clenched into fists involuntarily, his face went from pale to flushed, and he stood there for a long time, breathing rapidly. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him, and then all the strength in his body vanished. He was like a walking corpse, showing no signs of life. His gaze drifted into the distance, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Is it because the person who leaked the photos is connected to Ning Chen that you can't bring yourself to investigate, and instead come here to scold and blame me? Lin Xiaoran frowned, her eyes filled with a complex emotion. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Yan's face was expressionless, and he didn't say a word as he stepped away from Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Alright, let's each compromise and stop arguing. Let's pretend this never happened and go home and live our lives as usual. Gu Yan found it laughable. Lin Xiaoran has always had this attitude. This kind of problem will never be solved. Instead, they say a few nice words as a symbolic gesture, trying to wipe away all the problems and issues as if they never happened. Alternatively, one could simply pretend that they don't exist, avoid going home, and isolate themselves. I kept going until I couldn't take it anymore and chose to compromise. Gu Yan closed his eyes and clenched his fists, but found that he seemed to have no strength left. My heart still hurts terribly, to the point that it feels numb. He suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot, and yelled, "What the hell?" After saying that, he strode away into the distance. Lin Xiaoran's face darkened, and she stepped forward to block Gu Yan's path. But when she looked up, she saw that Gu Yan's eyes were red and filled with tears. In that instant, Lin Xiaoran's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and a subtle fluster that was not easily noticed by others. She reached out and gently wiped away the tears on his face, and the mood at the corner of her mouth seemed to improve somewhat. Did you cry because of me? Gu Yan didn't know how to express the sense of powerlessness and grievance in her heart. Lin Xiaoran was actually happy because she had cried. I felt like I was just one of her playthings. She only felt satisfied and happy when she was tormented to the point of mental breakdown. Only when he was being tortured to the point of not being able to live would she give him some perfunctory warmth, allowing him to barely survive. He relied on this perfunctory warmth to get by for several years, deceiving himself for just as long. Even now, Gu Yan still doesn't understand and still wants to ask Lin Xiaoran for an answer. Why did she suddenly stop loving me? Suddenly, I lost all trust in myself. It's as if everything I do is wrong. Now, her perfunctory sweet words, these compromises that seem to stem from helplessness. Instead, it has fixed him in the image of a cheater. I inexplicably became the one who made the mistake. And she instead, he demonstrated his magnanimity, his forgiveness, and his deep affection. The reason the two can continue living together is because she is willing to compromise. But wasn't she the one who first brought in an outsider into this relationship? Isn't she the one who truly betrayed this relationship? Lin Xiaoran gently wiped away the tears on his face, stood on tiptoe, cupped Gu Yan's face in her hands, and gently stroked it twice. Okay, listen to me, let's go home. Gu Yan stood there without moving. The weather was nice today, but Gu Yan felt unusually cold, and his body even trembled slightly. He himself couldn't say whether it was because of the cold or because his emotions were gradually breaking down that he started trembling. Lin Xiaoran reached out and hooked her arm around his, gently resting her head on his shoulder before opening the car door. Gu Yan, we will not get a divorce. Gu Yan seemed to have lost all his strength, letting her pull him into the car. The two had just gotten into the car when He Qing got out on her own initiative. Gu Yan's mind went blank at this moment before he could react. Lin Xiaoran straddled him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. 68, Chapter 68, A deep-rooted feeling of powerlessness. Gu Yan did not react this time. They neither resisted nor yielded. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoran frowned and continued to probe. When she realized that Gu Yan's instinctive reaction was still very strong, a deeply hidden joy flashed across her face. The fact that she had such a strong instinctive reaction meant that Gu Yan had not done the things she was worried about. However, Gu Yan just sat there blankly. After receiving no response from Gu Yan, Lin Xiaoran also stopped what she was doing. She brought her head close to Gu Yan's ear and gently bit his earlobe. If you fall for someone else, please don't let me find out. As long as I don't know, I can fool myself and pretend nothing happened, that I know nothing, otherwise you know me. Lin Xiaoran gradually buried her head in Gu Yan's neck, hugged him tightly, and began to grope him. Gu Yan felt completely powerless. It's not just physical weakness, but also mental exhaustion and powerlessness. He found it very strange. Lin Xiaoran still seemed to love him very much, so much so that she wished she could tie herself up with a rope and keep herself by her side every day, afraid that she would run away. But everything she did hurt him. A pain that cuts to the bone. It seemed that he was running out of opportunities to escape. This feeling of helplessness, the thought that he might be tied to Lin Xiaoran's side and tormented for the rest of his life, is a deep-seated sense of powerlessness. This made Gu Yan want to give up on himself. But his body tells a different story. He couldn't resist the stimulation that Lin Xiaoran brought him. Whether it was because of her stunning looks and figure, or because of the memories their past relationship left on his body. He couldn't control his instincts. Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran called his name softly, gently got up, and wanted to kiss him. Gu Yan turned his head away, and she took the opportunity to kiss his neck. After a long while, Lin Xiaoran gently rubbed his head. I will not agree to a divorce. Gu Yan closed his eyes, his heart filled with bitterness. After they got dressed, Lin Xiaoran went to get the car. He Qing had already left on her own. The car drove all the way back to the villa area. This time, Gu Yan didn't think about leaving again. I stayed in the villa for one night. It's not that he doesn't want to. Rather, he knew he had no chance of success at the moment. The next morning, he got up very early and prepared to take a taxi to work at the Lin Group. He no longer wants to have any contact with Lin Xiaoran. Especially physical contact. Since he can't afford to offend Lin Xiaoran, can't he at least try to hide? As soon as it was dawn, he got into his car and headed to the company. He had booked the car on his phone last night. In this villa area, it's impossible to hail a taxi without making a reservation in advance. When Lin Xiaoran woke up, Gu Yan was no longer beside her, and the bedside was cold. I washed up and went downstairs, but I didn't see anyone on the first floor. Where are they? Miss, the master left home at dawn and didn't even have breakfast. Actually, it wasn't that Gu Yan deliberately didn't eat. At that time, the nannies had not yet prepared breakfast. Anyway, his diet has been irregular over the years, and he's gotten used to skipping breakfast. Lin Xiaoran was filled with rage after learning the answer. Gu Yan arrived very early. He was the first person in the department to arrive. Sitting at my desk, I took out my phone and opened Weibo. Zhang Shan is still live streaming there. He is short of money right now. His spending habits, formed since childhood, made it impossible for him to control his extravagant spending. His wife was also someone who only cared about money. He earned hundreds of thousands from yesterday's live stream. He was determined not to miss this opportunity, so he started the live stream again early on. There were quite a few people in the live stream room, mostly netizens who came to watch the excitement and fans of rivals who wanted to drive Wencheng out of the entertainment industry. Gu Yan took a deep breath while watching the live stream. Now is not the time for him to retaliate. This is just an appetizer for Zhang Shan alone. Huang Wanqing hasn't made a move yet. The real enemy has not yet appeared. If he were to counterattack now, he would lose the initiative. The best time for him to retaliate will be when Huang Wanqing can no longer hold back and leaves the stage. At that time, not only will we be able to deal with Zhang Shan, but we can also teach Huang Wanqing a lesson. Gu Yan sent a message to Wencheng. I thought the other person wouldn't reply, but they replied instantly. He told me to go and apologize to Huang Wanqing. The he that Wencheng refers to can only be his father. The person who, even though he was his biological father, never loved him as if he were his own son. Over the years, if it weren't for Wencheng's own strong desire to have a home, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this. But his biological mother abandoned him. Apart from the Wen family, he couldn't find any other place that could be called home. That's why he was so obedient to his biological father and stepmother. They almost never resisted any of their arrangements. Gu Yan sighed and replied to a message. Wencheng, do you still believe me? He absolutely had to resolve this matter. After all, it was because of him that Wencheng was attacked like this. Wencheng is innocent. Asking him to apologize to Huang Wanqing is even more outrageous. However, it will take time for me to resolve this matter on my own. Wencheng needs to figure this out for himself, give up the home that no one has ever cared about, and give up those so-called family members who have never cared about him. We must stop letting those people manipulate us. I waited for a while, but there was still no response. A few years ago, Wencheng was indeed very disappointed in him. He hadn't replied to the messages Wencheng had sent him before. Like if this hadn't happened, the two might not have been able to reconnect for who knows how long. Therefore, Gu Yan was unsure whether Wencheng would still believe him. Just when he thought that Wencheng would no longer trust him, he received a reply. I'll trust you one more time, Gu Yan. I don't have any other friends, please don't disappoint me again, okay? Upon seeing this sentence, Gu Yan felt guilty and heartbroken. For years, he had been hiding in the villa, and for Lin Xiaoran's sake, he had never explained anything to Wencheng. Even though he knew that Wencheng hated mistresses the most. She was his only friend, yet she was branded as a mistress. This completely broke his heart. And now, he is still willing to believe in himself. Gu Yan pursed her lips, her eyes slightly red. 69, Chapter 69, he knelt down at my house, kowtowing as he went, to apologize. Inside the live stream, Zhang Shan took a sip of water. Let me tell you, Wencheng has done a lot of disgusting things. You have no idea how he seduced other people's girlfriends. My wife knows the most about this, I'll have her tell you. After saying that, he gave his seat to his wife. He went to the next room by himself and made a phone call to Huang Wanqing. Sister Qing, did you see my live stream? I started broadcasting this morning and more than 50,000 people were watching within just over 10 minutes right now. A lot of people are cursing that trash Wencheng. Huang Wanqing felt nauseous when she heard Zhang Shan's voice. The obsequious tone in Zhang Shan's words made her want to vomit. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Shan had a grudge against Wencheng back in college and had even taught Wencheng a lesson, ruining his reputation, Huang Wanqing really wouldn't want to have anything to do with this person. Especially after finding him, he kept looking for opportunities to curry favor with the powerful. I understand, well done, but it's not enough. I want to see Wen Chang completely collapse, to be cursed by everyone until he breaks down. After hearing Huang Wanqing's words, Jiang Shan did not turn on the video call even though he was not by Huang Wanqing's side. Even though Huang Wanqing couldn't see him, he still bowed, his face fawning, and said somewhat fearfully, I understand, don't worry, Sister Chang, I'll keep the live stream going all day. I'll make sure Wen Chang's dirty secrets are spread everywhere, so everyone knows he's trash, a scumbag. Huang Wanqing hung up the phone and went downstairs with a displeased expression. Upon entering the living room, the butler came to her. Miss, the Wen family has arrived at the door. They say they want to visit you. Huang Wanqing frowned upon hearing this. The Wen family? Yes, miss, you are the head of the Wen family. Upon hearing who the visitor was, a hint of disdain and disgust flashed in Huang Wanqing's eyes. But she immediately became excited again. She truly loathed the Wen family. Back then, the older generation was just joking about arranging a marriage between children. As a result, the Wen family took it seriously. Since she was 10 years old, after the death of the Huang family patriarch, the Wen family had been trying to finalize the marriage agreement with the Huang family. She was unwilling, and no one in the Huang family was willing either, but the Wen family was like a persistent leech. Once they were on, they wouldn't let it go. Later, the two families sat down together and agreed that neither of them would ever mention the matter again. Logically speaking, the Huang family is somewhat in the wrong in this matter. Therefore, the Wen family has taken advantage of this over the years to obtain a lot of resources and projects through the Huang family for development. It was precisely because of this that Huang Wanqing disliked the Wen family even more. Let them in, Huang Wanqing said, picking up the tablet beside her. A short while later, the steward brought in Wen Hong, the head of the Wen family. Wanqing, it's been so long, you're getting more and more beautiful now. Wen Hong immediately tried to build a relationship with the person he was talking to. Huang Wanqing frowned and gave him a disgruntled look. His tone was utterly disdainful. I heard your second son is a celebrity? Before she could finish speaking, Wen Hong quickly interjected, Wanqing, I know this brat might have upset you. I've already told him to come and apologize. You know, our Wen family and your Huang family have always had a good relationship. Could you perhaps? Before she could finish speaking, Huang Wanqing slapped her across the face. Smack! With a loud bang, Wen Hong's cheek quickly became red and swollen. A man in his 50s was slapped mercilessly by a young woman in her early 20s. But he stood there, too afraid to fight back. He was even bending over and smiling obsequiously. For the Wen family, the Huang family was a behemoth. Huang Wanqing was the most favored princess in the Huang family. If they upset her, the Wen family would really be in big trouble. Wen Hong, have I been too kind to you? Calling her Wanqing like that, is that something you can call her? Huang Wanqing looked displeased. Yes, Miss Huang, if you don't like it, I will definitely pay attention in the future. Huang Wanqing found it funny. This man is truly disgusting. In order to curry favor with the powerful, they really have no backbone left. Unfortunately, the Wen family has developed quite well over the years thanks to the resources provided by the Huang family, and has always maintained a consistent stance with the Huang family in public. It would be somewhat unreasonable to use the family's resources to deal with the Wen family on a whim. It's fine to scold or beat someone in private, but you can't go too far. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. In her view, the Wen family, a family that only knows how to bow and scrape and fawn over the powerful, is the most despicable to her. And Wen Chang, who can become friends with Gu Yan, must not be a good person. Who knows, he might just be a piece of trash and a scumbag like Gu Yan. She wished those kinds of people would die sooner. Putting down his tablet, he looked at Wen Hong and said coldly, You want me to back down and let the Wen family off the hook? Fine, your son has a good friend named Gu Yan, who has also offended me. You have to make them both kneel down from the Lin family's house, kowtowing every step of the way, to my house to apologize to Meth, and I'll consider forgiving your Wen family. Anyone who heard these words would know that Huang Wanqing was deliberately making things difficult for someone. Everyone in Kyoto knows the Lin family's address. It takes several tens of minutes to drive from there to here. They would kneel and kowtow as they came, and even kneeling for a whole day might not be enough. Even the strongest person would probably not be able to withstand such torment. Moreover, given Gu Yan and Wen Cheng's identities, it will definitely cause a huge uproar in the industry. Everyone will laugh at them. This was already quite a disgrace for the Wen family, that's the matter. But Wen Hong seemed completely unconcerned. So what if I lose face? Anyway, the Wen family has lost face quite a bit. However, as long as they can please Huang Wanqing, they can obtain more resources and projects from the Huang family. He's willing to pay any price. Not to mention, the only one he had to sacrifice was his second son, whom he had never cared about. He wouldn't care about Wenqing's life or death if he could exchange him for the Huang family's development and his own good life. Otherwise, why would I have only contacted them once in the past few years because of this one incident? Ultimately, no one in the Wen family liked Wen Chang, fearing that he would disrupt their lives. Meanwhile, Gu Yan was watching Jiang Shan's livestream while also handling his own work. Suddenly, I received a call from Wen Hang. He was already in the lobby of the Lin Group's office building when asked to come downstairs now. Gu Yan didn't want to go down. He didn't have a good impression of Wen Hong either, since they hadn't met many times. But he heard Wen Cheng's voice on the phone. I immediately took the elevator downstairs. Upon arriving in the hall, they saw Wen Chang, whose hands were tied with rope by Wen Hong, looking aggrieved and unwilling, with his cheeks still red and swollen. Only when they got closer did they hear Wen Hong cursing. 70, Chapter 70, Whom are you planning to attack in front of me? Wen Chang, have I been too lenient with you? What's so difficult about asking you to apologize to Miss Huang, who told you to offend them? Do you even know what offending the Huang family means for our Wen family? Although Wen Hang's voice was somewhat restrained, it was still clearly audible to those who were close by. What? You still care about your reputation? Let me tell you, it's because of you that the Wen family has already lost all face. What's the point of you still caring about reputation? After saying that, Wen Hong turned his head in an annoyed manner and happened to see Gu Yan. With an impatient expression and eyes filled with disgust and disdain, he said to Gu Yan, Gu Yan, Gu Yan, do you really not recognize your own place? You're an orphan with no parents. You were just lucky back then to have gone through some hard times with Miss Lin. You don't really think you can transcend social classes, do you? Miss Lin can live a good life without you and return to where she rightfully belongs, but you, trash will always be trash. You should stay in the garbage dump for the rest of your life. Think about your own status. Don't think that just because Miss Lin didn't get rid of you due to public opinion, you can actually become a rich kid. Upon hearing Wen Hang's words, Wen Cheng finally couldn't hold back any longer. Dad! What are you shouting for? I'm telling you to, right now you'd better kneel down and kowtow every step of the way to the Huang family and apologize to Miss Huang. Wen Hong blared angrily at the two of them. Upon hearing this, Wen Cheng couldn't help but close his eyes. Taking a deep breath and trying to calm herself down, she spoke again. I will apologize to Huang Wanqing. If that's not enough, I can announce my withdrawal from the Wen family. If that still doesn't work, I'll change my name tomorrow. From now on, I'll have nothing to do with the Wen family. That way, if Huang Wanqing still wants to mess with me, it won't affect you. Is that alright? Can you please stop making a scene here? Originally, he only wanted to come over at noon to see Gu Yan and see if they could have lunch together. Although Gu Yan disappointed him back then. But after all, this was his only friend. So many years have passed, and after seeing that Gu Yan is not actually doing well in the Lin family, Wen Cheng actually suspects that Gu Yan may have some secrets he didn't tell him back then. This morning the two finally re-established contact. Wen Cheng was actually very happy that their long-standing friendship had been rekindled. In addition, he has been under a lot of pressure lately and really needs someone to keep him company. But he didn't expect that Wen Hong would follow him all the way here. Wen Hong has never liked Wen Cheng, and Wen Cheng himself is well aware of this. He looked at Wen Cheng with a cold smile and said, Wen Cheng, the Wen family has raised you for so many years, only for you to talk back to me now. Who gave you the right to speak to me in a questioning tone? Wen Hong pointed his finger at Wen Cheng's nose. Let me tell you, even if you, Wen Cheng, are my illegitimate son, a bastard, you're still my child, you're still an orphan without parents. Don't be like those trash. You have no manners at all. You're a disgrace to me. Want to leave the Wen family? Fine, go apologize to Miss Huang, get her to forgive you, and then you can go wherever you want. Upon hearing these words, Wen Cheng felt a tightness in his throat. I wanted to say something, but I just couldn't get the words out. His face was pale, and his eyes had lost their color, leaving only gloom. For Wen Cheng, being abandoned by his biological mother when he was a child is a lifelong pain. Therefore, he longed to have a home and no longer be abandoned. He had already made up his mind to abandon the home that had never cared about him for the sake of his only friend. But hearing his own father say such things still caused him unbearable pain. The ice needles pierced his bones, causing him excruciating pain as if his heart were riddled with holes. When Wen Hong saw Wen Cheng's expression, a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. He knew what he, as an illegitimate child, cared about most. He crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and said, "All right, you two go. No, it's just an apology. What's the big deal? It's only a 3-hour walk from here. And even if you kneel, you should be there in a day. Hurry up and set off. Don't keep the Huang family's daughter waiting too long." Gu Yan found it laughable. Seeing the snobbish look on Wen Heng's face, he sneered. "Mr. Wen, you can get out now." Wen Hong was stunned for a moment, thinking he had misheard. She turned to look at Gu Yan. "What did you say?" "I said, get out." Wen Hong narrowed his eyes, his lips turned down, and he sneered, "Gu Yan, do you know that even if your wife Lin Xiaoran were here, she would still have to call me Uncle Wen?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Xiaoran's voice rang out. "Yeah?" Wen Hong turned around and saw Lin Xiaoran walking towards him. His expression changed drastically. "Xiaoran." Lin Xiaoran glanced at him coldly. "Who do you think you are, to call me that?" These words were similar to what Huang Wanqing had said to Wen Hong before. They were both very blunt. But at the time, we were at the Huang family's house, and there were no outsiders present. Now they were in the Ling Group building, which was crowded with people. Wen Hong felt a little awkward and didn't know what to say. He gave an embarrassed smile and prepared to move towards Wen Cheng to help him. "Lin Xiaoran is far more frightening than Huang Wanqing. She is someone Wen Hong would never dare to provoke." Gu Yan stepped in front of Wen Cheng first, crossing his arms and looking at Wen Hong. "Mr. Wen, you can try to curry favor with Huang Wanqing, but don't involve Wen Cheng since you don't want to acknowledge him. That's fine. Cut ties as soon as possible. Make him change his surname too, so everyone knows that your Wen family has severed all ties with him from now on, so you don't need to feel ashamed of him anyway. You've never treated him like family, and you've never considered him your own son." Upon hearing this, Wen Hong was instantly enraged. She vented all the resentment she felt after being rebuked by Lin Xiaoran onto Gu Yan. He raised his left hand, about to slap Gu Yan across the face. Gu Yan subconsciously raised his arm to block the slap, and Wen Cheng behind him also tried to pull him behind him so that he could take the slap himself. But Wen Heng's hand did not come down. Lin Xiaoran grabbed his arm in mid-air. Lin Xiaoran's face was icy cold, and she exuded an aura of power, her tone filled with undeniable anger. "Whom are you planning to attack in front of me?" Wen Heng's heart tightened. Didn't Lin Xiaoran dislike Gu Yan at all, and even harbor resentment towards him? Why are you now standing up for Gu Yan? Wen Hong withdrew his hand, somewhat hesitant to be arrogant towards Lin Xiaoran, and also temporarily refraining from making harsh remarks towards Gu Yan. He had no choice but to turn around and glare at Wen Cheng. "You come with me first and apologize to Huang Wanqing, then come and persuade Gu Yan to go and apologize." 71, Chapter 71. He humiliated himself by believing Lin Xiaoran. Wen Cheng's body trembled slightly as he looked at Wen Hong and said in a deep voice, "Dad, I will change my name and tell everyone that I will sever all ties with the Wen family from now on. From now on, I will have nothing to do with the Wen family. I will not implicate the Wen family in anything. All the money I have earned in the past few years will go to the Wen family as a way of repaying you and the Wen family for raising me." Wen Hong scoffed, "Money? How much money do you have? With your meager amount, you think you can repay the Wen family for raising you?" "More than 30 million, all of which I saved myself." This money is what he has earned over the years. He hasn't used it to buy houses, cars, or luxury goods apart from paying taxes. He has saved every penny as much as possible. "How much? More than 30 million, you've been hiding this money from us all this time." "Yes, it's all what I saved up over the years," Wen Cheng said, head down. "How is that possible? You've only been in the entertainment industry for a short time, and you haven't achieved anything particularly outstanding. How could you earn so much money? Is some old woman keeping you as a mistress." Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaoran's face revealed a look of disdain. It's not about Wen Chang. Instead, it was directed at Wen Hong. In her opinion, this kind of stuff is really not presentable. She reached out and pulled Gu Yan, intending to leave. But Gu Yan shook off her hand. Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran was just a little annoyed because Gu Yan shook off her hand when Ning Chen's voice came from not far away. They all turned around and looked over. Ning Chen seemed to have dressed up specially today. The redness and swelling on his face had long since subsided, and his bespoke suit made him look handsome and composed. Approaching the group, he wore a gentle smile and said, "Let's go, it's almost time." Lin Xiaoran nodded and gently raised her chin. "From now on, I want to see you when I have breakfast in the morning, Gu Yan. You know what my bottom line is." Gu Yan felt a surge of annoyance. Little did he know what Lin Xiaoran's bottom line was. Or they might not go home for months at a time. Or suddenly start demanding that you stay home every day so he can see you. He genuinely couldn't understand what Lin Xiaoran meant by bottom line. But now, Lin Xiaoran's request has made Gu Yan's heart waver slightly. Especially recently, she has been repeatedly emphasizing to herself that she will not divorce her. Gu Yan looked at Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen standing together. A hint of smugness flashed in Ning Chen's eyes, and he even deliberately stood a step closer to Lin Xiaoran. "Xiaoran, let's go." Ning Chen gently patted Lin Xiaoran's shoulder. Lin Xiaoran glanced at Gu Yan, then turned to leave. "Where are you going? Can't I go?" Gu Yan suddenly asked. Gu Yan had seen similar scenes countless times. At first, he would always ask that question. The answers we get are always unsatisfactory. Later, he stopped asking. A moment of surprise appeared on Ning Chen's face. In the past, no matter what Lin Xiaoran did, she would never take Gu Yan with her. "I've rarely gone home these past few years." Gu Yan seemed to have long been used to being abandoned. "It's been a long time since I've asked such a question." Ning Chen felt somewhat uncomfortable that Ning Chen had suddenly taken the initiative to speak. He felt this was not a good thing. After calming himself down, Ning Chen walked to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xiaoran, crossed his arms, and shrugged slightly. "Gu Yan, you just stay home and wait for Xiaoran to come back. Youtsan, go." Gu Yan seemed not to hear Ning Chen's voice, and just quietly looked at Lin Xiaoran. "Can I go?" A hint of gloom appeared in Lin Xiaoran's eyes, as if she were somewhat irritable and troubled. After a while, she looked away and stopped looking at Gu Yan. "Go back and wait for me." Just a few words were enough to make Gu Yan smile bitterly. These days, Lin Xiaoran keeps saying that she won't get a divorce. He repeatedly emphasized that he should stay with her. It turns out it was all a joke. I can't believe I was actually fooled by Lin Xiaoran's sweet talk. It's like inviting humiliation to believe that Lin Xiaoran might have really changed. In fact, nothing has changed. Lin Xiaoran remained the same as before. Whenever it involved Ning Chen, she would make a choice without hesitation. The two of them left. Gu Yan stood there, trying hard to compose himself. Upon seeing this, Wen Heng's face once again showed a mocking expression. I thought President Lin cared about you a lot, so you were waiting for Ning Chen here?" With Lin Xiaoran not around, he felt he had seen through everything and was filled with confidence. He raised his hand again, intending to slap Gu Yan across the face. But Gu Yan kicked first. Wen Hong was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground by Gu Yan. He clutched his stomach, his face looking extremely pale. "Pale. You dare to lay a hand on me?" Wen Chang instinctively wanted to help Wen Hong up. "Wen Chang, do you still remember when you questioned me, asking if I had drugged her and if I had been a mistress? After I admitted it, how did you feel at that time?" Upon hearing this, Wen Chang paused, his movements halting. He still remembers how he felt at that time. That feeling of being betrayed, of your only friend doing the thing you hate most, that kind of anger of disappointment and frustration. Wen Chang will find it hard to forget this feeling. He also understood why Gu Yan would say such a thing now. Gu Yan's feelings now are the same as his back then. Thinking of this, Wen Sheng gritted his teeth, hesitated for a long time, and then stood up and came to Gu Yan's side. People who can make it in the entertainment industry aren't stupid. Wen Sheng couldn't possibly be unaware that Gu Yan was acting in his best interest. He also knew that none of the Wen family members truly cared about him or treated him as family. Just with before, he always harbored unrealistic fantasies and psychological sustenance. Gu Yan looked down at Wen Hong coldly. You think that because Lin Xiaoran likes Ningchen, I have no backing and can be bullied by anyone, right? You're right, Lin Xiaoran does like Ningchen, but you've forgotten that Lin Xiaoran's husband is still me, and even if I were just an ordinary person, not Lin Xiaoran's husband, I wouldn't let anyone bully me. Aren't you worried that angering the Huang family will prevent your Wen family from relying on them for more resources and projects in the future, and from enjoying the comfortable life you've had in recent years? Don't worry, your Wen family only got these resources and projects because the Huang family didn't honor the arranged marriage. Clinging to them like a leech, the Huang family has already given your Wen family enough during this time. Do you really think they'll keep giving you the cold shoulder? The Huang family needs some people to stand with them right now. Once this is over, those of you who are never satisfied will be kicked aside by the Huang family. Don't expect to please Huang Wanqing or keep sucking blood from the Huang family by trying to please her. She's not that kind, nor does she have that much power. Stop dreaming. 72, Chapter 72. Garbage should stay in the garbage dump. Gu Yan's words are exactly why Wen Hong is trying to curry favor with Huang Wanqing. The Wen family's current success is all thanks to the work of its patriarch. Since the passing of the Wen family patriarch, the Wen family has been able to maintain its current foundation and live a good life thanks to the resources and projects of the Huang family. In other words, the current leaders of the Wen family are not very capable. Without the Huang family's help, they wouldn't have had many good days. But the Huang family wasn't so kind. If they didn't need someone to stand up for them and amplify their influence, how could they have tolerated the Wen family sucking their blood until now? Wen Hong was simply trying to please Huang Wanqing so that he and the Wen family could enjoy a few more years of good life. But this was completely useless. His good days depended only on how long the Huang family could still rely on the Wen family. Upon hearing these words, Wen Hong felt as if his secret thoughts had been exposed, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger. She stood up and pointed at Gu Yan. What do you know? Tu did it all for the Wen family, you brat, what do you know? After saying that, his eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to step forward and slap Gu Yan. His anger made him temporarily forget the pain. Gu Yan didn't hold back and kicked him again. At this moment, Wen Hong came to his senses. Lying on the ground, clutching her stomach, her face pale with pain, she cried out, Wen Sheng, you're not listening to me anymore, are you? You really don't want to stay in the Wen family anymore, do you? Well, fine, you two just wait. Wen Hong struggled to his feet and left. He's not stupid, he knows there's no benefit in staying any longer. Moreover, with more and more people gathering around, he didn't want to lose face like that anymore. Wen Sheng lowered his head and took a deep breath. I've dragged you into this. Hearing this, Gu Yan felt a little sad. It's not because of you I am the one who dragged you into this. Huang Wanqing did this because she doesn't like me. Gu Yan briefly explained why Huang Wanqing was targeting Wen Chang and herself. After hearing this, Wen Chang didn't feel unhappy that Gu Yan had been implicated. Never mind, at least in their eyes, we're still friends. Gu Yan was Wen Chang's only friend, and he was even a little happy that others recognized their relationship. After deciding to sever all ties with the Wen family, Gu Yan was the only person he could talk to. Having seen so many treacherous and cunning people in the entertainment industry, it's even more difficult to find someone you're willing to trust. Gu Yan opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. After a long pause, he gently patted his shoulder. I'll find a way to resolve Jiang Shan's matter. Try not to speak out these next few days. Right now, the internet is full of people criticizing you, and that's when they're at their most furious. If you speak out now, they'll only criticize you even more harshly. You Lin Xiaoran agreed to help you? Wen Sheng asked, somewhat puzzled. In his view, unless Lin Xiaoran agrees to help, Gu Yan will have a hard time resolving this problem. Gu Yan pursed her lips. Have you forgotten who my teacher is? Upon hearing this, Wen Sheng suddenly woke up. Yes. Gu Yan was once the last disciple of the Kyoto piano master, Master Fan. She was quite famous in Kyoto's music scene. Someone once posted a video of him playing the piano online, which caused quite a stir. During that time, Gu Yan also got the urge to film some videos and post them online. Her status as a close disciple of a piano master, coupled with her elegant demeanor and perfect figure, attracted millions of fans in just a few months. If Gu Yan hadn't been so reluctant to show his face in public and his videos were mostly filmed from the back and side, his number of fans would probably have multiplied several times over. Even today, many people still regret that he couldn't continue playing the piano, and leave messages in his old videos to commemorate him. It is said that when Master Fan learned that his last disciple had given up the piano, he was furious. If he were willing to pick up the piano again now and reappear as Master Fan's last disciple, it would surely cause a great stir. His fans will probably be very excited. Most importantly, if Mr. Fan is willing to speak up, the connections and influence he has accumulated in the industry over the years would make it not too difficult for him to resolve this trouble. When Shang took a deep breath, his emotions running high. Gu Yan, you were born for the piano. You can only truly shine on stage when your hands are on the keys. Giving up the piano for Lin Xiaoran was really a bit irrational. I really hope you can find yourself again. Gu Yan was able to be accepted as a disciple by a piano master not only because of his exceptional talent and superb skills. His talent for composing music is also unparalleled. Otherwise, Ning Chen wouldn't have been able to steal one of her piano pieces, win so many honors abroad, be praised by countless people, and even become the next heir of the Ning family. After Wen Heng's outburst, neither of them had any appetite. After chatting for a while and seeing Wen Cheng off, Gu Yan finally picked up his phone. Huang Wanqing sent many more provocative messages. Xiaoran and Brother Chen left together, right? Do you want to know where they went, which hotel or whose villa? Beg me, and I might consider telling you, including the location of the manor Xiaoran gave to Brother Chen abroad. I heard that when you were at home, the nanny never cooked for you. Xiaoran is really something. She lets you live in a big villa, but you can't even get enough to eat. That's a genius tactic. Gu Yan, your trash should stay in the trash heap. Don't even think about crossing class lines. You're not one of us. Even if you're from the same world and force your way in, you can't hide the stench of poverty emanating from you. Gu Yan looked at Huang Wanqing's information and sneered. What's the point of just sending provocative messages behind someone's back? What he wanted was for Huang Wanqing to personally intervene. This way, he would have a chance to retaliate against Huang Wanqing. Do you think that if you send some nobody to attack my friend, I'll panic and lose my composure? Huang Wanqing, don't underestimate me. If you're so capable, then do it yourself. I want to see if you can show any real skill. When Huang Wanqing saw this sentence, she immediately flew into a rage. Decent skills? Who do you think you are, Gu Yan? You think you're worthy of my personal attention? What bullies find most unacceptable is the indifference of the bullied. This will give them an extremely strong sense of frustration and shame. Huang Wanqing was so angry that she went straight to Jiang Shan's livestream and sent him 10 of the most expensive gifts. The entire live stream room erupted in excitement. The most expensive gift in the livestream was a spaceship, priced at 100,000 yuan each. Huang Wanqing spent 10 in a row, which meant she threw in $1 million. These netizens, who already loved watching gossip, were even more excited when they saw this scene. Jiang Shan's eyes lit up as well. Because Huang Wanqing used her own account, not a random alternate account. 73, Chapter 73. He looks like a decent human being, but his heart is full of darkness. Huang Wanqing's account also has tens of thousands of followers. In previous years, she posted some videos of her daily life on her account. The video showed a clearly wealthy and extravagant lifestyle, which aroused the curiosity of many people at the time. After some dedicated individuals verified that she was indeed a genuine heiress, she attracted considerable attention. His sudden appearance here, showering gifts, immediately attracted the attention of many people. Wow, isn't that the rich second-generation girl? I'm going to cry. She's good-looking and comes from a wealthy family. Why don't I have that kind of luck? Sure enough, every woman has the ability to empathize. Sister Wanqing must have been furious after seeing that scumbag Wen Cheng. Exactly, there are differences between rich kids. Although Sister Wanqing is also from a rich family, she's not the kind of person who likes to play with other people's feelings. On the contrary, she looks down on those scumbags and scumbags the most. Jiang Shan had already sat up straight and couldn't help but rub his hands together in front of the camera. Thank you for the generous donation, Miss Huang. You may not know this, but Miss Huang is a true heiress. The Huang family is one of the top wealthy families in Kyoto. As soon as he finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream became even more excited. There is a huge gap between ordinary people and the rich. The gap between them and heiresses from wealthy families is like an insurmountable chasm. In addition, we can still see her past works on Huang Wanqing's account homepage. Luxury villas in downtown Kyoto, detached estates abroad, and even a separate house to store luxury handbags that he plans to discard, all of these have been verified as genuine. This makes many people envious. In this society, there are people who resent the rich, and there are people who fawn over the rich. They always felt that by following Huang Wanqing and becoming her fans, they would have the opportunity to live a life of luxury with her. After Huang Wanqing discovered what these fans were thinking, she also felt bored and stopped posting any content on the account. She also has other trumpets. However, Gu Yan's earlier provocation made her impulsive, so she simply used this account to tip gifts worth over $1 million. The chat in the live stream went even crazier. A real rich woman, I thought you guys were joking. Didn't you see that Sister Wanqing just sent you gifts worth $1 million? You're a real rich girl, who would joke around with you? Does the young lady need someone to run errands? I can do anything, but I'm best at warming the bed. I never expected the young lady to be so beautiful and kind-hearted. She hasn't appeared in a long time, and the first thing she does is focus on this kind of thing. That Wen Chang must have made a lot of money acting as a celebrity all these years. We should ban people like him as soon as possible, otherwise, he'll corrupt the values of young people sooner or later. Seeing the praise she received in the live chat, Huang Wanqing felt quite pleased with herself. Although she didn't lack for such praise, no one feels unhappy when they hear others praising them. Huang Wanqing sent a message to Gu Yan with a cold smile. Gu Yan, I'm going to show you with your own eyes how your good friend can turn into someone like you, a pariah despised by everyone. Gu Yan kept watching the live stream and didn't reply to the messages. Whether it was at someone's behest or someone actually found out some information, the comments section was flooded with so-called insider information. After all, Jiang Shan had revealed almost everything he knew about Wen Chang in the past 2 days. I heard that the Wen family and the Huang family had a betrothal agreement many years ago. Huh, really? Well, wasn't it said that the Huang family was much more powerful than the Wen family? Is there really such a thing? Really, it's said to have been decided by our grandfather's generation, but then it was cancelled for some reason. Do you think it was originally decided between Wen Chang and Sister Wanqing? Wow, this is so complicated. Could it be because Sister Wanqing discovered Wen Chang's true colors and cut her losses by cancelling the engagement? That doesn't make sense either. Surely an arranged marriage shouldn't involve an illegitimate child. Wen Chang is definitely an illegitimate child, isn't he? It's all the same. Having someone like that in the family is shameful enough. It's normal for Sister Wanqing to be unhappy. Netizens love to dig deep into the details. But as they dug, the direction became a bit chaotic. I sent a message to Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan immediately realized what was happening and began to guide the direction of the live stream again. Friends, you might not know this, but Wen Chang's college entrance exam scores back then were high enough to get into a 985 university, but he still chose the film academy. Do you know why? It's because he wants to get into the entertainment industry. Once he's in the entertainment industry, it'll be so much easier to make money with his body, right? There's so much capital in the entertainment industry, and there are plenty of older women who like his type. Most importantly, when he heard that the Wen family and the Huang family had a betrothal, he actively tried to befriend Miss Huang so that he could arrange the marriage. This person has truly taken shamelessness to the extreme. He looks respectable, but his heart is completely black and filthy. I wonder if he has contracted any sexually transmitted diseases over the years. Despite Jiang Shan fabricating a whole bunch of nonsense, the number of viewers in the live stream reached a new high. For a time, almost all the trending topics on Weibo were related to Wen Chang. He is a celebrity, and with his connection to Huang Wanqing, a rich second-generation heiress, Jiang Shan has fabricated such a shocking story. The entire internet is about to explode. It was at this moment that Huang Wanqing's phone rang. The caller was her cousin, her second uncle's son. She is also one of the most popular candidates to succeed the Huang family. Elder brother. Wanqing, hot, I'll have someone take care of the search. You can do whatever you want with people you don't like, but don't drag the Huang family into it. Everything is still up in the air. Hearing her cousin's deep voice, Huang Wanqing's initial excitement subsided. She was the most favored child in the Huang family. But that doesn't mean she can really act with impunity. On the other side, Lin Xiaoran was looking at the woman lying on the hospital bed through the glass. Ning Chen's older sister, Ning Meng. The experts that the Lin and Ning families found abroad some time ago still didn't help much. In recent years, the Lin and Ning families have been searching for top medical experts in order to help Ning Meng regain her health. However, there has been little progress to date. Ning Meng is only lucid for a short time each day, and most of the time she is unable to speak. Today is Ning Meng's birthday, so many people have come here to visit her. Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen were both there. Slightly heavy footsteps approached, and Yan Shang walked over from the end of the corridor. Looking at Ning Meng on the hospital bed, his eyes were filled with deep affection and melancholy. Lin Xiaoran glanced at him, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. If Yan Shang saw Gu Yan now, he probably wouldn't be able to resist taking action immediately. And none of the people here today like Gu Yan. Therefore, it would be best if Gu Yan didn't show up and stayed home every day like before. That's why she couldn't bring Gu Yan here today. 74, Chapter 74. Why does he deserve to be bullied all the time? Ning Chen's eyes were red and glistening with tears as she whispered, "Sister, you'll get better. We're all waiting for you." Ning Meng lay there, her face pale and her body thin. She has been in this state for several years. Looking at her like this, Yan Shang felt his throat go dry. He clenched his fists and couldn't help but grab Lin Xiaoran's wrists, pulling her out into the corridor. When are you finally going to divorce that scumbag? The two used to have a very good relationship and were well-coordinated partners. But since Lin Xiaoran got married, the two have rarely seen each other, and even when they do meet, they hardly communicate. The two of them would only meet once a year on Ning Meng's birthday. Lin Xiaoran frowned and shook off Yan Shang's hand. Soon. Lin Xiaoran, every time I've asked you this over the past few years, this is the same answer you've given me. Soon. It's been 3 years already. How much longer do we have to wait, or is it that you just like this kind of insidious and vicious trash? Yan Shang had a strong presence, but Lin Xiaoran's presence was not weak either. Especially after hearing Yan Shang's words, the two were like needles clashing against wheat-ons, their auras clashing with a strong sense of tension. The medical staff passing by couldn't help but slow down and leave quickly, no one daring to make a sound. Yan Shang, I don't like how you address him no matter what. He is my husband in name only. You can't use words like trash to describe him. Yan Shang looked deeply at her proposal, his eyes deep and dark. I don't care what you think or what you want to do. Once he's divorced, I will make him pay the price he deserves. I will repay him 10-fold, 100-fold, for all the suffering Xiaoming has endured. After saying that, Yan Shang straightened his suit and turned to walk into the ward. Everyone in the industry knows that Yan Shang loves Ning Meng very much. If it weren't for that accident, the two would have gotten married long ago. Lin Xiaoran stood outside the corridor and did not go in. Feeling a bit irritated, I took out a cigarette to light it, but then I heard the sound of fingers tapping on the wall behind me. Lin Xiaoran turned around and saw that Bai Yan had come out at some point and was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, pointing to the no smoking sign next to her. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, she just put the cigarette away. The two had a very good relationship, although they only met after Lin Xiaoran returned to the Lin family. However, the group felt like they had known each other for a long time. With Huang Wanqing added to the mix, the group got along quite well. However, Huang Wanqing seems to be closer to Ning Chen. Not long after, Ning Chen came out with red eyes. Xiaoran, let's go, I'll take you home. Lin Xiaoran nodded, said goodbye to Bai Yan, and prepared to leave. Bai Yan thought for a moment and then said, if you need my help, remember to let me know. Lin Xiaoran looked over, somewhat puzzled. What? Just ask your husband when you get back. Bai Yan turned and left after she finished speaking. Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen also entered the elevator. Ning Chen's expression was not good, and she couldn't help but sigh. What if we still can't find a doctor who can make my sister recover? Lin Xiaoran didn't reply, she was just texting on her phone and seemed not to have heard Ning Chen's voice. Xiaoran? Is something the matter? What did Bai Yan say she could help with? Is it related to Gu Yan? I don't know, he never told me. Maybe he was spoiled by me in the past and became a bit pretentious. He doesn't want to tell me things directly, and instead prefers to make me guess what he's thinking. Ning Chen's eyes were filled with ferocity and resentment. He couldn't help but pinch his thigh in his pocket and grit his teeth. Xiaoran, do you still love Gu Yan? Lin Xiaoran's face froze for a moment, then her expression turned cold instantly. I don't love you. Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't love them, that's fine. It was said that Ning Chen took Lin Xiaoran home. But actually, He Qing drove Lin Xiaoran back to the villa, and then drove Ning Chen home. The car stopped downstairs at the villa, and Ning Chen got out with Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran was a little confused just as she turned around. Ning Chen opened his arms and hugged her. Xiaoran, I know you and Gu Yan have a 10-year relationship. It will be hard to cut it off all at once, but right now, he will only cause you trouble. You've already dealt with so many problems because of him. Yan Sheng's attitude is also very clear, and the Lin family all dislike him. You should make a decision soon. His words were all about Lin Xiaoran's well-being, without mentioning at all that he was waiting for her. Lin Xiaoran gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to let go. This scene was captured on camera and sent to Gu Yan's phone. The scene of the two embracing in front of the villa in the photo actually looks quite beautiful. Clearly, this was still Huang Wanqing's method. Gu Yan looked at the photo and slowly closed his eyes. After a long while, he opened his eyes again. He had endured many things before. Countless slanders and ridicules eventually came to nothing. But this time, he didn't want to put up with it anymore. Why should he always deserve to be bullied? Looking at his Weibo account, which he hadn't logged into for a long time, Gu Yan was a little excited. With trembling hands, he entered the password and logged in. There are still many trending topics about Wen Chang and Huang Wanqing, but they probably won't last long. The Huang family is currently at a critical juncture. If a young member of the family gets into such a scandal, it's not a good thing for the Huang family. Sooner or later, they will find a way to remove the trending topic from the search results. Gu Yan looked at the countless private messages from his fans on his account and felt a mix of emotions. The account Xinyu has been active until now. He still has millions of followers, but his latest post is from several years ago. There are many comments, including quite a few new ones that were updated just minutes ago. The comments section was filled with fans' nostalgia and longing for him. When will the great Xinyu be back? It's been such a long time. It's such a pity. Everyone thought that Xinyu would become the most outstanding pianist in China in the future. I hope Safi's been missing for so many years without any news. Even within Kyoto's elite circles, everyone despised and loathed him. Yet some people still longed for his appearance, silently expressing their love. It took Gu Yan a long time to calm down before he finally posted his first Weibo post in several years. Wen Cheng is my friend. I know all the details about what happened to him in college. Below is the relevant timeline and all the chat logs. This is a compilation of evidence he has gathered over the past few days. When Wen Cheng told him these things back then, he had already sent him all the evidence and chat logs. It was as if he was afraid that Gu Yan would misunderstand that he had become a mistress and would stop being friends with him. At that time, everyone was engrossed in the gossip frenzy, and no one cared whether it was the truth or not. Fortunately, Wen Cheng had explained things to him before, which allowed him to compile all the evidence. 75, Chapter 75, Debunking the Rumors. Gu Yan compiled very detailed evidence. From all the chat logs between Wen Cheng and Jiang Shan's wife to all the chat screenshots between Wen Cheng and that teacher. In addition to all the announcements issued by the teachers and the school at the time. The teacher was on the verge of being devastated by the rumors when, coincidentally, her fiancé cheated on her under this series of blows. Suffering from depression, she had no choice but to resign from her job and return to her hometown to recuperate. All the screenshots have a clear timeline, and the chat content has not been edited out in any way. Compared to the chat logs that Jiang Shan produced, there were several times more. The last few screenshots are of utmost importance. It was a police report from years ago about Jiang Shan's father and uncle breaking the law, and both of them are still in jail. Jiang Shan's uncle was a high-ranking leader at the Film Academy, and his father got a minor leadership position at the Film Academy through his uncle's connections. In addition to these, there is also a chart showing Jiang Shan's earnings from live stream donations over the past few days. In just a few days, he earned millions. Gu Yan has already stated at the bottom of this summary of evidence that, due to the widespread of the rumors and the large number of people involved, he has taken measures to report the incident to the police. The internet is not a courtroom, much less a lawless zone. Hopefully, Jiang Shan can remember the lessons his elders taught him and abide by the law. A few hundred words, plus hundreds of screenshots in a compressed file, clearly explained what happened back then. In particular, it was revealed that Wen Chang was indeed an illegitimate son of the Wen family. However, since he returned to the Wen family, his biological mother has never visited him again, and the entire Wen family regards him as a jinx. They never received any preferential treatment. Instead, he became the family's punching bag. Even because his father's first wife was worried that he might try to seize the family property, she directly filled in his college application with film school, forcing him to give up his favorite major, computer science. All sorts of pain, with nowhere to confide in. The account name Qinyu is actually Gu Yan changing the character Yan in his own name, wanting to express all his thoughts through the sound of the zither. The account has a large following, and the fans were excited when they saw new content being posted. Is it really Qinyu? Holy crap, it's been years, and finally there's news. They're finally back, oh my god, they're finally back, I thought I'd never see them again. Does the master Qinyu still play the zither? It would be such a pity if you gave it up. I still listen to your original works from time to time. Wait, Qinyu showed up this time to stand up for her friend, right? I just looked at it, and the timeline and chat logs are explained very clearly. The most regrettable thing is that Wen Chang could have gone to a very good school to study the major he liked, but he was forced to go to the Film Academy instead. Jiang Shan's wife said that she was seduced by Wen Chang, but in fact, after she heard about Wen Chang's family background, she abandoned Jiang Shan and wanted to seduce Wen Chang. She just failed, so she lied. Exactly, I've wanted to complain about this for a long time, that Jiang Shan looks like a pig, ugly, fat, and greasy. How could his wife have fallen for him? She's obviously a gold digger. She couldn't hook up with Wen Chang, so she settled for Jiang Shan, but she didn't expect that Jiang Shan's family would be in jail and he would be penniless, but they're already married, so he can't escape. No, we have to help push this topic up. We can't let good people be slandered. It is extremely rare for someone to gain millions of fans solely through playing the piano. And these fans are very loyal. Even though he hasn't posted on Weibo for several years, Gu Yan is still very popular. He was there to speak up for his friend and debunk the rumors. He was clearly angered. The number of comments instantly exceeded 10,000, and is still increasing rapidly by nearly 10,000 per minute. All the fans are supporting him. Suddenly, many people who were cursing Jiang Shan flooded into his livestream. He was originally cursing Wen Chang and spreading rumors with his wife. Seeing so many people cursing him in the comments, he looked disdainful, even as if he had expected this. Brothers, you saw that, right? I knew Wen Chang wouldn't be able to hold back. This is a common tactic in the entertainment industry, hiring online trolls to smear me. This scumbag is no good, he's just trash. I reckon he's used this tactic countless times before. I'm doing this to prevent everyone from being fooled, and to reduce the number of people in this world who are bullied by scumbags like him. Before he could finish speaking, his doorbell rang. Jiang Shan didn't pay attention, assuming it was a package his wife had ordered that had arrived, and waved for her to open the door. As it turned out, the people standing outside the door were police officers. Jiang Shan and Zhuang, right, you are suspected of online defamation, which is a serious offense. Come with us to cooperate with the investigation. The livestream chat instantly erupted in excitement, with some viewers offering explanations in the comments. If you want to know the cause and effect, go check out Qinyu's Weibo, there are details there. Qinyu, isn't that the piano prodigy? He hasn't appeared for several years. I remember many people were very sorry that he stopped playing the piano. Wow, are Qinyu and Wen Chang friends? Someone who disappeared for so long suddenly reappeared because of Wen Chang? The two of them combined don't even have 10 million followers, so I don't think it's easy to say how this will end. I assent there. Also Miss Huang, let's wait and see if there's any news from her side. Yes, the entertainment industry and the influencer industry are quite chaotic. Who knows if it's true or false? Amidst the widespread discussion, many prominent figures in the entertainment and music industries stepped forward to like and share Qin Yu's Weibo post. At the same time, Gu Yan also received a message from his senior, Yi Qingyu. The teacher said that you should come over to our house for a meal sometime. Upon seeing this message, Gu Yan then I understood. These are all connections his teacher has. It was less a formality to invite him to our home for dinner and more a formality to make him apologize. However, the teacher's network of contacts did indeed play a significant role. The previously wavering opinions have begun to turn into a one-sided trend. Wow, so many big shots have liked and shared this, it seems Qin Yu was right. Really, I'm going to check. Wow, Zhang Shan has really messed up this time. A lot of big shots have come to support Bian Qinyu and Wen Chang. Zhang Shan and his wife Zhu Ying were taken away during the live broadcast, which forced the broadcast to be interrupted. Confused netizens flocked to Gu Yan's Weibo account. After reviewing the evidence and understanding the cause and effect, they were all furious. So, although Wen Chang is an illegitimate child, he has never received any benefits. On the contrary, he is bullied at home and can hardly even get a hot meal? No way, he scored so high on the college entrance exam, and then he just went to film school. It's not that film school is bad, but the entertainment industry is so competitive, but it's lucky that Wen Chang is handsome, otherwise he would have no future. Exactly, they clearly have schools and majors they like, but they just can't go even at film school. They get schemed against by these malicious people. If it were me, I would go crazy. Netizens began to speak out for Wen Chang, scrutinizing everyone involved in the incident, not just Zhang Shan and his wife, but also Huang Wanqing, who was not forgotten by netizens. 76, Chapter 76. They almost became accomplices. I wonder how Sister Wanqing feels after she found out about this. She even gave Zhang Shan a reward of over $1 million. She must be very sad if she finds out she was scammed. A rich kid like that wouldn't care about $1 million or so, but he'd definitely be unhappy if he got scammed. No, have you all forgotten what Zhang Shan said about the Wen family and the Huang family having a childhood betrothal? He said Wen Chang wanted to curry favor with the Huang family and marry Huang Wanqing. Huang Wanqing didn't deny it at the time. Who was really fooled? You mean Huang Wanqing also knew that Wen Chang was being framed? She did it on purpose? No, why would she do that? Could it be because she doesn't want to marry into the Wen family? What? The engagement was cancelled long ago, and even if you wanted to get revenge on the Wen family, why would you specifically target an illegitimate son who was neglected and bullied every day? I think this person is just doing this for fun. There aren't many good people among these rich kids. They specifically target people who have some fame, because it gives them a sense of accomplishment to bully them, but they're not respected in the elite circles, and no one will stand up for them if they're bullied. They just grab one and bully them relentlessly. It's possible that Zhang Shan was instructed by her. This kind of person is disgusting, and she's always showing off her wealth. Online public opinion shifts rapidly, and its popularity continues to rise. The Huang family originally planned to remove this trending topic and try to prevent Huang Wanqing's name from appearing on the trending list. But now, it's been trending on social media for several days in a row, and the trending topics can't be removed. Huang Wanqing's cousin, Huang Xing, didn't look too good. He had previously contacted Weibo staff by phone, hoping to manage the buzz surrounding the incident. Or just ban the Qin Yu account. But the staff's response left him somewhat helpless. Mr. Huang, this person has a large number of followers, and most of them are active. The matter has become quite a big deal and is generating a lot of buzz. If we ban him now, the impact on the platform will be unimaginable. The Huang family will probably be affected even more than they are now. Moreover, too many influential people have retweeted and liked that Weibo post, so banning his account will be pointless. Sometimes, the more you suppress, the more intense the resistance will be. After hanging up the phone, Huang Xing looked at the Weibo account with a cold smile. The trending topics cannot be removed, and the accounts cannot be banned. The online backlash against Zhang Shan has now turned into attacks on Huang Wanqing and the Huang family. Zhang Shan was just a nobody. People love stories of bringing down gods from their pedestals. When a rich person makes a mistake, they want to kick them while they're down, crushing them so they can never recover. Even if it's only temporary, it will still attract countless people. The netizens who had previously gone to Wensheng's Weibo to hurl insults have all gone back to apologize. From the beginning of this incident until now, Wensheng has never spoken out. Only a small number of fans are trying to argue with these netizens who are engaging in cyberbullying. But the efforts of these few fans were of no use at all. Now, public opinion has finally reversed, and those fans who were previously afraid to speak out have finally dared to stand up. It's really not easy. I was one of the earliest fans of Chinyu. I started following him when he only had tens of thousands of followers. I knew then that he and Wensheng were close. When Wensheng played his first supporting role, Chinyu even helped promote it, and after Chinyu retired from the entertainment industry, Wensheng never spoke about her, not only to avoid riding on her coattails, but also, I think, to protect his friend. Yes, Wensheng is actually very hardworking. He's always been studying hard, and his acting skills have improved noticeably. It's said that he doesn't have any special privileges at the company. He usually only has one assistant by his side. Unlike others who are accompanied by a team of more than 10 people, he takes acting seriously and never gets involved in scandals. Really dedicated. Yes, over the years, Wensheng has often been criticized by fans of other groups, but he has never said he would fight back. Instead, he has advised us fans not to get into conflicts with them. He really just wants to focus on acting. We fans usually just wait quietly for his new dramas to come out. We are afraid to go to the airport to pick him up for fear of disturbing him or affecting other people. These fans' voices were very sincere, and they did not become arrogant or smug because of the reversal of public opinion. The more this happens, the more these netizens feel sorry for them. Public opinion has completely shifted. For every person praising Wensheng, there's someone criticizing Zhang Shan and Huang Wanqing. At this time, Zhang Shan was still inside the police station. It's an established fact that he spread rumors about Wensheng. The evidence is more than sufficient. Furthermore, the requirements for the number of views and forwards of defamatory information have already been met. It even triggered mass incidents, caused chaos in public administration, and had a negative social impact. This constitutes a serious offense and requires a severe sentence. Even with Wensheng's letter of forgiveness and a lighter sentence, the minimum prison term would still be 2 years. Moreover, Wensheng didn't even come, he simply entrusted a lawyer to handle the matter. The sentence will most likely be the maximum of 3 years. When Zhang Shan heard about the 3-year sentence, he was completely stunned. Are you kidding? I just said a few bad things about him. Besides, he's an illegitimate child, and his mother was a mistress. I didn't say anything wrong. Don't scare me. You're going to sentence me for something so trivial? Zhang Shan was still putting on a brave front, but his face was deathly pale, and his body was trembling violently. He had already realized that he had really messed up. His mental state completely collapsed, especially when he met Wensheng's lawyer. Bring Wensheng here. Bring Wensheng here. What do you mean by only sending a lawyer? Let me tell you, I'm backed by the eldest daughter of the Huang family. She's not someone like Wensheng, that unpopular illegitimate son, can compare to. Doesn't he think about the consequences before treating me like this? Even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. Zhang Shan was acting crazy at the police station, and it was clear that there was no way to move the matter forward anytime soon. However, Wensheng and Gu Yan received a recording from their lawyer. Inside were the words Zhang Shan shouted in a frenzy when he met Zhang Shan. As he listened to the recording, a dark glint flashed in Gu Yan's eyes. Such recordings cannot be used as evidence in court. Even as evidence, the Huang family has many ways to make Zhang Shan change his story. However, he could use this recording to teach Huang Wanqing a lesson. I opened my account and sent the recording directly. Mr. Jiang is currently too agitated at the police station to proceed with the case. He keeps claiming that the mastermind behind this is Miss Huang. We still don't know Miss Huang's purpose or reason for framing Wensheng. Could it be just a spur-of-the-moment decision? These few words fully express Wensheng's grievances. If it were an ordinary person, being bullied like this by the eldest daughter of the Huang family, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to speak up and defend themselves. After being cyberbullied by the entire internet for several days, he probably even had suicidal thoughts. Netizens were extremely angry at this time, feeling that Zhang Shan was using them to launch a cyberbullying campaign against Wensheng. They almost became accomplices. Weibo stirred up another storm in the next few minutes. 77, Chapter 77. It was all Guyan's doing. Huang Wanqing's Weibo account was immediately bombarded with criticism from countless netizens. Jiang Shan has been arrested, and this is the only outlet they can find to vent their anger. In addition, Huang Wanqing's Weibo account had previously posted many pictures of her luxurious daily life. From a detached manor house overseas to a large single-level apartment of over 200 square meters that I bought specifically to store outdated clothes and bags. The better she does, the angrier these netizens become. She was already living a life of luxury. Yet, they still torment others for their own momentary pleasure. The number of abusive comments increased rapidly, reaching thousands per second, and even dominated the trending topics on Weibo. It generated even more buzz than when Wancheng was previously criticized. Huang Wanqing originally didn't intend to pay any attention to these things. No matter how harsh or offensive the netizens' insults are, they won't affect her extravagant lifestyle. In other words, she doesn't care about these ordinary people at all. The insults these people hurl at are cyberbullying to ordinary people. But to her, it was like the impotent rage of a swarm of ants before their death. But the insults these netizens used were really awful. Furthermore, they spontaneously began to conduct an in-depth investigation into the Huang family. The Huang family's businesses are mostly in the real estate industry. The real estate industry was very prosperous in previous years, and a lot of money was made during that period. Everyone was expanding rapidly. It's hard to avoid any safety accidents on a construction site. These construction sites that have experienced safety accidents simply cannot withstand inspection. The real estate industry is now gradually declining. The Huang family is vying for a government real estate project in an effort to maintain or even surpass their previous achievements. After some netizens started to push several construction sites where the Huang family had experienced safety accidents to the top of the trending searches, Huang Wanqing received a call from Huang Xing. This phone call really panicked her. Huang Wanqing's face turned pale, and she took out her phone and kept sending messages to Guyan. It was you, it must have been you, Guyan, you bitch, I will never let you get away with this, you just wait. Guyan looked at the endless text messages, a cold smile on his face. So even the Huang family's daughter can be so flustered. He doesn't need to do anything more now. Netizens won't let Huang Wanqing off the hook. These rich kids, having spent too much time in high places, always get used to looking down on ordinary people. They had no idea that when ordinary people are provoked, they can also band together, form a human ladder, and pull her down from a high place. When Huang Wanqing returned to the Huang family home, the atmosphere in the hall was very heavy. Huang Xing didn't even glance at her, but continued to burn incense on his own. Don't go out for the next month. Delete everything from that Weibo account, leave nothing behind. Huang Wanqing opened her mouth, wanting to say something to defend herself. She was pampered in the Huang family from a young age. Whether it was her parents' generation or her grandparents' generation, they all cherished her and were afraid that she would be hurt. Even her older siblings, some of whom had bad tempers, were all quite kind to her. Brother, it's not my fault this time, it was all Jiang Shan's doing. I never expected that these things would involve me. After Huang Xing finished offering incense, he slowly turned around, his tone still calm and devoid of any emotion. Are you taking me for a fool? If you continue to act so recklessly and do whatever you want, I'll have no choice but to send you abroad. Upon hearing the word going abroad, Huang Wanqing's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, It's Guyan. Guyan is behind all of this, he's the one controlling everything. Huang Xing frowned instantly, his gaze finally settling on Huang Wanqing, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Huang Wanqing suddenly shut her mouth. She was at a loss for how to continue the explanation. Are you suggesting that I've been sending provocative messages to Guyan? If that's the case, she'll definitely be sent abroad. Huang Xing suddenly spoke up, saying, Wanqing, you are a member of the Huang family. Don't associate with trash like Jiang Shan. It will bring shame to our Huang family and make many clowns think they can cause trouble for our Huang family. Hearing this, Huang Wanqing knew that Huang Xing was truly angry. He slowly lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. Seeing her like this, Huang Xing turned and walked towards the door. You should stay home and reflect on your actions. If you're going to do something, do it thoroughly. Don't give others any leverage, and don't choose to do things with idiots that will only make you look stupid too. Huang Wanqing felt a little wronged, and her eyes reddened. This is the first time in all these years that someone has treated her with such indifference. Huang Xing left quickly. Huang Wanqing sat on the sofa, looking sullen. Not long after, when Hong called. Miss Huang, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with the Wen family. Don't worry, I'll go see Wen Cheng in a bit and have him sort out all the trouble online. I definitely won't make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Huang Wanqing was instantly enraged. He grabbed the ashtray from the table in front of him and threw it forward. Idiot, do you think I care about things online? Can you please stop bothering me? Do you really think your Wen family is something to be admired? Who do you think you are? You're disgusting, just like some other people. Wen Hong kept apologizing with a smile on his face on the phone. After venting her anger, Huang Wanqing felt a little better. Meanwhile, Huang Xing contacted Weibo staff to suppress the trending topics as much as possible, and obtain private message access to send a message to the Qingyu account. The content gets straight to the point. 10 million. Don't post anything else after that, let the hype die down. Know when to stop, angering the Huang family won't do you any good. Gu Yan knew very well that this one thing alone could not completely break Huang Wanqing. At most, it will only make her a laughingstock in Kyoto circles for the time being. It wouldn't be a fatal blow to the Huang family. Even if I don't agree, the other party will just need to spend more time dealing with it. Now that the Huang family is willing to use money to settle the matter, it's a good thing. Gu Yan found Wen Chang, got his bank card number, and sent it directly to Huang Xing. Huang Xing hadn't expected Gu Yan to agree so readily. He paused for a moment when he saw the name displayed on the bank card. Isn't that the name of the Wen family's illegitimate son? With the situation escalating so much these past few days, he had long since memorized Wen Chang's name. He didn't have any prior impression of this person. I've only occasionally heard about the Wen family's illegitimate son is always timid and submissive, letting others bully him, and seems to have a lot of low self-esteem. Unexpectedly, the person who was rumored to be so insecure and honest had such methods and cunning. He didn't say anything more, but simply transferred 10 million. Wen Chang was stunned when he received the message from the bank and immediately called Gu Yan. Gu Yan, what's going on with this money? How come there's suddenly 10 million more? Did you transfer it to me? Has Lin Xiaoran become more generous to you? Gu Yan remained silent for a moment. He didn't know what to say. Has Lin Xiaoran become more generous towards him? How could that be? 78, Chapter 78. I have never seen such intense love. It was given by the Huang family. They said they would use 10 million to settle this incident. Wen Cheng was somewhat worried. The Huang family is not someone to be trifled with. The only person Wen Hong could be so wary of and fawn over was the daughter of the Huang family. If it were the person in charge of the Huang family, they would probably be even less likely to look at people with respect. Is their money so easy to take? Since you've already decided to give all your money to the Wen family as repayment for raising you, then you can keep this money. Wen Chang remained silent for a moment before hanging up the phone. Gu Yan then received a transfer. 5 million. Half is enough for me after all. This money is what you wanted. I can't be so greedy. Let's split it in half. Besides, this has also boosted my reputation. Now many projects are contacting my agent to offer contracts, and the prices are much higher than before. I guess I've turned misfortune into blessing. Gu Yan did not refuse. He is indeed still short of money. In the years since I married Lin Xiaoran, I haven't gone out to work, and Lin Xiaoran hasn't given me a single penny. He had saved up the money he earned recently, which wasn't a small amount. But he can't live in the villa forever, he'll have to live on his own eventually. This money will help him solve a lot of problems in the future. Lin Xiaoran didn't go home tonight, she was out having a gathering with some friends. The private room was large, and there were already about 10 people inside when Huang Xing arrived. After greeting Lin Xiaoran, Huang Xing sat down not far away. Lin Xiaoran knew Huang Xing, but she wasn't as familiar with him as she was with Huang Wanqing. Bai Yan sat down next to Lin Xiaoran with her wineglass in hand, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Where's Wanqing? Why did Huang Xing come alone?" Lin Xiaoran shook her head without saying anything, picked up the wine and filled her glass again. Bai Yan's gaze sharpened, and she snatched the wineglass from her hand, placing it on the table in front of her. "This isn't how you drink wine, don't waste it." Lin Xiaoran didn't speak, but just looked at the wineglass in front of her, without picking it up again. Seeing her like this, Bai Yan frowned slightly. "Take it easy. Before you returned to the Lin family a few years ago, you almost ruined your stomach with all that drinking. If you keep drinking like this, are you planning to leave Guyan a widower all by yourself?" "Him, a widower? I bet he'll move out the day I die and get married to someone else the next day." Bai Yan always felt that Lin Xiaoran's thoughts were strange. She has known Lin Xiaoran for a long time. She had seen Lin Xiaoran before Lin Xiaoran returned to the Lin family. At that time, at a rather grand banquet. Many rising business stars and celebrities participated. By then, Lin Xiaoran had already gained some fame, and she took Gu Yan with her to the party. Bai Yan still remembers that Lin Xiaoran had already made some money back then and was very generous to Gu Yan. She specially commissioned an expensive suit for Gu Yan, while the formal wear she wore looked rather cheap. Many big investors still thought Gu Yan was some unknown celebrity, and Lin Xiaoran was his female companion. There are very few handsome but unknown male celebrities in the entertainment industry, so many people came to chat with Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran was extremely nervous at the time. Even though Gu Yan kept refusing, she was still worried that Gu Yan would be taken away by someone else, and kept trying to hug Gu Yan's arm tightly. Later, also at that party, Lin Xiaoran suffered a lot in order to secure the new project and reach a cooperation agreement. Those business partners thought she was young and easy to bully, and they kept making things difficult for her. She drank several cups of wine, and that wasn't enough. She was also made to down 2 jin, 1 kilogram, of baijiu, Chinese liquor. Gu Yan stepped forward and downed 2 jin of liquor in one gulp. He ended up in the hospital himself after drinking too much. It is said that for some time afterward, Lin Xiaoran stayed at the hospital, taking care of Gu Yan without leaving his side. Later, the business partners who had made things difficult for the two of them all ran into problems and went bankrupt. At that time, Bai Yan could see extremely sincere love in the eyes of Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan. So vast, so dazzling, so intense. Bai Yan had never seen such intense love before. Bai Yan recalled these memories and felt very confused. What exactly happened back then that made Lin Xiaoran agree to get engaged to Ning Chun? But why would something like that happen at the engagement party? Lin Xiaoran slowly leaned back, crossing her left leg over her right, her high heels swaying gently, seemingly still in a bad mood. Bai Yan took a sip of her wine and changed the subject, saying, "What's going on with that trending topic on Weibo? Wanqing hasn't been here for days because of that, right? Do you know who that Qinyu is? She actually dared to go against the Huang family. I initially thought you might need my help. I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Bai Yan knew that Wen Chang was Gu Yan's friend. She originally thought that Gu Yan would ask Lin Xiaoran for help. "Since I'm in the entertainment industry myself, it's the easiest thing for me to help handle these things." She only later learned that Huang Wanqing was behind the whole thing. If she had helped at the time, the problem could have been solved. It certainly wouldn't have ended like this. Huang Xing, who was standing nearby, seemed to have overheard their conversation and came over to sit down. He has always disliked others interfering in the Huang family's affairs. Even if these two people have a good relationship with Huang Wanqing, it won't work. Wanqing made a small mistake, but it's been resolved. You two are Wanqing's friends, so there's no need to worry too much. Lin Xiaoran looked up at Huang Xing, said nothing, and simply nodded. The atmosphere around them suddenly became quiet. Then someone who was on good terms with Ning Chen came over. "Sister Xiaoran, Brother Chen, you seem to be in a bad mood lately. Did your condition worsen after you visited Ning Meng last time?" Ning Chen seems to have developed depression since Ning Meng's incident. In severe cases, somatization may also occur. Therefore, those in Kyoto's elite circles who were familiar with him almost all praised him. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran felt inexplicably irritated. She stood up, picked up the outside, and frowned. "I don't know, I'm leaving now." Bai Yan frowned as she watched Lin Xiaoran's departing figure. Turning to the person, she said, "If you want to know about Ning Chen's situation, why don't you just ask him? I remember you and Ning Chen are quite close, right? Why ask Xiaoran about this?" The man smirked. "I just wanted to remind Sister Xiaoran she should divorce that trash Gu Yan as soon as possible. Brother Chen has waited for her for so many years, such a good man, and she's still stringing him along. She's always with Gu Yan. I assent that making her a scumbag, that's too much." Bai Yan's expression wasn't good, but she didn't say anything more. On the other side, after Lin Xiaoran got into the car, Wang Lin called. "Xiaoran, come back right now and see what disgusting things your good husband has done." 79, Chapter 79, My heart is pleased with you, but you do not know. Lin Xiaoran was a little confused, but the call had already ended. He instructed Yi Qing to drive back to the villa where Wang Lin lived. As soon as I entered, I saw Wang Lin sitting in the living room with a face full of anger. There was a piece of paper on the table in front of me. "Look at what your man has done, how disgusting." Wang Lin pointed forcefully at the piece of paper in front of her with her finger. Lin Xiaoran was a little confused, so she stepped forward, picked up the paper, and looked at it. Wang Lin was so angry that her veins bulged, and she pressed her temples with her hands, her whole body trembling as if she was about to be blown away. Lin Xiaoran opened the letter. She recognized the handwriting. It was Gu Yan's. "The mountain has trees, and the trees have no branches. I love you, but you do not know. Sending this to Sister Xiaoye." The meaning is expressed very clearly in just one sentence. Wang Lin was furious and slammed her hand on the table in front of her. "Look at this bastard. This letter has been sitting on the bookshelf in his old room for ages. It was only yesterday that the maid accidentally knocked over some books while cleaning, causing the letter to fall out. I wouldn't even know it happened. What is he trying to do? No wonder Xiaoye hasn't gotten married yet. Has he already stolen her heart?" When Lin Xiaoran was first brought back by the Lin family, she and Gu Yan stayed in this villa for more than a month. After all, the formal ceremony had not yet been completed, and it was not appropriate for the two of them to live in the Lin family's old house. Later, Gu Yan told Lin Xiaoran that he was not comfortable living there, so Lin Xiaoran took him back to the house they had previously rented. She didn't refuse, not only because she knew Gu Yan was uncomfortable there, but also because she herself was very uncomfortable at the time. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath and put the letter into her pocket. He stood up, appearing expressionless and quite indifferent. "Mom, is there something else you need me for so late?" Hearing this, Wang Lin became even angrier. He suddenly stood up, but due to anger and lack of oxygen, he staggered. After regaining his balance, he pointed at Lin Xiaoran and said, "Don't play dumb with me. You can't understand what this means?" It's expressing his filthy thoughts. How old was he when he moved into the Lin family's house? He probably couldn't even understand what that sentence meant. Lin Xiaoran's face remained expressionless, but her fingers in her pocket were gripping the letter tightly, having already poked a hole in it. "He doesn't understand. When he came back to the Lin family with you, he swore he would make you happy and be worthy of you. I don't think he doesn't understand. You're just too naive. You're still foolishly thinking he still loves you, aren't you, Xiaoran? I'm not going to waste my breath on you. I know your personality. You can't tolerate someone like that in your heart. Clean this up quickly. Get rid of this bitch and get a divorce, otherwise, I won't let this go." Lin Xiaoran's expression still didn't reveal anything, but her breathing had become slightly erratic. She frowned slightly, annoyed, and said, "Alright, it's all in the past. If you don't like him, just don't see him anymore. I won't bring him to see you either anyway. He's married to me now, so why bother with the past?" "Lin Xiaoran, did you even understand what I said?" Lin Xiaoran turned around and walked straight to the door. She barely had time, she hadn't even changed her shoes. He opened the door and turned to look at Wang Lin. "Alright, Mom, I'll take care of my man. Just stop meddling in our family matters." Wang Lin was so angry that she trembled all over, her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the sofa, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Lin Xiaoran instructed the nannies in the villa, "Take good care of her. She's so old, don't worry about things that aren't her concern." Lin Xiaoran left without listening to what Wang Lin was cursing behind her back. After getting into the car, He Chung drove away. Leaving the villa area, we arrived at the bustling streets of Kyoto. Bright lights and bustling traffic. Occasionally, couples can be seen laughing and joking on the street. The girl pretended to be angry, and the boy hugged her and coaxed her. Lin Xiaoran gently hugged her arms. She suddenly felt a little cold tonight. She rubbed her arms, but then felt like she had no strength left. I took a deep breath and felt my throat was extremely dry and sore. She watched the young couple who had been arguing just moments before, but had made up in the blink of an eye. The two held inexpensive roadside snacks in their hands, feeding each other, their eyes filled with warm and sincere affection. But what's the point? Can even the most sincere feelings remain the same after the test of time? The more scenery you experience, the more views you see, the more your heart will change. How it will change, no one can say for sure. Lin Xiaoran sighed softly and gently tapped the seat in front of her, signaling He Qing to continue driving. She looked away, staring at the corner of the letter sticking out of her pocket, but couldn't muster the courage to take it out. She sat in the car for a long time after it was parked in front of the villa. After a long time, she slowly got off the car. He took out the letter, his face no longer able to suppress the anger in his heart. Take out a lighter and light the letter. She heard footsteps behind her, so she quickly threw the letter on the ground, stomped out the flames that had just started, and then picked up the letter and put it in her pocket. She knew whose footsteps were behind her. Gu Yan was making a phone call in a corner of the yard. His attention was focused on a document in his hand, and he didn't see Lin Xiaoran. Yes, I'd like to inquire about the divorce proceedings. Yes, that's it. First, ask what documents are needed. If she refuses to sign, I'll have to file a lawsuit. Thank you. The clothes Gu Yan was wearing were ones he had bought himself years ago. The prices weren't expensive, and after washing them many times, they now look a bit whitish. After hanging up the phone, he opened the door and went inside. While he was still changing his shoes, the door behind him opened again, and Lin Xiaoran walked in. She had a faint smell of smoke and alcohol on her. Gu Yan subconsciously moved aside, pressing himself against the wall in the entryway to make room for Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran slammed the door shut, her face dark as she looked at his yielding gesture, a cold smile on her face. Why don't you just crawl inside the wall? Do you think you're a poster that you can just stick on the wall? Gu Yan pursed her lips, feeling somewhat annoyed. She always has unpleasant things on her lips. After thinking for a moment, I continued to lower my head and change my shoes. After the change was completed, he asked softly in a consultative tone, "Can we talk?" "What are we going to talk about? What do we have to talk about? Divorce? Don't dream about it. I'm not going to divorce you." Gu Yan took a deep breath. Lin Xiaoran, is this funny? Do you think it's entertaining? 80, Chapter 80, I don't want to share a bed with Lin Xiaoran. This wasn't the first time he'd asked her, but the answer was always the same. Lin Xiaoran took a few steps forward and threw her coat aside. It's fun, how could it not be fun? Seeing you so anxious and upset makes me happy and joyful. Want to dump her? Not even in the next life. Gu Yanqi's breathing became rapid. Every time Lin Xiaoran adopted this attitude, he didn't know what to say. During the years he lived in the villa, he rarely spoke. During that period, he had practically no friends. The servants in the villa didn't say a word to him. The only time he had a chance to speak was when he met Lin Xiaoran's friends, and when he was ridiculed and bullied. Over time, he became less willing to speak, and his speaking skills deteriorated. Looking at Gu Yan's pale face, Lin Xiaoran's anger suddenly subsided by more than half. Turning my head to look at the food on the table not far away, I saw that it was still steaming. It was obvious that Gu Yan hadn't eaten yet. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath. Let's eat. I washed my hands and went to the restaurant. There were many dishes on the table, mostly Gu Yan's favorites, but no seafood. The servants she received were fairly obedient and perceptive. Lin Xiaoran sat down, clasped her hands together under her chin, and closed her eyes to concentrate. However, Gu Yan didn't even glance at it. I walked towards the stairs and climbed upstairs step by step. His steps seemed somewhat heavy, yet one could tell how resolute his attitude was. A short while later, he came down with a backpack on his back, seemingly about to go out. The backpack looked somewhat worn, and even had a few small holes. Lin Xiaoran vaguely remembered this bag. It seemed that Gu Yan had bought it before she returned to the Lin family. Where are we going? Gu Yan didn't say anything and walked out on his own. He had moved almost all his belongings out of the villa. You can take it all with just a backpack. As he walked out of the villa, the taxi he had hailed earlier was already waiting outside the villa area. He really didn't want to share a bed with Lin Xiaoran anymore. He didn't want to be in even a house. Gu Yan. When Lin Xiaoran chased after him, she could only see Gu Yan get into a car she didn't recognize and drive away. Lin Xiaoran stood there, watching the car slowly drive away. She didn't stop until she couldn't even see the taillights anymore, then she frowned, rubbed her temples, and felt an unbearable headache. When Gu Yan returned to the Jiangnan villa, the broken glass had already been repaired and replaced with a thicker one. I quickly washed up and lay down on the bed. I picked up my phone and glanced at Weibo. There are only a handful of trending topics about the Huang family now, and they are all ranked quite low. It must have cost the Huang family quite a bit. Money gives poor people courage. Now that he had 5 million in hand, Gu Yan wasn't so panicked anymore. I turned off my phone, closed my eyes, and prepared to sleep. Then, another chilling laugh rang out from outside the door. It was the same cold laugh as the night before. However, Gu Yan was not scared this time. After hearing the sound, he got up, took out earplugs from his pocket, put them in his ears, and then lay back down to sleep. He slept fitfully until the next morning before getting up, washing up, and going to work at Lin's. There's been a lot of gossip going around in the department lately. Although most of the trending topics have been removed, many people are still very interested in this incident. Especially the sudden appearance of Qinyu. Hey, I heard that Qinyu got sick and had to give up the piano. I heard his family is very poor. Really, if his family was really poor, why didn't he consider entering the entertainment industry back then? I remember a lot of people wanted to bring him into the entertainment industry, right? With his looks and a tragic backstory, he could definitely earn more than his friend Wen Chang, right? Handsome, a down-on-his-luck piano prince, who could resist such a persona? It's all just rumors. Who knows if it's true or not? Some people say he's being kept by someone, others say he married into a wealthy family and his wife won't let him show his face in public. There are all sorts of messy rumors. Yes, I remember someone saying he was dead. Didn't people post messages online every year saying that Qinyu died suddenly in an accident and that's why she disappeared? Just a couple of days ago, someone said that when Chang logged into his friend's account to clear his name. Gu Yan originally didn't want to pay attention to his colleagues' gossip. But as I listened, I couldn't help but look up at it. Several colleagues were still chatting enthusiastically. No, didn't you all see this gossip? It started last night, and so many people have been saying it. I initially thought it was outrageous too, but the more I think about it, the more something seems off. How long has it been since anyone logged into Qinyu's account? Several years, and his follower count hasn't dropped much. People even leave comments every now and then wanting him to come back. With that kind of quality and quantity of followers, if he really ran into some trouble, he could just start a live stream. Even if it didn't solve all his problems, he could at least make a lot of money, right? Enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. I really don't understand why he's hiding. Maybe he's really dead already. Gu Yan's heart sank, and he quickly picked up his phone and opened Weibo. Sure enough, quite a few people have started to speculate about conspiracy theories. It is said that Qinyu has already passed away. The person currently logging into the Qinyu account is either Wen Chang or someone from Wen Chang's brokerage team. After all, Wen Chang and Qinyu are friends, so it's normal for him to know the password to Qinyu's account. This time, Wen Chang wanted to clear his name, which is why he logged into Qinyu's account number. Gu Yan's expression was very unpleasant. He could tell at a glance that Huang Wanqing had hired online trolls to stir up trouble. Huang Xing said he wanted to put the matter to rest. However, Huang Wanqing doesn't seem to intend to stop. Now, Qinyu's fans are also somewhat panicked. After all, such a statement does have a certain degree of logic and credibility. Many people are praying that Qinyu can step forward, do a live stream, or release a positive video to dispel these rumors. However, Gu Yan has never shown his face in the past. The videos have always shown his profile and back. What makes him most recognizable is his piano playing skills. To this day, no one knows what he actually looks like. Even if it's broadcast live, it might not be able to dispel those rumors. In another century, Huang Wanqing, who was confined to her home, looked very smug. Seeing that the online trolls she had bought had already taken effect, she felt extremely pleased. She said she wanted Wen Chang to become trash that everyone despises, just like Gu Yan. Buying online trolls is just a matter of spending some money, but the results are quite significant. And the one thing she has in abundance is money.